At the beginning of the story, a system notification panel appears. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the immortality system. Immediately after, the scene changes. We see Xiao Mu lying there covered by a straw mat, suddenly waking up, gasping for breath. Xiao Mu is bewildered, raising a hand to touch his handsome face, thinking to himself, I'll come back to life? No, that's not right. I've transmigrated. Moreover, the moment I opened my eyes, I saw a fat black cat. The scene flashes back a few seconds. A fat cat appears in front of Xiao Mu. The next second, this fat cat smacks its plump buttocks right into Xiao Mu's face, breaking his neck. I was actually crushed to death by cats. But, so, that system notification from before was, a death evaluation? The system displays a notification, death evaluation grade. D. Reward for this death, skill points, 1 point. Skill point balance, 1 point. Other rewards, strength growth. Xiao Mu angrily grabs the system panel, roaring, "Damn it, what the hell is this system? What's a death evaluation? Is it making me level up by dying? Don't try to trick me while I'm still dazed. What's this about dying once to get 1 point of strength? The cost and benefit are completely unfair." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mu accidentally punched the wall, unexpectedly punching a hole through it. He changes his tune faster than flipping a book. This strength is incredible. Oh, system, it seems you're somewhat useful after all. Back to the main point, what are these skill points? What do they do? Sigh, the system is really cold. Xiao Mu wants to cry, but has no tears. Forcing me to die is one thing, but this system doesn't even provide a beginner's guide. What is it playing at? Whatever, I'll have to figure it out myself. Suddenly, Xiao Mu turns around and sees a passerby, complaining about stepping in a pile of dung. Some beggar died in the middle of the road. What bad luck. Xiao Mu is startled, realizing the original corpse is still there. He stealthily checks his old corpse and discovers that after reviving, everything on his body was copied exactly to the new body. Doesn't this mean that if I'm willing to die a few hundred times, I can earn my first pot of gold through this copying? And so, Xiao Mu begins to relentlessly seek death, committing suicide by smashing his head against a wall, taking an arrow for someone else, eating himself to death. System notification, death evaluation grade, F. Reward for this death, skill points, 0 points. Skill point balance, 1 point. Other rewards, strength growth. Xiao Mu holds his face in disappointment. The difficulty of these 3 deaths was clearly higher than the last time. So why is the evaluation grade always F? Revivals within 7 days, January 5th. Even revival has a limit? Damn it. In other words, if I unfortunately die after using up all my revivals, it's as good as being erased from this world. In my past life, I was so timid, my death was worthless. Now that I have a transmigration system, must I repeat the same mistake? Absolutely not. Even if this system makes me rely on death to improve my abilities, my death must be a meaningful one. There must be a way to die that can maximize the value of my system, helping a newbie like me gain a foothold here. Just then, 2 people are arguing. The person on the ground is hugging the other's leg, shouting incessantly. "You said you'd pay today? My mother is waiting for the money to buy medicine. You can't go back on your word. The debtor is king. You want me to pay? Come and take my life for it." Xiao Mu smiles brightly. Isn't this the kind of death I've been looking for? A moment later, the debt collector is beaten until he's coughing up blood, crying his eyes out. At this moment, Xiao Mu steps out. "I'll help you get the money back. How about it?" The debt collector turns his head and sees Xiao Mu glowing with a dazzling light. "Who are you?" Xiao Mu grins widely, showing all 10 teeth, and replies, "A professional who helps people collect debts. I'm just not paying. So what? Go report me to the officials. If you have the guts, then kill me. Kill me then." Xiao Mu draws his sword, points the tip at the other guy's face, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. "Hey, what are you doing? Do you really want to kill me? You little brat. You won't get a single penny. Don't worry, I won't come to collect the money from you. I'll let my ghost come and collect it from you." After saying that, Xiao Mu collapses and dies right in front of the guy. The guy panics and shouts, "Don't die at my place. Are you crazy?" Ding. Death evaluation grade, D. Reward for this death, skill points, 2 points. Skill point balance, 3 points. Revivals within 7 days, February 5th. Other rewards, vitality growth. The scene shifts to 7 days later. The guy is sound asleep. Suddenly, a figure appears, laughing menacingly. The guy feels his butthole clench and slowly opens his eyes. The moment he opens his eyes, he sees Xiao Mu coming to collect the debt. The guy is scared shitless, his face pale as a sheet. Just like like that, Xiao Mu successfully collected the debt. Another 7 days pass, and Xiao Mu takes on another job. At this time, a married couple is feeding each other medicine. Xiao Mu immediately snatches the bowl of medicine and gulps it down. Xiao Mu immediately coughs up fresh blood, but still gives a thumbs up before collapsing to the ground, leaving the couple stunned. "You vicious woman, you really wanted to poison me. Dalong, please spare me. It was all that official Nanman. He instigated me to do it." One Shurchin later, "I didn't expect you, brother, to be willing to test the poison for me. Please don't refuse this small gift. It's nothing, brother. We of the Chow family love to help others for fun." 3 months passed just like that. By working as a debt collector for hire and dying for others, he not only earned his first pot of gold after transmigrating, but also became famous throughout the town for his debt collecting skills. Furthermore, he also discovered that as long as his death was to protect others, the death evaluation would be relatively high. After dying so many times, his physique has improved significantly. This body now, his arm strength can reach 250 gene, far surpassing an ordinary person. And he can even run at a speed of 10 meters per second. But a new problem also arose. By relying on helping others, the highest evaluation he could achieve was only grade D. To get a higher evaluation, he needed higher quality deaths, a death weightier than Mount Tai. As far as I know, this world is one where immortals and martial arts coexist, and there are many traitors and villains in the world. A high-quality death must be one that occurs while fighting these people. A strong physique is still far inferior compared to immortal cultivators and martial artists. Moreover, reviving won't make me younger, which obviously means I will continue to age. When I'm about to die of old age, the system will just stand by and laugh. Maybe even continue to toy with this little old man. I need a cultivation technique. With a cultivation technique, I can find a new way out. Suddenly, a new client walks in. "Excuse me, are you the debt-collecting heavenly king, Xiao Mu?" The person who enters is a blind girl with a hot body, causing Xiao Mu to stare without blinking. Xiao Mu immediately straightens his clothes. "That's right, I am Xiao Mu. Truly a great classical beauty." She can't see, just like a real-life version of Ning Ke. The girl walks with a cane, saying, "Half a year ago, the Qiao family of Heong was annihilated by the Wuji Society, and I was the only survivor. This blood debt, can you help me collect it? In exchange, I will bear you a child. Oh no. I can pass on our Qiao family's longevity fist to you." Xiao Mu is speechless, only asking one question. Your surname really isn't Ning?" One fine morning, in the bustling market, an idle Xiao Mu goes to a pork stall to mess with the butcher. He wears a white dog-shaped glove and leans close to the butcher's stall. "Does your pork stall also sell watermelons? Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe? Or how about you chop these 2 melons into minced meat for me? And make sure there's no melon pulp left." The butcher looks annoyed. "Running into a brat like you first thing in the morning. What bad luck. You little punk, are you here to cause trouble?" Faced with his question, Xiao Mu doesn't deny it, but instead admits, "That's right, you could tell. What, you want to chop me? I've been putting up with you for a long time." The butcher raises his shiny cleaver, ready to turn him into wasabi sashimi. "I'll chop you into minced meat." Xiao Mu just give a smug smile, as expected of someone who knows martial arts. "Butcher Zheng, you killed our entire Qiao family. Today, I must take your dog life." Then, he throws away the white dog glove and starts flailing around, showing the guy what a festival looks like. "Take a taste of my 8th set of morning exercises." Then the two finally start fighting. Pow! Pow! Clang! Clang! The next second, perhaps from taking too many of the butcher's heavy blows, Xiao Mu feels like he's in heaven. 1 second he was so arrogant. Now he's lying flat on the ground, officially on the altar, gone to see naked chickens. Ta-da-da-da. Xiao Mu is now gone and never coming back. Xiao Mu killed in action, seeing that he had just committed a terrible crime. The butcher doesn't dare to stay long, immediately hopping onto his modified cart and fleeing without a trace. Damn it, I couldn't hold back. But thanks to his protagonist, Halo, Xiao Mu can't just ascend to heaven that easily. The next second, he wakes up as if nothing happened, rubbing his wrist and saying with a laugh, "That hurt like hell." Xiao Mu didn't bid farewell to the world at all, but revived covered in blood, smiling like a flower. The feeling of being hacked to death really hurts. Then, feeling he had suffered quite a bit, he makes a demand. "For such a tragic death, oh system, you have to give me some more benefits." After seeing the sparkling words on the system, Xiao Mu's eyes shine like car headlights. Grade C, the first time unlocking a Grade C evaluation. Moreover, it immediately maxed out the points for the introductory longevity fist. Wait, the skill points were deducted? So this is the correct way to use the system? Using skill points to exchange for a cultivation technique proficiency, 5 points to get the introductory longevity fist. So what can the remaining 20 points get me? System, max out the points for me. Put them all into the longevity fist. However, seeing the system's notification, Xiao Mu is also stunned. Is this encouraging me to die in disguise? He feels this is a great opportunity to show his talent. Alright, it just so happens that Butcher Zheng is here to practice on. Sister Shui said he's an insider for the Wu Ji Society. I can't let him go. I have to let him kill me a few more times. A strong wind blows through the market. The butcher has now run for his life to a deserted temple in the middle of nowhere. My lord, this subordinate couldn't hold back today and killed a brat. He claimed to be avenging the Qiao family. His hand is holding a brush pen, writing something. But the Qiao family was wiped out by our Wu Ji Society half a year ago, leaving no one behind. This is very strange. After writing, he rolls up the letter, ties it to a pigeon's leg, and lets it go. Could there really be a fish that slipped through the net from the Qiao family coming to seek revenge on me? In any case, killing all of the Qiao family's descendants is the safest option. Luckily, I acted quickly. However, at this moment, the butcher realizes he's not alone. Who is it? After seeing that the person who came looking for him at the door is none other than Xiao Mu. He is terrified and his face pales. Aren't you already dead? Where are you running, my son? No matter where the butcher runs, he is still found by him. I am Qiao Jing. You killed my younger brother, Xiao Mu. I will definitely make you pay a debt of blood with blood. After speaking, without another word to the guy, Xiao Mu charges forward to attack. Witness my family's secret technique. The butcher has no martial arts skills at all, only knowing how to swing his knife wildly. Damn it, although the battle is as tense as a guitar string, he still has time to joke. Your knife is in my hands now. Scared yet? The butcher has a fiery temper and retorts. Am I scared? Brother, can you look at your own hand before you speak? You said you couldn't block it? Come on. If you have the guts, then kill me. Although his words were arrogant, inside, Xiao Mu was crying a river of tears. It still hurts so much. No, I can't lose my momentum. Unable to beat Xiao Mu, the butcher was so angry he could only resort to a verbal fight. Psycho, you and your brother are both psychos. He felt a little panicked inside, as the knife was clamped tight and couldn't move. Taking advantage of an opening in the butcher's attack, Xiao Mu seized the opportunity and punched him straight in the face. At this moment, the butcher was still in the mood to compare the brothers. You're Qiao Jing, right? You're really not like your younger brother when it comes to this kind of arduous strength training. After getting his face beaten to a pulp, he was determined to get revenge. It was I who underestimated you. But not anymore. Time passed quickly, and 5 minutes later, the tables had turned. The butcher seemed to have gained the upper hand, and Xiao Mu started getting thrashed by him. The butcher unleashed a powerful palm strike and stood there, panting heavily. Once again, he was killed. Xiao Jing killed in action. Faced with his foolish, reckless spirit, the butcher felt a bit of admiration. This brat, seeking revenge for his younger brother, is brave and unafraid of death. He's a true hero, even if he's a bit touched in the head. At this moment, the pigeon from before landed on the butcher's hand again. The situation has changed. If the secret letter from earlier is sent, it will cause a misunderstanding for the Lord. However, while he was lost in thought, a log flew out of nowhere. Thanks to his ancestor's blessing, he managed to dodge it. At this moment, Xiao Mu revived once again, full of energy. How dare you kill my younger brother Xiao Mu? Surrender your life. If he insisted on this, the butcher would play along. Fine, if you're all seeking death, then I'll kill every last one of you. Seeing the chaotic fight in the temple, the pigeon also hurried away, lest it be plucked and roasted. After a round of fighting, the butcher collapsed to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Faced with this kind of opponent, as tenacious as a hungry leech, the butcher also began to feel tired. I kill a young one, and an older one shows up. Is there no end to this? The butcher was tired to the point of madness. At this moment, he was surrounded by different versions of Xiao Mu. Just how many of them are there? Will you ever stop? Meanwhile, he was looking at the system notifications. Died 4 times. The first time, 5 points were deducted. Longevity, fist initiated. The second time, 2 points were deducted. Proficiency increased by 20%. The next 2 times, only 1 point was deducted, increasing it to 40%. Moreover, the evaluation rating is decreasing. It seems the higher the level, the more points are deducted, and the lower the evaluation, the fewer default random points are given. One can't grind the same person over and over too many times. Now, Xiao Mu was caught between 2 choices, hesitating. Only 1 revival left. It will be hard to get revenge this time. or should I come back in 7 days? After careful consideration, Xiao Mu still decided to settle it once and for all. No, this opportunity cannot be missed. He's already been driven to a nervous breakdown by my first, second, and third brothers. This is the best time to strike. Xiao Mu began to relax his body, concentrating all his energy. In the fourth fight, he and I were almost evenly matched. Just by relying on the additional 20% proficiency in longevity fist, it's not certain that I can't put up a fight. It's worth trying one more time. Then, Xiao Mu told himself to fight for a quick victory, finish the mission early, and go find Sister Shui to exchange for the next cultivation technique. However, this time, just like the previous times, he was still getting thrashed. Every brat is exactly the same, but each one is slightly stronger than the last. Their strength increases, and their fist techniques become more and more refined. The brat who just died was already on par with me in terms of strength. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle another one. After a period of non-stop fighting, facing Xiao Mu's endless revivals, the butcher gradually felt tired, his body trembling like a leaf. Surely that's the last of them, right? However, his voice rang out again, shattering the butcher's illusion. Of course there's more. The butcher turned around and saw him, revived, standing steadily on the Buddha statue. He looked up at him, utterly stunned. Justice descends from the heavens. As soon as Xiao Mu appeared, he delivered a devastating blow. Finally, thanks to Xiao Mu's relentless persistence, he successfully sent the butcher to the Western Paradise. Butcher Zheng killed in action. Getting rich really isn't hard. After completing the mission, he received a bag of money. Xiao Mu started fiddling with the butcher's letters. Is this the secret letter the butcher intended to write to the Wuji Society? The intelligence that Xiao Sanxue investigated was indeed correct. This butcher Zheng was truly involved in the case of the Qiao family's extermination in Heian. The first time I died by his knife, I received a C rank evaluation. Could it be that the death evaluation is related to the identity of my killer? If I die at the hands of a villain, will the evaluation be higher? I'll have to test this out when I get the chance. Xiao Mu grinned smugly. The other letter was written in tadpole script, which he couldn't understand. I'll take it back for Sister Shui to see. Maybe I can exchange it for some benefits. Now, he walked step by step toward the small alley in the outskirts of Yincheng. Standing before the door, he called inside, Sister Shui, I'm back. Sanxue slowly opened the door from the inside to greet him. With her fair hand, she gently lifted the veil on Xiao Mu's hat. With her eyes wrapped in a white cloth strip, Sanxue couldn't see. Where have you been? But thanks to her extremely sharp hearing, she had already noticed something was off. That's not right. Your voice is wrong. You're not Xiao Mu. So Xiao Mu couldn't fool her after all. As expected of a blind girl who has lived alone for over half a year, her senses are truly sharp. My chi, blood, and strength have all been enhanced. Besides the muscles, even my voice sounds like a grown man's now. However, Xiao Mu immediately tried to smooth things over, hugging Sanxue and explaining, Sister, well, every man has to go through this phase. But she was still suspicious. Is that so? I don't believe you. Do you have any proof that you're Xiao Mu? However, he asked her a strange question. Isn't your surname Ning? In Sanxue's memory, for the past month, he had been repeating this sentence, which she found very confusing. Sanxue walked up to Xiao Mu and started sniffing. Seeing her so close, Xiao Mu's heart felt a gentle spring breeze. Intimate contact, unspeakable happiness. She gradually moved closer to him. After she finished her confirmation, he also breathed a sigh of relief. It really is you? It's the same scent. Sanxue then sat down, crossing her legs, and began to recount her experience. After the Qiao family was exterminated, my eyes kept twitching. This is a sign that my heavenly eye is about to open. No clue can escape it, so don't even think about deceiving me. Can you stop bragging, sister? Heavenly eye? I might as well have Sharingan. After that, the two of them talked for a while. Right. You're the only one left in the Qiao family. The martial saint didn't kill you. It must be because you were born with spiritual perception and have superior talent. But speaking of which, sister, when are you going to teach me the second chapter of the Longevity Fist, the Force Cultivation chapter? Don't be too greedy. To cultivate internal force, you must first temper your chi and blood and strengthen your power. This process takes at least 5 or 6 years. However, Xiao Mu was very confident in his strength. Isn't it because I want to avenge you quickly? Didn't we agree at the beginning that you would teach me the Longevity Fist, and I would avenge the extermination of the Qiao family? Besides, I feel that this strength training phase is almost complete. Stubborn. Then, Sanxue took his hand. Come here, let me feel your bones. and see how far you are from mastery. Sanchuet gently reached her hand forward. After a fleeting moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Hard. She abruptly pulled her hand back, her face as red as a tomato, and questioned him. What did you let me touch? Then, Xiao Mu replied with a straight face. My arm, of course. What did you think it was? Sanchuet also felt embarrassed by her own wild thoughts. We've only known each other for a month, yet you've already trained to this level. Could you be a martial arts prodigy? Then, she once again touched his firm arm. How mysterious. Strength training is supposed to be arduous work with no shortcuts. But you, however, seeing that Sanchuet was talking too much, Xiao Mu pulled his hand back, wanting her to get straight to the point. If you also feel my training isn't bad, why don't you just teach me the next part now? In his heart, he had already set his immediate goal. The longevity fist, the exclusive martial art of the Qiao family of Heian. If one cultivates the longevity fist to perfection, one can reach the realm of longevity without aging. This is the most suitable prerequisite technique for my cultivation. I must complete it as soon as possible. This is my path of cultivation. Xiao Mu was determined to break through his own limits and reach the pinnacle of cultivation. However, Sanchuet was still like a naive fawn, unaware of what had happened, and said, although your training isn't bad, you've only been at it for a month. Butcher Zheng hasn't cultivated internal force, but his arm strength is several hundred gene. Wait until you've completed your strength training and can kill Butcher Zheng, and I will teach you the next steps. Then, he declared with great pride, no need to wait. I've already taken care of it. I've already killed Butcher Zheng. Sanchuet seemed to be stunned by the successive surprises. How is that possible? Then, Xiao Mu also took the opportunity to show off. Not only did I kill him, but I also found a secret letter on his body. Unfortunately, I can't read the tadpole script in the secret letter. Hearing this, she understood just how credible his words were. Tadpole script? A secret letter? Tadpole script is a type of coded text for internal communication within the Wuji society. It seems you really did kill Butcher Zheng. She didn't expect he could actually defeat that Butcher Zheng. True to her word, Sanchuet then agreed to his request. Since you have killed Butcher Zheng, I will, as promised, pass on the next part of the longevity fist to you, the force cultivation chapter. Come sit in meditation before me and listen as I recite the oral formula. They wasted no time and began immediately. From the tangible, cultivate the false. From the formless, the one true place. Reality arises from the manifold void. An hour later, the system announced, Longevity Fist, Force Cultivation, Chapter Proficiency, 40%. At this time, Xiao Mu also gradually opened his acupoints. The proficiency didn't change. As expected, relying on system rewards is much faster than cultivating on my own. I need to find a villain stronger than Butcher Zheng to challenge. Then, Sanchuet handed him a small book. This is the method to decipher the tadpole script. Take a look and translate the contents of the letter for me. He held the book, looking it over and over, and began to question his existence. Her eyes can't see, yet she can find a secret manual. Could she be faking her blindness? Afterward, Xiao Mu took out the letter and began to compare it with the book. Xiao Mu translated it word by word, deducing the content. The letter seems to say that the Emperor of Great Yin will soon leave the capital for an inspection tour. The Wuji Society is preparing to gather its members. However, a few seconds later, he read a shocking piece of information. Assassinate the Emperor of Great Yin. Hearing this, Sanchuet was alarmed and barraged him with questions. Where is the Wuji Society planning to assassinate the Emperor? When is the Emperor's inspection tour? Are there more details? The coded text in this small book is incomplete. I can only piece it together as I read. The specific time and place can't be deciphered. Faced with this earth-shattering matter, Sanchuet couldn't sit still. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in hatred. The Wuji Society is truly audacious. But if they make a move, it's actually possible. After hearing Sanchuet recount the past, Xiao Mu was also quite surprised. Is the Wuji Society that powerful? She seemed prepared to reveal something to him. Before, I only told you that the Wuji Society and the Martial Saint destroyed my Qiao family, but I didn't tell you why. Then, taking this opportunity, Sanchuet no longer held back. The Martial Saint, known as the second supreme martial arts master in the world. He founded the Wuji Society and, with his power alone, annihilated countless martial arts families and sects. They even seized the secret manuals of various sects for their own, allowing internal members to freely pass them around and read them to enhance their own strength. Recalling the tragic massacre of that day, San Chue's heart ached endlessly. Our Qiao family's longevity fist is an extraordinary martial art passed down by an immortal to our first-generation ancestor while he was on a mountain. Ultimately could not escape their demonic clutches. San Chue's hands trembled with hatred. I am teaching you the longevity fist, not in the hope that you can eliminate the martial saint, but only hoping that after you master it, you can cut off his wings. And the reason she didn't need him to do that was because San Chue wanted to personally and directly avenge her family's injustice, so that I can kill that martial saint with my own hands. Faced with her fierce determination, Xiao Mu fell silent, not saying a word. Then, with his audacious personality, Xiao Mu tilted his head and gave a sly smile. I have an idea. Maybe I could try to infiltrate the inner circle of the Wu Ji society. However, faced with this crazy idea, San Chue naturally would not give it the green light. Have you practiced your techniques until you become stupid and you want to join the Wu Ji society? Then, Xiao Mu slammed the table, showing his fierce determination. In just a few seconds, he had already scripted it for himself. First, I'll join the inner circle of the Wu Ji society, then use the identity of a Wu Ji society assassin to assassinate the emperor. That way, the Great Yin Imperial Court and the Wu Ji society will fight to the death. It seems Xiao Mu is also an extremely cunning person. If I can't infiltrate the Wu Ji society, then I'll continue to deal with its members and find a way to obtain their complete plan to assassinate the emperor. At that time, I can also act as an assassin, muddy the waters, and make the Wu Ji society bear the wrath of the imperial court, helping your great feud be avenged sooner. However, San Chue did not support these ideas. This unrealistic notion of seeking fortune in danger was almost a path to certain death. But perhaps this was an opportunity to assassinate the emperor. If I die as an assassin, maybe I can even leave my name in the history books. A death like that would surely be rated very highly. Moreover, this organization, founded by the second strongest martial artist in the world, possesses countless martial art scriptures that members can read at will, including the complete longevity fist manual. Isn't this the leveling up holy land I've always dreamed of? Perfect. After silently giving the place a 10 out of 10, he said to San Chue, if the martial saint is really as strong as you say, sister, then getting revenge is almost impossible. At most, we can only cause a little trouble for the Wu Ji society. So this is the best way. Seeing Xiao Mu willingly charge into such a dangerous tiger's den, San Chue questioned, but you will die. Xiao Mu was truly amazing, acting like a senior. He replied without hesitation, what's so scary about death? Understanding his determination to sacrifice himself for righteousness, she also bowed her head in thought. At this moment, San Chue's heart was a tangled mess, her thoughts in turmoil. He showed no signs of lying. On the contrary, he seemed agitated and excited. Is he really serious? But what does he ultimately want? The longevity fist is truly not worth his life. What else can I possibly give him? Next, she began to make deductions with her rich imagination and unconsciously blushed. Could it be that he covets my body? Seeing San Chue shyly cover her face, Xiao Mu was all too familiar with this scene. What nonsense are you thinking about again, sister? She suddenly reached her hand forward, but her face was turned away. I just feel I don't know how to repay such a great kindness. Is there anything else I can do for you? For a righteous man like Xiao Mu, how could I have such a thought? I really shouldn't have. Speaking of which, there's indeed one thing you can do, sister. Hearing him say that, she immediately asked without hesitation, wanted to lend him a hand. What is it? But in the very next second, Xiao Mu said something that made one want to punch him in the face. It's a secret. San Chue was at first astonished by his heaven-defying, earth-shattering audacity, and now she was astonished by his incurable naivety. In that case, if he wasn't afraid of death, she might as well let him try. After racking her brains for a while, she agreed. Afterward, Xiao Mu asked with satisfaction, by the way, sister, do you know if there are any other Wu Ji society members nearby? She confirmed that there were, and San Chue slowly spoke the name, the city lord of Yancheng, Guiyan. A man's back is being fiercely whipped. Another man's arm is struck hard by a whip. The men on the street scatter in chaos, crying out as they are beaten to the ground. The evil young master of the Guo family is here. Run. Young Master Guo, spare us. Young Master Guo rides majestically on horseback, arrogant and smug, surrounded by a group of lackeys. A horse handler says, young Master Gua is on patrol, don't block the way. Suddenly, young Master Gua notices something. He smiles sinisterly, pointing at two people standing in the crowd. Men, bring that beauty over there to me. The man and woman immediately took a defensive stance upon hearing this. Don't even think about it, you shameless scoundrel. I'd rather die than submit to your will. A large hand gripped the man's sword-wielding wrist, and several burly men pulled him away. Sir, our young master invites you over for a moment. Huh? The girl beside him heard this, her whole body trembling in shock. The beauty he was talking about, was he referring to the man, both ashamed and angry, pointed his sword forward. Shameless scoundrel. The girl beside him also said, Husband Jiang, I'll help you. Today we must teach this dandy a lesson. He gritted his teeth. Young Master Gua angrily pointed forward. Teach this woman who doesn't know her place a lesson for me. The burly men immediately obeyed, rushing towards the two. Yes. The burly men used their sturdy bodies to pin the girl down. Before she could react, young Master Gua stood by, laughing smugly. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing everyone to stop and turn to look. Xiao Mu was grabbing young Master Gua by the neck with one hand, lifting him high into the air. The retainers saw this and shouted, the young master is being bullied. Young Master Gua struggled to breathe, his whole body trembling, and stammered, You brat, quick, let go. My father is the city lord of Yincheng. Hearing this, Xiao Mu was not afraid at all, instead cupping his hand to his ear in a provocative gesture. So what? Young Master Gua was struggling to breathe, so hard he was foaming at the mouth, his eyes bloodshot. My father is coming. You won't be able to escape. When he gets here, he'll make you wish you were dead. Xiao Mu's face remained cold, but inwardly he was ecstatic. Such a good thing is happening? He had already pictured a complete scenario in his mind. I was originally just planning to act righteously, kill this city lord's son, and then wait to be killed by these retainers. But if I can get the city lord to kill me with his own hands, that death rating will surely reach a new level, right? A system notification appeared. Eternal life. Act of righteousness. Projected death rating. Xiao Mu was startled. This is the first time there's been a hint about the death rating. It seems the system agrees with my thinking. He smiled smugly. The retainers immediately rushed towards Xiao Mu, young master. The common people watching from afar shouted loudly, Thank you, great hero, for your help. But this man's power is overwhelming. We can't implicate you. Great hero, run. Xiao Mu repeatedly slapped young Master Gua across the face. The retainers following young Master Gua were horrified, shouting, Young master. The girl beside them was also stunned. Great hero. Xiao Mu smiled with satisfaction, pointing his hand, and declared, Nobody move, or I'll kill him. Hearing this, the retainers were scared out of their wits and knelt on the ground to beg. Young Master Gua, trembling in pain, pleaded, Good sir, spare my life. This whole city belongs to my family. Just say what you want. I'll give it all to you. I beg you, don't kill me. Xiao Mu glanced at him and angrily slapped young Master Gua hard across the face, knocking his head to one side. Don't you dare give up. Hurry up and call your father here. The sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed from a distance. Xiao Mu noticed a group of people had just arrived behind him. Seeing Guiyin, young Master Gua shouted loudly, Father! Xiao Mu sized him up. So that's Guiyin. He seems very strong indeed. Suddenly, Guiyin roared, Shut up. Xiao Mu was startled by this immense sonic pressure. Guiyin's martial arts were indeed profound, to be able to generate such great pressure with just a shout. He narrowed his eyes, sizing him up. This kid hasn't cultivated inner force yet. He's just a martial artist in the force cultivation stage. But to be able to lift a person so easily, his arm strength is extraordinary. An aura of power emanated from Guiyin, and the people around him all fell to their knees under his might. Xiao Mu stared at him, the aura emanating from Guiyin making his whole body tremble. Why does it feel like I'm being crushed by a boulder? It's so uncomfortable. He kept one hand on young Master Gua's neck and said warily, Stop right there. The power on Guiyin began to dissipate, and he continued to look at him in silence. He can still open his mouth to speak. A normal martial artist would be so suppressed by inner force they wouldn't dare to open their mouth. His courage is not small. Guiyin suddenly changed his attitude, clasped his hands together, and said with a polite smile, Young friend, don't be agitated. We can talk things over. It is true that I, Gua, have been lax in raising my son. I ask that you release my son first, and I will surely discipline him strictly later. Xiao Mu was utterly disappointed by this attitude, and here I was deliberately putting on a punchable face. Why did you apologize as soon as you open your mouth? Shouldn't you be threatening me in every way possible? How am I supposed to get you to kill me like this? A system notification appeared. Act of righteousness. Projected death rating C+. Xiao Mu glanced at it. The death rating hasn't disappeared, so there's still a chance. He shouted, your son was robbing people in the middle of the street, and a single apology is supposed to fix it? Guo Yin remained polite and bowed. Ha ha ha, you two must be disciples of the Bright Moon sect, correct? This Guo has some friendship with sect Master Mo of your esteemed sect. On another day, I will certainly offer 100 taels of silver as an apology gift. Could you two forgive my son's rudeness this time? Husband Jiang and the girl looked at each other. He actually knows our background, so is this a threat? It makes sense. Yin Cheng is Guayan's territory. There's nothing we can do to him. The two immediately bowed respectfully. You are too kind, City Lord. In fact, we husband and wife have just arrived in Yincheng and were also impudent. The people hiding in the distance saw this and whispered amongst themselves. Is that it? What about the people who were injured by young Master Guo? Besides, it's not the first time. It's better to have one less problem than one more. Xiao Mu roared. Guo Yin. He had become angry, but still forced to smile and listen to him speak. You don't really think that just by compensating with some money and bowing your head in apology, everything could be swept under the rug, do you? Seeing how skilled you are at this. You must have cleaned up after this unfortunate son of yours quite a few times, haven't you? But this isn't the first time your son has had his guards beat people to clear the way, nor is it the first time he's abducted people in the middle of the street. For those he has crippled or beaten to death, what do you think you should use as compensation? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on young Master Guo's neck. I think his life should be the payment. Guo Yan's gaze turned sharp. This kid refuses both soft and hard approaches. He's truly difficult to handle. He took a step forward, spreading his hands. Young friend, just say it directly. What will it take for you to release my son? Xiao Mu burst out laughing. You want me to release him? It's simple. His eyes became full of provocation. Unless I die. Xiao Mu lifted the pained young Master Guo high with one hand. The surrounding commoners saw this and were extremely grateful. A passerby is actually speaking up for justice for us, even disregarding his own life. Guo Yin let out a sigh. It seems there's nothing left for us to talk about. He suddenly appeared behind Xiao Mu, catching him off guard. He glanced behind him in alarm. A piece of cloth flew over. Young Master Guo fell heavily to the ground, trembling in pain and coughing a few times. Xiao Mu's hands were bound behind his back with a strip of cloth by a man. A system notification appeared. Acting chivalrously, death rating, estimated C+, upgrading. Outwardly, he was in extreme pain, but inwardly, he was so ecstatic he was about to scream. This is it. My first high-rated death. Here I come. Guo Yin appeared before Xiao Mu. Kid, what's your name? He answered proudly. My name is Xiao Mu, a nobody with no backing. City Lord Guo, just kill me. Don't be polite. Hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? His eyes narrowed. You've got some courage. Guo Yin said, let him go. This sentence stunned both Xiao Mu and the man, tying him up. Xiao Mu lowered his head, a bewildered look on his face. Huh? He said, Xiao Mu, you have extraordinary courage. You are indeed not an ordinary person. If you're interested in joining the army to serve the country, you can come to my Yin Cheng City Lord's mansion to register at any time. His script was torn to shreds, making Xiao Mu so sad he wanted to cry. Is there something wrong with this script? After speaking, Guo Yin turned and left. Young Master Guo was helped up by someone, rubbing his swollen face as he called out, Father! Suddenly, a loud slap landed on his face. Young Master Guo was slapped to the ground. Guo Yin shouted coldly, Shut up, it's because I usually spoil you too much. Take him back for me. He mounted his horse. Before leaving, he turned his head and said one more thing. Xiao Mu, think it over. You can come to the City Lord's mansion to register anytime. He was stunned to the point of being petrified. Huh? Xiao Mu was so angry his whole body trembled, and he burst into tears. The surrounding commoners chattered amongst themselves. Although the City Lord's son is a useless fop, the City Lord himself is still a reasonable man. Our City Lord is so magnanimous. That righteous young man is so lucky. He's caught the City Lord's eye now. To join the City Defense Army, you can't just rely on your mouth. Xiao Mu was so angry he wailed. After all that effort to set the stage, the atmosphere was built up to this point. I even thought of my last words. Why am I still alive? This father and son duo from the City Lord's mansion are truly unreliable. They won't even let me die. As he screamed, a system notification appeared. Acting chivalrously, estimated death rating C+. He read and pondered. The longevity lock is still lit, which means the death rating is still increasing. My death rating didn't disappear just because the city lord left. Does this mean? But Xiao Mu thought to himself, if I die now, I can still get a similarly high death rating. But why is that? Is there any difference between the me now and the me before? The commoners looked at him, clapping and smiling. Others also cheered. Husband Jiang and the girl beside him bowed in gratitude. Xiao Mu seemed to have understood something. I get it. If I die now, I will die as a righteous young man who cursed the city lord of Yin Cheng in the middle of the street, not as a nobody named Xiao Mu. His mood immediately became excited. So this is the right way to unlock the system. Immortality. As long as I continue to act chivalrously, my fame and reputation will also keep increasing. He compared this to a gamble, and he was the god of gamblers. If I succeed in dying, I will become stronger. If I don't die, I will continue to accumulate effects, raising the death rating. So whether I live or die, I win either way. Xiao Mu imagined, when the final moment of my death comes, it will definitely be a glorious, high-quality death. Xiao Mu imagined this and giggled foolishly, causing everyone to look at him with confusion. Young Master Wu cried out in pain as his wounds were being treated. It hurts. So painful. He rubbed his face and said, Father, why didn't you teach that villain Xiao Mu a lesson and even wanted to recruit him? Guayin closed his eyes and said, What's the hurry? You don't need to worry about his matter anymore. He recalled the scene of Xiao Mu being captured on the street, saw the expressions on the commoners' faces at that time, and knew how much resentment from the people of Yin Cheng this unfilial son had accumulated. If I had killed Xiao Mu in front of them then, wouldn't the image of the city lord that I worked so hard to build be ruined in an instant? The corner of his mouth curled up. It's better to recruit that kid like this. It can both quell public anger and earn some well-intentioned praise. Guiyan glanced coldly. This rebellious son, you should have been beaten long ago. Otherwise, you would cause a great disaster sooner or later. For this month, you are grounded in the mansion for me. You're not allowed to go out. Young Master Wu asked back, why? He said, during this period, the current emperor might be making an inspection tour to the Yanqing area. Grounding you is to prevent you from causing a fatal disaster again. Young Master Wu laughed and said, the Emperor of Great Yin? Is this news reliable? Gu Yin laughed and said, the Emperor's inspection tour itinerary. How could it be fully disclosed to your father? Who knows if assassins are lurking? Young Master Wu said, but that Xiao Mu, will he agree to join the Yancheng Defense Army? He replied, whether he agrees to join the Yancheng Defense Army or not, I have ways to deal with him. Guayin said smugly, if he really joins, then it will be even easier to handle. He continued, aren't there a group of bandits running rampant in the eastern suburbs of Dongshan recently? When the time comes, just send him to the battlefield to die. At this moment, Xiao Mu and San Xue were talking on a rooftop. San Xue asked, you beat his son, yet he still wants to recruit you into the Yancheng Defense Army. She said worriedly, it's most likely a trick. But Xiao Mu didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he crossed his arms and smiled. So this city lord's mansion, I'm definitely going. San Xue sighed, seeming to take something out from her clothes. Then, she took out a small book and said, since you're determined to do this life or death thing, then I have a cultivation technique here that I can teach you. Hearing this, Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, full of curiosity. He hurriedly took the book, sniffing it over and over. San Xue said, this is my Qiao family's ancestral martial arts secret technique. It can self-destruct meridians in exchange for stimulating the body's potential, causing internal energy to surge in an instant, at least doubling it. Looking at the book, Xiao Mu said, Heavenly Demon Disintegration, Grand Technique. His eyes shone brightly, and he hugged the book, thinking to himself, there's such a good thing. San Xue brushed her hair and continued. Of course, you must first cultivate internal energy before you can use this method of finding life and death. She frowned and sighed. Xiao Mu, your way of doing things has the style of an ancient knight-errant. Such a mentality is very suitable for martial arts. So your martial arts will likely progress faster than ordinary people. But he didn't listen to her at all, just focused on looking at the book. Seeing him like this, her mood became even more worried. San Xue then said, I'm giving you the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Technique, not because I want you to risk your life, but in the hope that you'll have a chance to survive. Xiao Mu looked at her, nodded, and said, I understand. After speaking, he turned his head back to the book with a bright smile, leaving San Xue feeling helpless. In the barracks of the Yin Chung Defense Army, Xiao Mu was currently holding a long saber, seemingly preparing to swing it. He swung the blade forward forcefully. Then Xiao Mu smiled, holding the saber and thinking. The ancients say spearmen have E-rank luck. I hope this thing can bring me some good luck. In the distance, two soldiers suddenly started talking. Is that the guy, Xiao Mu? His aptitude looks pretty average. He's only at the peak of strength refining. The other person laughed and replied, a 9th rank internal energy martial artist gets to be a captain. What's he relying on? The other one quickly replied, connections, of course. He got famous for being hard-headed enough to dare to seize the city lord's son. The city lord is magnanimous, praised his courage, and made an exception to promote him. Those two seemed to look down on Xiao Mu, always showing contempt for his abilities, sneering, just wait and see. On the battlefield, you rely on real skill. He won't last a few days. But Xiao Mu paid no mind to those words. He focused on sitting down to cultivate his techniques. At this moment, the system displayed his attributes. Longevity Fist, Energy Refining Chapter, Proficiency 40%. Military Spear Technique, Entry Level 100%. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, Grand Technique, Entry Level 100%. He thought happily, I've learned new skills again. I wonder when I'll get to die, wants to level up. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Old Huang ran over from somewhere, smiling and asking, I heard the captain wants to buy some martial arts techniques and fist manuals. Xiao Mu replied happily, that's right, Old Huang. Do you have any? He then said, Captain, my surname is Bai. The other two soldiers immediately teased him. With those yellow teeth of yours, how can you be called Bai? The other one chimed in, bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha, just call him Old Huang. So he roared angrily, go, go, go. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. He leaned close to Xiao Mu and said, Captain, I have a set of hard Qigong. Do you want it? Xiao Mu's eyes lit up and he asked back, hard Qigong? Then he thought to himself, I still haven't cultivated internal energy yet. If I have an external hard Qigong technique for protection, it would be really good. Suddenly, a monk walked by, laughing loudly and said, Captain, shouldn't you first ask Old Huang what hard Qigong he's talking about? Seeing this, Xiao Mu asked, Old Huang, what is it? He gave a sinister smile. Iron crotch skill. Hearing this, Xiao Mu couldn't help but be startled, imagining the training method for this unique skill. Then he laughed and said, I, Xiao Mu, love nothing more in my life than studying martial arts. I'll take this iron crotch skill. Name your price. Then he chuckled to himself. That's also one of the human body's weak points. This weak point must be well protected. Old Huang was surprised and quickly said, Captain, what are you talking about? What money? Then he took the book from his bosom and said, Consider this iron crotch skill book as my tribute to you, Captain. Suddenly, he turned around on guard. He bowed and handed it to Xiao Mu, saying, For months ago, my daughter-in-law was pregnant and she was whipped by young Master Guo on the street. The baby couldn't be saved. Although my daughter-in-law is fine, her body is still very weak. He quickly knelt down and begged Xiao Mu, Captain, you have avenged me. You are my benefactor. Xiao Mu quickly helped him up, smiling, and said, You don't have to be like this. I can't take the technique for free. I will definitely repay you in the future. Old Huang stood up, thanking him repeatedly. What's there to talk about repayment? This is me repaying a kindness. Suddenly, a soldier ran over from a distance and reported, Captain, drill instructor Chu invites you over. Xiao Mu then smiled, seemingly thinking about something. Inside drill instructor Chu's tent, the drill instructor stood before a map and said, In these eastern suburbs of Dongshan, there's a bandit king named Song He who is extremely crazed and arrogant. He pulled out a flag. The drill instructor angrily broke the small flag and shouted, A mere bandit daring to call himself a king. How ridiculous. Xiao Mu looked at him seriously. The drill instructor continued, Moreover, this Song He has committed every evil imaginable, from robbing government offices to stealing chickens and dogs. He has occupied Dongshan for only half a year and has committed hundreds of crimes. This scoundrel is also a lecher, kidnapping many innocent girls. He couldn't control his emotions and shed tears, which made Xiao Mu stare blankly. The drill instructor continued. The girls he kidnapped, if they were lucky, they could still return. If unlucky, they died right in his camp. Hearing this, a flame of anger ignited in Xiao Mu's eyes, and he said decisively, He's worse than an animal. This kind of bandit must be eliminated. He must be destroyed. Seeing the fire of anger in Xiao Mu, he couldn't help but feel a little intimidated and said, Right, so I'm preparing to dispatch a 1,000-man army. In 5 days, we will leave the city to suppress the mountain bandits. Then he placed a hand on his shoulder and proposed, I hear you possess extraordinary courage for this suppression of the mountain bandits. How about you serve as the vanguard? As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Mu clasped his hands and accepted the order, leaving the drill instructor utterly astonished. Afterward, he left the tent, thinking as he walked, the 1,000-man army has 10 captains. Besides me, all of them are 9th-rank martial artists, yet they deliberately chose me to be the vanguard. Xiao Mu gave a sinister smile, seemingly having understood something. The one who said, "I have extraordinary courage," was the city lord. He's finally made his move, using such a clumsy excuse. He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. It's about time I died. Let the coin in my hand work its magic. He walked on laughing. The drill instructor also emerged from the tent. He looked towards Xiao Mu, suspicion rising in his heart. Is this kid truly a fool? Or does he have some backing that makes him fearless? Why did he agree so readily? I must be a bit more careful. There can be no mistakes in the task the city lord has entrusted to me. 5 days later, in the outskirts of Dongshan, Xiao Mu was now nearing his destination. Old Huang ran out with a smile to check on Xiao Mu's situation. Captain, I'm very familiar with this area. How about I lead the way? If we don't see any trace of a bandit camp here, it's possible it's hidden in the valley to the west. There's a small valley another mile to the west. Hearing this, Xiao Mu, who was carrying a long spear on his shoulder, immediately agreed. All right, let's go there. Be careful. If things go south, hide behind me immediately. Old Huang was moved beyond words. He replied with a tremble. Captain, you are truly the best person I have ever met. Rest assured, I will absolutely not hold you back. Xiao Mu then said, this is a military order. Old Huang nodded frantically in obedience, making him think to himself, it was hard enough to get a chance to go out and seek death. I can't let Old Huang ruin it. The sound of a blade slicing through the bushes rang out. While clearing the bushes, Old Huang boasted to Xiao Mu, Captain, let me tell you, my eldest son has been very strong since he was a child. He's only 15 this year, and he can already lift a 150 gene stone. Then he asked him, Captain, what were you like when you were 15? His face darkened, and he said seriously, when I was 15, I was hacked to death by Butcher Zhang with 1 slash. Old Huang sighed helplessly and replied, Haha, I don't believe you. Annoyed at not being believed, he said sternly, lead the way properly, and cut the chatter. Suddenly, something flew towards them from a distance, making Xiao Mu realize something was wrong. In the distance, thousands of arrows were flying straight at them. Old Huang, terrified, ran to find cover. Xiao Mu immediately followed, but contrary to Old Huang's panicked state, he seemed very interested in the current situation, continuously deflecting the arrows and saying, Tornado destroys the parking lot. Because he deflected so many arrows, he also suffered quite a few wounds. He cried inwardly and complained to himself, TV dramas are indeed full of lies. The accompanying soldiers were also terrified when they saw his current state. Suddenly, dozens of bandits seized the opportunity, rushing out to attack fiercely, causing everyone to panic. In their hands were dangerous weapons, pointed straight at Xiao Mu's group. The death rating on the system panel had increased. Yet he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he grew more excited, thinking, bandits, I've finally met bandits. This will have to do. I'm about to die. This longevity lock is starting to glow again. It seems the more heroically I fight, the more I can raise the death rating. No one is allowed to stop me from seeking death today. He immediately rushed forward, determined to fight the bandits to the death, stunning everyone with his ferocity. Xiao Mu even shouted, Come at me, all of you. I'll take you all down. And so, the soldiers also began to charge, counterattacking the bandits' assault. Those bandits were no pushovers, easily and continuously felling the soldiers. This battle sent countless sprays of fresh blood flying, but the ones injured were not the soldiers, but the bandits. A long spear pierced through 2 bandits, scaring the other soldier out of his wits. Xiao Mu quickly pulled out the long spear, using the momentum to leap over the bandit and continue attacking another, even shattering his sword to pieces. Xiao Mu took them down one after another, leaving the soldiers in awe. He's just too fierce. Xiao Mu fought relentlessly, causing all the bandits to flee in terror, retreating. He sighed in disappointment and said, is that all you've got? With a blank expression, Xiao Mu directly pulled the arrow embedded in his arm out with his hand, then coldly turned and ordered a soldier, bring the Jinshuang medicine here, and stop the bleeding for me. Seeing this scene, Old Huang couldn't help but tremble in fear, kneeling and kowtowing to Xiao Mu. Captain, you took these 3 arrows for me. Old Huang, I truly have no way to repay you. Xiao Mu said, awkwardly. Don't. Afterward, everyone began to rest and tend to their wounds. Xiao Mu was being bandaged and treated by old Huang and the monk, and couldn't help but lament, "These bandits are just too pathetic." He sighed inwardly. "I was planning to throw my life away, but who knew the enemy would be so weak? I'll just have to try harder next time." While bandaging him, the monk curiously asked him, "Captain, your way of repaying old Huang, was it by saving his life?" Hearing this, old Huang became even more ashamed, continuously kowtowing to thank Xiao Mu, which made him extremely flustered. "What's wrong, monk? Do you also have a cultivation technique you want to give me?" The monk replied seriously, "I don't have my secret technique manual with me. After we return to the city, I will definitely present it to the captain. People who would take an arrow for their soldiers are too few in this world. This old life of old Huang's is yours to command." After hearing this, old Huang kowtowed even more frantically. Xiao Mu accepted immediately. "It's a small matter. We'll talk after I've wiped out these bandits." Arriving at the valley, Xiao Mu looked around and analyzed. The valley entrance is long and narrow, and the trees inside are tall. Either the bandit stronghold is right in the valley ahead, or there's an ambush up front, preparing to lure the enemy in deep. To advance further, I'm afraid, is to enter a death trap. So Xiao Mu turned and asked old Huang, "Old Huang, does this valley have a name?" He immediately replied, "No, why?" After hearing this, Xiao Mu took his saber and carved the 3 characters for Luo Mu Valley onto a tree trunk. Xiao Mu smiled and said, "If it doesn't have one, let's call it Luo Mu Valley. This name is really lucky. Where'd be a good place to die in a bit." Seeing this, old Huang and the others couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "Are you here to fight a battle or to go sightseeing?" Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves approached and someone called out. Xiao Mu abruptly turned to listen. "Why have you stopped advancing? Didn't I tell you to scout ahead?" Xiao Mu hurriedly explained, "We were just ambushed by bandits, and there's a valley ahead. I fear there's an ambush." Before he could finish, the drill instructor furiously berated him. "You are the vanguard, whether there's an ambush or not. Is that something for you to consider? If there really is one, we will naturally come to the rescue. I see you're just a coward, timid as a mouse." He threatened with killing intent. "Or perhaps you wish to defy orders?" He drew his sword from its sheath, thinking to himself, defying orders would be even better. I can kill him immediately and complete the city lord's command. However, Xiao Mu obediently followed the order, leaving the drill instructor speechless with astonishment. With that said, Xiao Mu ignored his unhealed wounds and strode forward majestically, leaving everyone pale with fright. As he walked, he thought, "Drill Instructor Chu, let me say thank you. From now on, you're my good brother. To be killed by an 8th-rank drill instructor for defying orders is too pathetic. I want to be a man who dies fighting bandits to the death." Xiao Mu couldn't suppress his anger, secretly plotting. "Wait until my points change, then I'll come back and send you, my dear brother, on your way." Then, he seemed to sense that something was wrong. In the distance, thousands of ambushing bandits rushed out, attacking towards Xiao Mu. Seeing this, old Huang said in terror, "There are hundreds, thousands of bandits hidden in the mountain caves. We don't have enough men." Xiao Mu shouted, "What are you standing there for? Run." Obeying his words, the soldiers also turned and fled. Seeing Xiao Mu bravely facing the bandits alone, old Huang said worriedly, "The captain is risking his life to cover our retreat." The monk also chimed in, "Let's go back too." Xiao Mu hurriedly stopped them, shouting, "All of you run. Do not turn back. This is an order." Hearing this, old Huang and the others were thrown into a daze, not knowing what to do, and could only stand there uneasily, watching Xiao Mu fight. From the mountaintop, the drill instructor on horseback gave a loud command, "No unauthorized retreat." His face darkened as he threatened, "Anyone who disobeys will be killed." Hearing this, Xiao Mu helplessly gritted his teeth and thought, "If I don't die, then my 100+ subordinates will have to be buried with me, right?" Seeing this, his subordinates also charged forward together to help Xiao Mu. Old Huang shouted, "Captain, if we're going to die, we'll die together." Xiao Mu struck old Huang hard in the stomach with the flat of his blade, stopping him. Xiao Mu kicked a bandit away, blocked him with his long spear, and yelled, "Get out of the way. You don't want your wife to become a widow, do you? You don't want your son to be bullied by others in the future, do you?" Old Huang immediately retorted, "But we can't just stand by and watch you die." Suddenly, several arrows shot towards them. Xiao Mu quickly ran to block them, shouting, "If you don't want to die, then stop talking nonsense." Then, ignoring old Huang's calls, he charged alone into the midst of the bandits to fight desperately. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became, shouting loudly, "What you cannot do, I will do. What you dare not say, I will say. You are not allowed to die." An arrow struck him in the chest, and Xiao Mu coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, more arrows flew towards him, and the bandits swarmed forward, launching a fierce assault. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the system suddenly lit up. A dangerous aura also emanated from Xiao Mu's eyes. He laughed and said, "Want to die? I'll die right in front of you bandits." As soon as he finished speaking, several bandits were knocked back. Immediately after, he snatched a long spear and stabbed it into a bandit's vital point. Xiao Mu, holding the long spear, pointed at them and shouted with a blank expression, "Don't be afraid." This couldn't help but make the bandits feel a chill. Xiao Mu beckoned at them with his finger, shouting excitedly, "Come at me, all of you." He thought with great anticipation. More. Xiao Mu immediately rushed towards them, punching and kicking. He was extremely certain in his heart. "I can feel a surge of power." His eyes flashed with fire, mixed with fresh blood. That surge of power seemed to want to burst out of his body. The bandits continued to sneak attack Xiao Mu from behind. Those bandits were naturally no match for him, and were sent flying one by one. Xiao Mu's eyes were bloodshot. He gave an excited smile while striking a pose. The drill instructor, sitting on his horse on the high cliff and looking down at Xiao Mu, thought to himself, "Inner force. This kid actually managed to cultivate inner force." A look of jealousy and contempt appeared on the drill instructor's face as he thought, "A 20-year-old brat who can cultivate a martial artist's inner force is either exceptionally talented or has a superior temperament. But with just this little bit of newly cultivated inner force, how many more breaths can it help him last?" A sharp, gleaming long spear. The drill instructor frowned, staring intently at Xiao Mu, observing his every combat move, which led the drill instructor's speculation astray. This isn't right. This is definitely some kind of explosive secret art. He raised a hand to cover his contemptuous smile, thinking to himself, "So he's using the heavenly demon disintegration grand technique. Ha ha ha. To dare use such a move that cuts off all retreat." The drill instructor watched Xiao Mu continuously engage wave after wave of enemies, thinking to himself, "He's a dead man for sure this time." Old Huang cried out in anguish, "Captain!" Seeing Old Huang and the others running towards him, Xiao Mu slammed the butt of his long spear into the ground. Xiao Mu created a shockwave, knocking the surrounding mountain bandits to the ground, and shouted a warning, "Don't come over here." Old Huang and the monk were pushed back by the billowing dust from a shockwave. Then, Xiao Mu used the tip of his spear to draw a line on the ground. His eyes icy, he swept his gaze over everyone and declared resolutely, "With Xiao Mu here today, no one is allowed to cross this line." A fearless mountain bandit shouted, "Don't be afraid. Everyone charge for me," spurred on by that man. The mountain bandits charged recklessly towards Xiao Mu. His mouth was full of blood, yet he broke into an excited smile. Spears and swords, two types of weapons, clashed in midair. Xiao Mu ignored the wounds on his back, throwing his life on the line as he charged into the crowd of mountain bandits. His eyes flashed with a brilliant red light as he slaughtered them madly. Old Huang and the monk looked towards Xiao Mu with extreme worry. An arrow pierced through his chest. Old Huang's trembling hands reached out, wanting to grasp the tattered, blood-soaked piece of clothing, tears streaming down his face. Watching the scene before him in agony, Xiao Mu stood atop a mountain of corpses, using his long spear propped against a dead body to keep himself upright. At his feet, Xiao Mu smiled as he felt the sunlight. The drill instructor stood on high, looking down at his body, and a cold smile immediately appeared on his face. Then, he pretended to be a good general, loudly commanding, "Vanguard Xiao's righteousness pierces the heavens. We absolutely cannot let him down. Kill for me, charge for me." A moment later, the drill instructor rode his horse over to Xiao Mu's side. He looked back over his shoulder and said calmly, "The encirclement is over. Return to the city." The drill instructor had no idea that at this very moment, his soul had already flown far away. Old Huang, grieving his death, looked up and questioned him about returning to Yancheng. But these mountain bandits only fled. They haven't been completely wiped out, and we haven't found their stronghold yet. The drill instructor glanced down at Old Huang and said coldly, "The mountain bandits are numerous. We cannot risk advancing. Obey the military order, return to the city." After hearing this, Old Huang spat contemptuously. "So now you know we can't take risks? Why didn't you come earlier and let the captain go to his death?" The monk patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying helplessly, "It has already come to this. Let's take the captain's body back. We have to give the captain's family an explanation. After all, the captain seems to have a blind older sister." The two siblings relied on each other to live. Old Huang and the group climbed onto the pile of corpses in anguish, crying out, "Captain, rest in peace." Above the rock where they were standing, a foot appeared. That person was, of course, Xiao Mu. Next was an information panel. Death rating grade. B skill points awarded for this death. 25 skill point balance. 19 skill growth deduction. 30 resurrections in 7 days. 4 out of 5 Xiao Mu couldn't help but be overjoyed. He recalled his memories and had a sudden realization. As expected of a B grade rating, my skill proficiency can increase so much in one go. He sighed in amazement, making a comparison. If a C grade is like achieving 100% time management efficiency for 10 years of a person's cultivation, then a B grade is 150% efficiency for 20 years. This is so satisfying. Xiao Mu happily spun the long spear in his hand, thinking to himself, I wonder what an A grade rating would be like. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Xiao Mu immediately thrust his long spear towards a tree trunk. It turned out not to be the tree trunk, but a black ant crawling on it. Xiao Mu happily watched the cleanly killed ant, thinking to himself, the superior benefits brought by a high-quality death are truly formidable. Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he calculated his next plan. I must go thank that good brother who helped me cash in my points. At that very moment, the drill instructor couldn't help but shiver. The weathers turned cold so quickly. A long time later, the troops were walking on a small path. Suddenly, a soldier saw words on a tree and asked curiously, why are there words carved on this tree? Immediately, Old Huang and the group carrying his body looked over. Old Huang, who had just calmed down, saw the words on the tree trunk and choked up as he read them aloud. Luo Mu Valley. These are the words the captain carved earlier. The monk helplessly punched the tree, sobbing. The captain suspected an ambush before entering the valley, but he couldn't defy military orders and had to advance. I'm afraid he was already prepared to die back then. Old Huang also began to look at the body wrapped in a white cloth, crying, the captain died for us. The drill instructor rode his horse towards them and asked, what are you carrying? The drill instructor dismounted and walked towards them. Old Huang cupped his hands and reported, Sir, it is Captain Xiao's body. He glanced at it and asked in return, Xiao Mu's body? Old Huang was burning with rage, but he couldn't show it in front of everyone, thinking to himself, this bastard, is he not even going to allow us to collect the captain's body? The drill instructor feigned understanding and said, Captain Xiao died fighting the mountain bandits. It is indeed not right to leave his body exposed in the wilderness. He hypocritically patted Old Huang's shoulder and instructed, you all carry it back to Yancheng. I will arrange for the burial then. Old Huang secretly gritted his teeth, thinking, wasn't it you who caused this? He walked past them, calculating to himself, this brat Xiao Mu killed so many mountain bandits, and the credit will ultimately all fall on my head. I should even thank him. The more of these reckless people in the army, the better. The drill instructor walked to his horse, thinking happily, now the mission the city lord gave me is complete. That vengeful young master, giving the body to him, can be considered killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Perhaps the city lord might even promote me to commandant. Suddenly, he remembered something and thought covetously, oh right, doesn't Xiao Mu have an older sister? He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, uttering filthy words. This drill instructor will definitely help you take good care of her. The moment the words left his mouth, his tongue was severed. Then, a figure from the cliff above threw a long spear at his back. The person's strength seemed extremely powerful, as the flying long spear pinned the drill instructor's entire body to a tree trunk. He still had a sliver of consciousness, and finally turned his eyes and arm towards his assassin. His blood-covered hand pointed towards that figure, a figure that was incredibly familiar to him. The drill instructor's eyes were now bloodshot with astonishment, staring fixedly in that direction. And that was his final sight. Drill instructor Chu dead. The terrified soldiers shouted, there's an assassin. It's an assassin. Old Huang asked doubtfully. Just now, the figure on the mountainside, did you see it? The monk also seemed extremely shocked, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the other soldiers were shouting in panic. Who is it? You despicable villain. Show yourself. To confirm, the 2 of them lifted the white cloth. The monk looked at Old Huang and said affirmatively, I saw it. It was a sneak attack by the mountain bandits. After hearing this, Old Huang quickly added, that's right, it was the mountain bandits. Immediately after, the two of them shouted, "The mountain bandits have returned. There's an expert. There's an expert." The soldiers abandoned the drill instructor's body pinned to the tree, shouting as they fled. "Let's get out of here." Xiaomu happily hid behind a rock, listening to the chaotic sounds of the soldiers. Xiaomu looked at his hand and thought with amazement, too strong. Drill instructor Chu is an 8th rank martial artist, yet he didn't even notice that one spear throw of mine. A single B grade rating promoted me to the 8th rank. He leaned against the rock behind him, thinking to himself, "Moreover, this time I tried my best to control the heavenly demon disintegration grand technique, only unleashing it at the moment I threw the spear. It only crippled one arm, and I won't die on the spot." This kind of self-weakening cultivation method that can win in a single move is truly made for me. Furthermore, Xiaomu paused for a moment, then happily calculated, "I killed drill instructor Chu, so these soldiers will definitely find out who the culprit is. That way, I could die one more time." He was completely focused on the +1 experience, but as he was laughing, he heard a soldier shout, "The mountain bandits are here." He immediately looked down at the scattering soldiers below, shouting incessantly, "They're running? Why are they all running? Then how am I supposed to die? I've already rehearsed the play in my head twice. I've even thought of the lines, and you guys are running?" Suddenly, Xiaomu pondered, "Wait a minute, listening to that voice, it sounds like old Huang is the one shouting." Thinking that his impending death was ruined by the person he trusted most, he nearly went insane. "You've got some nerve, old Huang. I kindly saved your life, took blades and spears for you, and you ruined my peaceful death with that one shout of yours. The one who killed drill instructor Chu isn't me, but the mountain bandits. How am I supposed to get a rating now?" But then he smiled again. Xiaomu looked towards the 3 mountain bandits hiding in the grass behind him and thought, "The mountain bandits are here, so it wasn't a lie. They came at just the right time." Xiaomu raised his still bloody right arm and shouted at them, "So you were just pretending to retreat, secretly lying in ambush here? I of the Qiao family am no scholar, and I will never bow my head to you mountain bandits." He couldn't help but feel excited anticipation in his heart. "I'm half crippled now, very easy to kill. Brothers, hurry up and come take my head." As he was frantically provoking them, the mountain bandits were utterly terrified, recalling the scene of him dying on the battlefield earlier. They shouted in fear as they ran, "We've seen a ghost. Aren't you already dead?" Another one said, "I was the one who shot that arrow earlier. How can this be? Now there isn't even a wound." Xiaomu immediately gave chase and explained, "No, don't be afraid. I'm already dead. I'm now my own older brother, Xiaolin." One of the 3 mountain bandits said contemptuously, "You're spouting nonsense. Who are you trying to fool? Do you even hear what you're saying?" Xiaomu knew he had misspoken and shouted out of embarrassment and anger. "So what? Well, I mean, Xiaomu is my younger brother. That's right, you killed my younger brother, and I want to avenge my younger brother." That mountain bandit then said, "You do look a bit older. I just saw you kill that soldier leader with a spear throw." The mountain bandit next to him hurriedly said, "You actually believe him? He's definitely a vengeful ghost. That soldier leader caused his death, and we're next." Xiaomu was indeed chasing too closely. The mountain bandit pleaded helplessly, "Stop chasing us. I'm begging you." A moment later, a mountain bandit saw someone in a hidden corner. The 3 mountain bandits looked over in astonishment and shouted, It's the boss." One mountain bandit, scared out his wits, shouted, "Boss, save us. Boss, there's a ghost." The mountain bandit next to him immediately rammed into his stomach. At the same time, Xiaomu leaped high like a shadow. As agile as an ape, Xiaomu rushed in that direction, shouting, "Bandit King." This unexpected discovery couldn't help but spark a thought in his mind. Being attacked by low-level mountain bandits can get a B grade rating. If I'm killed by the Bandit King, wouldn't that be a direct A grade? Xiaomu charged forward in an excited mood, shouting, "Songhe, give me back my younger brother's life." Someone stepped out from that direction. Xiaomu quickly screeched to a halt. He asked warily, "You're the Bandit King, Songhe?" Songhe, standing opposite, chuckled and then spoke. This warrior, his posture, with hands clasped in front, couldn't help but surprise Xiaomu. The bandit leader had appeared. He looked like a scholar, and with a smile, he said softly, "I am not the Bandit King, Songhe. My surname is Wang. My name is Songhe." Xiaomu watched the Bandit King warily. Songhe maintained his posture, chuckled lightly for a moment, then made no more sound. Immediately after, he braced one hand against a tree trunk and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xiaomu was also astonished by this scene. The bandit leader was actually a sickly, weak scholar? Was he faking it? The bandit from earlier quickly ran to Wang Songhe's side, tattling, "Boss, he said his name is Xiao Lin, the older brother of that Captain Xiao. He even killed that drill instructor." Wang Songhe shot him a glance, making Xiaomu take a frightened step stepped back. His mouth was still stained with blood, but he wore a smile and said in an admiring tone, "Captain Xiao was a true hero. I admire him." Song He, still holding a handkerchief to wipe away the blood, asked him, "Brother Xiao, killing drill instructor Chu shows both courage and cunning. Would you be willing to join my Dong Shan?" While Xiao Mu was on guard, Song He had stepped closer, speaking with sincerity. "In these chaotic times, join me in planning a great undertaking." Xiao Mu's face contorted as he asked, "You want to recruit me?" A peal of laughter was his reply. Xiao Mu quickly shot back, "You killed my younger brother. Aren't you afraid I'll seek revenge?" Wang Song He smiled brightly and said to him, "In this day and age, you kill me, I kill you. There is no right or wrong." Blinded by Song He's dazzling smile, he had to shield his eyes and spoke, "You're not wrong." At this moment, Wang Song He was like an angel. Suddenly, Xiao Mu's fighting spirit flared. He said, "But a true man born between heaven and earth must be able to hold his head high without shame. How can one hide in mountains and live by plunder?" His image now was like a demon, a stark contrast to the angel that was Song He. "You bandits can do as you please, but don't you dare try to brainwash me. I, Xiao Mu, am just a heartless raiding farming machine. So hurry up and kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, the bandits behind Song He began to stir. Sure enough, the bandits were enraged that their leader had been insulted. What is this guy saying? He's looking down on us. So what if he killed a drill instructor? He's refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The boss was kind enough to invite him, and this is his attitude. Seeing how agitated they were, Xiao Mu was secretly overjoyed, anticipating, "Yes, anger is good. If you're angry, then hurry up and kill me." The group of bandits was still sizing him up. At this moment, Song He raised a hand to block them. Song He smiled and asked him back, "Brother Xiao, can you guess where so many of us bandits came from?" Xiao Mu replied with suspicion, "A harsh government is more ferocious than a tiger. Yin Chung has suffered famine, so you must all be refugees who fled." Speaking of which, it reminded him of the past. To be honest, this body of mine was originally a beggar who starved to death on the roadside. Song He propped up his chin, repeating the phrase, "A harsh government is more ferocious than a tiger. A harsh government is more ferocious than a tiger." He turned and continued to speak. "Those words for Brother Xiao are truly marvelous. Making a living in chaotic times is indeed not easy. White bones pile up in the mountains, and a human heart is unpredictable. Though it is heartless, it makes every step a struggle, extinguishing all signs of life." Song He gripped the hilt of his sword and drew it. "I, the bandit king Song He, am willing to be a bandit to shatter these mountains." He drew his sword completely, pointed it at Xiao Mu, and asked once more, "Brother Xiao, I ask you again, are you willing to find a path of survival for the common people with me?" Xiao Mu was silent, and Xiao Mu's final answer was, "But I refuse." Xiao Mu's eyes met Song He's as he retorted, "What is called actions speak louder than words. Whether you're bandits or a righteous army will ultimately be judged by your character and actions, not by your slogans." Song He, not backing down, countered him, "If our reputation does not match reality, perhaps Brother Xiao would not mind coming to my stronghold to see for himself." Hearing this, he readily agreed. "That works." Of course, Xiao Mu's actions were not out of interest, but for another purpose. Although Wang Song, he says he's recruiting me, as long as I go to the stronghold, learn their hiding place, and then refuse, they will definitely not let me leave alive. A calculating glint flashed in his eyes. I'm going to get to die again. A short while later, in a village deep in the mountains, Song He led him to the village before them. Xiao Mu rubbed his eyes, wanting to see if he was mistaken. Rather than a bandit stronghold, this place was more like a small village in the mountains. He couldn't help but mutter in surprise as he saw Song He checking on an old man and a child. Why are there old people and children? Song He stood behind the grandfather and grandchild, recounting, "They're all pitiful people with no homes. We bring them back and settle them in whenever we come across them." He lowered his head slightly, his brows furrowed, and spoke in a hushed voice. "Yin Chung may look prosperous, but in reality, it's just a facade created by City Lord Guiyan. The displaced people in the city, men and women, old and young, were all driven out by him. But the suffering of the common people is not the fault of a single person. After the martial saint's defeat, the fortune of the great Yin Empire waned. The emperor only knows how to curry favor with the immortals, paying no mind to the life and death of the common folk. The officials below have become even more lawless." Xiao Mu seemed to grasp something and turned to ask him, "Regarding the immortals, I've heard of them before, but I've never met one. Can Mr. Wong elaborate? Song he turned his head slightly to look at him, asking in confusion. Judging by the movement technique you use, the longevity fist, you must be a descendant of the Chiao family, right? Yet you've never met an immortal? Qiao Mu seemed somewhat enraged, glaring as he yelled. You know the longevity fist? Are you a member of the Wu Ji Society? Song he let out a laugh and continued. The longevity fist has an extraordinary origin. However, only a member of the Wu Ji Society would be able to recognize your fist style. Song he turned to leave, not forgetting to look back and say to him, Brother Chiao, this is not the place to talk. Follow me. Inside the village's Taoist temple, Wang Song he pointed to the stone statue carved on the altar and introduced. This is an immortal. Qiao Mu asked in confusion. A stone statue? Song he added a bit embarrassedly. No, this is a Taoist who cultivates immortality. Nowadays, Taoist temples all worship immortals. Hearing him say this, Qiao Mu couldn't help but turn pale, thinking to himself, a high-level martial arts world with immortal cultivation suddenly feels real. Why do I feel like I've been wasting my life all this time? Martial artists and immortal cultivators. The gap is indeed too vast. Could a grand completion iron crotch skill even fight one? But Qiao Mu's mind was completely adrift, almost dozing off. Meanwhile, Song he was still talking at length about the immortals. In truth, immortals and humans share the same roots, but the immortals are high and mighty, not considering mortals to be their own kind. An image of one regarded as an immortal, happily watching mortals labor. Song he continued speaking. They nurture the human race, grow spirit plants, cultivate spirit fields, gather believers and followers, and plunder the life force of all living beings. In reality, they have never sheltered mortals, treating them like livestock. If there is any disobedience, they will be killed at any time. A starkly contrasting picture. Immortals on distant high mountains, mortals kneeling in worship only to exchange it for a moment of peace. The ridiculous thing is, mortals are enslaved without realizing it. From birth until death, they are nothing but resources in the hands of the immortals. The image of the immortal now was like a modern-day boss. Working overtime is a blessing. Young people shouldn't always be thinking about enjoying themselves. Qiao Mu was so angry his fists trembled. He thought, what kind of capitalist nonsense is this? The sense of immersion is too strong. The me from my past life who enjoyed such blessings is starting to get angry. At the same time, Qiao Mu thought to himself, high returns come with high risks. To get the highest rating, a battle with an immortal is unavoidable. What will happen if the system encounters an immortal? Might as well give it a try. Suddenly, he kicked off and leaped up. Qiao Mu's target was the immortal stone statue. Song he shouted in astonishment. Brother Qiao, what are you doing? He declared resolutely. We were born to be free. Who dares to reign from on high? Qiao Mu's fist was about to strike the statue. As he calculated internally, I'll smash your immortal statue. If you've got the guts, strike me dead with a bolt of lightning. Qiao Mu's fist drew closer and closer, aimed straight at the immortal stone statue. Horrified, Song he performed a magical art, shouting, Go! A flying sword quickly intercepted his fist. Song he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The few swords that had been knocked away by the force of his punch were now hovering in the air. But as a result, one of them plunged straight into the top of the immortal stone statue. Song he's efforts were all for naught, and he gave an extremely forced smile. Immediately after, the statue's head shattered, and stone fragments rained down. Song he spat out a mouthful of blood. Qiao Mu landed safely on the ground. He quickly shot Song he a murderous glare, thinking to himself, this bandit has a vicious heart, daring to stop me from seeking death. Suddenly, Qiao Mu realized something was wrong. He leaped to Song He's side and asked irritably, Didn't you say immortals are no good? Why did you stop me? Besides, what you just used was an immortal technique, right? Having just coughed up blood, Song He had to explain to him, Brother Qiao, don't misunderstand. I only cultivate magical arts, not immortality. My so-called study of magical arts is to counter the immortals. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood, adding, This immortal is indeed hateful. I wish there were no more immortals in the world. It's just that Brother Qiao's actions were a bit reckless. Smashing the statue might invite retaliation from the immortal or even divine punishment. Qiao Mu spat contemptuously and said, That's exactly the effect I want. It would be best if a bolt of heavenly lightning struck me dead right now. Song he was so angry he spat out another mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, What's wrong with this guy? He won't listen to reason. Now, Song He's eyes also began to bleed as he asked, Brother Qiao, are you really this unafraid of immortals? Qiao Mu was also startled by this sight and tried to placate him, All right, don't get agitated. You can't stop the bleeding. I understand what you mean. I'll be more careful next time. Then Xiao Mu leaned in close and pressed him. Back to the main topic. If even you want to cultivate immortal arts to fight against immortals, doesn't that prove that the path of martial arts is a dead end? He couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for himself, thinking, it's a real pity I can't even get my hands on a single immortal cultivation manual right now. Song-hee explained the two different cultivation paths. The martial path values the physical body. The immortal path values the spiritual soul. If one really had to compare them, the strongest martial saint today has strength comparable to an immortal. But even he has not reached the peak of the martial path. To be precise, the martial path has no peak. The reason immortals are so powerful is not just because of their magical arts, but also because of their long life. An immortal can do nothing and simply outlast a mortal until they die of exhaustion. But immortal cultivation places more emphasis on aptitude. Not everyone can cultivate. Moreover, the progress is slow, with each session of closed-door cultivation taking decades, or even hundreds of years. Song-hee's brows furrowed even tighter, his words not yet finished. The speed of martial cultivation is much faster than the immortal path. If there could be more martial arts experts in this world, if those peak martial artists could break the limits of their lifespan, why couldn't we overthrow the rule of the immortals? He saw Song-hee coughing up more and more blood, which made him a little worried. Don't get agitated. Don't get agitated. Although he was comforting Song-hee, countless thoughts were racing through his mind. In that case, the longevity fist is the way out for martial cultivators. No wonder it's Sister Shue's family heirloom. And now I have the support of the resurrection system. I can use the fastest speed to train to the peak of the martial path and combine it with the longevity power of the longevity fist and my immortal body. What's the difference from an immortal then? Xiao Mu's expression became extremely comical as he said to Song-hee, becoming an immortal doesn't take tens of thousands of years. You just have to risk your life. Song-hee's mind was now filled with question marks. Why is this person a bit crazy? Did I misjudge him? Xiao Mu leaned in close again and asked, but then again, Mr. Wang, do you think I have the aptitude for immortal cultivation? He thought greedily, this path of immortal cultivation, only children make choices. I want it all. Song-hee pushed him away and replied, you have no spiritual root. You cannot cultivate. Suddenly, Xiao Mu ran to the door, looking left and right, leaving Song-hee confused. Then, he leaned into Song-hee's ear and whispered, then may I ask, Mr. Wang, my Iron Yang skill is maxed out. Does that count as an Iron spiritual root? Next, Xiao Mu took something out, and a blinding light stunned the onlookers. Song-hee's face turned beet red. He covered his eyes with his hand and stammered, Iron spiritual root. Forgive my ignorance, I cannot help you. Quickly put away your divine ability. Song-hee's face was still red. He turned and pointed outside, saying, Brother Xiao, if there's nothing else, please see yourself out. Xiao Mu asked blankly, go where? Didn't you want to recruit me earlier? Song-hee, still not turning around, said to him, I know Brother Xiao has the world in his heart and courage beyond ordinary men. This small temple of mine cannot accommodate a great Buddha like you. Xiao Mu replied, a bit embarrassed. Is that so? What he didn't see was Song-hee's sharp, cold gaze, along with his thoughts. No, this Xiao Lin is too reckless. Keeping him might ruin my grand plans. Behind him, Xiao Mu quickly offered a few suggestions to Song-hee. But if you let me go, aren't you afraid I'll reveal the location of this mountain stronghold? Aren't you considering killing me to silence me? Song-hee had lost his patience. He forced a laugh, turned around, and said to him, Brother Xiao doesn't seem like the type to do such a thing. Besides, we've already alerted the authorities, and we're planning to move elsewhere anyway. Xiao Mu was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, all right then, I won't delay your grand plans any longer. We'll meet again if fate allows. Then he left dejectedly, thinking to himself, forget it, this trip was a waste. I failed to die. I'll head back to Yincheng first. If I hurry, I might even make it back in time for my own funeral feast. At this moment, in Yincheng, at Xiao Mu's house, hearing a knock, Sanchua opened the door a crack and asked, who are you? Standing before her was young Master Hua. He said with false sincerity, Miss, our young master is the son of the city lord. Xiao Mu died heroically while eliminating the mountain bandits. The young master is here on behalf of the city lord to visit the family. Behind him were a Fu and 4 servants carrying a coffin. Young master was stared at Sanchu, thinking, she's quite beautiful. A pity she's a woman, and a blind one at that. She still didn't understand and pressed. So what happened to Xiao Mu? Why isn't he back yet? A vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he said, Xiao Mu. Young Master Gua gave a sinister smile and told her bluntly, he's gone. Sanchua leaned faintly against the door and asked again, what do you mean, gone? He quickly snapped his fan shut, used the handle to point at the coffin, and roared, it means he's dead. Sanchua staggered back in shock, but immediately said firmly, I don't believe it. She said with absolute certainty, Xiao Mu, he wouldn't die so easily. She tried to close the door, but he quickly blocked it. This young master, Gua maintained that wicked smile and said to her in a tone like a dog barking on the street, my apologies. I brought Xiao Mu's body here, but forgot to tell you. Then, he grabbed her arm and dragged her outside. He dragged Sanchua to the coffin and kicked the lid off. You're Xiao Mu's family. I'll have to trouble you to confirm it. She cried out in alarm. What are you doing? He pushed her head into the coffin, where Xiao Mu's corpse lay. Young Master Gua kept that detestable look on his face and said, I forgot you can't see, so let me describe Brother Qiao's appearance for you. He began to speak in horrifying detail. All of Xiao Mu's limbs were broken. His body has at least 50 sword and arrow wounds, and his face is a bloody mess. Too gruesome to look at. Sanchua didn't want to hear any more and slapped his hand off her arm. She said in horror, impossible, before Sanchua could finish. He mimicked her cry in a high-pitched voice. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is fake. The body is fake. The coffin is fake. I'm fake. Everything is fake. He gave a vicious, contemptuous smile and said, if I say it like that, does that make you feel better? Sanchua was on high alert against him. The monk gritted his teeth and roared. This is too insulting. The monk was furious, shouting, I'm going to kill this shameless bastard. Old Huang could only helplessly hold the monk back, advising, Monk, don't be rash. This is young Master Gua. We can't afford to offend him. In the end, he could only say a few words. Old Huang tried his best to persuade. After he leaves, we'll help the young lady bury the captain, then give her some silver. It's best not to let her suffer anymore. Young Master Gua was now leaning close to her, saying with disgust, is that all the reaction you have? You don't even know how to cry. Let's try another trick. He ordered his servant to bring a bowl of chicken soup and said, if that's the case, I'll try another way. To let you feel a bit. He took the bowl of soup and said viciously, everyone in Yin Chung says this Xiao Mu was brave and righteous. Come and taste it. See what this soup of bravery and righteousness tastes like. Sanchua's face began to turn pale, shouting you. Young Master Gua still wouldn't stop, telling his subordinate, men, force-feed the young lady the soup. At this moment, someone behind her blocked her path, and the bowl of soup was approaching. Sanchua's cane fell to the ground. The two men behind her grabbed her hands tightly. Before her, a disaster in the form of a bowl of soup was drawing near. That subordinate quickly stepped forward, pinched her mouth open, and roared, drink it. Suddenly, someone snatched the bowl. Old Huang drank the soup in one gulp, turned around, and commented, young master, this soup is truly delicious. Seeing this, young Master Gua became furious, kicked Old Huang, and roared, who the hell are you, you dog? How dare you snatch my food? The bowl was also knocked over, spilling its contents. The monk then stepped forward and explained, we are soldiers under Captain Xiao. Old Huang isn't right in the head. He just likes to eat. Young Master, please don't hold it against him. Young Master was still snorted unhappily. Old Huang was still acting, running to the spilled soup on the ground and gobbling it up. The monk could only shout helplessly, will you stop it? Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Smells good. The furious young Master Gua roared. Who's there? Don't you see this? Xiao Mu, wearing a straw hat, spoke. That soup smells really good. Can you spare a bowl for me? The moment Old Huang saw him, he was so overjoyed he started to sob, shouting, Captain. Sanchua also called out doubtfully, Xiao Mu. A Fu was even more shocked, shouting, Xiao Mu. The most terrified person now was young Master Gua. He was so scared his face turned purple, his whole body trembling. Impossible. He immediately turned his head to look at the coffin. He was certain the body inside was Xiao Mu. His mind was now filled with horrifying thoughts. He couldn't comprehend seeing two identical people, thinking, what on earth happened? Xiao Mu approached young Master Gua, who stared with wide, terrified eyes. Then, Xiao Mu threw his hat at him and slashed it with his blade as a warning. Old Huang and the monk were stunned. The servants holding Sanchua also looked on in horror. Xiao Mu moved his long spear, getting close enough to stab young Master Gua to death. Suddenly, his spear-wielding arm trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His ice-cold eyes were tinged with red, scaring young Master Gua so much that his face lost all color. Hiding behind a wall, old Huang said, "It seems he's really not the captain. He's a bit fiercer than the captain and more muscular." A Fu quickly stepped forward to rescue young Master Gua, asking suspiciously, "Xiao Mu is dead. Who are you?" He was also calculating inwardly, sizing him up from head to toe. This person's chi and blood are depleted, merely in 8th rank. So why was that last strike so powerful? Moreover, his face is identical to Xiao Mu's. He quickly introduced himself. "My name is Xiao Lin." He looked at them with sharp eyes and added, "Xiao Mu was my biological younger brother." A Fu was completely stunned. He slammed his long spear on the ground and said with killing intent, "For disrespecting my younger brother's remains, I, Xiao Lin, will drag you down with me, even if I have to risk my life." A Fu sneered contemptuously, "You're bluffing." Before he could finish, young Master Gua had already fled, not forgetting to shout, "Uncle Fu, let's scram. We'll come back next time." But both Xiao Mu and a Fu were speechless at this sight. He was running like a madman. Hearing this, he could only turn and leave. His arm was bleeding, and his eyes remained wary of them as he thought, "I'm afraid as soon as young Master Gua gets back to the City Lord's mansion, reinforcements will arrive. I must seize the initiative and die again." Before a Fu had completely left, he shouted, "Tomorrow, I, Xiao Lin, will take my younger brother Xiao Mu's body for burial, to be buried at Tushan outside the city." A Fu glanced back at him slightly, pondering. This kid's words have a hidden meaning. He's leaving the city tomorrow. Is he saying that if we want to make a move, we should find him tomorrow? After all was said and done, Xiao Mu shouldered his long spear and said wearily, "I was just getting hungry. I didn't expect to actually make it back in time for my own feast, my younger brother's feast." The gazes of old Huang and the monk were full of hidden meaning. A large pot of soup was placed before him. Seeing him drinking a bowl of it, the two of them screamed in fear, "You can't drink that soup. That's your younger brother's." Xiao Mu turned his head, still chewing on a piece of liver, which made old Huang gag. He quickly explained to the two, "This is pork liver and pork heart, not what you're thinking." You actually believe the words of that debauched young master. Immediately after, he pretended to cry tragically. "Besides, I heard my younger brother died a horrible death. His internal organs were all smashed to bits. How could they still be made into soup?" Seeing the two of them crying in sorrow, he thought to himself, "Looks like my cover isn't blown yet." Xiao Mu was completely unaware of San Xue approaching him. She did nothing, only sniffing the scent on his body. Her sudden appearance startled him, making him cry out. At the Guo mansion, that young Master Guo was screaming in fear, "Xiao Mu! Xiao Mu's ghost has returned." Gui Yin heard his son's shouts, turned back, and asked, "Weren't you grounded? Where did you run off to?" Seeing a Fu beside his son, Gui Yin also asked a Fu, "You went with him too?" He quickly clasped his hands and said respectfully, "City Lord, please calm your anger. The young master only went to visit Xiao Mu's family. But we met someone who looks exactly like Xiao Mu, claiming to be Xiao Lin, his older brother." Young Master Gua fearfully recalled Xiao Mu's gaze at that moment. "But that person," a Fu calmly recounted, "from my observation, Xiao Lin is an inch taller than Xiao Mu, with an identical appearance. But you can tell they are of different ages." Gui Yin turned back and asked, "What is Xiao Lin's strength?" A Fu quickly replied, "Roughly just entered the 8th rank, with depleted chi and blood, perhaps even dropping below peak 9th rank. Nothing to worry about." Suddenly, Gui Yin stomped his foot, calculating. Xiao Mu just died, and Xiao Lin has already arrived. This person is not simple. The Emperor is coming soon, and these are chaotic times. I, the City Lord, don't have the energy to deal with such trivial matters. A vicious glint flashed in Gui Yan's eyes. He signaled to a Fu and said, "A Fu, you go yourself. If you don't cut the grass by the roots, they will grow again when the spring winds blow." A Fu quickly accepted the order, replying, "Yes." Xiao Mu, still drowsy, yawned widely as Sanchio walked softly behind him. Xiao Mu sensed something and glanced over, only to see Sanchua fumbling forward with her hands. He was startled, but didn't dare to move, standing still as she sniffed him, horrified in his heart. Pervert. A second later, Xiao Mu leaned back slightly to avoid her, pushing her hand away with his own as he refused. "Young lady, this Xiao is 23 this year, with 13 concubines at home. Each fist style has 18 types of weapons, with 36 unpredictable variations. I ask that you conduct yourself with dignity." San Xue placed a hand on her chin and hummed, as if pondering something. Just then, old Huang saw him from a distance and called out, "Brother Xiao." Xiaolin. A small cloth pouch was handed over, accompanied by a sentence. "My younger brother only died a day ago. Is the government office this efficient?" Xiao Mu asked again, somewhat disbelievingly. "Is this really the stipend from the government office?" Hearing the question, old Huang and the monk were a bit surprised, scratching their heads and laughing awkwardly. Old Huang replied, This is a matter of course." Xiao Mu sighed, his expression helpless. He saw through them with a single glance, thinking to himself, looking at them, this is most likely money they pooled themselves. He took the money pouch and pushed it back into old Huang's hand, refusing. "I don't need the stipend. I wouldn't touch the government office's dirty money." Old Huang was stunned, only managing to utter this. Seeing this, the monk took out a secret manual and asked, "You don't need the stipend. So do you need a secret manual?" He added enthusiastically, "Captain Xiao once told me that he protected me well during the battle to exterminate the mountain bandits. If I could return to Yin Cheng, I would give him this secret manual as a gift of gratitude." Xiao Mu accepted the iron cloth shirt manual, his whole body trembling as he tried to suppress his excitement. He chuckled gleefully in his heart, thinking, another hard body technique, I must cultivate it. Seeing his reaction, the monk was puzzled and turned to ask old Huang, is he satisfied or not? Old Huang didn't answer, but placed a hand on his chin and thought. After giving the gifts, the two of them also left. As Xiao Mu tucked the secret manual into his robes, he said, "Young lady San Shue, I often heard my younger brother mention you. Tomorrow, I will have a battle with the city lord's mansion. I hope you can leave Yin Cheng early to avoid getting involved." San Shue didn't reply. She gently brought her nose close to his neck and sniffed. She began to sniff him from top to bottom, sniffing earnestly. Xiao Mu had an unwilling expression on his face, then used his hand to block San Shue, warning her sternly, "Young maiden, you are playing with fire." Xiao Mu struck a cool pose. Try to look handsome, as he said. "I, Xiao Lin, have painstakingly practiced the Iron Yang skill for many years. I am at an age as fierce as a wolf or a tiger. Your body won't be able to handle it." San Shue said softly, "Stop acting." She came closer, pointed directly at him, and stated decisively, "You are deliberately spouting nonsense to interfere with my judgment. Though my eyes cannot see, I have already seen through you. Your scent, your voice, the intonation of each sentence, the frequency of your steps, they all belong to Xiao Mu." His cover blown, Xiao Mu stopped pretending, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly. They say the blind cannot see, but to survive alone in this chaotic world, one truly needs some skill. "Sister Shui, are you sure your surname isn't Ning?" She sighed and said, "It seems I guessed correctly." A moment later, the two of them were chatting together. San Shue asked, "So how did you deceive them? Disguise and face changing?" Xiao Mu sat beside her and recounted, "Something like that. Actually, during the battle to exterminate the mountain bandits, I was severely injured and fell into the enemy's formation. My comrades thought I was dead. Afterward, I was lucky enough to meet Elder Wang, that is, Song He. It was he who saved me and helped me deceive them." After listening, San Shue placed a hand on her chin in contemplation, murmuring, "The immortal path aberrance, so that's how it is, so that's how it is." He propped up his chin, turned his head to look at her, and said, "I remember you used to say every other day that when you were young, an aberrant told you that you were born with a spiritual sense, a dragon and phoenix among mortals, and wanted to take you as a disciple. It's just that the Qiao family is a great martial arts clan and didn't want to associate with aberrants. Now you're acknowledging the immortal path too." As San Shue gripped her cane to stand up, she replied, "My eyes are blind. I cannot walk the path of martial arts, but perhaps." She paused here, stood up completely straight, letting the wind blow through her long hair. San Shue continued her unfinished sentence. "I can walk the immortal path." Seeing San Shue radiate a glimmer of light, Xiao Mu shrugged, spread his hands, and said with a helpless laugh, "As expected, that story is about to start again. After one night of clan extermination, the heavenly eye will open, and you'll beat the martial saints to a pulp, right?" At this moment, San Shue walked up to him again and called Xiao Mu. Just as he looked up, he saw her standing imposingly before him, saying, "Stop." This filled his head with question marks. San Shue continued, "Outside this city are all Guo Yan's men. He himself is a 6th-rank martial artist, and there are several thousand government soldiers in the barracks. You've just entered the 8th rank, and your vital energy is greatly damaged from using the heavenly demon disintegration. You're no match at all. She used a righteous and heroic tone to declare loudly. Therefore, you stop. Let me do it. Xiao Mu couldn't accept this upon hearing it, so angry that he pointed at San Shue and cursed inwardly. You even want to compete with me for who gets to die? San Shue clenched her hands into fists, tightening them until they trembled as she spoke her heart's feelings. Actually, I only realized today that I have the will for revenge, but not the strength for it. I used a secret manual to exchange for your help, yet I can't bear to see you die because of it. With this kind of half-hearted thinking, there is absolutely no chance of succeeding in revenge. Therefore, the matter of revenge should indeed not be left in the hands of others. These words left Xiao Mu stunned, able only to stare at her with his mouth agape, not knowing how to comment. Next, San Shue took a book from her robes, continuing to speak. Tomorrow I will leave Yin Cheng to seek the immortal path. You don't need to fight Gua Yin anymore. You took a risk for me and almost lost your life. I have nothing to repay you with. The 3-pattern ripple force manual floated in the air, along with San Shue's words. This 3-pattern ripple force manual is for you. It can release multiple layers of inner force, causing the inner force to stack continuously, growing higher and higher, thereby unleashing power beyond its limits. The moment Xiao Mu saw this book, his expression immediately turned serious, his eyes widening in shock as he shouted, Three-pattern. Could be. San Shue replied in a powerful voice. This is our Qiao family's ancestral technique. Stop, Xiao Mu. This is the last secret manual I have. After hearing this, Xiao Mu's eyes welled up with tears, his face showing extreme anguish, shouting, Sister Shue. With a whoosh, the book in her hand landed securely in Xiao Mu's arms. He hugged the book, sobbing in anguish. Xiao Mu's reaction was beyond San Shue's imagination. She was a bit stunned and asked, It's not that big of a deal, is it? At this moment, Xiao Mu pressed his lips together, reining in his emotions. He turned his head and asked San Shue, All right, Sister Shue, have you forgotten what you promised me? Xiao Mu stood before her, squinting his eyes, and with a fawning smile, tactfully brought up the encyclopedia. You still haven't finished reading this passage to me. San Shue didn't expect him to remember, only managing to utter. A gust of wind blew past. Xiao Mu extended a fist towards San Shue and said, You have a path that you want to pursue, and I have my own path. His eyes were filled with determination. Maintaining his posture, he resolutely vowed, This path is grand. I swear I will not give up until I achieve my goal. After hearing this, San Shue was silent for a moment. Her hand secretly tightened around her cane as she voiced her agreement. All right, I will wait for you for 7 days at the ruined temple outside the city. 7 days later, if you don't come. She suddenly stopped here, then gently tucked her hair behind her ear, correcting what she just said. No, when you come, we will set off together. A moment later, Xiao Mu was seen walking alone happily, humming a tune. He carried a wooden box at his side, muttering to himself, I'm going to my own funeral. I'm in a very good mood. The next second, his expression changed instantly, and he denied it to himself. Ah, no. Then, Xiao Mu sat down, and as he dug into the earth, he began to wail. Little brother, you're gone, leaving me all alone in this world. What am I to do? He cried with great conviction, unaware that a figure was secretly observing him from above. Old Afu's face was grim and filled with killing intent as he silently put on his gloves. Then, like a flash of lightning, he shot down from the cliff behind Xiao Mu, a palm strike gathering in his hand. Unexpectedly, at this very moment, something flew out, a cloud of white powder flying straight into his face. It turned out this white powder came from the wooden box in Xiao Mu's hands. Afu's sneak attack failed. He clutched his face and dodged, shouting, My eyes. He had been given a taste of his own medicine. His eyes, covered in powder, became bloodshot as he roared in anger. This is ash mixed with lime powder. This is your younger brother's urn of ashes. Xiao Mu held a weapon in one hand and casually scattered the remaining powder with the other, replying, This is called brothers united in heart, fighting side by side. He suddenly used his long spear, thrusting it straight at the man's abdomen, saying menacingly, Old villain, prepare to die. Xiao Mu smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, It seems the system has acknowledged my persona of bravely resisting a powerful enemy without fear. In that case, I'll push it a little further. Afu squeezed his eyes shut, frowning disdainfully as he said, Merely an 8th rank. He grabbed the long spear and spun it forcefully, saying, Even if I were blind, I could still eliminate you. The other end of the spear tip struck Xiao Mu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. A Fu seized the opportunity to kick him off the cliff. Xiao Mu fell backward, free falling, blood spraying from his mouth. But he was very calm, even giving a thumbs up and saying, "Thanks, brother." After the battle, the air grew still. A Fu stood silently on high. He cracked open one eye to look down, still speaking with contempt. Two mediocre brothers dare to offend the city lord of Yansheng. Isn't it all too easy to cut the weeds and pull out the roots? With that said, he turned to leave, saying, "I should go back and report." Unexpectedly, behind a Fu, a person had appeared, having stood there for who knows how long. The moment he recognized the person's face, his eyes immediately filled with astonishment. The person who had arrived was none other than Xiaomu. He slicked back his hair dashingly and questioned, "Old villain, do you look down on my Qiao family, thinking we have no one left?" As he finished speaking, his entire body emanated a demonic, crimson aura. Seeing this, a Fu also quickly circulated his power, saying, "I didn't expect a twin brother to come running here. It's a good thing I acted quickly, otherwise I would have had to deal with both of them." Xiao Mu's expression darkened, his eyes bleeding and flashing with a red light. He took powerful strides forward, laughing loudly as he shouted, "Heavenly demon disintegration." Then he pushed off the ground and leaped up, launching a vicious kick at a Fu. A Fu nimbly leaned back to dodge, shouting, "Heavenly demon disintegration" again. Xiaomu shifted his stance to attack again, but a Fu was a step faster. He took a defensive stance and rushed towards Xiaomu, saying scornfully, "Do all of you from the Qiao family want to die that badly? You are at most an early stage 8th rank. I can just read you down to death." With that, fresh blood sprayed out in mouthfuls as Xiao Mu once again fell off the cliff. Even as he was beaten until he coughed up blood, he didn't forget to make a heart sign. A Fu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's all there is to it." Who would have thought that at this moment, Xiao Mu would appear behind him again, saying amicably, "Hello." Hearing the familiar voice, a Fu's expression instantly tensed, his eyes widening. Sure enough, when he turned his head, he saw Xiao Mu raising his hand, scaring a Fu so much his eyeballs nearly popped out. Xiao Mu beamed a radiant smile, as if to say that spring had arrived and a brand new Xiao Mu was born again. He placed both hands on his hips and said cheerfully, "We meet again." A Fu was deeply shaken. He maintained a calm exterior, but a series of questions flashed through his mind. Twin brothers? A mutant? Or a ghost? Or an immortal cultivator? Why is there another one? Or have I been under an illusionary art all this time? I've fallen for an illusion. In his pupils, the image of a demonically possessed Qiao Mu charging at him appeared. A Fu questioned himself, "Is my mind still clear?" Instantly, a sharp pain shot from his side where a wound appeared. A Fu roared in anger, playing tricks and acting mysterious. Then he quickly launched a counterattack. He looked at Xiao Mu in the air and said, "You think you can mess with my mind just by pretending to be the same person?" Xiao Mu suddenly swung his long spear down, unleashing the heavenly demon disintegration technique. The two were face to face, extremely close. A Fu blocked the blow with his hand, shouting, "Why does your Qiao family use heavenly demon disintegration right from the start? Aren't you afraid of death? Are none of you human?" As he spoke, he forcefully swung his arm, and Xiao Mu was also thrown back. His eyes widened in slight surprise, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. A Fu rushed forward and delivered another palm strike, causing Xiao Mu to fall off the cliff once more. Before he went, he said one thing, "See you again." A Fu panted wearily, telling himself, "It must be tricks, it's fake, everything is fake." Just then, a surge of energy appeared behind him again, accompanied by a familiar voice shouting, "Heavenly demon disintegration." A Fu gritted his teeth, glanced back, then turned and roared furiously, "Don't even think about messing with my mind." The two charged at each other, simultaneously yelling, "Die." A Fu poured all his strength into this attack. Xiao Mu, however, was very relaxed, thinking as he fought, "A Fu, you truly are a master. Getting killed by you these few times, I got a C rank evaluation twice, and the reward were plentiful. It's a pity the last time I dropped to D rank, my intention to grind for points was too obvious." A Fu broke Xiao Mu's weapon and successfully landed a palm strike on him, causing Xiao Mu's fresh blood to spurt out again. But he still wore the same smile, thinking to himself, "If you're no longer useful to me, yet you insist on hunting me to the bitter end." Xiao Mu gripped the sharp blade in his hand and circled behind him, stabbing a Fu in the side, which enraged him further. He laughed and said, "Then I won't keep you around any longer." Veins bulged on a Fu's forehead in anger, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the two exchanged a palm strike. The collision of their powers sent them both flying back, covered in blood. A Fu panted and said, "Regardless of whether you are one person or not, human or ghost, I will make sure you have absolutely no chance of coming back to life." Xiao Mu pushed off the ground, leaped up, and wrapped his arms around a Fu's neck, saying, "Let me tell you a ghost story." He declared in a Fu's ear, "I've already revived." At the same time, a line of text appeared on the system panel. 7-day revival count refreshed. Remaining revivals in 7 days. 5 out of 5. Xiao Mu held onto a Fu and plunged off the cliff, ignoring his screams. "Let go of me." This madman. Xiao Mu's blood splattered all over a Fu's face. Yet he still gritted his teeth and screamed, "Let go of me." A Fu angrily grabbed Xiao Mu's wrist, pulling and shouting, "Let go of me." But it was useless. He used all his strength to repeatedly strike Xiao Mu's arm, cursing, "Bastard." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xiao Mu wrapped his legs around a Fu's waist. His arm had been broken by a Fu, but Xiao Mu still clung tightly to him, saying, "If I lose my arms, I still have my legs. How could I let you escape?" A Fu tried to calm down at this point, thinking, "I've figured it out." There are still Xiao Mu's corpses at the bottom of the cliff. As the two were about to hit the ground, a Fu counted silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He saw Xiao Mu's dead face and thought with some surprise, "What? Not as many as I imagined." Then a loud explosion echoed, and dust filled the air. A dazed dog said, "Are pies falling from the sky? This is a gift from the heavens." As the dust settled a bit, the corpses of Xiao Mu and a Fu were revealed, having died in each other's arms. However, immediately after, a brand new and uninjured Xiao Mu was regenerated. He smoothed his hair, struck a handsome pose, and said, "Mission complete." A system panel appeared, on which was written, "Death Evaluation D rank. Reward for this death, 2 points. Skill point balance, 141 points. Deducting 2 points to upgrade skills. Remaining revivals in 7 days, 4 out of 5. Skills, Longevity Fist, Military Spear Arts, Heavenly Demon Disintegration, Grand Method, Iron Body Skill. Other rewards, Chi and Blood Growth. After reading, Xiao Mu exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why is it only D dash? And almost no skill growth?" The next second, he seriously closed his eyes, circulated his chi to check his rank, and thought, "I'm currently only at the mid-stage of the 8th rank. The Chi-Si vortex hasn't appeared yet." As expected, the higher the rank, the harder it is to break through. At this moment, the system dinged, and the screen displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for activating an additional reward, resurrection point setting." By default, the host can choose to resurrect in an unpopulated nearby area after death, or preset a resurrection location for the next death. Xiao Mu was overjoyed upon hearing this, hugging the system and rubbing it against his face with an affectionate expression, saying, "I can even set a resurrection point. With this function, I can resurrect in places the enemy would never expect, making my operations more flexible." Then, a cunning smile appeared on his face as he thought, "Such a good function. Of course I have to try it out right away. I'll go straight to the city lord's mansion and cause a scene." Xiao Mu put his hands behind his head, muttering as he walked, "I'll go into the city and change my clothes first. And of course, I'll have the city lord foot the bill." In the kitchen of the Guo mansion, a chef was tasting food when a shadow with a strange smile and eyes appeared on the ground. A light breeze blew past, and Xiao Mu, with lightning speed, used a slingshot to shoot a pellet into each person's neck. The next second, they all fell one by one. He also landed handsomely on the ground. Xiao Mu turned his head to look and said, "I've revived so many times without ever celebrating. Today I'll have a feast, thanks to all you master chefs." He then contentedly ate some noodles. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a noise outside the door. With noodles still in his mouth, Xiao Mu immediately peeked through the door crack to check the situation. A man's voice sounded from outside. "TSK, TSK, a dog's nose is really sharp, always knows to run to the kitchen at mealtime." Through the crack, he could only see a smiling young master while leading a large black dog that was barking woof woof towards the kitchen. Xiao Mu thought to himself, "If I act now, I'll be discovered immediately. There might be a servant in the blind spot of the door crack that I can't see." He wiped the food from the corner of his mouth, smiled with interest, and thought, "So what if I'm discovered? Can I even die?" A foot suddenly kicked the door hard. and young Master Gua shouted loudly, "Is everyone inside deaf? Hurry up and open the door." The dog, just like its master, barked loudly. Young Master would turn to look at his pet and said, this beast only knows how to eat." But he didn't notice a hand reaching out from the door crack. Seeing this, the black dog barked frantically to warn him. In an instant, both young Master Gua and the black dog disappeared. The servant heard the door close and glanced back, but paid it no mind. Young Master Gua was thrown to the ground. Xiao Mu's face was dark, and his eyes had turned bloodshot, looking extremely terrifying. Just a glance was enough to feel a wave of killing intent, making both young Master Gua and the black dog tremble in fear. Young Master Gua tried to suppress his fear, pointed, and ordered, "Big Black, bite him for me." But when he turned his head, he saw the black dog had fainted from fear and was being petted by Xiao Mu, who was even praising it for being a good dog. Xiao Mu's blade was silently pressed against young Master Gua's neck, scaring him into silence. Xiao Mu approached without expression and growled in a low voice, "Be quiet. You just need to answer my questions. How many ranked martial artists are in this city lord's mansion?" Young Master Gua glanced at the blade, too scared to move, and answered honestly, "My father is a 6th rank. Besides him, there are 2 7th ranks, one of whom is Uncle Fu, who just left the city to kill someone. The other is named Zhouwen. There seem to be 5 or 6 8th ranks. As for 9th ranks, I don't know." At this point, the tip of the blade moved forward a fraction of an inch, piercing young Master Gua's skin and drawing blood. Xiao Mu continued to ask, "Do you know about the Wu Ji Society? Or about the Great Yin Emperor's secret trip?" Young Master Gua gently pushed the blade away with his hand, his face contorted with a mixture of emotions, and asked, "How do you know about this too?" Xiao Mu's eyes widened as he said coldly, "Cut the crap, get to the point." Young Master Gua, drenched in sweat, held his hands in front of him and said repeatedly, I'll talk. In the kitchen, everyone was lying on the ground. The black dog was happily chewing on a piece of fresh lean meat. With no way out, young Master Gua could only answer as told. "My father said the emperor might come to the Yinqing area within a month, so he told me not to cause trouble recently." Xiao Mu pressed further. "Specific time? And the itinerary?" Young Master Gua didn't answer, but brought his fingernails to his mouth, chewing on them as he thought. "If I answer him now, he will definitely kill me on the spot. I have to find a way to lure him out of the kitchen, preferably to where my father is." Thinking this, he tremblingly pushed the blade away with his finger and said with a laugh, "Such important information. How could I know the details? But I can take you to my father's study to look for it. The original secret letter is there." Xiao Mu showed no reaction on the outside, but he had already seen through his intentions, sneering inwardly. "Is he trying to lure me to Guayin? I was worried the old man wouldn't make a move, but I won't let you off so easily either." The next second, Xiao Mu pretended he was about to stab him to death, saying, "Trying to set me up? I might as well kill you now and find the secret letter myself." Young Master Gua immediately panicked, shutting his eyes tightly and begging, "Great hero Xiao, not only can I help you find the secret letter, but I also know where my father hides a peerless martial arts manual. I'll take you there then. I beg you not to kill me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu's blade immediately stopped. Young Master Gua peeked with one eye, and Xiao Mu's face was right up close, a red light flashing in his eyes as he asked, "What manual?" Young Master Gua blurted out in a panic, "That manual is called the Martial Saints Spiritual Connection Art. My father often practices it in secret. It's definitely a supreme martial arts manual." Xiao Mu's eyes immediately lit up, and he said, "Martial Saints Spiritual Connection Art. The name alone sounds powerful." Then he grabbed young Master Gua by the collar and lifted him up, shouldering his weapon and saying, "Lead the way and don't try any tricks." Not long after, the two were in Guayan's study. Young Master Gua handed a book to Xiao Mu, who asked suspiciously, "Something so important Guayan doesn't lock it up?" Young Master Gua replied, "Besides me, no one dares to enter the study without my father's permission." He then tried to force a smile to appear trustworthy. Xiao Mu immediately flipped it open to read, thinking to himself, "What's with this technique? It doesn't talk about breathing techniques, nor about fists, feet, or weapons, but about intuition, a mysterious mind technique. Sharpened intuition, predicting the enemy's intentions? Too vague." Then he closed the book, pointed the blade at young Master Gua, and asked, "This technique is so sketchy. Could there be a second half?" Young Master Gua looked dejected, hesitated for a moment, then replied, It seems to be in my father's critical secret chamber. How about I take you to have a look?" Xiao Mu's face was ice cold as he snapped, "Don't you try any tricks." Young Master Gua immediately replied, Of course. And so He stealthily opened the room door, carefully poked his head out to observe, and then Xiao Mu marched him outside. Young Master would glance behind him, thinking of a countermeasure as he walked. Xiao Lin is behind me. He'll strike if I make any unusual moves. But he can't see my expression. There must be a way to escape him. Xiao Mu's hand was gripping young Master Guo's wrist tightly. He thought to himself, speaking of the person most likely to save me in this city lord's mansion, it's only my father and Zhouwen. He looked back, breaking out in a cold sweat, and thought, father isn't in the study. He must be in the secret chamber. As long as I can get to the secret chamber, I'll definitely be able to survive. Just then, someone approached. Young Master Guo was shocked and shaken. Zhou, so this is Zhouwen. He stopped upon seeing him and bowed. Young Master. Young Master Guo blinked incessantly. His face contorted as he signaled, Zhouwen, save me. Zhouwen found his expression a bit baffling. He was stunned for a moment, then thought to himself, something's not right. Xiao Mu, behind young Master Guo, had a grim expression, while young Master Guo looked at Zhouwen with hope. Something suddenly clicked in Zhouwen's mind, and he lowered his head slightly. Seeing this, young Master Guo was overjoyed. He understand what I mean. Who would have thought that Zhouwen would shake his head helplessly, and though a bit embarrassed, he still said bluntly, young master, please have some self-respect. Do not wink and signal at me. I, Zhouwen, am over 40 with a wife and children. I have no interest in men, and I have no intention of getting involved in a love triangle. Hearing these words, young Master Guo was stunned and cried out, huh? What are you saying? Before he could finish, a blade pierced straight through young Master Guo's body. Zhouwen's eyes widened in horror. Young Master Guo knelt on the ground, trembling as he struggled to utter a few words. Save, then collapsed. Only then did Zhouwen react. Shouting loudly, assassin, he grabbed a weapon and charged forward, announcing at the top of his lungs, the young master has been murdered. There's an assassin. Xiao Mu's eyes widened, and he let out a laugh. Then he threw young Master Guo towards Zhouwen, saying, since you want him, you can have him. Young Master Guo once again took a blow from Zhouwen's blade for him. At this moment, a voice was heard. The door behind Xiao Mu was forcefully pushed open, followed by a surge of purple energy that looked incredibly malevolent. Xiao Mu sensed it and turned his head. At the same time, Guo Yin stepped out from within. Guo Yin emerged, his entire body radiating a murderous aura. His son's death, right before his eyes, enraging him so much that his eyes bulged and veins popped on his face. Seeing his state, Xiao Mu knew his plan had succeeded. Thinking smugly to himself, I've finally forced you to make a move. Although the plan was proceeding as expected, he was still startled. He didn't know when, but Guo Yin had already rushed in front of him and thrown a palm strike. Luckily, he reacted quickly and blocked it with his spear. Xiao Mu was sent flying by the palm strike through a wall into another courtyard, sliding a long distance on the ground before stopping. Despite being suppressed by his opponent and injured to the point of coughing up blood, he was still manically excited as he provoked. Guo Yin, if you have the guts, kill me right now. He charged without hesitation towards the enraged enemy. Just as Xiao Mu wished, Guo Yin also rushed forward with his fists. Just as it seemed he was about to throw another punch, he suddenly raised his knee, kicking Xiao Mu back into a room. But it wasn't over. He slammed his long spear into the ground for support, and despite his face being covered in blood and dirt, he continued to provoke. Don't hold back. This old master cultivates the iron cloth shirt. A little force like this won't kill me. Guo Yin, having a hot temper, fell for the trick upon hearing this, and rushed forward to throw another punch. After landing the blow, he regained a bit of composure and began to question him, his bloodshot eyes red, asking through gritted teeth, why did you kill my son? But despite being beaten so much, Xiao Mu still wore that detestable smile, reciting a poem with hidden meaning. If good and evil go unrewarded, then heaven and earth must be selfish. Immediately after, he suddenly exerted his power, continuing, if the universe does not deliver retribution. At this moment, Xiao Mu's entire body was enveloped in a strange red aura. He spun his long spear, sweeping Guo Yin into a somersault. I will deliver it. However, before his face hit the ground, Guo Yin managed to support himself with his hands. The old man nimbly did a flip, dodging the agile long spear, then jumped back to create distance. Xiao Mu, of course, did not stop. Seeing a thrust miss, he immediately turned back towards Guo Yin and thrust his spear several times at him. He spun his body as he thrust, making the force of the spear even stronger. But Guo Yin was not as easy to deal with as his son. He pushed away Xiao Mu's spear-wielding hand, then immediately closed in, declaring, "Xiao Lin, after you die, I will hang your corpse on the city gate and expose it to the sun for 10 days. To offer to my son's spirit in heaven." After speaking, he swung a palm without hesitation, and Xiao Mu was once again sent flying backward. At this time, the other soldiers in the mansion finally arrived, hurriedly shouting, "City Lord!" They saw him leaning against a shattered wooden door, blood spewing from his mouth like a fountain, his entire body without a single intact spot. His body trembled, unable to speak. His bloodshot eyes revealed a look of madness and excitement. Xiao Mu chuckled softly, refreshing. Hearing this arrogant provocation, Guo Yin immediately drew a soldier's sword and cruelly slashed twice at Xiao Mu's arms. His slashes were incredibly precise. With each strike, an arm went limp, its tendons completely severed. Zhou Wan, holding young Master Guo's corpse, couldn't help but sigh at this scene. The city lord hates being provoked by ruffians the most. I'm afraid he will cripple all of this Xiao Lin's meridians, and might even use 1,000 methods to torture him, making him wish for death but unable to die, just to vent his anger. Guo Yin still felt unsatisfied. His face darkened as he continued. Next are the leg tendons. With that, he raised his sword again and stabbed towards Xiao Mu's legs. Luckily, he dodged it, but one leg was unfortunately hit. After dodging that strike, he was exhausted. He was practically a cripple now, his entire body aching. He thought resiliently to himself, "This old scoundrel, he never intended to kill me from the start. He wants to torture me. I absolutely cannot let him have his way." Then, it's unknown how he moved, but he began reciting a poem again. As long as a breath remains, the heroic spirit endures. 1,000 miles of soaring wind to fulfill one's ambition. This flippant attitude once again ignited Guo Yan's anger. "You brat, you really have some nerve." Guo Yan pointed his sword at Xiao Mu and shouted loudly, "You can still recite poetry at a time like this?" His face was now more wretched than a beggar who hadn't bathed in 10 years. But he still wore that detestable smile as he opened his mouth and said, "Heavenly demon, disintegration." As he spoke, he charged towards Guo Yan at the fastest speed he could muster. Guo Yan was once again astonished. He was terrified, without a doubt. This brat still had a final move, so Guo Yan decisively jumped up to evade. But after jumping away, he discovered that he was like a bull, just charging straight ahead. He looked towards the end of his path and exclaimed, "That's the well mouth." By the time he realized Xiao Mu's true intention, he had already run quite a distance. Guo Yan hurriedly shouted, "Not good. This brat wants to escape." However, Xiao Mu was running too fast and couldn't brake, crashing headfirst into the well's edge, nearly splitting his head open. But this impact was also perfectly timed. The residual force made him do an extremely beautiful flip, and then he slipped right into the well. All the witnesses were stunned. Zhou Wan was speechless. This person is so unyielding and has such integrity. After Xiao Mu escaped, Guo Yan stabbed his sword into the courtyard ground, clenched his fists, stared at the blood-stained well, and cursed. "Bastard! So many people, and you let a cripple escape." He wasn't finished yet, continuing to order, "Men, go to the Qiao residence, execute everyone in the Qiao family. Leave no one alive." The soldiers, whether they wanted to or not, could only reply, "Yes, yes." After assigning the task to the low-ranking soldiers, he turned to order Zhou Wan. "Zhou Wan, you go down and retrieve the body. I want to see the person if he's alive, and the corpse if he's dead." Without a second word, Zhou Wan cupped his hands and accepted the order. Yes. A short while later, Song He and his band of mountain bandit brothers were carrying their luggage along the riverbank outside the city. He noticed something floating on the river. Waiting for it to drift closer, he discovered it was Xiao Mu. Covered in blood, the surrounding river water dyed red. Song He immediately ordered his brothers, "It's Xiao Lin. Quickly pull him up." Only 3 days had passed since Xiao Mu's incident, and the heroic tale of him single-handedly storming the city lord's mansion to kill young Master Guo had spread throughout Yancheng. The good people living in the city read the notice, and all felt sorry for him. What a pity. I hope the hero is safe. Almost everyone was praying for this hero who had mysteriously disappeared, hoping he could survive. San Chue was passing by and also stopped out of worry for him. "Xiao Mu, last time you had the help of an immortal elder. You'll surely be fine this time too, right?" Except for himself. When Xiao Mu woke up, he found his entire body carefully bandaged. He thought wearily, "What's going on? Why am I not dead yet?" Looking at his arm, wrapped up like a rice dumpling, he trembled inside. This wound, this pain. And there was Song He using a handkerchief to wipe away tears of joy. The group of mountain bandit brothers also laughed happily. "He's awake. he's awake. Boss, look, the hero. Only Qiao Mu had a bewildered look on his face. These people, are they real? Before he could fully come to his senses, he heard Song, his own interpretation. Xiao Lin, I know all about what you did in the city. Everyone has a duty to help a righteous hero. You don't need to thank me. These words left him utterly astonished. Qiao Mu was so angry he shot up, roaring, "You bastard Song He, I have no grudge against you. Why did you save me?" But his body was severely injured, and no one could hear his words clearly. Song He, like an innocent fairy, pushed him back down onto the bed to comfort him. "No need to speak. I understand everything." Not only that, Song He even covered his mouth to stop him from talking. He was so angry he could die, but he couldn't die, cursing inwardly. "What the hell do you understand? You still want to heal me?" Such a malicious heart. Waiting until he was completely still, Song He asked with concern, "Xiao Lin, are you alright?" Qiao Mu's mouth now became a small fountain, weakly pleading, "I beg you stop treating me. I'm begging you." Hearing these words, Song He was deeply moved and continued his own interpretation. Could it be that Xiao Lin feels he's beyond cure and doesn't want to implicate our mountain stronghold? Even at the brink of death, he still doesn't forget to think of others. He truly is a righteous man. And so, in a fit of emotion, he tightly gripped Qiao Mu's bandaged hand. Qiao Mu screamed in pain. "It hurts." Before he could even protest, he heard Song He's enthusiastic and encouraging voice. "Xiao Lin, I know you're in pain all over. That living is worse than death, but you must not give up. Wang Song He, will absolutely not sit by and watch a righteous hero die right in front of me. Where there's life, there's hope. Hang in there." This kindness made him vomit even more blood. He was so angry, truly furious to death, yet helpless. He could only wave his hands frantically, trying to escape his clutches. Qiao Mu pleaded dryly and desperately, "Heavens, please save me from Wang Song He's clutches." Seeing his face pale and on the verge of death, Song He was very worried. Why do your injuries seem to have gotten worse?" "Xiao Lin, hang on a little longer." No matter how devotedly Wang Song He tried to save him, Qiao Mu finally succeeded in passing away after 2 days. Song He and his brothers in the mountain stronghold wept, holding his body. "Brother Qiao, you will be immortalized for generations." As his soul left his body, preparing to be reborn, Song He roared in anguish, "Brother Qiao." Qiao Mu was looking at the system's evaluation panel. This sacrifice, death evaluation B+. This death's reward, 23 skill points. Skill point balance, 14 points. Deducted 53 points for skill growth. Resurrections remaining in 7 days, 3 out of 5 times. Skills, longevity fist proficient 60%. Martial Saints spiritual connection art intra-level 100%. Heavenly demon disintegration grand method proficient 100%. Iron crotch skill proficient 100%. Display other rewards, vitality growth. As he read the system's notification window, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although it took a bit too long, thankfully I finally managed to die. However, it was a blessing in disguise. He laughed and commented. But this futile rescue attempt, on the contrary, gave this death a bit of a tragic, fated feeling. Even the evaluation grade went up. No loss. After checking the evaluation panel, Qiao Mu sat down again to meditate and cultivate, thinking with a satisfied expression. A chi vortex has appeared in my dantian. I've jumped from the mid-8th rank to the peak of the 7th rank. He thought about the gains from this life and became even more satisfied. This resurrection felt like 10 years had passed. I've reached the entry level for the Martial Saints spiritual connection art, and my few hard kung fu skills have also improved. This efficiency is truly extraordinary. Just as Qiao Mu was immersed in his satisfaction, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. 3 heads poked out from the bushes. They were clearly the brothers from the mountain stronghold. Qiao Mu, without them knowing when, had already closed in on the 3 men and glared, shouting, "Who's there?" Seeing that familiar face, the mountain bandit brothers were all frightened, nervously shouting, "Why do you look exactly the same? Who are you? Why are you snooping around our stronghold?" Qiao Mu was currently making up a story. He looked contemplative. The brother excuse has already been used. Every time I resurrect, my chi and blood grow, and I look a bit more mature. This time, in just a second, he had decided on an identity and said coldly, "My surname is Qiao. My name is Qiao, Senator. I've come here to find my son, Qiao Lin. Could he be here?" After hearing this self-introduction, everyone was half believing, half-doubting. Wait, Xiao Lin's father is this young? He looks like he's not even 30. Seeing them still whispering, he spoke up to interrupt. Hey, on the outside, he was calm, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. Is this the effect of the longevity fist? Sister Shui once said that after mastering the longevity fist, one can achieve eternal youth. I used to think it wasn't very realistic, but now that I've only practiced to the point of proficient kinetic energy, I already feel my whole body brimming with vital essence, showing no signs of decline. It seems I must finish practicing the subsequent parts of the fist technique soon. Xiao Mu coughed dryly a few times, pretending to explain, it's just from sleeping early, waking up early, and diligently practicing a body-protecting divine art. Can you take me to see my son? Hearing his question, the brothers looked at each other with some hesitation. This is... A moment later, inside the Stronghold's infirmary, they brought him to see Xiao Lin's remains. He consoled Song He, who looked even more haggard than him, in a deep voice. Mr. Wang, my son's death was meaningful. He died for a great cause. There's no need to grieve. Xiao Mu continued. It's just that the dead are already dead, but the affairs of the living still need to be pursued. He put on an indignant look, clenched his fist, and said resolutely that Yin Cheng's city lord, Guiyin, has caused the deaths of my two sons. In a few days, I will go and kill him. Seeing this familiar scene, Song He's mouth twitched as he lamented. No wonder the Qiao family brothers are all so impulsive. It turns out they were taught by this father of theirs. He then extended an invitation to Song He. Mr. Wang, I can see that although you are a mountain bandit, you actually carry the world in your heart. I wonder if you would be willing to come down from the mountain, join forces against Guiyin, and find a path of survival for the common people together? Song He unconsciously muttered. This line sounds really familiar. After 2 failures, Xiao Mu had also learned some lessons. He thought pensively, I am now at the peak of the 7th rank. Fighting Guiyin alone is more than enough, but the Guo Mansion doesn't just have Guiyin. It's still better to find a helper. While he was pondering, he was also considering the feasibility of this collaboration. This Qiao Sen's cultivation is very high. If I can use him to eliminate Guiyin, it would indeed be a good thing. But he's just like Xiao Lin, acting recklessly and prone to ruining things. It's better to keep this person in check for now. After careful consideration, he finally spoke. Your Excellency saw at a glance that I carry the world in my heart and am no ordinary bandit. I am impressed, but dealing with Guiyin requires more detailed discussion. We can't just charge straight into the city lord's mansion. Hearing this, Xiao Mu spoke calmly. As he spoke, he bent down towards the corpse. Then you could take your time to think. Come find me when you decided. Seeing him touch Xiao Lin's body, Song He asked in confusion, Wait, what are you doing, Your Excellency? He hoisted the corpse onto his shoulder, saying with a nonchalant expression, Didn't you say that Guiyin subordinates are searching everywhere for my son's body? Wanting to see him if he's alive and his corpse if he's dead? I'll find someone to send it over first to stop those mad dogs from barking and biting indiscriminately and ruining your grand plan. These cold and heartless words left Song He and the Stronghold brothers utterly astonished. He said in shock, What? You plan to hand Xiao Lin's body over to Guiyin? He hurriedly chased after him, trying his best to persuade him. Guiyin is a tyrant. He wants Xiao Lin's body so he can personally hang on the city gate to be displayed in the sun for all to see. This means he wants Brother Xiao to have no peace even in death. But upon hearing these words, he, on the contrary, seemed interested, letting out an "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Mu thought this was a good idea, and with an excited expression, he offered a plan. Then wouldn't my son's body be excellent bait? If Guiyin leaves the heavily guarded city lord's mansion because of this, wouldn't it be more convenient for us to make a move? Seeing him getting more and more outrageous, Song He couldn't help but quickly pat his shoulder, reminding him, This big brother, Xiao Lin, is your own son. He was only seen giving a sinister sneer and saying, No more words are needed. If it means I can kill Guiyin, I am willing to use my own son as bait. Seeing that resolute, almost crazed look in his eyes, Song He couldn't utter another word of persuasion. He lowered his head, hesitantly calling out, Xiao, Brother Xiao. Just a second later, he regained his usual rational demeanor, respectfully cupping his hands and saying, No, Uncle Xiao is righteous. This one feels ashamed to be in your presence. I will immediately arrange for a doctor from a clean background to take Xiao Lin's body and report it to the authorities. For the next few days, please stay at the stronghold and wait for good news. Xiao Mu outwardly said humbly, You're too kind, but inwardly he was calculating. I have a helper, the assassination plan is taking shape. Next, I should think about how to act these next 2 days to raise my evaluation. At the same time, in the study of the Guo mansion, Guo Yin was reading a book when a carrier pigeon flew in. He glanced at the small container on the bird's leg, and immediately after, the book in his hand was replaced by a piece of paper. Guo Yin read and thought. Even the star-profound emissary of the Wu Ji Society couldn't find any trace of the Qiao family. Could it be that Xiao Mu and Xiao Lin were just bluffing, pretending to have this so-called Qiao family backing them? He confirmed his suspicion, placing the paper face down on the table. I was almost fooled by those two brats. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to report. City Lord, Xiao Lin's body has been found. A doctor in Banshan town discovered Xiao Lin's body washed up on the riverbank. This person had seen the portrait on the wanted poster and quickly reported it to the authorities. Hearing that the person had been found, he shot up and ordered, "Where's the body? Take me to see it at once." The soldier immediately replied, "Yes, sir." A few minutes later, Guo Yin opened the coffin lid to look. Seeing that this was indeed the corpse he was looking for, he confirmed it wasn't a fake. It really is Xiao Lin's body. The soldier continued to report the information he had received. This subordinate heard that Xiao Lin struggled for several days at that doctor's house before dying in agony. Guo Yin ordered his subordinate again. Go investigate if there's anything suspicious about that doctor. If not, tomorrow, the city lord, will personally hang Xiao Lin's body on the city wall. Early the next morning, before the gates of Yincheng, the city gates were seen to be shut tight, heavily guarded. The city lord's men aggressively announced, by order of the city lord, the city gates are closed today. Outsiders are not permitted to enter the city. Qiao Mu stood on the branch of an ancient tree, looking towards the city gate and clicking his tongue. This old fox Guo Yin is really cautious. Just to hang a corpse, he has to seal the city gates. Is he afraid another member of the Qiao family will pop out from the crowd? However, no matter how cautious Guo Yin was, he had his own methods. Luckily, I had already prepared a countermeasure. Last night, he and Song He were discussing their strategy. Qiao Mu pointed at the map on the table and said, "Mr. Wang, although you and I have formed an alliance, we still need to act separately." Song He immediately asked, "Uncle Qiao, do you already have a plan?" He briefly explained the plan. "I need you all to sneak into the city and cause a diversion when Guo Yin leaves his mansion, to hold back reinforcements." At this moment, his hand was placed on the location of the city lord's mansion on the map. "As for me, I will go directly for Guo Yin." Then he made a vicious, throat-slitting gesture. "After that, I will kill him with my own hands." Hearing that he planned to face the city lord alone, Song He slammed the table in agitation. "You plan to deal with Guo Yin by yourself?" Seeing this, Qiao Mu's heart skipped a beat, but he stubbornly said, "That's right, my mind is made up. Don't even think about competing with me for it." He silently added in his heart, "This kind of money-losing, life-forfeiting task, no one better try to take it from me." Unexpectedly, this sentence accidentally triggered Song He's hidden switch. He enthusiastically grabbed Qiao Mu's hand, rambling on, "Assassinating Wei Yin is the most dangerous part of this plan. I never expected you to take the initiative to shoulder this burden, clearing the path for us juniors. My admiration for you is like a torrential river, flowing endlessly." Seeing Song He get more and more excited, he quickly poured cold water on his newly sprouted fantasy. Stop! Little Wang, I just don't want you guys to steal my spotlight. I'm not that great." Only then did Song He snap out of his over-the-top assumptions. Then he was seen saying with some embarrassment, "To be honest, I, Qiao Sun, have only ever liked doing good deeds my whole life. Don't you guys take away my chance to shine. Also, when you're looting the Guo Mansion, grab a few fist technique secret manuals for me on the way. That would be a great help." These few sentences shattered that newly sprouted fanboy fantasy to pieces. Song He was so shocked, he almost coughed up blood, blurting out, "To risk your life for such a trivial matter, you're even more reckless than Xiao Mu." Xiao Lin, seeing the topic had gone astray, he let out a dry cough and got back to business seriously. "Let's get back to the main topic. Little Wang, you once said you met my son by the river, right? But he actually fell into a well inside the city lord's mansion. From this, we can deduce that there must be an underground river beneath the city lord's mansion, leading directly to the mountains outside the city. Tomorrow, you all just follow this river path. I guarantee no one will know." Returning to the present, following what Xiao Mu had said, Song He, carrying the map, found the hidden entrance. There really is a secret passage. Without hesitation, he rolled up the map and signaled to his stronghold brothers. "Brothers, today we will sneak into the city lord's mansion, coordinate with Senior Qiao, and eliminate the traitor Guo Move out. At the same time, Xiao Mu was standing on a towering cliff. He stretched his limbs while muttering. Judging by the time, Song He's group should have found the secret passage by now. In that case, it's time for me to get moving too. Standing by the 1,000-meter-high cliff, Xiao Mu looked down and assessed. This height isn't bad. The fall will definitely be fatal. After saying that, he jumped without the slightest hesitation. He let himself free fall from the cliff, simultaneously giving an order to the system. System, this time, resurrect me at the preset revival point. And so, a few seconds later, in a courtyard house on the outskirts, Xiao Mu leisurely lifted some floorboards, took out his weapons, and said with satisfaction, "This function is really useful," reviving directly inside the city. Looking at the two identical long spears, he said cheerfully, "So what if the city gates are closed? Old Trader Guiyin, your granddaddy Qiao, is here." A few hours later, Guiyin led the way, followed by dozens of soldiers. The commoners on both sides of the road saw him and hurriedly stepped back to the roadside to make way. They noticed the coffin being pushed along behind, and another stir went through the crowd. Didn't they say the city lord was taking young Master Gua for burial today? But why is no one wearing mourning clothes? Sigh, when will all this turmoil in Yincheng finally end? Soon, the sound of hooves stopped, and Guiyin frowned and ordered, "Open the coffin. Lift the body." Instantly, a soldier kicked the wooden lid away, revealing Xiao Lin's corpse. He grabbed the hair of Xiao Lin's corpse without hesitation and lifted it up. In a flash, he held the corpse high for public display, a triumphant smile on his face. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, "Who is that? Why'd he die so tragically? It doesn't look like young Master Gua. He looks a bit familiar, like the righteous hero who beat young Master Gua last time." Someone in the know heard this and hurriedly whispered to those who didn't, "It's true. I heard yesterday that someone named Xiao Lin stormed the city lord's mansion. That's him." Jiang Lang stood in the crowd, his brows tightly furrowed, looking uncomfortably at the city lord's men, thinking to himself, "This isn't a burial, it's a public parade of the body." Guiyan's methods are truly vicious, using this to intimidate everyone. I'm afraid that in the future, no other hero will dare to act against him so easily. In another corner, the wealthy and powerful merchants who benefited from the city lord's mansion were mocking the righteous hero. This guy named Xiao, what kind of righteous hero is he? Daring to storm the city lord's mansion and kill someone in broad daylight. According to the laws of the Great Yin, that a capital crime, deserving of beheading. But as soon as he finished speaking, a group of commoners couldn't help but loudly condemn him, forcing his way into people's homes and causing trouble. Hasn't young Master Gua done that plenty of times before? That's right. Why don't you say he violated the laws of the Great Yin? Now Yincheng is full of people starving to death on the streets. Yet the city lord doesn't even bother to ask. If we're following the law, the first one who deserves to die is him. The merchant, hearing people dare to criticize him, immediately became annoyed and shouted at his servants, "A bunch of stinking beggars. How dare you use the law to insult the city lord? Beat them for me." The servants did as they were told, rushing at the commoners with clubs and beating them relentlessly. Despite this, they bravely continued to speak, driving out the starving, sealing the entire city for personal revenge, causing food prices to skyrocket, officials and merchants colluding, treating human lives like dirt. Sooner or later, you will all face retribution. The wealthy and powerful merchants watched the good people being brutally beaten, heard those curses, and sneered with contemptuous, vicious laughter. You all deserve to starve to death. With food prices rising, isn't it a good chance to make a little extra money? Isn't Chunxiang Pavilion in the city short on slaves? How about going there to try your luck? Forget it, that stench of poverty will dirty my lady Ying Ying. The more they spoke, the more smug they became, each one laughing despicably, insulting them. You lowly commoners, you might as well die early. Being reborn as a dog would be better than your current lives. That's right, just like that guy named Xiao you were talking about. Before the mocking rich man could finish his sentence, the top knot on his head was sliced off, leaving him with a bald crown. The rich man frantically touched his smooth scalp and screamed, "My hair, my hair." Xiao Mu was seen, one man and one spear, like a flash of lightning, piercing through this one-sided brawl. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, the situation was reversed. The people who had been beaten by the fat man's servants rushed forward, punching and kicking without mercy. "You rotten, crooked merchant, you've finally gotten what you deserve. Brothers, get him." The merchant was pinned to the ground and beaten, unable to fight back, crying out, "Help, help, city lord." A soldier heard the commotion from the fat man's direction and stepped forward to ask for instructions. "Lord City Lord, it seems someone is causing trouble on the roadside. Guo Yin was too lazy to even lift his eyelids, saying, "Pay it no mind, it's just a bunch of commoners. Tomorrow, we'll arrest a few to make an example of them." Suddenly, a long spear, carrying a powerful aura, flew out from the crowd. Guo Yin sharply sensed the danger and instinctively glanced over. Although he had noticed this surprise attack, he still couldn't dodge it. The long spear pierced through his shoulder, and his horse, startled by this, threw Guo Yin to the ground before bolting. A few seconds later, the soldiers gathered around him, on high alert, with only two stepping forward to help him up. "Ward City Lord, there's an assassin. Protect the Lord." Guo Yin clutched his pierced shoulder, his eyes filled with both terror and rage. "Just a little more. If I had dodged a moment slower, that long spear would have pierced my head." At this moment, Xiao Mu strode forward, weapon in hand, and shouted, "Guo Yin!" He slowly advanced towards Guo Yin, dark red arcs of electricity coiling around him like a god of slaughter, his chilling voice making one shudder. "You killed my family member and paraded his corpse for all to see. This blood debt, as deep as the sea." Xiao Mu pointed a spear at him and laughed maniacally. "My Qiao family will surely repay it 1,000 times over." Seeing that hateful face, Guo Yin couldn't help but shudder, roaring with a look of shock and suspicion. "Xiaolin, you're not dead? No, that's not right. Impossible." Before he could recover from his confusion, he charged forward. "Wrong. I am his father, Qiao's son." Hearing this, Guo Yin gritted his teeth in hatred, thinking to himself, "This Qiao family has accomplices? Damn it, just how many people does the Qiao family have? What do you mean the Qiao family doesn't exist? The Wu Ji society lied to me." Seeing Xiao Mu about to charge, he waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "What are you standing there for? Kill him." Xiao Mu shot forward like an arrow from a bow, thrusting his long spear forward without hesitation. With his characteristic excited smile, taunting, "Come on, don't hold back." The sword and the spearhead clashed, erupting with immense force. Seizing the opponent's opening, Xiao Mu attacked with his spearhead. That subordinate nimbly dodged. From behind him, another sword-wielding soldier roared die and charged. Xiao Mu's face turned cold, and he immediately spun around, running the charging swordsman through with his long spear. Seeing this, the lead soldier pointed his sword at him and ordered his subordinates to fire arrows. Facing thousands of incoming arrows, he raised his long spear and spun it, creating a shield in front of him that deflected all the arrows shot his way. The leader commanded again, "Form up." At his command, all the soldiers lowered their shields in unison, forming an incredibly solid defensive wall before them. Xiao Mu paid it no mind. He raised his long spear and began to gather his power. A torrent of fiery red energy radiated from his body in all directions. Then, he threw his long spear towards the formation. In just a few short minutes, he easily shattered the well-prepared formation. Some soldiers, unable to withstand his power, were sent flying. The other soldiers were terrified by this sight. They clutched their shields and said, "What kind of monster is this? He broke our formation all by himself? What are you panicking for? Our expert hasn't even made a move yet." In the middle of the formation, Guo Yin clutched his wounded shoulder in pain, cold sweat drenching his face. Beside him was Zhou Wen, who was supporting Guo Yin. He looked at the soldiers and angrily commanded, "Don't retreat. Charge for me." The soldiers heard this and didn't dare to disobey, replying, "Yes, sir." Guo Yin's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, glanced at the crowd behind him, and thought irritably, "Damn it, are all the Qiao family members fearless of death? Why am I constantly being hounded by these mad dogs? Moreover, this Qiao son and that Xiao Lin are two alike. Although they are father and son, their movements and demeanor are as if cast from the same mold." Seeing them gradually losing ground, Xiao Mu fought with even more vigor. His face was filled with excitement as he looked at the group and declared, "Old thief Guo Yin, you won't escape." But facing his triumphant expression, Zhou Wen immediately grabbed his weapon and charged towards him, not forgetting to tell Guo Yin, "City Lord, you go first. I'll hold him back." Zhou Wen charged forward, drawing his sword to attack Xiao Mu. He smiled and quickly raised his spearhead, easily blocking his attack. He glared at him and asked, "I'm avenging my son. What are you interfering for?" Zhou Wen looked at him and said angrily and resolutely, "Shut up. Your son killed the city lord's son. He deserved to die." Then they both charged at each other simultaneously. Xiao Mu looked at Zhou Wen and said, "That little beast bullied the common people and was lawless. My son was eliminating a pest for the people. Zhou didn't back down, defending himself. You villain, you have no right to speak ill of our young master. Hearing him defend his reasoning, Xiao Mu replied with contempt. Humph. As expected of a dog raised by the Guo family. The dog's food must be 100 times more fragrant than the commoner's rice, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed to have struck a nerve with Zhou. He raised his sword, attacking him with all his might while roaring, "Shut up!" Seeing that he had successfully angered Zhou, Xiao Mu smiled smugly. A flash of fiery red electricity sparked in his eyes as he gathered his strength and thrust his spearhead toward Zhou. "Ha! You've already revealed an opening just by getting agitated." Caught off guard, Zhou couldn't dodge in time and was struck in the shoulder by a spearhead. He reached out, grabbed Xiao Mu's long spear tightly, his face tense, gritting his teeth, holding onto the long spear with his hand, trying to resist, and said resolutely, "Even if I die, I will not let you take another step." Hearing him say this, Xiao Mu laughed with interest and said, "You are a good dog. It's a pity you follow the wrong master." The nearby soldiers were stunned by this scene. A skinny man standing nearby, feeling extremely scared, said, "Zhou is a 7th-rank martial artist, yet in his hands, he couldn't even last 10 moves." The fat man next to him added, "Are you trying to run? The city lord hasn't even made his move yet." At this moment, Guiyin, in the back, suddenly struggled to his feet, his body trembling uncontrollably, managing to say, "Zhou, you've done well." Seeing Guiyin speak, Zhou glanced over slightly, saying joyfully, "City lord," but right after that, Guiyin suddenly gathered his strength and thrust his sword forward. Without any hesitation or sentiment, Guiyin decisively ran his sword through Zhou's body, and also through Xiao Mu, who was standing right behind him. Realizing he had been hit, a look of shock appeared in Xiao Mu's eyes, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I got played. I'll let you win this time." Looking at Guiyin's fading figure, he swore to himself, "Next time, I will definitely kill you." Xiao Mu and Zhou fell simultaneously in front of Guiyin. Seeing that he had defeated him, Guiyin threw his head back and laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha ha. This is the fate of those who oppose me, the city lord. So what if your Qiao family has many people? For every one that comes, I'll kill one. No one can shake my position. No one. As for Xiao Mu, an early-stage 6th-rank martial artist, he was happily sitting and looking at the system panel. Let's see how high the death evaluation is this time. The system analysis panel displayed. Death evaluation grade. The skill points awarded for this death. 56 points skill point balance. 2 points skill growth deduction. 59 points resurrections in 7 days. 2 out of 5 times skills. Longevity fist, kinetic energy heaven, military spear arts, heavenly demon disintegration grand method, iron crotch skill, 3 pattern ripple force. Martial Saints, spiritual connection art expansion. 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100% other rewards. Chi and blood growth. Congratulations to the host for receiving an A-grade evaluation for the first time, unlocking the free skill point distribution function. Commencing summary. Total resurrections, 30 times total host deduction, 35 years of lifespan current remaining lifespan, 58 years additional skill point reward. First time receiving an A-grade evaluation, 200 points. System is upgrading. Please continue to strive, host, and recreate your peak performance. After reading this, Xiao Mu was stunned, his face turning pale. At the same time, he quickly grabbed the system panel and roared, "What the hell? Why didn't you tell me that resurrection would deduct lifespan?" Although I had my vague suspicions. So this is the end of the novice protection period, and you've deducted all my old debts in one go? If I had known this earlier, I would have only practiced the longevity fist. Xiao Mu immediately laughed smugly. He ran a hand through his hair. Sister Shui once said that after mastering the longevity fist, one can lock their chi in blood at the body's peak state, extending their lifespan. If I had focused entirely on the longevity fist, I might have perfected it by now. Soon, his smugness reached its peak, as if he were standing on a mountaintop, feeling like he was the greatest under heaven. He then raised his hand and declared to himself, "I am now a demigod." After that, he reached out and picked up his long spear. Luckily, the reward for the A-grade evaluation was generous. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Then he held his head high and strode away. Well, now is not the time to worry about these things. Song He's still waiting for me. As for the lifespan deduction, I'll look into it after I've eliminated Guiyin. Back to Guiyin's side. At this moment, a subordinate came forward, knelt before him, and reported, "This is bad, my lord city lord. Something has happened at the city lord's mansion." A group of people of unknown origin burst out from every corner of the mansion. Taking advantage of the thin defenses, they killed all the guards and have taken over the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Guo-Yan's face immediately contorted, his eyes filled with fury. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, Guo-Yan immediately pointed his sword at him and ordered, "Quickly, summon everyone to return to the city at once." The subordinate quickly accepted the order. Yes, outside the city, the soldiers, holding their shields firmly, formed a line, led by Guo-Yan himself. Before them, a crowd of peasants holding all sorts of weapons was approaching. As soon as they saw him, they immediately raised their weapons, making a show of force together. "Don't let him return. We must avenge righteous hero Qiao." Kill Guo-Yan, faced with the words of the common people. He was furious. Guo-Yan gritted his teeth and roared, "A bunch of lowly insects." Then, Guo-Yan pointed his sword towards the commoners and ordered his soldiers, "Kill them for me. Leave no one alive. Kill them all." Following his order, the soldiers behind him raised their bows in unison and fired. Countless sharp arrows shot towards the crowd of commoners. But before the arrows could reach them, unexpectedly, a brilliant red light flashed through the crowd from behind like a bolt of lightning. Faced with his sudden appearance, the people at the back couldn't help but exclaim, "Righteous hero Qiao, you're not dead?" Not only the commoners, even Guo-Yan was utterly astonished, stammering, "Qiao, son, no, I clearly killed you with my own hands." But Xiao Mu paid no mind to his expression, charging forward with his long spear while shouting loudly, "Guo-Yan, your life is forfeit." Following his words, the commoners quickly took up their weapons and charged. Everyone charge. With righteous hero Qiao, kill Guo-Yan, overthrow Yin Chung. Seeing the situation was not in their favor, a soldier on Guo-Yan's side asked his comrade next to him with some unease, "Brother, the situation is against us. What should we do?" But in response, there was only silence. Discovering his friend had slipped away at some point, the soldier was so scared his eyes nearly popped out. Damn it, where did he go? Not only that, other soldiers also began to cast off their armor and weapons, turning to leave. "That guy named Qiao is either a man or a ghost. How can we fight him? For that little bit of monthly pay, why should I risk my life?" The people of Yancheng already live such hard lives. Killing them would be worse than being an animal. I joined the army to bring peace to the region, not to be a hunting dog for the Guo family. If we really massacre the common folk today, I'll never be able to face my parents again for the rest of my life. That's right. He even abandoned Zhou Wan, who followed him for so many years without a second thought. Our end can only be worse. This stupid city lord, I'm not serving him anymore. Before leaving, a few of them didn't forget to bid Guo-Yan farewell. "We're out of here, bye-bye, my lord." He watched his subordinates leave one by one. Guo-Yan was so furious, he pointed his sword at them, threatening, "Don't run. All of you come back. Those who disobey will be executed." While he was distracted, Xiao Mu's attack took the opportunity to strike, which couldn't help but startle him. But he reacted quickly. Guo-Yan drew his sword to block Xiao Mu's attack. Xiao Mu looked at him, his eyes blazing, and said decisively, "Guo-Yan, you brought today's situation upon yourself. Prepare to die." Facing his arrogance, Guo-Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Just by yourself?" Seeing Guo-Yan prepare to attack, he quickly dodged his opponent's move. However, Guo-Yan's sword still grazed his face. Feeling the wound on his cheek, Xiao Mu glanced sideways, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, "Such powerful sword chi. This guy is still so formidable, even when injured." Then, without giving him any more time to think, Guo-Yan charged again, saying angrily, "It's all your fault. Everything I've painstakingly built for years, you've ruined it all. I want you dead. Your entire Qiao family must die." Fresh blood instantly spurted from his body. Guo-Yan's attacks continuously slashed across Xiao Mu's abdomen and then his arm. Hit by several consecutive moves, Xiao Mu knelt on one knee, using his long spear to support his body. He had no intention of letting Xiao Mu go. Guo-Yan raised his sword high, simultaneously channeling his power, and shouted, "It's over." It was the pure Yang infinite sword technique. He charged towards Xiao Mu with his sword, yelling, "Die." Unexpectedly, his sword and technique were caught by Xiao Mu with his bare hands. Seeing this, Guo-Yan was utterly astonished. He held the blade tightly while channeling his own strength. Watching his action, Guo-Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at him tremblingly and said, "Catching a blade with your bare hands? Could it be you've seen through my sword technique? Impossible in less than 10 moves? You couldn't have done it." Xiao Mu smiled with interest and replied, "If this were our first fight, I naturally wouldn't have been able to see through it. But this is already the third time we've fought. Hearing his words, Guiyin was once again stunned. The third time? Then he slowly said, "You are?" The image of Qiao Lin gradually overlapped in Guiyin's eyes. But before Guiyin could finish his words, Qiao Mu opposite him channeled his strength, using his hand and the spear's tip to thrust forcefully into his body. Afterward, he pulled the spear out of the wound, and Guiyin immediately collapsed to the ground. He couldn't help but feel angry and unwilling to accept it, saying, "Hateful, I, a dignified city lord, was actually made a fool of what Qiao son? It turns out it was you, Qiao Lin." After saying this, Guiyin breathed his last and fell. Immediately after, Qiao Mu proudly raised his long spear and shouted, "Guiyin is dead." Seeing him defeat Guiyin, everyone around cheered with joy. "Great hero Qiao! Great 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 hero Qiao!" Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he felt extremely pleased. The more everyone cheered, the heavier his gaze became. "Great hero Qiao! Great hero Qiao! Great hero Qiao!" Immediately after, Qiao Mu suddenly collapsed to the ground. He slowly closed his eyes, his face pale, thinking to himself, "This is great," cleared the stage quickly and died. "I can get an A-rank evaluation again this time." At this moment, Sanhe appeared from nowhere, his face extremely worried. He looked at Qiao Mu and asked, "Uncle Qiao, are you alright?" Then, Sanhe immediately picked Qiao Mu up and said decisively, "Don't worry, I will definitely save you this time." Hearing this, Qiao Mu's face turned even paler, and he screamed internally, "Let me go, I don't need you to save me. Wang Sanhe, you are so cruel." In the room, Qiao Mu was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his face dark and sullen, looking extremely uncomfortable. Sanhe hovered around him, saying, "Uncle Qiao, you're finally alive again. Look at this body, how sturdy it is. Looks like the recovery isn't bad. It's just that your complexion isn't very good," as if from accumulated melancholy. A moment later, Sanhe stood before him with a worried expression. He placed a hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly with a sigh, and reported the situation. "The meridians in your body are almost completely destroyed, and your internal energy is less than a tenth of what it was. I'm afraid it will take a very long time of rest to recover. The medical and martial arts in Yincheng are very backward. It will take me some time to find a way." But in just a flash, his gaze immediately changed. Sanhe rushed forward, grabbed Qiao Mu's hand, and said decisively, "But Uncle Qiao, rest assured, I will definitely do everything in my power to heal you." Qiao Mu didn't answer, thinking to himself, "Don't waste your effort. As long as you don't save me, I can be up and jumping around immediately." Qiao Mu paid little attention, slowly putting on his clothes, and said with a sigh, "I'm going out for some fresh air." At the same time, he calculated in his heart, "Can't provoke him, but I can run. I'm leaving." Seeing this, Sanhe asked doubtfully, "Uncle Qiao, are you going to look for that guard?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel surprised, asking with a puzzled look, "Guard? What guard?" But inwardly, he was extremely anxious, thinking, "I'm screwed. I forgot my corpse is still on the street." Seeing that he didn't seem to remember, he reminded him, "That body double guard. Uncle Qiao, you prepared so thoroughly, even arranging for someone to impersonate you to confuse Guiyin." Qiao Mu forced a smile, trying his best to look natural, scratching the back of his neck as he asked awkwardly, "Oh right, where's that guard now?" Sanhe's gaze became extremely resolute as he replied, "Uncle Qiao, rest assured, that person died a heroic death. We have held a grand funeral for him, and his grave has been planted full of chrysanthemums. In the future, during every Qingming festival, we will ensure there is plenty of joss paper and money." After hearing this, Qiao Mu's face turned a little pale, and he quietly said thanks. Then, "That must have been a lot of trouble for you." Qiao Mu slowly put on his shoes, and, as if remembering something, he asked, "By the way, are there any other Wu Ji society strongholds near Yincheng?" Sanhe glanced over and replied, "Not that I know of, but they have a presence in Heian Prefecture." A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Heian Prefecture? Is that to the north?" Sanhe replied, "That's right." After hearing this, Qiao Mu gently rested his chin on his hand and thoughtfully recalled the martial saint's spiritual connection art, thinking to himself, "No wonder ever since I started cultivating the martial saint's spiritual connection art, I've always felt something in the north attracting me. Thinking back now, it must be Heian. The Qiao family must be there." Then, Qiao Mu immediately stood up from the bed and declared, "All right, I'm in Heian Prefecture right now. I'll leave the matters in Yin Cheng for you to handle properly. Song He said worriedly, you're leaving right now? But your injuries haven't healed. Maybe you should wait a few more days. Seeing this, Xiao Mu smiled, walked towards Song He, patted his shoulder lightly, and said decisively, I can't get healed here anyway. Maybe I'll find a cure in Heian. But in his heart, he thought, actually, it's mainly to get away from a jinx like you. Song He replied hesitantly, that's true. Seeing his determination to leave, Song He took out a brush and paper, placed them on the table, and began to write. Wait, if Uncle Xiao is set on going, I can write you a letter of introduction. I have an old friend named Shun Qinghe. He's an official in Heian Prefecture. Helping you find a position should be no problem. After hearing this, Xiao Mu couldn't help but be surprised, looking at Song He and saying, huh, aren't you a mountain bandit? How do you have an old friend who's an official? Could it be you have connections in both the light and the dark? Song He replied calmly, we were just colleagues before, it's not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Xiao Mu said cheerfully, that's you all right, couldn't be a good official, and couldn't be a good mountain bandit either. When he saw Song He writing his name, he reminded him, just call me Xiao Mu in the letter. As Xiao's son, I've already killed Guiyin. I don't want to be too conspicuous. He agreed, okay. After finishing the letter, Song He carefully put it in an envelope and handed it to him. Well then, I wish Uncle Xiao a smooth journey. Xiao Mu reached out to take the letter and said, you're not a bad kid. All right, I can't treat you poorly either. He carefully tucked the letter into his robes, looked at Song He and said, come, I'll take you to divide the spoils. In a room filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Looking at the mountain of treasure in the room, Song He couldn't help but say angrily, that bastard Guiyin, to have extorted so much of the common people's blood, sweat, and tears. He's truly worse than an animal. But contrary to Song He's indignation, Xiao Mu joyfully dove into the pile of gold and silver, singing, I'm rich, I've hit the jackpot. He suddenly sat up, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and said to Song He, Little Wong, you can have all this money. Hearing him say this, Song He couldn't help but say in astonishment, what, all of it for me? His expression grew serious. He turned his head to glance at the pile of gold and silver and suggested, there are still many common people outside who are about to starve to death. We must save them. You take this money to buy food and distribute it to the common folk. They will surely be grateful to you. Now that Yin Cheng is without a lord, it won't be long before the imperial court sends someone. Instead of getting another person like Guiyin, why don't you take over Yin Cheng? Use Yin Cheng as your base and carry out your grand plan. He slowly stepped forward and gently patted Song He's shoulder. Song He's eyes couldn't help but show astonishment, and he said softly, Uncle Xiao. Then, he joyfully rushed forward and hugged Xiao Mu tightly. Uncle Xiao, you are truly a man of profound righteousness, treating gold and silver like dirt. My admiration for you is like a surging river, surging endlessly. Seeing Song He about to rush over and hug him, Xiao Mu gave him a look of disdain and gently pushed him away with his hand. Stop, I didn't come back empty-handed either. Then he held up the pure, young, infinite art manual, pointed at it, and winked, saying, this divine art manual is mine. Seeing the book Xiao Mu had chosen, Song He couldn't help but exclaim, you have a good eye. The pure, young, infinite art is one of the pinnacle techniques of ancient martial arts. Hearing this, he opened the book and replied, is that so? Let me take a look. But as soon as he opened it, his expression immediately darkened. Faced with the expression on his face, as well as the content of the book, if Yang is released, the art is ruined. If Yang is preserved, the art is achieved. One must maintain their virginity. To practice this divine art, one must first castrate themselves. Song He's eyes showed helplessness as he said, Uncle Xiao, you're already married, aren't you? It seems this manual is not fated for you. Hearing this, Xiao Mu was extremely dissatisfied, thinking to himself, how is it not fated? Before I died, my body was still that of a 15-year-old youth. It's just that practicing this art requires not leaking a single drop of primordial yang. But as a man full of vigor, how could I possibly endure it? He gently slapped his forehead, his face filled with disappointment. At this moment, Song He reached into his robes, as if searching for something. Next, Song He took out a book and presented it to him. If not that one, Uncle Xiao, take a look at this 100 transformations of blood and flesh. As soon as he saw this book, Xiao Mu couldn't help but ask curiously, what's this now? Song He explained, this is a martial art created by the current martial saint. This book goes from easy to difficult, divided into many stages. The beginning of the book includes some secret techniques like face changing, disguise, and bone shrinking arts. If you master it, you can precisely control your blood and flesh, transforming into any appearance you desire. Xiao Mu said in amazement. Isn't that like the 72 transformations? Heavens, what day is it today for the drop rate to be so high? Song he added, but the content inside is too profound. Learning it will take a lot of time and energy. Once you've recovered, we can study and discuss it together, and it won't be too late for you to go to Heian Prefecture after that. Then, he raised his hand to his mouth, feigned a cough, and skillfully tried to entice Xiao Mu. After hearing this, his expression was full of suspicion, and he said to himself, he wants to pull me into his group again. If he keeps me here any longer, I really won't survive. But right after, Xiao Mu snatched the book from Song He's hand and ran off like the wind. Mr. Wang, for this kindness, Xiao-sun will surely repay you in the future. Farewell. Song He calmly watched his departing back, saying to himself, so be it, the days are long, we will surely meet again. At that time, we'll have him join our plan. The sun was setting as Xiao Mu ran to the front of the house. He quickly rushed up to open the door, calling softly, Sister Shui? Seeing no one inside, Xiao Mu stepped in. He looked around, wondering, has Sister Shui already left? Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind him. It was San Shui. She came close to Xiao Mu, gently covering his eyes with her hand. It hasn't been 7 days yet. Where could I have gone? Hearing her voice, he immediately and happily showed off his achievement. Haha, today is exactly the 7th day, and that despicable Gua Yan has been dealt with by me. Suddenly, their eyes met, and they spoke in unison. Huh? Sister Shui, why are you wearing this outfit? Xiao Mu, you're carrying luggage? Xiao Mu raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, looking at San Shui sheepishly, and said, Sister Shui, well, I have to go to Heian Prefecture to find traces of the martial saint and the other half of the longevity fist manual. So we might have to be apart for a while again. Hearing where he wanted to go, San Shui couldn't help but be surprised. She said, Heian Prefecture? What a coincidence. I was just planning to go there too. Seeing this, he blinked slightly, looked at her, and said, is it really such a coincidence? It's not because you can't bear to be away from me and insist on following me, is it? At the same time, he thought to himself, as expected of a lovesick maiden. Faced with his smug look, San Shui immediately denied it. Who's following you? Heian Prefecture has many immortal sects there. It's a suitable place to begin the path of cultivation. Xiao Mu asked doubtfully. Really? San Shui paid him no mind. She quickly turned and left with her cane. Humph, believe it or not, I'm leaving first. Xiao Mu hurriedly chased after her, saying softly, Hey, I was just kidding. Don't be angry, Sister Shui. Great Yin, Heian Prefecture, Shunqing's residence. Xiao Mu handed the letter to the man, bowing respectfully. This humble one is Xiao Mu, recommended by Mr. Wang. Here to pay my respects to Adjudicator Shun. He was Shun Qinghe, the adjudicator of Heian Prefecture City. Shun Qinghe looked at him suspiciously and said, are you really the person Song he recommended? He said you were seriously injured, but I see you're in perfect health. Xiao Mu replied awkwardly, there's another reason for that. At the same time, he thought, I died one more time before coming here, and took the opportunity to learn a bit of the pure, young, infinite art and the 100 transformations of blood and flesh. Shun Qinghe looked at him and asked, by the way, Mr. Wang recommended you. What is his current position, and where is he serving? Xiao Mu scratched the back of his head and replied, Mr. Wang is a recluse in the mountains, mysterious and unpredictable. I only met him by chance once. He looked at the letter and said, he recommended you after a single chance meeting? So be it. Since he doesn't wish to reveal himself, there's no need to force it. What a pity. Seeing his handwriting makes me feel very nostalgic. I remember back then, if not for the prescriptions he wrote himself, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lived to this day. Let's not talk about it anymore. A person he recommends, I can naturally trust. However, there are only 2 vacant positions here. One is a clerk, the other is a constable. Choose one. Then, Shun Qinghe carefully tucked the letter into his sleeve, letting Xiao Mu choose. He reached out his hand, his eyes full of determination as he made his choice. Then I'll choose to be a constable. At the same time, he thought, investigating cases is a relatively free job, and I can also take this opportunity to move around the city and search for clues about the Wuji society. Xiao Mu cupped his hands in a salute and introduced himself. This humble one is Xiao Mu, a new constable. As soon as he finished speaking, several people nearby gathered and whispered. Lord Shun has always been impartial. Why would he let this person in through the back door? What kind of background does this person have? At this moment, a girl walked over, cutting off the 2 men's discussion. Silence. This beautiful girl's name was Chuning Xue, and she was the chief constable. She looked towards those people and reminded them, "The new person has reported for duty. From now on, you are colleagues. You must get along. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss the case. You must have heard about the case of the demon beast Wu Chang wreaking havoc in Haeong Prefecture City." As soon as she finished speaking, the people standing there looked as if they had been struck by lightning, feeling utterly terrified. But contrary to their panicked expressions, Xiao Mu was extremely curious. He gently raised his hand to his chin and asked, "The demon beast Wu Chang?" Ing Shue then explained, "In recent days, many demon beasts have appeared in Haeong Prefecture City, causing chaos and harming people. It is said that this demon beast is named Wu Chang, a special type of demon beast that feeds on death energy. Every time it appears, it takes a life, just like the black and white Wu Chang, which is why it's called Wu Chang. This demon beast is incredibly powerful. Many martial artists have tried to capture it, including no shortage of 5th and 6th rank martial artists, but they all lost their lives. Hearing about this demon beast, not only did he not feel scared, but on the contrary, he felt extremely excited, and he thought to himself, "It's that formidable? It seems this demon beast is worth killing once." Ing Shue walked past Xiao Mu and said calmly, "However, we will be investigating this case together with the Xiantian sect." Hearing this name, Xiao Mu thought to himself, "Xiantian sect?" Xiao Mu frowned, recalling some words San Shue had once told him. Not long after the Qiao family was annihilated, right on the old land of the Qiao family, a Taoist temple named Xiantian Temple was built, which has now been renamed the Xiantian sect. He smiled smugly to himself, thinking, what a coincidence. For the Xiantian sect to be able to occupy the Qiao family's land, they must have a close relationship with the Wuji society. Thinking of the longevity fist, he rested his chin on his hand, stroking it gently, and calculated. There are no clues for the incomplete manual of the longevity fist. Perhaps I can start with the Immortal sect. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll even have a chance to find other immortal cultivation methods. Cutting off Xiao Mu's train of thought was a young man nearby, who held his face in his hands and cried, "Again? Why do all these difficult matters fall on our heads?" The man next to him also fell into a state of despair, continuing dejectedly, "We suffer so much, and there's not even a single coin of reward money." But faced with everyone's reaction, he couldn't help but lean over and ask curiously, "Brother, why is everyone reacting so strongly?" That man replied sorrowfully, "Sigh, we're just ordinary constables. How could we possibly handle capturing a demon beast? Besides, the strongest among us, our boss, has only just entered the 7th rank." Xiao Mu continued to ask, "So, is this a mandatory mission? Isn't that showing too little regard for people's lives?" After hearing this, the man sighed and answered him, "What can we do? The Imperial Court is willing to follow the orders of the Immortal sects. We're always the unlucky ones." At this moment, in the sky, a girl was riding a paper crane, looking down at them and saying, "Everyone, there's no need to worry." Hearing everyone discussing the case of the demon beast Wu Chang, it seems I've arrived at the right time. Faced with her sudden appearance, someone below said, "She is the high immortal Manhwa of the Xiantian sect." Manhwa slowly descended to the ground and said, "A demon beast is not something you can deal with. What everyone needs to do is track the demon beast, and once you find it, inform me immediately. So for this operation, I'll have to trouble all you constables of the government office." Then she smiled brightly and winked at them. At this moment, the paper crane in the sky also gradually disappeared. Faced with her beauty, just a few words of instruction made the lethargic group of men seem to regain their vitality, looking towards her and exclaiming enthusiastically one after another, "Thank you, High Immortal, for your concern for our safety. The High Immortal is truly benevolent. High Immortal, rest assured, I will definitely find the whereabouts of the demon beast." Manhwa smiled in thanks. "Then I'll be relying on all of you." They immediately said resolutely, "We will not shrink back, even if it means charging into a mountain of blades or a sea of fire." Witnessing the scene before her, Ing Shue crossed her arms and watched, her eyes filled with helplessness as she looked at the group. These guys, why are they so eager to be worked like cattle? The bearded man next to her placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Sigh, what indestructible Vajra, what death energy from the east. We can only do the menial tasks." As for Xiao Mu, he stood to one side, just silent, not knowing what to say. But Xiao Mu looked at them, frowned, and thought with great annoyance, "If that's the case, why don't you do this small task yourself? Could it be that they want to use this to suppress the Imperial Court?" Turning back to Manhwa, she looked at the men and offered her opinion. This demon beast feeds on death energy, so it often appears near people who are about to die, meaning places like clinics, prisons. If its traces aren't found in these places, you can also gather people who are about to die and use them as bait to lure it out. But faced with her suggestion, the man scratched the back of his head and said hesitantly, "This, using people as bait?" The young man beside him forced a smile and continued, "Isn't that a bit too much?" Manhwa looked at them with an innocent and guiltless gaze, saying softly, "Oh, they're about to die anyway. Why not let them serve some value before they die?" At this moment, Ingxue stepped forward, crossed her arms, and looked at Manhwa to ask, "Then if we capture the demon beast, how will the High Immortal deal with it?" Manhwa smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Heaven has a virtuous love for all life. I will take it back to the sect for punishment, then let it atone for its sins with its body, serving our immortal sect to repay the crimes it has committed." Manhwa replied nonchalantly, "But the laws of Great Yin only govern the mortal realm. They cannot interfere with immortal sections. Therefore, the demon beast will naturally be dealt with by our immortal sect." After hearing this, Ingxue said angrily, suddenly, Xiao Mu, who was standing nearby, raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, High Immortal." His eyes were sharp, his brows furrowed, as he spoke up. "If, in the process of hunting it, we happen to kill that demon beast, what then?" Ingxue silently glanced at him. Faced with his question, Manhwa felt a bit awkward. She said, "I've already said that is very dangerous. If you encounter it, you must report it immediately. Give him an inch, and he'll take a mile." Xiao Mu approached her, pressing, "Huh? But if we're being pursued and don't have time to report, are we not allowed to fight back? What if we kill it while fighting back? Would that also be considered a great service, and would the sect offer any reward then? For example, could we visit the sect, perhaps?" Manhwa lowered her head slightly and said, "The sect is a sacred place. Mortals are not allowed to set foot in it." Seeing his probing had failed, his face showed annoyance and frustration, and he thought to himself, "The people of the Xintian sect are indeed arrogant. It seems I can only think of another way to investigate." Manhwa summoned her paper crane. She turned her head to look at them and said, "All right, that's all for today. I hope you can find clues about the demon beast within 3 days. I'll be waiting for good news from all of you." After speaking, she sat on the paper crane and left. After Manhwa left, the man looked at Ingxue and said, "Chief, what should we do?" Listening to her is just asking to be killed. Ingxue crossed her arms, watched Manhwa's departing figure, and said, "We are the government office of the Great Yin dynasty. We don't need to follow the instructions of an immortal." Then she immediately gave them orders. "You all continue to investigate in the city. Don't miss any location and report any news to me immediately. As for the other matters, I will handle them myself. Xiao Mu, you stay." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Hearing her call his name, he, who was about to leave with them, turned his head to look at Ingxue. She approached him and asked, "Adjudicator Shun has always been just and incorruptible. For him to recruit you proves you are truly capable. So, were you deliberately provoking her just now, or do you really have a way to kill the demon beast?" Hearing this, Xiao Mu raised a hand to gently stroke his hair, smiling at Ingxue. "Chief, you think too highly of me. I was just asking objectively." Faced with his answer, Ingxue immediately furrowed her brows and asked, "Oh? Is that so?" Xiao Mu looked at her and answered firmly, "Of course." Ingxue didn't want to pursue it further, so she ordered, "Fine, then you go find clues as well." He accepted the order, replying, "Yes." Turning to leave, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he wondered, "Since it's a demon beast that likes to eat death energy, why don't I try courting death myself?" West City, Zue Xianju. The emperor stood on the upper floor, looking down and observing the surrounding scenery. A flash of light appeared outside. He ordered, "Enter." He was a flying fish guard. Chu Xing frowned and knelt, reporting to your majesty. There is news of Wang Song He. The emperor lightly turned the jade ring on his thumb and commanded, "Speak." Chu Xing respectfully reported. The spy planted by Head Constable Shun side reported back that Head Constable Shun has arranged for a man named Xiao Mu to be a constable in the government office. The one who recommended him was Wang Songhe. Wang Songhe's recommendation letter did not mention this person's specific situation, so perhaps even Head Constable Shun doesn't know the details. Your Majesty, there are rumors in the court that Wang Song, he has stepped onto the path of immortality. The emperor slowly lifted the teacup on the table and said, "Nonsense, pay it no mind. He hates immortals so much. How could he possibly pursue cultivation? But people's hearts can change. This person has been missing for over 10 years, and now he makes such a move. It seems the person he recommended must be no ordinary person. Go make some arrangements. We want to see for ourselves just what kind of character this Xiao Mu is. At this moment, at a Taoist temple outside the city. In the room, Ling Ling and Sanxue sat facing each other. She looked at Sanxue and said, Sanxue, the last time I saw you, you were still a child. More than 10 years have passed in a flash, and you have finally come here. It is truly fated. Hearing this, Sanxue felt very hesitant in her heart and said, Hi, immortal Ling Ling. Faced with her hesitation, Ling Ling comforted her. I have long known about the Qiao family's matter. In truth, there is no right or wrong between the immortal path and the martial path. You were born with a spiritual sense greater than others. If there is a better cultivation method, why must you let it go to waste? If you don't want to join an immortal sect, staying here with me is just the same. After hearing this, Sanxue no longer wanted to object and replied, yes. Afterwards, she slowly looked out the window, thinking to herself, I wonder what Xiao Mu is doing now. Elsewhere, Xiao Mu was currently in a jail cell. He leisurely raised a hand to scratch an itch, a bored expression on his face. After locking him in, the jailer glared at him and warned, Stay put for me. If you dare cause any more trouble, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for you to lose. Xiao Mu's face was emotionless as he said decisively, Don't worry. Even if I die today, I won't take half a step out of this jail. But after the jailer left, he covered half his face with his hand, his eyes extremely cunning as he thought. This is a hard-won opportunity to court death. A moment earlier, at the Xiao Chuiga tea house, a man slammed a wooden block on the table. He looked at the crowd before him and began his story. The storyteller was heard raising his voice. Just hear the hero, Xiao Sun, shout loudly, We martial artists only advance, never retreat. With that, he unleashed a heart-piercing strike, stabbing the city lord of Yancheng to death, then left decisively, leaving only a heroic and imposing figure behind. After hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Great. That was great. Xiao Sun is truly a hero. Xiao Mu sat at a nearby table, one hand covering his ear, the other holding a peanut. He looked at the peanut in his hand and said dejectedly, Just listening to the story is somewhat interesting. A demon beast has appeared in the city, and now even the storytellers know how to keep up with the times. As he observed the peanut, he thought to himself, Sigh, I originally intended to rely on the rumors in the city to deduce the demon beast movements, so I can die in a more reasonable way. But instead, I've been listening to my own glorious achievements for nearly an hour. What a waste of time. Suddenly, a man walked up to Xiao Mu, interrupting his train of thought, and asked, A constable of Heian Prefecture, not attending to public duties during the day, but sitting here listening to stories. May I ask if this is considered dereliction of duty? The person who had arrived was the emperor, and beside him was Chu Xing. After hearing this, Xiao Mu's face twisted, and he blurted out, Are you telling me how to do my job? The emperor smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm just joking. Xiao Mu sized up the emperor, thinking to himself, This person is not simple. His build is imposing, his aura extraordinary. One look, and you know he's a major figure. Plus the man behind him, though unmoving, has an oppressive presence. He's clearly a master. Then, Xiao Mu pretended to be disdainful and sat down on the chair, yawning lazily before asking, How do you know I'm not working on a case? People like you who love to lecture others should go give pointers to the emperor instead. He's currently at war with the Immortals. Faced with his disrespectful act, Chu Xing couldn't help but feel angry and shouted, Insolent. The emperor quickly raised his hand, stopping Chu Xing's anger, then calmly said, This brother's words are sharp, his spirit impressive. Next, he raised his hand to open a folding fan, held it before his chest, and looked at Xiao Mu with sharp eyes, asking, I am very curious in your eyes. What kind of person is the current emperor? Xiao Mu tossed the peanut into his mouth, glanced at the emperor with an extremely wary look, and thought to himself, Who else could he be but someone who deserves to die? My plan to assassinate the Emperor of Great Yin has not yet had a chance to be carried out. I heard the emperor would pass through Yin Cheng, but there wasn't even a shadow of him. Even after killing Wei Yin, the court didn't issue a warrant for my arrest. I was even hoping to be executed by the authorities. That's right, this is definitely an opportunity. These two might be local officials. If I curse the emperor in front of him and get executed for it, my name will surely echo throughout the land. This death of mine would probably be rated quite well. Having figured it out, he suddenly propped his leg on the table, slapped his chest, and tilted his head back to start singing. The current sage emperor, he is a wise ruler rarely seen in 1,000 years. Everyone in the tea house was stunned by his singing, stopping all their activities to stare at him blankly, a large question mark appearing over their heads. Hearing Xiao Mu praise him, the emperor covered his face with his fan, smiling with satisfaction as he asked, "Rarely seen in 1,000 years. Isn't that a bit of an overstatement?" Xiao Mu winked upon hearing this. He looked at the emperor, his face wreathed in smiles as he lavished praise. "Not at all, not at all. Look at what a great reign title he chose. Yong He, eternal peace. The emperor surrenders to the immortals, cedes land and pays indemnities, bows and scrapes, so that war will never happen again. Isn't that eternal peace?" Chu Xing was now boiling with rage. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger, thinking, how outrageous to dare say His Majesty is a coward. The more he heard, the more wrong it sounded. The emperor looked at him and asked, "But the immortal's power is too great. Even the martial saint was defeated and 100,000 elite troops were annihilated. Could it be that the emperor is currently looking at the bigger picture, and there are some things he naturally has to concede?" After hearing this, Xiao Mu gave the emperor a disdainful glance, thinking, "You mean the emperor is playing a big game of chess, brother?" Xiao Mu smiled, pointed at the emperor, and calmly replied, "If you lose, you must take the beating. If there is no other choice, one can naturally only concede. But whether concession is to bide one's time or to completely bow one's head in servitude, those are two different things." Every word he spoke was like a knife stabbing the emperor. After speaking, Xiao Mu pretended to cry, lightly wiping away tears with his hand. In Yinsheng, 9 out of 10 homes are empty. The common people are displaced and wandering, turning into thieves and bandits. Everyone around looked at him with immense sympathy. After a session of crying and complaining, Xiao Mu made a hand gesture, his eyes full of determination, and said decisively, "And yet, the city lord of Yinsheng, I was so hungry I didn't know anything anymore." And the imperial court acted as if it heard and saw nothing. The emotions of everyone present rose and fell with his mood. Xiao Mu propped his leg on the table and continued, "The emperor calls himself the son of heaven, ruling on behalf of heaven, yet treats the common people like dirt to curry favor with the immortals. He casually cedes resources, the people suffer, the court declines. Who knows how many Yinshangs have been created, all to serve one son of heaven who stands above millions." The fan the emperor was waving also stopped. His expression darkened, and a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, Chu Xing could no longer hold back. He rushed forward, slammed his hand on the table, and furiously shouted, "Treasonous and outrageous, spouting nonsense." Xiao Mu was not to be outdone. He angrily pointed at Chu Xing and yelled, "What are you getting so worked up about? Everyone knows the emperor supports the immortal sections. He even set up immortal sect strongholds in major cities, always welcoming the great immortal masters to visit. His favoritism couldn't be more obvious." Chu Xing glared at him, speaking up to defend the emperor. "Shut up. Do not insult the sage emperor." Xiao Mu, without any fear, continued to shout, "I'll curse him if I want to. The emperor is just a dog of the immortals." The people in the tea house watched their argument, feeling helpless and buzzing with discussion. Which brave warrior is this, daring to publicly curse the current sage emperor like this? 100 times more exciting than my storytelling. How thrilling. Back to Xiao Mu's side. The emperor observed him with a dark face. Seeing him look back with a provocative gaze, he thought, "You're practically cursing us to our face. You must have seen through our identity and are deliberately slandering us. Or, these words are also the intention of the former Minister of Justice, Wang Songhe. Back then, Wang Songhe risked his life to remonstrate, advising the late emperor to never yield to the immortals. The state of the world today is just as he predicted, and he recommended this person. Not to mention anything else, this man's talent for inciting the hearts of people is truly formidable. Even the usually calm Chu Xing was provoked by him. Chu Xing rushed forward, his hand on his sword, pointing straight at Xiao Mu, and said in a loud voice, "By the laws of Great Yin, one who slanders the sage emperor in the marketplace, after being convicted, you will be beheaded." Seeing this, Xiao Mu was not only unafraid, but on the contrary, he resolutely pointed at himself and replied, "To be condemned for one's words, the disaster should not implicate others. I alone will bear the consequences of my actions." Seeing this, the emperor couldn't help but wonder in confusion. This crazed, self-destructive behavior. What kind of trick is this? Observing this endless argument, the emperor held his fan out in front of Chu Xing, stopping him. Let it go. After all, he doesn't understand matters of state and war. It's merely a momentary outburst. That's enough for today. Let's take our leave. With that said, he quickly turned and left. Seeing this, Xiao Mu was stunned, thinking in a panic. What? I've already washed my neck, and you're just letting me go like this? Don't go. I can curse even more viciously. He reached out his hand, watching their departing figures. Chu Xing, walking beside the emperor, couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Are you all right, your majesty?" The emperor answered honestly, "I'm having a little trouble breathing." Just then, a soldier appeared in the tea house, shouting aggressively, "Who is Xiao Mu?" Hearing someone call his name, Xiao Mu immediately turned, pointed at himself, and replied excitedly, Me. I am Xiao Mu." The soldier looked at him with great annoyance and said, "Someone has reported you for recklessly discussing court affairs and slandering the sage emperor in the tea house. Arrest him for me." After hearing this, Xiao Mu said cheerfully, "You're here to arrest me, right? Hurry up and arrest me. Hurry up and arrest me. I absolutely won't resist." Back to the present, Xiao Mu clung to the iron bars, looking at the two jailers outside, and asked repeatedly, "My good brothers, when exactly will you kill me? Do we really have to wait until after autumn? Waiting until after autumn is too long. We must seize every second. We can't waste the common people's tax money. How about now? No need to pick an auspicious time. During the execution, I hope it's a bit lively. I like a lively atmosphere." Faced with his strange reaction, the two jailers couldn't help but be frightened, breaking out in a cold sweat. They looked at each other in disgust. Who will be so eager to die? Could it be that he knows he won't die? That he has someone powerful protecting him? Who could be so powerful as to dare protect a criminal who insulted the emperor? But seeing him being so noisy, a jailer took a long whip and lashed his hand fiercely. "Behave yourself. This is the death row ward. Don't even think about getting out." After that, Xiao Mu didn't ask or cause trouble anymore. He clutched his hand and sat down, thinking to himself, "Death row, huh? So I'm in the right cell. I remember that demon beast, Wu Chang. It seems to like eating the souls of the dying, right?" In the cell opposite, a person was coughing incessantly. The person coughed while looking at their shadow on the wall. But suddenly, the person's eyes widened in utter astonishment. A giant cat appeared before the person, its green eyes looking incredibly eerie. It let out a soft cry, meow. That cat slowly approached the man. It looked at the old man with its glistening eyes and let out another soft cry, meow. The old man smiled kindly, reached out to gently stroke its soft fur, and asked, "So it's a cat. You gave me a start. Why did you run in here?" As if it understood his words, it replied with a soft meow. The old man picked up the cat, his frail body trembling non-stop as he tried to drag himself step by step to the iron bars. This prison is a place of the underworld. Even the rats crawl up from hell. It's not clean. You won't find anything good to eat here. Come here. I'll take you outside. But after just a few steps, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Xiao Mu, in the opposite cell, immediately pressed against the iron bars and looked at the old man, asking worriedly, "Old sir, are you all right?" The old man struggled to sit up, looked at him, and replied with a laugh, "I'm fine, very strong." To prove it to him, the old man pulled up his shirt, revealing his twig-like arms, and boasted proudly to him, "In my day, I was the saint of thieves, robbing the rich to give to the poor, a renowned figure in the martial world." But looking at the scars on the old man's face, Xiao Mu said doubtfully, "But it looks to me like you're quite seriously injured." Hearing this, he shouted angrily, "Nonsense! I am the great saint of thieves. How could a mere fall injure me?" But the old man paid it no mind. He pointed upwards and began to boast of his exploits. "Back in the day, I single-handedly wielded a sword and fought a wealthy eccentric for several hundred rounds. If not for a moment of carelessness that got me caught, I'd still be a famous hero in the martial world today." Xiao Mu stood watching him, thinking to himself, "Old sir, stop boasting. This is just a final burst of energy before death. And another time, I robbed a merchant's goods. When I was young, I even lived in that dilapidated thatch hut." As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man suddenly collapsed. Xiao Mu shouted in alarm, "Guards, someone has fainted." Strangely, the cat the man had been holding moments ago suddenly approached and jumped onto the old man's back. Its eyes flashed with a green light, looking incredibly eerie. Xiao Mu's eyes widened in utter astonishment. A stream of dark energy emanated from the cat's body, then slowly began to absorb the old man's life force. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but shout in horror. What are you doing? He quickly moved forward and placed his hand under the old man's nose to check. Seeing that the old man was no longer breathing, a look of panic appeared in his eyes as he thought, he's dead. Then, he slowly tilted his head, glancing at the cat, and calculated to himself. Chief Constable Shun said that the death energy of humans can enhance a demon beast's power. If I'm not mistaken, that Wu Chang demon beast is it. At this moment, the cat had grown large, its entire body radiating a murderous aura as it glared at him. Seeing the demon beast appear, a look of excitement showed in Xiao Mu's eyes. He held out his hand, provoking it. Excellent. Come on, come and kill me. The cat narrowed its eyes and let out a soft cry, meow. Through its eyes, Xiao Mu continued to provoke it. Come on, don't you like to eat death energy? Just a few seconds later, it immediately lunged towards him. Just as he wished, Xiao Mu immediately raised his fist and said excitedly, "That's more like it. This won't end until one of us is dead." Unexpectedly, the cat suddenly shrank back to its small size and jumped onto his arm, gently rubbing against him affectionately. Meow. He exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Then, extremely annoyed, Xiao Mu grabbed the cat's tail and tried to pull it off his arm. Get off. You're the Wu Chang demon beast, a killer who doesn't bat an eye, and you're playing this cute cat act? Have you no shame as a cat? But the more he pulled, the tighter it clung. Seeing its satisfied expression, he said in astonishment, "What's with that look? Are cats also into handsome men?" Seeing the cat clinging to him relentlessly, he seemed to realize something and was suddenly horrified. Wait a minute, this demon beast eats death energy. It's clinging to me. Could it be because I'm about to die? At this moment, two people were walking down the nearby corridor, talking as they went. Where's a prisoner named Xiao being held? Over here. My lord, please follow me. The person who came was a jailer, who smiled carefully as he led the prefect to see the prisoner. Prefect, please rest assured, no criminal can escape from this prison. Xiao Mu moved like lightning, returning to his cell in just a few seconds. The jailer pointed towards him. Prefect, this is the felon who insulted the emperor. Xiao Mu gripped the iron bars, smiled at the two of them, and asked, when is the interrogation? When is the execution? Can you rush it? I can hardly wait. Strangely, the prefect looked at Xiao Mu and replied with a respectful smile. Lord Xiao must be joking. It was all a misunderstanding. I've come to invite you out of prison. As soon as the prefect finished speaking, Xiao Mu flew into a rage, broke the iron bars, and roared at them. Out of prison? What kind of joke is this? I was on the brink of death, narrowly escaping with my life, and it turns out to be nothing. Witnessing this scene, the prefect and the jailer both stared at him in silence. The prefect took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face and explained with a forced smile. It was our mishandling of the situation. It's only natural for Chief Constable Xiao to break out of prison. On the other hand, he turned to look at the jailer and ordered angrily, what are you waiting for? Quickly remove Lord Xiao's shackles. The jailer acknowledged the order. Yes. Xiao Mu, looking extremely annoyed, rubbed his arm and said, fine, I'll find another chance to get in next time. The jailer, while removing his shackles, couldn't help but ask in astonishment, You're coming back? Nearby, the prefect looked at him, thinking suspiciously. He could clearly escape, but he didn't. He even insulted the emperor, yet someone came with an imperial edict to save him. This Chief Constable Xiao must have an extraordinary background. I absolutely cannot afford to offend him. After the shackles were removed, he glanced at the prefect and said, there's one more thing. He looked at Xiao Mu respectfully and said, please speak, my lord. Xiao Mu looked towards the dead old man in the next cell and ordered, let this old gentleman rest in peace. He couldn't survive a single fall. The prefect acknowledged the order. Chief Constable Xiao is truly a kind-hearted person. I will certainly arrange for him to have a proper burial. The prefect respectfully gestured for Xiao Mu to follow. Lord Xiao, this way, please. Before leaving, he glanced towards the old man, thinking to himself, speaking of which, where did that demon cat go? The main hall of the yamen. Chinga's voice rang out. 2 days. It's only been 2 days. You've already used your official position to cause trouble outside and even got yourself arrested. Where does that leave the reputation of this adjudicator's office? He looked at Xiao Mu and roared in anger. Xiao Mu held out his hands, looked at Qinghe with a sincere gaze, and began to explain, my lord, you understand me. I deliberately caused trouble to solve the case, infiltrating the prison to secretly investigate and gather evidence. I hope you will believe me, my lord. I have absolutely no selfish motives. After hearing this, Qinghe's anger immediately vanished. He clapped his hands and said, so that's how it is. But just a few seconds later, Qinghe rushed forward, his eyes furious, and pointed at him, shouting, "Do you take me for a fool? To get into prison, you needed to curse the emperor in front of the whole world?" Witnessing the two of them arguing, Ingxue raised her hand and gave a light cough. Xiao Mu, to get you out, he used his special privileges for the first time, personally went to the prefect's residence to apologize to old director Liu, and even brought apology gifts for Prefect Liu. After hearing this, Qinghe's annoyance subsided somewhat. He sighed, frowned, and said, "If it weren't for giving face to Mr. Wang, who would bother with him?" Hearing this, Xiao Mu bowed respectfully in thanks. "Thank you, my lord." At the same time, he thought to himself, "You and Wang Song here are the stumbling blocks on my path to self-destruction." Qinghe held out his hand and advised, "All right, be more careful with your words and actions from now on." Although he said that, Qinghe still secretly glanced at Xiao Mu. He thought suspiciously, "Although I went to save him, I heard from old director Liu that before I arrived, someone had already used a flying fish token to demand his release. The flying fish token is an imperial edict given to close guards to convey the emperor's commands. Could it be that the person behind him is the emperor? Did the emperor order him to curse him? Could the current emperor have such a strange hobby? Didn't he already let him curse to his heart's content?" The more he thought, the more Qinghe imagined a scene of Xiao Mu stomping the emperor under his foot, cursing nonstop, "You're an idiot," while the emperor excitedly cheered, "Don't stop. Curse more viciously." Qinghe didn't want to say any more. He sat down at the table and asked seriously, "All right, let's get to business. Did you see that demon beast in the prison?" Xiao Mu raised his hand and began to recount what he saw. "Yes, the demon beast is a calico cat about this big that appeared next to a death row inmate. After eating the inmate's death energy, the demon cat grew larger, even taller than a person, but I didn't see it harm anyone." After hearing this, Ingxue, standing beside them, frowned slightly. She said, doubtfully, "Every time the Wuchang demon beast appears, someone dies. This point matches. Some of the previous victims had scratch marks, which do resemble wounds caused by a feline or tiger-like demon beast." Xiao Mu gave her an unhappy glance and said, "The culprit isn't necessarily the Wuchang demon beast." At the same time, he thought to himself, a culprit like that, just thinking about it seems impossible. Hearing that, Ingxue couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why do you say that?" Xiao Mu crossed his arms, smiled, and replied, "Is it possible that the demon cat is simply attracted to death energy? So every time it appears at a murder scene, it's mistaken for the murderous demon beast?" Ingxue couldn't help but say in astonishment, "You mean there's another demon beast?" Elsewhere on a cliff, the azure flying tiger roared loudly at the people before it. Two girls were terrified. They looked at it and said one after another, "Senior Sister Manhwa, the Holy Maiden's azure flying tiger is too fierce. We can't tame it. Moreover, every time Senior Sister goes out, it goes crazy. The two of us really don't know what to do." At this moment, Manhwa slowly walked over from a distance. "Nonsense. Taming spirit beasts is our responsibility. When the Holy Maiden returns and holds us accountable, none of us can bear this responsibility." She reached out and stroked the azure flying tiger's head, then smiled smugly, "Good boy, Sid." At the same time, she thought to herself, "These fools. If I don't let this fierce tiger go a little crazy, how can I show off my beast-taming talent to the Holy Maiden? How can I earn merit? Besides, the Holy Maiden still needs to be in seclusion for at least another month. This matter isn't too serious." A girl behind her saw her pacify the demon beast and said admiringly, "Senior Sister is amazing." She looked at her demon beast, her eyes holding a hint of ruthlessness, secretly plotting, "Next, I'll use those mortals to capture the Wuchang demon cat. My status in the sect will surely rise to a new level." That night, Ingxue stood with her hands on her hips, saying, "This operation is aimed at capturing the Wuchang demon beast." Ingxue said loudly in front of everyone, "Constable Qiao saw it at the West City prison last night. Therefore, the focus is to search the West City area, leaving no corner unchecked." Night fell, and the moon rose high. She ordered loudly, "All right, everyone follow the plan, split up into different streets to hunt it down." The soldiers acknowledged the order with a loud shout. Yes. Xiao Mu was currently walking alone on a deserted path when a black shadow silently followed him. Xiao Mu was startled and turned around. It turned out to be a small cat licking his leg. He smiled helplessly, squatted down, and petted the cat. Xiao Mu said, "As I thought, ever since I got out of prison last night, I've felt you following me. You're sticking to me like this. Do you see me as a long-term meal ticket?" But the cat just kept licking his hand, making Xiao Mu think of Sanxue. He said, "You keep sniffing me like this. It reminds me of Sister Shui. But she's much cuter than you." Suddenly, Ingxue appeared. startling the cat. She said, "Xiao Mu, what's wrong?" "That cat is." Before she could finish, its eyes glowed, and the cat quickly fled the scene. Seeing this, Xiao Mu immediately gave chase. He said to Ing Shue, "That's the demon cat I told you about." The cat ran as fast as the wind. Xiao Mu chased relentlessly after it. He shouted to Ing Shue behind him, "It's heading for the western suburbs. Keep chasing. I'll go right to block it." "No, it turned left." "It jumped down, stay close." At this moment, Xiao Mu and Ing Shue both stopped. The two of them stood before a large gate, looking in that direction. Xiao Mu thought tensely, "Did we lose it?" "No, this demon cat is so agile. It should have shaken us off long ago. Why is it keeping a distance that's neither too far nor too close, as if it's deliberately luring us?" Ing Shue said, "This place?" Xiao Mu asked in surprise. "Chief, you know this place?" "The Yamen has investigated. This is the territory of a newly established gang, the Redwater Gang. From this angle, the compound seems to be emitting a mysterious, dark aura." Ing Shue continued, "The gang leader, Jiang Long, is a 6th-rank martial artist. His strength cannot be underestimated." Xiao Mu suddenly seemed to smell something, and his expression grew heavy. He said, "Such a strong smell of blood." At this moment, in the main courtyard of the Red Dragon Hall, a tall man said, "Jiang Long, leader of the Redwater Gang, pays his respects to the High Immortal." He smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "To be able to serve the Xian sect, one of the 9 great immortal sects, is truly my honor. If the High Immortal can allow me to join the sect soon and cultivate the art of eternal life, I will definitely obey the High Immortal's commands." The girl named Manhwa laughed upon hearing this. She took something out from her bosom and said, "Since you are so sincere, I will naturally give you a chance." She pulled out a chinkoan pouch. Manhwa smiled and said, "However, the people who want to enter my immortal sect are as numerous as crucian carp crossing a river, countless. I can't just agree to your request so easily. Only by passing my test can I accept you into the sect." Hearing this, Jiang Long asked in surprise, "A test?" With that said, Manhwa opened the pouch, and a white divine tiger emerged from within. She continued, "Your rank only represents a martial artist level of internal energy. I want to see your actual combat ability. Don't worry, it's just a small test. The commotion won't be too big." Seeing this, the man's face showed terror, and he said, "This is..." Seeing his reaction, Manhwa sneered and said, "Scared already? You can give up if you want. But this art of eternal life." Jiang Long immediately mustered his full power and said confidently, "No, the High Immortal misunderstands. I'm just afraid I might accidentally kill it. High Immortal, rest assured, I will definitely hold back." A moment later, the divine tiger had somehow already pinned Jiang Long to the ground. He was covered in injuries, begging, "High Immortal, save me." Manhwa stood at a distance, arms crossed, and said, "Wu Chang, the demon beast can smell death energy, and death energy only appears on those who are about to die. You are a 6th-rank martial artist, yet the death energy on you is so thick. It smelled it and naturally came to your door." As she finished speaking, the divine tiger bit into his neck. The man's life hung by a thread, ready to snap at any moment. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Manhwa just smiled at the sight and said, all right, spare his life for now. If you kill him, the death energy will quickly dissipate." However, when the divine tiger turned around, its eyes flashed with a ferocious light, as if it had lost control. This made Manhwa panic for a moment. She thought to herself, "In the past, when I fed it blood food, it was always obedient. But today, could it be that this 6th-rank martial artist is such a great supplement for it that it triggered its ferocity?" Suddenly, a cat's meow was heard from the rooftop. It was the demon cat Xiao Mu was chasing. Manhwa immediately turned, raised her chinkoan pouch, and said, "You've come as expected. Surrender obediently." In an instant, the white tiger grew a pair of wings, roared, and flew towards the demon cat, leaving Manhwa utterly astonished. The white tiger immediately swiped its claws at the demon cat, but the demon cat managed to dodge in time. Seeing this, Manhwa's face turned pale, and she thought, "This is bad. Little tiger has lost control. If others find out..." The white tiger leaped up and pounced towards the demon cat, shattering the tiles on the roof. Seeing this scene, Chuning Shue hurriedly said, "Look, up there," Xiao Mu said in surprise. "A tiger demon? So there really is another demon beast." Chuning Shue immediately charged into the compound, shouting to Xiao Mu, "Follow me." Then, she kicked open the main doors of the compound. Seeing the man's body on the ground, Chuning Shue said, "We're a step too late." Xiao Mu replied, "What?" She immediately turned back and said to him, "That white tiger is definitely a spirit beast raised by the Xian sect. Spirit beasts are usually controlled by cultivators. The beast tamer must be here. Xiao Mu turned back and asked, "You mean this Wu Chang demon beast case was caused by the Shintian sect?" Just then, Xiao Mu seemed to notice something. High above, the white tiger's attack knocked the demon cat down. Xiao Mu managed to catch the demon cat, holding it in his arms as he jumped down. After landing, Xiao Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "A hero saving a cat, truly perfect." Suddenly, the white tiger charged from behind, frightening the cat into a shriek, and Xiao Mu also showed a look of terror. Just as he was about to use the shadow-seeking steps, Chening Xue arrived in time, pulling Xiao Mu and the demon cat away to flee. She turned her head and said to him, "The white tiger is too strong. We're no match for it. My movement technique is fast. I can hold it off for a while. You go get help." After speaking, she pushed Xiao Mu away and shouted, "Go now." At this moment, the white tiger had caught up behind Chening Xue. Seeing this, Chening Xue immediately turned around. Suddenly, she panicked inwardly, thinking, "Oh no, heavenly demon disintegration." Xiao Mu immediately rushed towards Chening Xue and sent the white tiger flying with a single punch. A powerful energy emanated from Xiao Mu's body. He said, "Sorry, Chief." The demonic power made him seem like a different person. Xiao Mu turned around and said with a smile, "I can't let you steal my thunder." Seeing this, Chen Yingxue scolded Xiao Mu. "Didn't I tell you to go get reinforcements?" He immediately retorted, "No, Chief, you go get reinforcements. Leave the rear guard to me." In the distance, a figure seemed to have witnessed everything. Chu Xing watched from a tall tree, thinking to himself, "Fools. They could have clearly escaped, yet they insist on throwing their lives away. This is great. Both of you will die here." He immediately closed his eyes and thought, "His Majesty wants to protect this person. If he dies here, it would be bad. I must first observe Xiao Mu closely, investigate his situation, and report any movements to the Alliance immediately." Suddenly, he frowned in thought, but he looked towards Mingyue, who was still on the roof. Chu Xing secretly calculated. The real culprit controlling the tiger is still here. Sitting on a paper crane and witnessing this scene, Mingyue said in surprise, "These troublesome constables. I told them not to fight recklessly if they encounter a demon beast, but to inform me immediately. I didn't expect someone unafraid of death would dare to charge forward." She thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Well, it's fine. He's just a 6th-rank mortal martial artist, just enough for Little Tiger's tasty meal. After Little Tiger has eaten its fill, I'll just retrieve it." Seeing this situation, Chu Xing, in the distance, was furious but didn't dare to act rashly. He thought to himself, "His Majesty doesn't want to conflict with the Immortals right now. If I act on my own, I'll only cause more trouble for His Majesty. So be it. I can only act according to the circumstances." At this moment, Xiao Mu was still stubbornly confronting the white tiger. The white tiger immediately attacked with its claws, and Xiao Mu quickly dodged. However, Xiao Mu was still injured by the sharp claws. He retreated a few steps, clutching his wound, and thought, "This tiger demon is really powerful." The sheer force from its claws, forming a blade, broke through my protective true chi. But he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was secretly happy. Dying under its claws will surely bring great benefits. "Come on, use your strongest move to kill me." The white tiger immediately took a deep breath, and immediately after, a huge blast of demonic power shot towards Xiao Mu. Seeing this, he joyfully savored the attack, thinking, "Excellent, let me die a satisfying death." Suddenly, an arm wrapped tightly around his neck, startling him. At this moment, Chening Xue was carrying him as she flew, saying, "What are you spacing out for? Hurry and dodge." This made Xiao Mu sigh helplessly. "Don't ruin this for me. Let me go die." Chen Yingxue said, confused, "The white tiger is very strong. We can't face it head on. We can only rely on movement techniques to stall it, find an opening, and deliver a fatal blow. I will now teach you the mental cultivation method for the shadow-seeking steps. Watch my movements carefully and remember them well." After speaking, Chen Yingxue held Xiao Mu and demonstrated the moves. Channel qi to the feet, and the spirit will connect naturally. Step on emptiness as if it were solid. Step on solid as if it were empty. A full cycle circulates, repeating endlessly. This was too much for Xiao Mu, and his nose started to bleed. He thought to himself, "I'm about to suffocate. For goodness sake, if you're going to teach, at least put me down first." In this situation, even an immortal couldn't learn. Suddenly, the system interface appeared, showing the shadow-seeking steps being downloaded, leaving Xiao Mu dumbfounded. "This works too?" Just then, The white tiger charged, sending Xiao Mu flying. Chen Xue cried out in horror. Xiao Mu. With no other choice, she tremblingly drew her waist sword. She struck the white tiger's head with all her might, but unfortunately, the sword's blade snapped in two, while the tiger's head was completely unharmed. Seeing this, Xue was utterly horrified, thinking to herself, "This tiger demon has profound internal energy. Ordinary blades and swords cannot harm it." The white tiger continuously launched dangerous attacks at her, and Xue dodged while pondering. Although the shadow-seeking steps could evade its attacks, they couldn't inflict any damage on it. If this continues, even if Xiao Mu masters the shadow-seeking steps, we are sure to lose. Manhwa looked down from above, chuckled, and said, "You don't know your own limits. That is the Saintess's spirit pet, impervious to fire and water, impenetrable by blades and swords. You all should just obediently wait to be eaten." She added even more arrogantly, "For mortals like you, this is a great honor." At this moment, Xue was still trying to hold her ground against the white tiger, but it seemed to be a futile waste of her energy. Just then, the system announced, "Shadow-seeking steps download 100% complete." Xiao Mu quickly channeled his demonic power and rushed toward the white tiger. Heavenly demon disintegration, shadow-seeking steps. Seeing him charge forward, Xue was utterly astonished, hastily gesturing to stop him, shouting, "Go away. You can't beat it." Immediately after, the white tiger swiftly launched an extremely dangerous attack. However, Xiao Mu at this moment seemed to have become a different person, easily dodging it. The system announced, current skill points, 204. To perfect shadow-seeking steps, 126 skill points are required. Then, he abruptly stomped the ground to gather strength. Xiao Mu said, "Greed, give me a little more time." After that, Xiao Mu leaped high into the air, then slammed down hard on the white tiger's head, smashing it flat on the ground. Seeing this scene, both Xue and Chu Xing were utterly astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Chu Xing thought in confusion. The internal force of that last strike far exceeds a 6th-rank martial artist. Could that be the great art of heavenly demon disintegration? Moreover, he combined it with an extremely fast movement technique, multiplying its power. Recalling the scene, he thought further. Add to that this reckless fighting style of all offense and no defense. This Xiao Mu is truly a ruthless one. Seeing Xiao Mu's terrifying power, Xue couldn't help but wonder, is this how my family's heirloom, the shadow-seeking steps, is supposed to be used? Watching him skillfully and continuously channel demonic power, she thought to herself, evasion and concealment, an agile movement technique. How could he use it so violently? Could it be that for all these years, I've been practicing it wrong? Xiao Mu brandished his sword fiercely and said, "Die." Just as Xiao Mu was about to strike the killing blow on the white tiger, Mingwei appeared and shouted, "Stop!" She pointed at the white tiger and said, "This azure flying tiger is the spirit pet of the Xiantian sect Saintess. Hand it over to me at once." Xiao Mu turned around coldly and replied, "The rules of the immortal sects, what do they have to do with a mere mortal like me? This beast has harmed countless people, according to the laws of my imperial court." Speaking to this point, his mind was made up. He raised his sword and roared, "It must be slain." Seeing this, Chu Xing thought in alarm. He's killed it. He's actually determined to kill that white tiger. How dare he? He is a martial artist. How can he so easily do what even the current emperor cannot? Mingwei was now in a complete panic, saying, "You actually..." Xiao Mu raised his blood-stained blade and said, "The man-killing beast has been eliminated, but the one who released the tiger to kill, who treats the lives of the people as worthless." Speaking to this point, he pointed his sword at Mingwei and said, "Must also pay with their life." Hearing this, her whole body trembled, unable to believe her ears. Mingwei furiously pointed at Xiao Mu, shouting arrogantly, "When a spirit pet of an immortal sect causes trouble, the immortal sect itself will handle it. It's not the place for a mortal like you to interfere. What's more, you've slandered me, a crime deserving of 10,000 deaths." After hearing this, Xue also replied coldly, "Slander? Then may I ask High Immortal Mingwei to explain? Why did you appear here?" Her gaze sharpened as she pressed. "Are you here to capture the demon, or to release it?" Panicked, she summoned a paper crane and retorted stubbornly, "Insolent. Do I, a High Immortal, need to explain my whereabouts to you? You acted on your own, without reporting to me, obstructing the official business of the Immortal sect, and even injured the Saintess's spirit pet. Manhwa quickly climbed onto the paper crane and flew away, leaving behind a threat. Everyone in the yamen, just wait for death. Ingshue contemptuously mimicked her words. You acted on your own, without reporting to me, obstructing the official business of the Immortal sect, and even injured the Sanus' spirit pet. Suddenly, Xiao Mu, on the other side, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, startling her. Ingshue rushed over to support him, calling out, Xiao Mu, are you alright? Wake up. At this moment, he gasped out 2 words with a faint breath. Save me, she shouted in a panic. Don't worry, the magistrate and I will definitely find a way to heal you. We definitely will. Before Ingshue could run to find help, Xiao Mu's soul left his body, leaving behind one sentence. Don't save me. She hurriedly shouted, Xiao Mu. Scene change. On a fresh morning, a cat was lounging comfortably on a tree branch, letting out a soft mmm. The kitten exhaled in satisfaction. Unlike those other dying folks, who only provide a few mouthfuls of death energy to fill the belly meow, this time, I'm truly stuffed. The purity of the death energy on that constable was simply impeccable. The kitten thought of an image that made its heart flutter, blushing shyly. Plus, he saved me last night. Meow. So special, I like him so much. Even so, the scene from last night made its heart ache. Unfortunately, that constable was still gravely injured by the white tiger in the end. I even followed him all the way to the yamen, but I was still a step too late. The energy had all dissipated on the way. It lay there tiredly, basking in the sun. Who decreed that I, a cat, am Wu Chang, and must feed on death energy? To be noticed by me also means that one's day of death has arrived. This cat is fated to be lonely until old age. Suddenly, something fell heavily onto the branch where the cat was lying, scaring it into a shriek. Meow. Xiao Mu fell to the ground, saying in confusion, so painful. Why did I revive in a tree this time? Seeing him, the cat thought frantically, meow, meow, meow. He's not dead. Immediately after, it launched itself at his stomach with immense force, causing Xiao Mu severe internal injuries. He helplessly stroked the cat's face and spoke. Why is it you again? Are you really planning to stick to me forever? Finally, Xiao Mu wearily opened the system panel and said to the cat, Alright, if you like me that much, I'll consider you my mascot from now on. It quickly replied with a meow. Then he looked at the statistics panel and said, Let's see the death evaluation this time. I was covered in injuries and only got a B+ rating. Death level evaluation, B+. Eliminated a pest for the people, a lifetime as an incorruptible official. Reward this time, 26 points. Remaining skill points, 104. Remaining usable lifespan, 57. Resurrections in 7 days, 4 out of 5. Skills, Longevity Fist, Kinesis Forging Heaven, Shadow, Seeking Steps completed. Martial Saints, Spirit Rhino Art, Introductory. Display other rewards, Blood and Chi Enhancement. Xiao Mu stroked the cat's head while speculating in confusion. Could it be that the impact after my death wasn't big enough? Impossible. This case must have been reported by Ingshue, an immortal from Xian Tian sect releasing a demon to kill people. Constable Xiao Mu risking his life to slay the demon. How can this not be considered a heroic act? Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he frowned. Unless this case was suppressed midway, so basically no one knows about it. No wonder these cultivators are so arrogant. They're certain the Imperial Court wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Alright, if the Yamen doesn't dare to cause trouble, then I'll do it. Anyway, I'm not a constable anymore. Consumed 104 points, upgrading Longevity Fist, Kinesis Forging Heaven to grand completion 100%. Xiao Mu quickly circulated his energy, guiding the blood and chi to flow throughout his body. After Longevity Fist, Kinesis Forging Heaven reached minor completion. I received a blood and chi enhancement reward with each resurrection, but my basic appearance hardly changed. Is it because my blood and chi have stabilized in my body's peak state? Each resurrection consumes my lifespan, but at the same time, the progress of the Longevity Fist extends my lifespan. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said excitedly, Now that Longevity Fist Kinesis Forging Heaven has reached grand completion. I wonder how many more years I can live. Xiao Mu picked the cat and added, Let's go, Wu Chang. We'll change into different clothes and go to Xian Tian sect to arrest someone. It understood, replied with a meow, and then disappeared with him. The scene shifts to the Xian Tan Daoist temple. Xiao Mu appeared here, looking at the surroundings, and said, "Isn't this the old Xiao family courtyard in Heian? Today is the 15th of the month, and there are quite a few pilgrims coming to Tian sect to burn incense and worship the gods." In the quiet Taoist temple, an old woman suddenly grabbed an immortal, pleading earnestly, "Hi, Immortal, please grant your blessing. Please save me. My son and daughter-in-law were killed by a demon a few days ago." The old woman knelt on the ground in grief, explaining, "That day my granddaughter hid in a closet, so scared she lost her wits, and now she's become dazed. Please, High Immortal, save my granddaughter. This old one will definitely come to the temple every day to burn incense and make offerings." This immortal replied with an extremely cold attitude, "No noise is allowed in the immortal temple. Can't you see your 5th-rank vice prefect is still burning incense up there? Go wait in the back. The immortals are very busy." Inside, a group of officials were kneeling and praying, "Please, High Immortal, bless my 9th concubine to give birth to a healthy son." The old woman couldn't wait any longer and cried out desperately, "I can't wait any longer. She is my only relative left. I count out to you. Please save her life. High Immortal." The other person still had a cold attitude, shouting, "I've told you several times, wait. If you keep making noise, don't blame me for being impolite." Suddenly, someone came over and interrupted, "Wait." It was Mingwei who approached. The moment the other person saw her, he respectfully called out, "Senior sister." She was arrogant, like a true immortal, looking down at the grandmother and granddaughter, and asked, "You just said your son was killed by a demon, and this little girl, beside you, witnessed the entire process?" The old woman quickly looked at her granddaughter and replied, "Yes, she was terrified and was unconscious until today. But when she woke up, she became like this. She doesn't hear when others call her." The little girl looked truly pitiful at this moment. The old woman asked worriedly, "High Immortal, was my granddaughter's soul eaten by the demon?" Mingwei, her thoughts unknown, replied, "There are indeed symptoms of soul loss." She stepped forward and said to the two, "Please follow me to the inner hall. I will personally treat the little girl." The old woman was overjoyed and stood up. "Really? Thank you, High Immortal." Just then, a voice stopped the grandmother and granddaughter. "Ma'am, you can't go with her." It was Qiao Mu. He stood there solemnly, pointing at Mingwei, and said, "The one who released the beast in the city, causing numerous murders, is this very high, immortal Mingwei." Hearing this, she immediately looked behind her and was horrified at the sight. Qiao Mu? Wasn't he beaten half to death by Little Tiger? How can he be here, completely unharmed? What does he want to do? The people, not understanding the situation, began to murmur amongst themselves. Is he talking about the Wu Chang demon case? I heard many people died. A high immortal of Tian sect, releasing a demon beast to kill people? Impossible. That's a high immortal of Tian sect, who has always protected our Heian region and kept us safe. Mingyue's expression showed no fear. On the contrary, she smiled arrogantly and said, "Isn't this Constable Qiao of the Yamen? As a Yamen runner, you must act with fairness and restraint. You said I released a demon to kill people. So may I ask, do you have any proof?" Seeing this, the people also said contemptuously, "That's right, spouting baseless accusations without any proof. Besides, you're just a lowly constable. You want to arrest an immortal?" Among them, an agitated person said, "Exactly. Even our current emperor wouldn't dare." The person behind him quickly stopped him. "Shh, don't speak nonsense." With the people's support, Mingyue became even more arrogant, twisting the truth. "Everyone, this constable and I had a small misunderstanding before, which is why he came here to slander me. Officials of the public gate, without permission, are not allowed to enter the forbidden grounds of an immortal sect. Qiao Mu, not only did you trespass, you also tarnished the reputation of my immortal sect." She paused, gave Qiao Mu a malicious glare, and asked, "So, what crime should you be charged with?" He also returned her gaze with an ice-cold stare. Suddenly, the little girl pointed at Mingyue and screamed, "It's her." She looked terrified and screamed again, "Tiger, kill tiger, father, mother." Seeing that her granddaughter was not well, the old woman hurriedly comforted her. "My dear grandchild, have you come to your senses?" It's all right, Grandma is here." The little girl looked to be in great pain, clutching her head and screaming. As soon as she finished speaking, the townspeople turned and began whispering to each other. Did that little girl just point at High Immortal Mingwei? I think I heard that the Tian sect raises spirit beasts. Could it be that she really released a demonic beast to kill people? If the saintess of the Tian sect finds out about this, wouldn't she be? The crowd's whispers made Mingyue tremble all over, and fear grew in her heart. She couldn't hold back her anger. casting a spell towards them and shouting, "Shut up!" Mingwe revealed her arrogant attitude, yelling, "A bunch of mortals! You dare to look down on me? Are you looking to die?" Immediately after, she pointed at Xiao Mu, screaming frantically, "And you, Xiao Mu, a lowly Yamen constable, dares to lead a disturbance at an immortal sect. This is a capital crime. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. Everyone in the Yamen must also be dealt with." Suddenly, he took an object from behind his back and said calmly, "Is that so? But I'm not a Yamen constable. I am Xiao Mu's elder brother, Xiao Chifu." A cloth-wrapped long spear was unwrapped by him, along with his words. "The laws of the court cannot manage immortals." Xiao Mu used another fake name, then quickly gripped the long spear, charged towards her, and shouted, "Then let me, Xiao Chifu, manage you." In the midst of the crisis, a man rushed out to block a blow from Mingwe. His face was full of killing intent as he glanced contemptuously at Xiao Mu. "You ignorant madman, you dare to lay a hand on my senior sister Mingwe." Next, he attacked Xiao Mu with a sword strike. "Watch me chop you into 100 pieces." Xiao Mu excitedly met the attack, just in time. "Let me see the strength of your immortal sect." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and said, "No, this is swordsmanship. You're a martial artist. Why are you being a lapdog for an immortal sect?" The other person angrily retorted, "Martial artists are still mortals in the end, but I want to obtain the orthodox dharma of the Xian sect and attain the Tao of longevity." Suddenly, the aura around the man changed, and he said, "Perfect. Today I'll kill you to earn merit. The saintess will surely accept me into the sect. Witness my ultimate technique, heavenly scorpion disintegration." As he finished speaking, Xiao Mu had already landed a punch on his face, knocking out several teeth. He sent the man flying with a single punch, his entire body slamming hard against a wall. Xiao Mu held his pose and mocked. "Heavenly scorpion disintegration? I know that one." Suddenly, Xiao Mu noticed a talisman appear behind him, flying in this direction. It was the vicious Mingwe shouting, "Go to hell." Xiao Chifu. She used the power of the talisman to attack Xiao Mu, a streak of blazing red fire flying towards him. The power of this talisman surprised him a little. Xiao Mu immediately threw his long spear towards a streak of fire. And right after, he saw the long spear being melted. Xiao Mu couldn't help but be astonished by the sight before him. An iron spear melted in an instant. Is this the power of immortal arts? What surprised him even more was that his hand was also touched by a spark of fire. Xiao Mu's eyes widened, thinking in disbelief, "I've been hit." The flame quickly spread over his entire body, causing him to scream in agony. Seeing this, Mingwe smiled smugly and said, "How does it feel? This is the bone-devouring Lyra fire talisman that the saintess bestowed upon me. I'm normally reluctant to even use it. The fire it releases can burn the soul and devour bone. As long as you're touched by a little, there will never be a chance of being saved." Her face now became extremely twisted, like a sadistic maniac, saying, "Before it burns you to ashes, this flame will absolutely not go out. This is the punishment you deserve for daring to provoke an immortal sect." Xiao Mu seemed to have heard some key information. Thinking, "Won't go out?" He quickly stood up with the mentality of letting it burn, since you're going to die today anyway, and charged towards Mingwe. Heavenly demon disintegration, full burst. She began to get scared, backing away while screaming in terror. "Are you insane? You're just a mortal. Why must you risk your life against me?" Xiao Mu gave a smile and replied, "Why? Because you, an immortal, have committed many evil deeds, colluded with demons, and walked a wicked path." His already scorched red hand clenched into a fist as if he had made up his mind. "Though I die today, I only hope that justice will still exist in this world." He charged towards Mingwe without hesitation. Qiao family, Qiao Chifu, invites the High Immortal to her death. She too quickly got a taste of the bone-devouring Lyra fire talisman. Even at this moment, Mingwe showed no remorse, thinking to herself, "Impossible. I am an immortal. How can I die at the hands of a common mortal?" Her arm reached towards the distant mountains, letting out a desperate plea. "Save me, senior brothers and sisters. Why aren't you coming down? Why aren't you saving me?" In the end, Mingwe was killed by the very thing she was most proud of. His whole body was still ablaze as he stood watching her. Luckily, I put all my points in a longevity fist earlier, so I could barely resist this bone-devouring Lyra fire talisman. Even so, this body is done for. After a moment of thought, he finally felt a sense of peace and let go. But this is good too. Xiao Mu's eyes looked towards the grandmother and granddaughter, thinking happily. At least Mingyue won't have a chance to harm them anymore. Moreover, publicly defeating an immortal could be considered a show of force to the public, restoring some face. The fire was still burning around him, but he was concerned about something else. Besides being burned to ashes in this Lyra fire, such a heroic death will surely receive quite a few good ratings. Suddenly, something flashed past Xiao Mu's arm. It was a sword. Due to its great force, it embedded itself in the stone railing. That sword had severed his arm, making him scream out in pain. The townspeople shouted in a mix of alarm and worry. Hero Qiao, it's over. The Xintian sect is here for revenge. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Wait, look at Hero Qiao. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The flames on Hero Qiao have disappeared. Indeed, the flames around Xiao Mu had now completely vanished. Xiao Mu clutched his severed arm, while the onlookers around him chattered excitedly. The fire on him is gone. Really? It must be the gods protecting him. No, it must be the heavens protecting him. That's right. Hero Qiao slayed that evil immortal. His merit is immeasurable. The evil immortal's fire can't burn him to death. He squinted, looking at the sword embedded in the railing not far away, thinking to himself, that's right, it was that sword that made the Lyra fire disappear. The sword cut off my arm that was tainted with the Lyra fire, cutting off the source of the flame, so naturally it couldn't keep burning. It seems the person who acted didn't want to harm me, but to save me. But why didn't you act sooner? I'm already burned to this state. I'd rather be dead. Realizing his unsightly appearance at this moment, Xiao Mu hugged his body, trying to cover himself with his hands, silently complaining in his heart. My hair is scorched, my face is ruined, my clothes are all burned away, but the iron crotch technique wasn't damaged by the fire. He then turned and asked the nearby crowd, everyone, can anyone lend me a pair of pants? A man holding up a pair of red pants replied, no problem, Constable Qiao, wear mine. Beside him, a man holding a pair of brown pants added. Hero Qiao flew into a rage and slayed the evil immortal, a true hero. If you don't mind, I am willing to offer my ancestral underpants to you. Hearing that, he immediately shouted, you keep that thing for yourself. Afterwards, Xiao Mu spoke up. The Xintian sect will absolutely not let this go. Everyone should leave quickly, lest you get implicated. Someone in the crowd said, but Hero Qiao, you're heavily injured. Why don't you come with us? Hearing this, he appeared quite nonchalant and said, don't worry, I have my own way of escaping. After all, even immortals are no match for me. The man in the crowd didn't try to persuade him further and agreed. Hero Qiao, you must take care. Xiao Mu clutched the brown pants with one hand, glanced into the forest, and asked, all right, everyone's gone. Can the expert in the forest show yourself now? Then he forced a stiff smile, his gaze even somewhat eerie. A life-saving grace must be repaid like a gushing spring. Seeing this, Chu Xing leaned over, turned his head to ask the emperor, Your Majesty, you ordered your humble servant to save his life, but why do I feel he's not happy at all? The emperor gently stroked his chin, his eyes thoughtful as he replied, he is indeed as unpredictable as his brother Xiao Mu. I didn't expect that because of the Wuchang demon case, he would actually move against an immortal, not even hesitating to risk his life. Even a brute of a martial artist knows to uphold justice for the world. Yet I, as the emperor, dare not go against the will of heaven. How can I bear the responsibility of the Son of Heaven? The two of them discussed endlessly inside, but on the outside, Xiao Mu was still smiling, trying to lure them out. Come on out, I will definitely thank you properly. On the other side, Chu Xing suddenly knelt before the emperor, admitting his fault. Your servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Your Majesty sees the bigger picture. Your position is different from mine. Naturally, you cannot act as recklessly as he did. His eyes darkened, looking at the emperor with a determined expression. Actually, your humble servant knows your Majesty has always been concerned for the world. It's just that the power of the immortals is too great. Your Majesty has always had to endure in silence. The emperor frowned at him and ordered, so what if I endure? I would rather be like him, living a life of swift vengeance and gratitude. All right, you take him away. Don't let the people of Xintian sect find him. I do not wish to stand by and watch a righteous man meet with disaster. Chu Xing accepted the order. Yes, far away, on the rolling mountain ranges, a strong wind blew past. As soon as they felt this gust of wind, both of them looked over at the same time. Their expressions couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Xing cried out in alarm. It's too late. In another place, two men were playing Go. One man, holding a game piece, said, Manhwa is dead. The bone-devouring Lyra Fire talisman has been used, and she even died at the hands of a common martial artist. She was short on talent, but loved to vie for favor. It's her just deserts to meet this calamity. It's just a pity she has tarnished the reputation of our Xiantian sect. The person opposite him continued, Isn't senior brother Qi Yang in charge of guarding the Xiantian temple this year? But he has gone traveling. I'm afraid this matter will have to be handled by us brothers. That's true. Xiantian Temple is a Taoist temple for incense worship after all. If we don't deal with that martial artist, the incense offerings will surely decline in the future, and we brothers will definitely be punished, he said casually as he placed a game piece. At this moment, on a high mountain nearby, a pink light flashed. The man with a red dot on his forehead glanced over, then said, It seems we don't need to do anything unnecessary. Let's continue playing. His Go partner opposite him replied, That's right. Since the bone-devouring Lyra Fire talisman was used, she would certainly have sensed it. The scene shifts to Qiao Mu's side. In the sky, a girl stood on a hovering sword, looking down at him. She is the saintess of the Xiantian sect, Wu Qingxin. Wu Qingxin looked at him, frowning as she asked, Who are you? But her appearance couldn't help but startle him. He looked at Wu Qingxin and asked, One who seeks the Tao and distinguishes right from wrong. May I ask who you are, miss? At the same time, he thought to himself, Who is this woman? My martial saint spirit rhino art can sense her. It should only react to people from the martial extreme society. Why is it reacting to a cultivator? She replied softly, Boring. Then she urged her spiritual power, looking at him and saying, When the Immortal sect acts, even if it is wrong, it becomes right. From her hand, a blazing red flame erupted, forming a circle. Wu Qingxin's flame quickly rushed forward, engulfing him. In an instant, Qiao Mu's entire body was submerged in Wu Qingxin's sea of fire. He screamed out in pain, but just a few seconds later, he glanced at her, laughing smugly, and said, This Lyra Fire is 10 times stronger than Manhwa's. It seems you are the saintess that Manhwa mentioned. Very good. Today is the 15th of the lunar month, a suitable day to burn incense for the gods. I hope that this stick of incense from me, a common mortal, can be accepted by the High Immortal. Faced with his words, Wu Qingxin didn't answer. She tilted her head to look at him, thinking to herself, This guy has the resonance of the martial saint's spirit rhino art. Humph. The Martial Extreme Association has fallen so low as to send a 6th-rank martial artist to cause trouble. Manhwa's death is no pity, but she was my person after all. I can't lose a shred of my dignity right now. The 2 auras hiding in the bushes have disappeared. Never mind, let them go. It's best not to stir up more trouble at this time. With that said, she quickly left. On the ground, Qiao Mu was stroking his pet cat. The cat purred softly, its face a picture of pure enjoyment. At the same time, it thought to itself, Meow, I've hit the jackpot this time. This human can actually revive multiple times. This dense death energy is going to stuff this meow to death. Meow, 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 meow. At this moment, Qiao Mu checked the system panel with one hand while glancing at the cat in his lap, reminding it, Hey, A1, don't just focus on eating death energy. You have to lend a hand in fights too. Faced with his reminder, the cat retorted in its mind, This meow isn't good at fighting, but I'm great at acting cute and spoiled. The system panel appeared. Death evaluation. A common mortal, disrespectful to gods and spirits, does not worship heaven and earth. Skill points awarded for this death, 56 points. Remaining skill points, 56 points. Resurrections in 7 days, 3 out of 5 times. Skills, Longevity Fist, Heaven Refining Gene Grand Completion 100%, Martial Saint Spirit Rhino Art Proficient 100%, Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Art Mastered 100%, 3 Pattern Folding Wave Gene Level 100%, Flesh and Blood Hunter Transformations Initiation 100%, Iron Cloth Shirt Grand Completion 100%. View other rewards, Chi and Blood increased. Seeing this, he couldn't help but beam with joy, saying, But the rewards this time aren't bad. It was worth dying for. Immediately after, he sat down again to cultivate. Looking at the stream of qi emanating from his dantian, Qiao Mu said happily, The qi sea in my dantian is full again. I'm already a 4th-rank martial artist. One more step and I can refine my spirit. Currently, I have 2 cultivation arts that are beneficial for spirit refining, but they're only the Longevity Fist, Heaven Refining Gene, and the Pure Yang Infinite art, and both are incomplete. The Martial Saint Spirit Rhino art is a secret spirit refining method for low-level martial artists, still different from true spirit refining martial arts. The system panel displayed, Martial Saints Spirit Rhino Art Proficient 100%. Next, Qiao Mu closed his eyes, focused his spirit, and executed the art, thinking to himself, that saintess of the Xiantian sect. I can sense her using the Martial Saints Spirit Rhino art, which proves she has some connection to the Martial Extreme Association. I must investigate her a bit, see if I can get information about the Longevity Fist, lower volume, Spirit Refining chapter. A stream of energy flowed down, and his eyes suddenly flew open. He exclaimed in his heart in astonishment. Found it! The residence of the Xiantian sect Saintess, the Spirit Spring. Wu Qingxin was currently bathing slowly in the pool when she sensed something unusual. She thought to herself, someone from the Martial Extreme Association has snuck in. At this moment, in the Saintess's temple in some village, the villagers were lined up neatly, bowing reverently. As they kowtowed, they murmured, Saintess above, sacred fire shining bright, bless our village, expel illness and slay demons. The incense smoke from the censer billowed into the air, coiling around the portrait. After receiving their worship, Wu Qingxin's eyes suddenly snapped open. She looked down at her hand, frowning slightly as she thought. This remote absorption is too inefficient. To break through to Foundation establishment, I need more incense fire faith power. As if sensing something amiss, she immediately looked outside, thinking to herself, someone from the Martial Extreme Association has snuck in. Behind a large nearby rock, a dark figure was hiding. It was Qiao Mu. He was clamping his hand tightly over a little girl's mouth while observing the surroundings, saying, I didn't expect the saintess of the Xiantian sect to live in such an ordinary place. There's even a group of martial slaves guarding the door. I'm now very suspicious of this saintess's true value. A few seconds later, the little girl whose mouth he was covering suddenly struggled, trying to pry his hand away while attempting to speak. Lord Ghost, spare me. I'm just a servant my father stuffed into the sect. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt its debtor. The one who burned you to death was the saintess. I'm innocent. Qiao Mu looked at the girl with suspicion. Then his expression immediately became extremely fierce as he threatened. I'll ask, you'll answer truthfully. Otherwise, I'll take you with me on the road to hell. Faced with his terrifying appearance, the little girl trembled and said, I'll tell you everything. Qiao Mu released the little girl. He put his hands on his hips and said, Good, I'll trust you. But if you dare to pull any tricks, after being released, the little girl was terrified, trying to shy away from him as she said, I absolutely wouldn't dare. My father is the prefect of Heian. As long as you don't harm me, I'll have him perform the best salvation ritual for you. Qiao Mu didn't care, quickly ordering her to answer. Cut the crap. What's the background of your saintess? The little girl replied, while wiping her tears, the saintess. The saintess was once a disciple of the martial saint named Wu Qingxin. She's also the martial saint's adopted daughter. Hearing this, Qiao Mu couldn't help but be astonished, asking in return, doesn't the martial saint hate people from the heavenly sects the most? His adopted daughter can also join a sect? The little girl immediately replied, Lord Ghost, you may not know. 45 years ago, the martial saint was defeated by an immortal. Afterward, he resigned from his post, founded the Martial Extreme Association, and then disappeared. To this day, even the elders in our sect can't find him. The martial path has declined because of this. After the great martial arts families were wiped out by the martial saint, those scattered martial cultivators couldn't find a way forward. Then, about a dozen years later, our saintess joined an immortal sect. Although the saintess cultivates the martial path, her aptitude for the immortal path is also top tier. Less than 5 years after joining, she surpassed all the disciples of her generation. The elders then nominated her to be the saintess, to become a role model for all martial artists in the world. From then on, more and more martial cultivators switched to joining immortal sections. Although I was forced by my father, it was actually because of the saintess that I broke my prejudice and joined an immortal sect. The saintess is my idol. The more she spoke, the more she showed her adoration for Wu Qingxin. In contrast, Qiao Mu, standing behind her, looked at the girl with disgust. Qiao Mu slapped his forehead, looking rather helpless, and thought to himself, what a brilliant move, buying horse bones for 1,000 gold. No wonder some martial artists are willing to be servants for immortal sections. But cultivating immortality isn't that easy. Martial artists who enter immortal sects are just low-class servants, with basically no chance to touch the core of immortal cultivation. But Wu Qingxin joined the Xiantian sect a dozen years ago, so the case of the Chow family's annihilation should have nothing to do with her. In that case, she probably doesn't have any clues about the longevity fist either. Then, he looked at the little girl again and continued to ask, how much do you know about the Martial Extreme Association? Have you seen the Saintess practice any martial arts techniques? Or has she taught you anything? The little girl turned her head to look at him in surprise, then answered shyly, my abilities are insufficient. I'm not worthy of being taught by the Saintess. I must work twice as hard, take good care of the spirit beasts, worry about the Saintess's food and daily life, without eating, drinking, or sleeping. That way, I will surely win her favor. Hearing this, Xiao Mu couldn't help but be astonished. Why is this whole immortal sect like an evil cult? Are they brainwashing people too? Next, he crossed his arms, looked seriously at the little girl, and asked, so what realm is Wu Qingxin at now? The little girl looked at him and replied with a proud smile. Humph. Our Saintess is exceptionally talented. This time in seclusion, she's about to break through to Foundation establishment. Unexpectedly, from behind the little girl, a talisman suddenly flew over. Seeing that the situation was bad, Xiaomu immediately grabbed the little girl's hand and yanked her back forcefully. At that very moment, a violent explosion occurred where the talisman was. Smoke and fire billowed, engulfing the entire area. As the smoke and fire gradually dissipated, Wu Qingxin's figure slowly walked forward. She pointed at the little girl and said, you talk too much. Faced with her action, Xiao Mu frowned and asked, if I hadn't been quick just now, your little girl would have been turned to ash. What do you think a human life is, Saintess? An ant? The little girl, after coming to her senses, looked at them and couldn't help but cry out in terror. You're not a ghost? Wu Qingxin, seeing him, was also taken aback. It's you? He coughed lightly to cover it up, thinking to himself, I have to explain again. Next, Xiao Mu pointed to himself and said, I am Qiao Zhong. The one you burned to death during the day was my younger brother, Qiao Qifu. Our Qiao family has always been loyal to the monarch and loved the country, taking the fate of the world as our responsibility and regarding death as light as a feather. You killed my brother, so I've come to seek revenge. But before he could say much more, Wu Qingxin immediately attacked. With a loud bang, fierce flames spread in all directions. Seeing this, Xiao Mu frantically dodged, shouting at the same time. Again? Afterwards, he looked angrily at Wu Qingxin and asked, it was just a joke. We're both from the Martial Extreme Association. Why must you get so angry, senior sister? At the same time, he thought to himself, I can't die too quickly. I need to dig out more information. But she paid him no mind, continuing to unleash her power while taking out a talisman, looking at Xiao Mu and saying, incurably foolish. You'll die at the hands of the martial saints sooner or later. I might as well grant you release now. Seeing that she still wouldn't stop, Xiao Mu was a little panicked. He held out a hand towards her, trying to stop her. What do you mean, senior sister? I've never even met the martial saint. Why would he want to kill me? Could it be that I have something I shouldn't have? Then he raised his hand, asking and answering himself. I know. It's the martial saint's spirit rhino art. Both you and I, senior sister, practice the martial saint's spirit rhino art. Wu Qingxin didn't answer. Her face darkened as she looked at him, but Xiao Mu paid no attention, still smiling as he asked casually. It seems I guessed correctly, because the martial saint's spirit rhino art has a resonance. You thought I was sent by the martial saint to kill you, and you betrayed the martial saint and joined an immortal sect precisely to break this cultivation art. Am I right? Seeing this, her expression sank, but immediately after, she unleashed her power again, drawing her sword and looking at him to say, during the day, someone from the Flying Fish Guard saved your younger brother's life. You are the Emperor's men. Has the martial saint already extended his reach to the Emperor of Great Yin? Seeing the sword in her hand, he couldn't help but think in astonishment. That sword belongs to the Flying Fish Guard? The expert who saved me this morning was from the Flying Fish Guard, but I have no relationship with the Emperor whatsoever. I've even cursed him before. Why would he save me? Next, Wu Qingxin continued to execute her moves, looking at him and asking in a stern voice, where is the Emperor of Great Yin? Xiao Mu replied, if I said I don't know any emperor at all, would you believe me? Seeing that he wouldn't answer, Wu Qingxin immediately threw an attack talisman at him, shouting, then you're useless too? Seeing the talisman fly towards him, Xiao Mu smiled faintly, simultaneously executing shadow, seeking steps, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this saintess? She attacks at the slightest disagreement. It seems I won't get any information. Time to retreat. Unexpectedly, the little girl rushed up from behind at this moment, pushing Xiao Mu hard in the back with her hands. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, he turned his head to look at the little girl. The little girl looked at him, her lips moving slightly, and said, "I'm sorry." Wu Qingxin's talisman embedded itself in Xiao Mu's body. Then, a blazing red flame erupted, as if to incinerate his entire body. He screamed in agony within the flames. His screams gradually faded, finally disappearing into the sea of fire. Afterwards, the little girl quickly walked towards Wu Qingxin and knelt to beg for forgiveness. "Saintess, spare my life. This servant guarantees she won't say anything. This servant will write to my father now and tell him to find a way to build more Saintess temples, to provide more incense fire for the Saintess." Wu Qingxin tilted her head to look at the little girl and said calmly, "Remember your place. One more word, and this Saintess will turn the entire prefectural yamen to ash." The little girl accepted the order. Yes. In Wu Qingxin's room, she slowly walked in, saying as she went, "Elder son, in Heian Prefecture City, a flying fish guard of the Great Yan Emperor is suspected to have appeared. Understood. Please continue to focus on your cultivation, Saintess, and enter the Foundation establishment stage soon." A sound transmission pearl, glowing with a sparkling blue light, floated in front of the room. Wu Qingxin closed her eyes slightly and sighed, thinking to herself, the Xiantian sect has been searching for the emperor for a long time. This information should count as a merit for the sect. Perhaps I can exchange it for some spirit pills and wondrous medicines to help my cultivation. I must raise my cultivation level quickly. One day, I too will join the ranks of the gods and immortals of the Xiantian sect. In her train of thought, countless plaques appeared around her, enclosing the space. The plaque in the center read, "Great Virtue, Great Accomplishment, Xiantian Immortal." In a tea house, a storyteller looked at the surrounding crowd and recounted a tale. That man named Xiao Qifu, burned by a strange flame, transformed into a stick of Qifu incense. In the fiery light, he roared, "This Qifu incense of mine, not even an immortal can withstand it." After hearing this, everyone cheered incessantly. Brilliant! This Xiao Qifu is truly a chivalrous hero of the mortal world. Xiao Mu, sitting nearby, leisurely drank his tea, a look of contentment on his face. How relaxing, drinking tea while listening to others praise me. This feeling is truly refreshing. Just then, his body felt a slight pang of pain. He frowned, looking at his hand, and said, "But being burned to death really hurts, and twice at that. Not even a speck of dust left. The second time I was burned to death, I even got a C rating, died for talking too much. What loss?" The system panel appeared. Death evaluation this time. C. Incense smoke was too strong, choked to death. Skill points awarded for this death, 10 points. Remaining skill points, 46 points. Lives remaining, 55. Resurrections within 7 days, 2 out of 5 times. Skills, Longevity Fist, Heaven Refining, Vigor, Grand Completion, 100%. Martial Saint Spirit Rhino Art Proficient, 100%. Shadow Transformation Sword Art Initiate, 100%. Other rewards, increased chi and blood. After looking at the notification panel, he roared with some dissatisfaction. "Although I want to die, I absolutely cannot die so meaninglessly. Wu Qingxin, the next time we meet, I will definitely send you on your way." Then, Xiao Mu slowly brought the teacup to his lips, savoring it leisurely, while thinking to himself. But on second thought, although Wu Qingxin fears the martial saint, she dared to openly join an immortal sect. It's very likely that the martial saint had planned this long ago, planting Wu Qingxin in the immortal sect. And she wants to use this opportunity to escape the martial saint's control. So, this martial saint's spirit rhino art, what's so strange about it after all? I really won't know without trying to sense it. This Heian Prefecture City is hiding so many people from the Martial Extreme Association. At this moment, in the Qingming Mountain Range in Nanzhou, at the Xiantian sect, in the Elder's Chamber, everyone sat in a circle. Seated in the middle was Elder Sun of the Xiantian sect. Elder Sun looked at those around him and said, "Wu Qingxin has sent a message, saying the Emperor of Great Yan has appeared in Heian Prefecture City." An old man with red hair was Elder Tianxing of the Xiantian sect. Elder Tianxing looked at them, his expression extremely excited. "He's finally here. Our plan is halfway to success." A young man with black hair, sitting nearby, was a deacon of the Xiantian sect, Taoist Qiyang. Taoist Qiyang looked at them, frowned slightly, and offered his opinion. According to the agreement, in half a month, the Yonghe Emperor will disguise himself as an ordinary incense worshipper, come to the peak of Qingming Mountain, and kowtow to the statues of the Xiantian sect's immortals. But for the past month, he has been hiding here and there, Even I couldn't contact him. Could it be that he wants to change his mind at the last minute? Hearing this, Elder Sun stroked his beard, his expression pensive as he said, to conceal his movements. The sect master has taken the treasured heavenly secret mirror and stationed himself in Zhongzhou, shielding us from the other immortal sections. Today, he dared to let the flying fish guard take action, saving a mere mortal martial artist, and even dared to barge into the Xiantian temple. Hearing this, Elder Tianqing immediately stood up, roaring in anger. Does he really think his ability to weigh pros and cons is what has allowed Great Yin to exist under the control of the great immortal sects until now? The 9 great immortal sects are high and mighty. 45 years ago, they wiped out the elite forces of Great Yin. If they wanted to change the dynasty, it would be as simple as a wave of the hand. Opposite him was a deacon of the Xiantian sect, Taoist Qingyang. Taoist Qingyang looked at Elder Tianqing and said calmly, "Elder Tianqing is right, but the ancient texts record that an emperor's mandate is determined by heaven. Without immortal fate, one cannot achieve longevity. We cultivators are extremely wary of an emperor's fortune. It's best to avoid it if possible." Facing everyone's debate, Elder Sun spoke up. "It's true that we should avoid it, but it's also true that we don't necessarily have to sit on the imperial throne ourselves. We cultivate, and what we need are all the resources of the mortal world, including the power of incense faith. What's the use of being a mortal emperor? It's merely being the king of a troop of monkeys. What we want to be are the manipulators of the Monkey King." After hearing this, Elder Tianqing was extremely pleased. He smiled and said, "No matter, regardless of anything, in half a month, he will kneel whether he wants to or not. At that time, our Xiantian sect will be the first immortal sect to be worshipped by the Son of Heaven of Great Yin, and we will prosper in accordance with fate, becoming the head of the 9 great immortal sections." Elder Sun continued, "We shouldn't stir up trouble at this time. We should let the emperor relax a little now and then to show the magnanimity of our immortal sect. Since it was someone Wu Qingxin burned to death with departed fire, it's only natural to let her help the emperor save face." Taoist Qiyong frowned slightly and said, "Martial uncle's meaning is..." Elder Sun gently lifted the lid of his teacup and said, "Initially, we made Wu Qingxin the saintess merely to use her as bait to lure the martial saint into a trap, to make him disappear from this world. It's a pity that after so many years, the martial saint still hasn't taken the bait." Then, he looked at his reflection in the teacup and asked, "If that's the case, what use is there in keeping her?" On the emperor's side, Chu Xing bowed his head slightly, respectfully reporting, "Your Majesty, this subject is investigated. This person named Qiao Qifu has no connection to the Qiao family of Heong that was annihilated by the martial saint. Furthermore, there are rumors in Yin City that the Qiao father and son were both righteous men, possessing the demeanor of ancient chivalrous heroes, who took dying for the righteous path as their family creed. Among their family's martial arts is a unique skill called the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Art." Hearing this, the emperor asked in confusion, "Their family's cultivation method is Heavenly Demon Disintegration? Isn't this family afraid of ending their bloodline?" Chu Xing replied, "This subject is also unclear about that." As if sensing something unusual, his eyes couldn't help but show astonishment. Chu Xing looked at a streak of red light in the sky and shouted in alarm, "Your Majesty, a stranger is approaching." Taoist Qiyong descended from the sky, slowly landing in front of them. He smiled and said, "Qiyong of the Xiantian sect pays his respects to the Emperor of Great Yin." The Emperor slowly stepped forward. He looked at Taoist Yang, forced a smile, and asked, "What business brings an immortal master from the Xiantian sect here?" At the same time, he was extremely puzzled, thinking to himself, "We have already delayed the time to go to Qingming Mountain, and have been traveling in disguise the whole way. How were we suddenly exposed like this?" Taoist Yang raised his head to look at the Emperor and asked, "I am naturally here to urge the Emperor to set out. From Heong to the Qingming mountain range, the journey is about half a month. Shouldn't it be time to depart?" After saying that, he smiled smugly again. "Oh right, yesterday a mere mortal martial artist had the audacity to barge into the Xiantian temple. I heard that the Emperor and the flying fish guard by your side seem to have done something." Seeing this, the Emperor's eyes couldn't help but flash with panic as he stared at him. Chu Xing, standing beside him, was just as astonished. He thought in confusion, "Yesterday when I saved the person I only used an ordinary sword with no characteristics of the flying fish guard. How'd they find out? No, that's not right. Wu Qingxin is a disciple of the martial saint, proficient in hundreds of martial arts in the world. She must have recognized that my sword-throwing technique was the flying star hand, a signature of the flying fish guard. The emperor secretly glanced at Chu Xing, thinking to himself, how careless. I didn't expect that even though we and Chu Xing were so careful, we still exposed a flaw. Is the Xiantian sect planning to use this matter to hold us accountable as a warning to us? At this moment, Chu Xing was filled with regret, blaming himself. It's all my fault. The emperor thought to himself, this is truly too humiliating. But right now, we can't find any other way to escape this disgrace. He looked at Taoist Yang and forced a smile. Immortal Master, please don't blame us. Yesterday's matter was... But before the emperor could finish, Taoist Yang immediately interrupted. Yesterday's matter was due to the saintess acting with bias. The Xiantian sect is a righteous and profound sect, and our actions have always been open and above board. Naturally, we will handle this fairly. Therefore, the Xiantian sect has decided to strip Wu Qingxin of her status as saintess and expel her from Heong Prefecture City. As soon as these words were spoken, it left the emperor stunned. He looked at Taoist Yang, his eyes full of vigilance, secretly pondering. How can this be? Are the cultivators of the Xiantian sect easier to talk to than those from other immortal sects? And they value right and wrong so much. What are they hiding in the end? After accomplishing his purpose for meeting the emperor, Taoist Yang prepared to leave. He looked at His Majesty and said, since this matter is settled, you should also depart immediately. In half a month, we will meet at Qingming Mountain. After giving these careful instructions, he immediately departed. Taoist Yang quickly transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. As for Jiang Lang, he was flying over rooftops, gliding along walls, hastily fleeing. Jiang Lang slid for a distance on the ground, glanced back over his shoulder, and called out, Your Excellency has followed me for quite a way. Why must you hide sneakily? Why not come out and meet me? At the same time, his hand was already gripping the hilt of his saber, ready to draw. He had just finished speaking when a man stepped out. Rest assured, I have no hostile intentions. It was Qiao Mu. He looked at Jiang Lang, bowed, and said, This humble one is Qiao Zhong. I heard that Your Excellency is the most well-informed person in Heong Prefecture City, so I came here specifically to inquire about some news. As soon as he saw Qiao Mu appear, Jiang Lang was no longer as wary as before. He immediately rushed forward, grasped Qiao Mu's hand, and said cheerfully, Qiao Zhong, you're also from the Qiao family? It must be true. You look exactly like the great heroes of the Qiao family. My name is Jiang Shun. Previously in Yin City, I was humiliated in the street by Guiyan's son. Fortunately, a great hero from the Qiao family intervened to help, and I am eternally grateful. Faced with Jiang Lang's sudden action, Qiao Mu was startled. I am indeed from the Qiao family. You are. At the same time, he thought to himself, so, it's you? If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have even recognized you. Jiang Lang patted his chest, smiled proudly, and stated his own view. From that moment on, I began to travel everywhere, spreading the stories of righteous figures like the Qiao family, encouraging more people to stand up against the corrupt imperial court and the deceitful immortals. Seeing this, Qiao Mu, standing behind him, helplessly scratched his face and asked, Aren't you afraid of offending the authorities and the immortal sects? Jiang Lang smiled calmly. It's fine, it's not that easy to catch me. When you were following me just now, you must have realized that my identity is not ordinary. Seeing this, Qiao Mu continued, Not only do you carry a sword, but your movement technique is also extraordinary. You are definitely not an ordinary storyteller. Seeing that he had guessed correctly, Jiang Lang did not deny it and immediately admitted, That's right, I'm actually a member of the Tide Listening Pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, both Jiang Lang and Qiao Mu looked at each other awkwardly. Qiao Mu secretly raised a hand to scratch his nose and asked, Which Tide Listening Pavilion? Where is it? Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise, So you don't know? Afterwards, Jiang Lang began to explain. Years ago, when the martial saint purged the old martial world, the Tide Listening Pavilion was fortunate enough to survive that great calamity. Our pavilion master is the renowned Jiang Hu Know-It-All. His eyes and ears are spread throughout the world, gathering intelligence from every corner of the martial world. The weapon ranking and the hero ranking that circulate in the martial world were both created by our pavilion master. After listening, Qiao Mu's expression remained uninterested. As if he had known all along, he said softly, Oh, so you're an intelligence gathering. Faced with his lukewarm reaction, Jiang Lang felt a bit surprised. He said something like that. At the same time, he thought, sigh, what a cold reaction. Jiang Lang covered his face, feigning a pitiful look. Humph. It's all because of the idle bunch in the pavilion these days, coming up with things like the Jianghu Beauties ranking the year-end summary of torn underpants, and even the Jiangnan Brothel Guide, which has damaged the reputation of the Tide Listening Pavilion, so you probably haven't heard of it. At this moment, Xiao Mu's attitude suddenly changed. He took out a brush and paper, leaned close to him, and asked repeatedly, "Those things you just mentioned, tell me more in detail." Seeing the scene, he thought to himself, "So you're interested in this kind of stuff?" Jiang Lang then explained, "I'm mainly responsible for spreading the truth of the martial world. As for those strange rankings, I really don't know much about them. But recently, the Martial Extreme Society's Star Profound Emissary has been recruiting those who have cultivated the Martial Saint's Spirit Rhino art to answer the Society's kill order. Whoever renders meritorious service will be taught the supreme techniques of the Martial Saint. And the target of their hunt this time is the Saintess who joined the Profound Heaven sect and betrayed the Martial Saint back then, Wu Qingxin." After hearing the news he wanted, Xiao Mu immediately turned and hurried away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to tea another day." Jiang Lang watched helplessly as his figure disappeared. As for Xiao Mu, he ran while thinking to himself, no wonder Heong Prefecture suddenly has so many people from the Martial Extreme Society. It turns out they're all targeting Wu Qingxin. If I can secretly join this hunt, I might have a chance to get the latter half of the Longevity Fist and maybe even join the inner ranks of the Martial Extreme Society. The one who gets Wu Qingxin's blood must be me. At Cloud Row Pavilion, observing the crowd around him, he thought to himself, strange, why are there so few people? With just these few, trying to deal with Wu Qingxin is a complete suicide mission. But just as he was sitting and drinking water, a bearded man walked over and greeted him. "Little brother, from the looks of you, you don't seem to be from the Martial Extreme Society. Are you like us, here for the spirit refining technique?" Seeing this, he looked at the man with suspicion and asked, "How should I address you, big brother? Is there something you need from me?" The man looked at him and smiled. "Little brother, just call me Old Who. The esteemed emissary isn't here yet anyway, so I'm just looking for someone to chat with." Then he sat down next to him and added, "To be a fourth-grade martial artist at such a young age, you must have a supreme internal art, right? To be honest with you, the technique I practice is a supreme art I obtained from the Martial Extreme Society. Although it's only half a manual, it's truly powerful. I also have a unique secret manual. We could exchange some pointers." Xiao Mu looked at the man, raised his teacup as a sign of agreement. "But it's only half a manual. It seems I'll have to deal with the Martial Extreme Society a lot in the future." At the same time, he thought to himself, half a manual again. It seems the latter halves of many secret manuals are being held by the Martial Extreme Society. For martial artists to advance further, they are forced to sell their lives to them. Seeing this, the man looked at him, beamed, raised his hand, and proposed, "Half a manual is already great. In the past, those supreme techniques were all in the hands of the major martial sections. People with slightly lesser aptitude had no way of accessing the core techniques. It's much better now. You can get them just by completing missions. Besides, this half manual of supreme martial arts is enough for many people to train hard for a lifetime." At this moment, he suddenly asked out of the blue, "Let's be honest, we've been sitting here for an hour. Why hasn't that important Star Profound Emissary shown up yet? When are we setting out to hunt Wu Qingxin?" Could he be scared? Hearing him say this, a man nearby immediately retorted, "What an ignorant brat. How dare you be so disrespectful to the esteemed emissary?" He crossed his arms, glancing at them with a provocative look. The esteemed emissary already has a thorough plan to deal with Wu Qingxin. Is it your place, you little brat, to spout nonsense? Hearing this, another burly man also turned his head and looked towards their group. Wu Qingxin is not just a saintess of an immortal sect, but also a disciple of the martial saint, proficient in the departing fire talisman art. Yesterday, she burned a high-grade martial artist to death. That person was from the Qiao family, which has recently become famous in the martial world. How powerful is the Qiao family? They can curse the emperor and still get away with it. Xiao Mu, from behind, covered his mouth and chuckled. "Oh, that impressive?" At the same time, on another side, a figure completely wrapped from head to toe suddenly spoke up. "If any of you are afraid, you can go back. After all, the martial saint will only pass down his technique to the one with the greatest merit. One less competitor means a higher chance of earning merit." As soon as the cloaked figure finished speaking, the other four all looked at each other. Xiao Mu slowly placed his teacup on the table. At that very moment, a man in blue with a sword charged towards the bearded man. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu and the burly man also charged at each other. The room instantly descended into chaos. The burly man launched a powerful palm strike at Xiao Mu's chest, but upon impact, a wave of energy radiated from Xiao Mu's body. Seeing this, the burly man's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Iron cloth shirt." Seeing that his last move was useless, the burly man clenched his fists, veins bulging. He looked at Xiao Mu and declared, "Very good. Then let's see you taste the power of my iron-armed divine palm, and see if your skill can overcome my iron palm." After speaking, he shot towards Xiao Mu like an arrow. He raised his arms to block his chest, parrying the opponent's attack. The other man didn't give up, continuously attacking him. Xiao Mu parried and counterattacked, while thinking to himself, his palm force is relentless. This palm master's strength is not ordinary. But at most, it's only 50 or 60% of my own power. Defeating him won't be difficult. In contrast, that other guy exudes the aura of an expert. The others must have noticed it too, so no one dared to make a move on him. In the corner, the completely wrapped figure was sitting and circulating his energy. At this moment, he grabbed a long spear from his back, looked at the man charging towards him, and thought, since it's like this, I'll just pretend to lose and run first, before the other person could attack Xiao Mu. He had already cleverly grabbed the long spear, turned, and fled. The other person, unable to stop in time, crashed into the wall. As for Xiao Mu, he used the long spear to attack the wrapped figure sitting on the chair from behind. That person quickly turned, drew a saber, and blocked his attack. At the same time, the saber instantly broke in two. The surrounding tables and chairs were sent flying by the shockwave, and dust filled the air. His expression gradually darkened. Looking at the mysterious person before him, he snapped softly, "You clearly could have killed me in one blow, yet you deliberately held back. You intentionally provoked us into fighting to test our strength. Am I right, Star Profound Emissary?" Seeing he had been exposed, the Star Profound Emissary was extremely shocked. Everyone who was fighting also stopped at once, looking towards them with unconcealed astonishment. The Star Profound Emissary turned his head to look at Xiao Mu and asked, "How did you figure it out?" He calmly replied, "You're not the only one here who has practiced the martial saint's spirit rhino art. Your blending in with this crowd was indeed not easy to spot. But if one pays close attention, they would realize the aura you emit is much stronger than ours." Most importantly, after hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled, thinking to himself, was that last strike meant to test my cloak? And I didn't notice it at all. Then, the Star Profound Emissary looked at Xiao Mu and asked, "Little brother, your skills are not bad. May I ask for your esteemed name?" He cupped his fists respectfully and replied, "This humble one is Qiao Zhong." At the same time, he thought, I'll use this name for now. As soon as he heard his name, the bearded man asked in surprise, "Qiao, are you that heroic Mr. Qiao who has recently become famous throughout the land?" Seeing this, he sighed wearily and replied, "That's right. The one who was burned to death was my biological older brother." The Star Profound Emissary cupped his fists, looked at him respectfully, and said, "So that's how it is. Little brother is here to avenge his senior brother. This operation is no small matter. Martial artists without sufficient strength will only be throwing their lives away. If my probing has caused any offense, I hope you will all forgive me. Fortunately, all of you have reached the 4th grade. You will surely be able to eliminate the traitor Wu Qingxin and receive a handsome reward. You're too kind, esteemed emissary. We will definitely give it our all." "Very good. I have prepared horses at the inn. We mustn't delay. Let's set off at once." Hearing this, Xiao Mu asked, "Tell me, where's Wu Qingxin now? It seems she's no longer in the city. I can't sense her." The Star Profound Emissary replied, "Rest assured, Soul Hooking Hand Ti Chung and several other 4th grade martial artists have already gone ahead and located Wu Qingxin." The bearded man added, "I know him. He's an expert who made his name many years ago. His specialties are hardstyle techniques and reckless, all-or-nothing moves. You could say he's one of the top experts at the 4th grade." At this point, the group spurred their horses and set off. Along the way, the Star Profound Emissary suddenly said, "There's a saying that internal energy plateaus at the 4th grade. But Ti Chung has mastered the martial saint's spirit rhino art. The martial saint once said that this secret art is the measure of whether a martial artist can step onto the path of spirit refining." After hearing this, Xiao Mu suddenly understood and blurted out, "So that's how it is." He truly is an expert. In the woods, a corpse was impaled on a sharp wooden stake. Fierce flames raged around it, gradually consuming the body. Seeing this, the star profound emissary cried out in horror. "It's Ti Chung." Looking at this scene, the bearded man said indignantly, "Impaled on a wooden stake and burned alive. This demoness is truly ruthless to the extreme." Xiaomu looked on and said, Wu Qingxin deliberately slowed the burning speed. Her purpose was to make us witness his tragic death by fire, to intimidate us. Hearing him say this, the bearded man turned to look at him, his face clearly showing curiosity, and asked, "Brother Qiao, how are you so experienced in this?" Xiao Mu replied, awkwardly, Our Qiao family has studied this very thoroughly." At the same time, he muttered to himself, "Having been burned to death twice, how could I not be experienced?" Suddenly, the star profound emissary sensed something and shouted, "I have a new reading. Deep in the forest, there's a village. Wu Qingxin is there." After her, the group immediately spurred their horses in pursuit. At Saintis village, on a clear, breezy night, inside a grand hall, a young woman stood lost in thought before a statue. The great Tao is 50, the heavens move 49. And one is the escape for humanity. She held a green sound-transmitting jade in her hand, from which a voice emerged. "Wu Qingxin, although you have erred and been expelled from the sect, losing your status as saintess, all hardships are but a trial. As long as you can return to the profound Heaven Gate headquarters on Qingming Mountain, you can still become a disciple of my profound Heaven sect." Wu Qingxin's face darkened. She threw the jade, which let out a sharp shattering sound, and thought resentfully, "You knew full well that I would be hunted by the martial extreme society after leaving the profound Heaven Temple, yet you confiscated my magical artifacts and still told me to go to Qingming Mountain. I see you don't want me to return alive at all." Outside the hall, a young boy timidly peeked in and called out softly, "Your ladyship, the saintess." Seeing Qingxin's face, the grimy-faced boy asked happily, "Are you her ladyship, the saintess? My mom said you saved all of us. You're a very, very good immortal." She didn't answer, just looked at the boy, thinking, "This child, did the prefect bring the surrounding refugees to Saintis village to provide me with incense and faith power?" At this moment, an old woman walked over, gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, and asked, "Why did you run over here?" "Your ladyship, the saintess has shown her divine presence. Please forgive this child for his impertinence." The boy excitedly pointed inside and boasted, "Auntie Lin, look, the saintess walked out of the painting." Auntie Lin led the boy away, instructing, "Hurry back to your mother. Don't run around in the middle of the night." The innocent little boy waved goodbye to Auntie Lin. Only then did Qingxin speak up and ask, "Did mother bring the child into the village?" Auntie Lin didn't turn around immediately, still watching the child as she gently explained. Before, they were all refugees who came from other places that suffered disasters. Seeing them cold and hungry was truly pitiful, so I brought them all here. Later, the prefect in the city sent silver and people over, so this village gradually stabilized. At this point, she finally turned her head and asked, "It's been so many years. Is the saintess doing well?" Wu Qingxin replied with a blank expression, "Thank you for your concern, mother." Auntie Lin was a bit taken aback and hurriedly said, "The saintess must be joking. How could a common woman like me be so fortunate as to be the mother of an immortal? This common woman had 2 daughters, but many years ago She glanced over and continued died. The old woman seemed quite surprised by Qingxin's words. Wu Qingxin lowered her head slightly, her expression sorrowful, and began to recount. Back then, in order to seize secret manuals, the martial saint annihilated the sects of the world and finally came for our Lin family. To ensure the safety of the old and young in our family, my mother offered me, who had outstanding martial arts aptitude, to the martial saint in an exchange. But in the end, she still couldn't protect the Lin family. The martial saint adopted me only to use me as nourishment for his own martial path. Auntie Lin's face darkened, and she stammered, How could this be? He clearly promised me back then." Qingxin stepped out from under the eaves of the main hall and continued, "Someone who goes against the martial saint's rules and disregards even the laws of the mortal world, why would he care about a single life? I entered an immortal sect to cultivate only to escape his control. Now, the sect has also abandoned me." At this point, she looked up at the crescent moon in the night sky, her tone softening. "But I don't blame you, mother. I never have. 10 years ago, you established the Saintess village to help me cultivate, but I tried everything and still couldn't break through. Now, I'm being hunted by the Martial Extreme Society. My life is in peril, and I came here just to see you one last time. She let out a cold snort, mocking herself. A saintess, nothing more than a weed, fated for a short and unfortunate life. Auntie Lin was silent, half of her face shrouded in darkness, her expression unreadable. Qing Xin turned to leave decisively. In the days to come, please take care of yourself. Mother, the previously silent Auntie Lin suddenly shouted, Saintess be praised. Her face now showed a greed and calculation completely different from before. Begging, this humble villager dares to ask for the Saintess's blessing. Scene change. At this moment, Xiao Mu's group had arrived at the Saintess village. Old Hu frowned, his temper flaring. This damn village is too gloomy. Are we just charging straight in? The star profound emissary beside him calmly advised, no rush. Let's discuss a plan first. Xiao Mu was surprised to see a dense crowd blocking the village gate. Wait, someone's coming. Are they reinforcements called by Wu Qingxin? Another person reassured him. They're just villagers. Don't panic. The grimy-faced boy from before, acting as the leader, ran over cheerfully and asked, Uncles, are you here to see the Saintess? Old Hu chuckled, squatting down to greet the boy. That's right, little friend. Can you take us to her? On the boy's body, flames suddenly erupted. He held a talisman in his hand, his face turning terrifying as he said, No, you are bad people. The child, completely engulfed in crimson flames, charged at Old Hu. Old Hu's eyes widened, too terrified to even dodge. Quick as lightning, Xiao Mu grabbed him and dodged to the side, shouting, Get out of the way. Unfortunately, his hand was also touched by the strange fire. Old Hu began to draw his saber, reminding him, Stay still. Then he decisively swung his saber and sliced off the flame. Xiao Mu praised with interest. Amazing, Old Hu. One slash from you, and even the bone-devouring departed fire is gone. Teach me. Old Hu laughed heartily and replied, modestly, I just shaved off the outer layer of flesh that caught fire. It's just a small trick. Then he realized it wasn't the time for jokes, and returned to a combat stance. Enough talk. That demoness must have known we were coming and set a trap. He cursed angrily. To even use a child, how shameless. These villagers have been brainwashed by her doctrine. They're beyond saving. Over at the village gate, the villagers were now like soulless puppets, endlessly muttering as they advanced. Protect the Saintess, die with no regrets. Protect the Saintess, die with no regrets. Among them was Auntie Lin. She was now laughing ferociously, raising a talisman and chanting, Sacred fire's spiritual light, burn my body to ash, protect the Saintess, die with no regrets. Her face was gradually consumed by flames as she repeated the phrase like an unthinking machine, Protect the Saintess, die with no regrets. The villagers had now turned into a sea of fire, attacking Xiao Mu's group. Xiao Mu's 5-man team formed a line, ready to face the enemy. One of them recognized the strange fire and cried out in horror, It's the bone-devouring, departed fire. Fall back first. Don't let the fire touch you. Damn it, that demoness is using this trick again. Without a second word, Old Hu stomped his foot and shot into the sea of fire like an arrow, unleashing a powerful saber strike, cutting down the mutated villagers. Xiao Mu watched from the side, nodding in praise. Incredible. He can even avoid the bone-devouring departed fire. How does Old Hu do it? Qi Zheng explained. The butcher's art of carving an ox. Old Hu is a descendant of the foremost master of the saber path. Xiao Mu asked doubtfully. Foremost master of the saber path. Around the time of the war with the Immortals, the martial saint was ranked 11th on the 100 Know-Alls martial arts hero rankings, while the one ranked 10th on the hero list at that time was a saber wielder with the surname Hu. Xiao Mu excitedly clenched his fist. Oh, even stronger than the martial saint back then. Then I'll have to learn a lot from Old Hu in the future. Old Hu fought while assigning tasks. Everyone, leave this to me. That demoness must be hiding nearby. The rest is up to you. The villagers swarmed in like a tide, an endless stream, still chanting, Sacred fire's spiritual light, burn my body to ash. Unconsciously, Auntie Lin's eyes filled with tears. She reached out towards Old Hu, still chanting the slogan, Protect the Saintess, die with no regrets. Before her was the sight of Old Hu flying towards her with his saber. In that moment, she seemed to recall the image of her lovely daughter rushing to embrace her. Tears began to stream down Auntie Lin's face. She immersed herself in this final, beautiful illusion. and closed her eyes in contentment. All these emotions were transmitted back to Wu Qingxin in the hall. Qingxin's expression changed. Seemingly sensing something, she hugged her trembling body. Mother is dead. She bit her lip and muttered, "How could this be?" Then, a cruel smile appeared on her face. "Why is there so much Val power? Why didn't you die sooner? With this much Val power, I will surely break through to Foundation establishment." Suddenly, the door was blasted open with a loud bang, filling the air with dust and smoke. Xiao Mu's team rushed in. Old Hu was right. She really is here. Old Hu grinned widely. "Demoness, your day of reckoning has come." Old Hu led the charge. "This merit is definitely mine." Wu Qingxin shot out a long sword of spiritual energy, retorting arrogantly, "You're courting death." That long sword of spiritual energy flew out and pierced through Old Hu's body. The other three charged from three directions, shouting, "The Demoness is powerful." Attack from three sides. She frowned, formed hand seals and chanted, then split into clones to deal with all three of them simultaneously. Xiao Mu thought to himself, "Real clones? Did I end up in Konoha?" Even while thinking, he dodged one of her sword strikes and counterattacked, stabbing his sword straight into Qingxin's head. Unexpectedly, her clone began to transform into strange fire. He thought in alarm, "This is bad." This clone was created from a departed fire talisman. Following that, he let out a pained scream as he was engulfed and burned by the flames. Seeing all three men engulfed by the strange fire, Wu Qingxin laughed smugly and continued to chant, "Cast these burned sinners down to hell, to be eternally immolated." She shot through the roof and flew straight into the sky. Looking down from above, her voice ringing out, "The mortal world is full of suffering. The great Yin court is weak and corrupt, and the taxes of the prefectures are too heavy. Only my saintess village, which grants the suffering a chance at rebirth, is the true paradise on earth." Seeing this scene, with her floating in midair, the villagers cheered foolishly. "Fire of the immortal gods, burn away the sins of the mortal world. Raging, sacred fire, burn my body to ash, deliver us to the Pure Land soon." Wu Qingxin laughed coldly. "Excellent, give me more. I'm about to break through to Foundation establishment. Just a few ants like you think you can kill me? Where did you get the nerve to come before me, seeking death?" As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed, and she glanced behind her. She saw Xiao Mu, glowing crimson all over, having activated heavenly demon disintegration, charging towards the Demoness with a loud roar, "Die!" On Old Hu's side, with a swish, another puppet fell. The puppet villagers continued to drone their tedious slogans. "Deliver us to the Pure Land soon. Deliver us to the Pure Land soon." Old Hu, unable to stand it any longer, clicked his tongue and cursed, "Will you just shut up?" As soon as he spoke, he saw a streak of white light flash by, which was the figures of Xiao Mu and Wu Qingxin locked in combat. He couldn't help but praise. His body is being burned by fierce flames, yet he still has the strength to fight a life-or-death battle with Wu Qingxin. What tough guy. She was utterly astonished and asked incredulously, "It's you again? You should have been burned to death by me long ago. Why? Why are you still alive? Why aren't you dead?" Xiao Mu leaped to dodge a palm strike and retorted, "I can die, but don't think you'll get to live." With that, he gave a confident laugh and, in an instant, unleashed hundreds of incomparably powerful punches, all aimed at her. She dodged while taunting, "The rage of a fool, the battle of an idiot. To delude yourself into thinking you can fight magic with a physical body. Wait until you're burned to ashes. The final victor will still be me." Xiao Mu closed in on her and sneered, "You won't live to see it." Behind Wu Qingxin, the other three heroes charged forward. "Brother Qiao, we're here to help. As martial artists, we should be like you. Kill her, extinguish the fire, and go down together." They combined their attacks, attacking her from all sides, shouting in unison, "Demoness die!" The powerful attack caused a massive, blinding explosion. The dust and smoke gradually cleared, revealing the brutal battlefield. Qi Zheng was seen kneeling on one knee, clutching his chest and panting heavily. Old Hu was leaning on his saber with one hand, in no better condition. Through the smoke, the figures of Xiao Mu and Wu Qingxin slowly became clear. She spoke weakly, her words broken. "It seems I was ultimately not fated for the immortal path. Wu Qingxin had been run through the stomach by Qiao Mu's sword. She screamed in pain, asking, "After killing me, do you think you can survive?" He replied coldly, "The bone-devouring departed fire is immortal and inextinguishable. Everyone here knows that. I'm killing you because of your many evil deeds." Wu Qingxin laughed maniacally. "I'm unrighteous? A bunch of fools cultivating the martial saint's spirit rhino art. Sooner or later, death is your only path. Have you never wondered why those who cultivate the martial saint's spirit rhino art can sense each other? Why can all martial artists cultivate it?" Behind her back, one of her hands was secretly holding a healing talisman. She continued to stall for time, because it was originally a special secret art created by the martial saint to make it easier to hunt down high-grade martial artists. A look of shock also appeared in Xiao Mu's eyes. Wu Qingxin began to recount an old story. 45 years after the war with the Immortals ended, the martial saint traveled throughout the 9 provinces, taking in 3,000 outstanding martial arts geniuses. They became the martial saint's disciples, and some even became his adopted sons and daughters. The martial saint taught them the best cultivation methods, the most profound martial techniques, including, of course, the martial saint's spirit rhino art. However, those who cultivated the martial saint's spirit rhino art would all eventually become provisions for the martial saint. The martial saint killed them and seized their cultivation. Of the martial saint's 3,000 disciples, how many do you think are still alive? Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, the martial saint will rely on the guidance of his intuition to hunt them all down. She began to laugh maniacally again. The world is vast. From the martial world to the imperial court, from the secular to the immortal sects, there's long been no place for you and me. But in response, there was only the sound of the long sword plunging deeper. Qiao Mu tilted his chin coldly. "I'm listening. Say more." She screamed. "Don't you understand yet? We are all just stepping stones on the martial saint's path of martial arts. My today is your tomorrow." Qi Zheng was speechless, merely watching from a distance with worry and in silence. She still tried to entice him. "Spare me, and I'll have a chance to resolve this calamity, so we no longer have to live under the shadow of death." Qiao Mu simply pulled his sword out decisively. Wu Qingxin's eyes widened in shock as she fell. He just added impassively, "If I die, I die." Then a scornful and arrogant smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Whatever can kill me will only make me stronger." Her body fell stiffly to the ground. The villagers began to stir again. "The saintess is dead? Impossible. This can't be." Then, somehow, the commotion turned into joyous celebration. They ran back and forth, shouting, "The saintess isn't dead. She has ascended. The saintess has ascended. From this day on, we are no longer Saintess Village, but Fairy Village." Xiao Mu witnessed this chaotic scene and could only sigh. "They say the departed fire is hard to extinguish, but I see it's far from being as unfathomable as the human heart." Then he walked over to his comrades and asked, "Everyone, are you all right?" Qi Zheng gave a bitter smile. "We almost didn't make it. Luckily, we killed Wu Qingxin, and the departed fire has weakened a lot. But Old Hu is severely injured and his strength is depleted. He can't help us anymore." Xiao Mu suggested, "Everyone, try circulating your energy. See if you can hold on for a while longer, then we'll figure out a way to extinguish this flame." They immediately agreed. "All right, we'll listen to the honored emissary." At this moment, the 4 of them were sitting in a circle, cross-legged, circulating their energy, surrounded by a pocket of silence. Xiao Mu looked at them and thought to himself, "You guys hang in there. I already have 1 foot in the grave, just waiting for the final settlement. Taking care of the saintess this time, the evaluation probably won't be too bad." Old Hu was the first to regain consciousness and spoke. "Brother Qiao, you performed a great service by killing the saintess this time. There are many people that I, Old Hu, admire, and you're one of them. Especially how you weren't bewitched by Wu Qingxin in the end. That heroic spirit that makes light of life and death is even more admirable." He chuckled and said modestly, "Old Hu, you praise me too much. Without you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have even made it past the villagers." He didn't forget to remind him, "Oh, right. You once promised to teach me your saber technique, remember?" Old Hu replied heartily, "Don't worry. Once we get back to the city, I'll immediately..." Suddenly, with a squelch, a sword pierced through Old Hu's chest, cutting him off mid-sentence. Xiao Mu cried out in alarm. "Old Hu!" Immediately after, several streaks of sword light came screaming towards them. and everyone was struck by Wu Qingxin's attack. It's the bone-devouring departed fire. Wu Qingxin isn't dead. Wu Qingxin has returned, and she's even more formidable than before. She let out a cold, contemptuous snort. A bunch of crude martial artists like you fantasize about killing me? By now, she had flown in front of him, taunting arrogantly, just by using the most basic immortal art to conceal my life force. No peak martial artist could ever detect it. Even if I suffer a fatal wound, a single talisman is all it takes to fully recover. This is the power of immortal arts, something martial arts can never surpass. You martial artists are only fit to kneel at the feet of us immortals. Even the martial saint is no exception. Suddenly, a sigh echoed from an unknown source, causing Wu Qingxin's entire body to stiffen. An ice-cold gaze and a deep voice seemed to wrap tightly around her. Qingxin, I sent you to the Xiantian sect to cultivate for 25 years, and I gave you so much time to perform. Cold sweat broke out on her as she stammered, unable to speak. Woo. The shadow of a burly man appeared and continued. I thought you might show some real skill, but it turns out this is all you're capable of. The figure gradually came into focus, revealing a massive frame and a sinister face, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Her move was easily blocked by the martial saint. Caught off guard, Qingxin could only stammer incoherently. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A great force erupted from under his feet, cracking the ground. Everyone nearby was sent flying several meters by the martial saint's spiritual energy. His menacing voice rang out. Take off that outfit, and you don't recognize me anymore? Fine. Dust flew everywhere. The terrifying power of the martial saint washed over them, stunning Xiaomu. His face contorted under the pressure, his arms tensed as he struggled to keep his balance. He couldn't help but be terrified by the martial saint's overwhelming strength. This departed fire was extinguished so easily in an instant. Qi Zheng raised his hands to block the damage from the spiritual energy, his expression tense as he said in horror, his aura is 100 times stronger than Wu Qingxin's. The star profound emissary spoke slowly, his words carrying an undeniable weight. That's right. He is the martial saint. In a tone of disbelief, Wu Qingxin asked word by word, the sound seemingly stuck in her throat. You. The martial saint's powerful aura radiated a formidable force, pressing down on Wu Qingxin until she could barely stand. He cut her off. Why can I break the ironclad rule of two-way induction of the martial saint's spirit rhino art? Why couldn't you sense me before? Why can I unilaterally conceal my movements? Her thoughts easily seen through by the martial saint. She couldn't remain calm, only able to stare in horror at him. The martial saint's eyes widened, his gaze as sharp as a knife, his cold and majestic words making the air heavy. You are not qualified to question me. Terrified, Wu Qingxin immediately fell to her knees, not daring to raise her head, stammering a sincere plea. I was wrong, adoptive father. I was just too shocked by your cultivation level. In her heart, she cursed herself. I was so foolish. Just because he couldn't do it 20 years ago doesn't mean he can't do it now. This means he's even stronger than before. A thick killing intent emanated from the martial saint, his majesty silencing everything around him. His emotionless voice sounded. I named you Qingxin, hoping your state of mind would be pure. Your state of mind is still lacking a bit of fire. Very well, since you want to live so badly, I'll give you a chance. A look of joy appeared on Wu Qingxin's face. She looked up, feeling as if she had just escaped from the depths of despair, and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, adoptive father. Before she could finish, the martial saint spoke, his words striking like a thunderbolt. Defeat me, and prove you have the right to survive. Her breath caught, her vision darkened, and she stared wide-eyed at the martial saint. The martial saint's imposing figure remained unmoved, his sharp, piercing gaze sweeping over her with a cold and provocative look, as if testing her courage. Wu Qingxin's whole body went rigid as if struck by lightning, her eyes wide, pupils shrinking in utter terror. Her face was deathly pale, drained of all color. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but her throat was choked, unable to utter a single word. Her mind was in chaos. For so many years, I've spent so much effort to hide from him, living a precarious life in fear, but this day has finally come. The martial saint slightly raised his hand, and his spiritual energy instantly erupted, its pressure spreading out. The corner of his mouth curled up, his voice full of challenge. "Come on, you disobedient and useless child." She slowly got to her feet, thinking to herself, "He's this serious. If I can't win, I will surely die." Under the blood-red crescent moon, Wu Qingxin suddenly stood up, her body taut like a bow, preparing to face the martial saint. Her spiritual energy radiated in all directions as she stood firm, as if ready to charge at any moment. Xiao Mu frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as a calculating thought crossed his mind. Is Wu Qingxin planning to risk it all? This is a good chance to observe the martial saint's true strength. Wu Qingxin furrowed her brows and suddenly dashed forward, charging straight towards the martial saint without any hesitation. The martial saint stood still as a mountain, the crescent moon illuminating his cold, unmovable face, his eyes tracking her every move. She suddenly leaped off the ground, the earth beneath her feet tearing apart as rubble flew everywhere. Her body shot into the air like an arrow, her gaze unwavering, preparing to launch an attack. Xiao Mu's face contorted in astonishment, his pupils shrinking as he gritted his teeth, unable to help but marvel inwardly. She dares to attack directly, wanting to compete in martial skill with the martial saint. The martial saint didn't move an inch, his body as steady as a rock, letting her charge towards him. His eyes remained fixed on Wu Qingxin, intently observing her every slight movement, completely unconcerned, as if her every action was already within his expectations. However, she didn't attack directly, but suddenly circled behind the martial saint like a gust of wind. Her feet suddenly stomped hard, shattering the rubble and creating a small shockwave that whistled through the air. The martial saint's silver hair fluttered in the air. The martial saint clenched his fists, his eyes sinking, as if his anger was about to erupt. Xiao Mu's mouth fell open, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Damn it, she's trying to run." Wu Qingxin knew full well the outcome of a direct confrontation with the martial saint. She used all her strength to dash forward, looking for a way to escape. "I have to get out of here." This thought consumed her mind. "I can't win. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." She just kept rushing forward, the wind whistling past her ears, but she didn't dare to look back, fear overwhelming her mind. Go back to the Immortal sect, kowtow, and admit my guilt. No matter how much humiliation I have to endure, as long as I can stay alive, I'll do anything. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. In an instant, the martial saint was towering before Wu Qingxin, so fast that space itself seemed to warp with his movement. A terrifying, overwhelming, killing intent flashed in his eyes, the spiritual energy radiating from his body so powerful it felt like it would crush everything around it. A gale swirled around him. The martial saint had only just extended his left hand, yet it gave the feeling that there was nowhere to hide. The martial saint gave her no chance to escape, his imposing figure descending like a storm, bringing with it a suffocating, overwhelming power. His large, powerful left hand shot out like an eagle's talon, unhesitatingly grabbing her face. Under the martial saint's bulging muscles, she couldn't move, unable to even make a sound. Xiao Mu turned his head in astonishment and blurted out, "So fast. Is this something a martial artist can do?" The martial saint stood on the temple roof, one foot forward, his entire body radiating a brilliant red spiritual energy, his hand gripping Wu Qingxin's face. She had been caught off guard, completely powerless to resist. He spoke to Wu Qingxin with contempt. "Back then, seeing your decent aptitude, I had some expectations for you. Now, even your escape speed is so mediocre. Sparing your life back then was indeed a mistake." A blue light erupted from the martial saint's body, its terrifying power tightening around Wu Qingxin. Amidst her extreme pain, the martial saint's voice rang out. Fortunately, mistakes can still be corrected. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks. Under the dazzling blue light, she could do nothing but endure the pain that tore her body apart. On the verge of death, her survival instinct flared, and she let out a desperate, weak plea. Don't, adoptive father. Give me one more chance, I still want to live." The martial saint just glared without a hint of pity. His muscles bulged, veins popping, as the burning blue light spread out and then gradually constricted, as if intending to burn her to ashes. She knew there was no escape. In maddening pain, Wu Qingxin clearly felt every cell in her body disintegrating under the martial saint's terrifying power. With no hope left, her eyes filled with tears, wide and staring, her pupils shrunk to the size of beans, her gaze gradually clouding over, signaling the approach of a cold and cruel death. She could only scream in despair, On what grounds? On what grounds must I die? I just want to live. The immortal sect treats me as a discarded pawn, and you treat me as nourishment. Do you know what it tastes like to live your whole life in fear? The martial saint's power gradually eroded her life force. Her skin withered, her lips shriveled, and as her vitality was drained, she continued to scream with resentment, as if cursing the martial saint. One day, you will end up just like me, and you won't die a peaceful death. Finally, under the moonlight that had gradually lost its bloody hue, Wu Qingxin's body was reduced to a dry skeleton, still enveloped in the martial saint's blue light. Still imposing and radiating an oppressive spiritual energy, he released his grip, letting Wu Qingxin's skeleton slam hard against the temple roof before falling. The skeleton fell in front of Qi Zheng and the Star Profound Emissary, who were watching the situation intently, their faces filled with astonishment. Wu Qingxin's beautiful, rosy face was now nothing more than a literal dried-up corpse, and that was all. Qi Zheng, his face covered in dust, lowered his head to look at the skeleton, his voice carrying a trace of fear. I'm afraid we will end up just like Wu Qingxin. The Star Profound Emissary beside him spoke calmly. Are you scared? Qi Zheng turned his head in astonishment to look at him, but under the hood, his expression was unreadable. He continued, every martial artist in the world knows that only the martial saint can do this. He calls himself the martial extreme, meaning to take the martial path to its limit, slaughter all immortals, and usher in an era of eternal peace. Standing behind them, Xiao Mu let out a cold smile, cutting off the Star Profound Emissary. But after the martial saint was defeated in battle, the first thing he did was to slaughter all the martial arts families of that time. He clenched his fists, looked directly at the martial saint, and said, the strong draw their blades on the stronger, while the weak draw their blades on the weaker. Unable to kill the immortals, you turn around and kill your own people. Can someone like you truly usher in an era of eternal peace? Qi Zheng turned his head in shock and asked, Brother Qiao, what are you trying to do? The martial saint's colossal figure stood tall under the crescent moon, a faint red light enveloping him, cloaking him in the majesty of a superior being. He looked down and replied, Are you teaching me how to do things? Xiao Mu slowly raised his hand, each of his movements calm and deliberate, as if touching the air, carrying an invisible force that stirred the surrounding airflow. Small whirlpools of wind spun ceaselessly. He continued the martial saint's words. A person of noble ideals does not seek to live by harming righteousness, but will sacrifice their life to achieve it. In the fight against the immortals until now, hundreds and thousands of martial arts families have been sacrificed, as were your 3,000 disciples, as were 100,000 good men. If everyone can be sacrificed, Xiao Mu's eyes were filled with unconcealed hatred, the deep resentment in their depths transforming into invisible waves of spiritual energy that gradually spread out. He raised his hand as if in challenge. Then, martial saint, why don't you go and die? Still under that same crescent moon, Xiao Mu directly confronted the martial saint who stood high above, majestic and imposing. The moonlight was like a hazy, bright curtain, reflecting the light breezes that swept by, heralding the imminent outbreak of a great battle. The martial saint chuckled, his excited voice ringing out. Interesting, truly interesting. You little brat, you're much more interesting than Wu Qingxin. But immediately after, his expression darkened, his eyes turning blood red. The spiritual energy that had dissipated now became unprecedentedly powerful, and he ordered Xiao Mu, come up here and die. Xiao Mu below did not show any weakness, smiling as he retorted to the martial saint, come down here and die for me. The martial saint squatted on the temple roof, his hands on his knees, looking down as he opened his mouth to command Xiao Mu, go find yourself a weapon you can handle. The blood-red moonlight scattered across the gloomy temple roof. The martial saint casually crossed his arms, like someone standing at the pinnacle, indifferently observing an opponent far beneath him. His voice rang out, as if bestowing a favor upon the weak. I'll wait for you. Xiao Mu slowly walked step by step towards the cold battle saber embedded in the ground. He channeled strength into his leg, raised it high, then abruptly stomped down on the ground, sending rubble flying. The battle saber, firmly stuck in the earth, immediately spun into the air. In a moment, the sharp battle saber was securely in Xiao Mu's hand. His movements were as fast as lightning, incredibly skillful. He gripped the hilt tightly, clearly feeling the cold, sharp texture in his hand. Xiao Mu swung his left hand forcefully, the tip of the saber pointing directly at the standing martial saint, his eyes cold, the corner of his mouth curling up as he looked at him provocatively. Xiao Mu's face was written with fearless determination, every single movement a declaration of war. Immediately after, Xiao Mu suddenly leaped up, charging straight towards a martial saint at an unbelievable speed. The ground beneath his feet kicked up dust and shattered rubble from the force. The entire space was filled only with his valiant, unstoppable forward momentum. Xiao Mu moved nimbly across the roof, tightly gripping the battle saber, flying as if on wings. The martial saint remained seated up ahead, not moving an inch. With decisive and precise movements, Xiao Mu closed in like an unstoppable storm. Xiao Mu's eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion, as he suddenly swung the battle saber towards the martial saint. His arm gripped the hilt tightly, muscles tensed, the force from the swing seeming to tear through the surrounding air, creating a strong gust of wind. The martial saint used only a single index finger to easily block Xiao Mu's powerful slash. The sound of the impact was very light. Only a small spark flashed in the air before immediately extinguishing. In an instant, all of Xiao Mu's ferocious movements were stopped by a simple touch from the martial saint. Xiao Mu still gripped the battle saber with both hands, his eyes locked on the martial saint before him, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. He didn't use any internal energy. He blocked it with just his physical body. Xiao Mu thought to himself, "In that case, I can only risk my life." He gave a vicious smile and simultaneously activated heavenly demon disintegration. Xiao Mu continuously swung his saber, his techniques fierce and decisive. The martial saint casually parried each move, without expending the slightest effort. As the martial saint parried the blows, he praised military spear arts, specialized in breaking the bones and sinews of the strong. Coupled with heavenly demon disintegration, it is indeed a very clever way to borrow strength to strike. But Xiao Mu moved quickly, constantly changing directions, the battle saber whistling through the air. His offensive relentless and unending. Xiao Mu closed in behind the martial saint, thrusting the tip of the saber with all his might into his broad back. The sharp tip of the saber struck his back, but it was like stabbing a solid rock. The battle saber became firmly stuck, impossible to withdraw. The martial saint did not move at all, slowly saying, "Your techniques are fluid to have learned so many skills at such a young age." But heavenly demon disintegration is a technique that harms the enemy by 1,000 and yourself by 10,000. Xiao Mu tried to pull the blade out, but to no avail, and could only exclaim in shock. The tip of the blade has been sucked in, besides destroying your martial path. Along with his movement, the tightly clamped battle saber vibrated slightly in Xiao Mu's hand. The martial saint suddenly shrugged his shoulders, and the battle saber in Xiao Mu's hand instantly shattered, flying in all directions. Xiao Mu was forcefully pushed back, his body sent sliding a long distance across the temple roof. He tried to grip the smooth surface, putting out a hand to maintain his balance. Xiao Mu marveled to himself. Impressive, truly worthy of being a pinnacle figure of the martial path, a perfect point-farming opponent. He smirked, assuming the opening stance of longevity fist, and said to the martial saint, "Old man, don't get cocky. Heavenly demon disintegration isn't the only move I know." The martial saint stood imposingly before Xiao Mu, his absolutely overwhelming presence threatening. "If your entire Xiao family came together, you wouldn't be my match even with longevity fist. Let alone just you alone." The martial saint swung his hand, striking Xiao Mu hard, even punching through the temple roof. The temple roof shattered under his terrifying attack, a powerful punch from the martial saint causing the entire temple to shake violently. Broken roof tiles rained down, and dust billowed, shrouding the entire space. Witnessing this scene, Qi Zheng trembled all over, worried for Xiao Mu. "Brother Qiao?" The star profound emissary beside him could only let out a sigh. What a pity. The martial saint's fist had punched a large hole through the temple roof, and broken tiles and bricks fell continuously from above. On the ground below, where Xiao Mu had landed, there was an indentation, forming a small crater, with dust billowing so thickly his figure could not be seen. The martial saint slowly walked towards Xiao Mu's location, his soft voice ringing out. Didn't you want to ask why it's always others who are sacrificed? Why the one who dies isn't me? The martial saint? Because you are weak. He began to recount his past. The world only knows the name martial saint, but they don't know that the martial saint was not born a martial saint. In the first half of my life, my martial path was smooth sailing, and my official career was also extremely successful. It was not until the Immortals were defeated that I resigned from my post, devoted myself entirely to the martial path, created the martial saint's spirit rhino art, and searched the world for the 10 strongest martial arts masters. I imparted the complete martial saint's spirit rhino art to them, and we made a pact to have a decisive battle 10 years later. The final winner would absorb the martial arts of all the others, achieving sainthood through martial prowess. Back then, any of the 10 top masters in the world had the potential to become the martial saint. But only I survived to the end. He said coldly, the strong devouring the weak. That is the greatest principle of this world, and it is also my martial path. He looked down at Xiao Mu, contemptuously concluding, and you are weak. The martial saint continued walking down, Xiao Mu's body showing no signs of life. All your ribs are broken, plus the backlash from heavenly demon disintegration. You're no different from a dead man. He stepped out of the divine temple. Without a single glance back, he said contemptuously, too weak. You don't even have the right to be devoured by me. Xiao Mu lay on the ground, his body motionless. Only his finger twitched slightly. His fist suddenly shot out toward the martial saint's back. But the martial saint caught Xiao Mu's fist with just one hand, clicking his tongue impatiently. A final struggle? The martial saint was suddenly astonished. He discovered that the punch just now was only Xiao Mu's right forearm. He felt that something was wrong. Where was the left hand? Xiao Mu's left fist suddenly shot out, landing a devastating blow on the martial saint's face. The terrifying force caused his face to twist and deform. Xiao Mu shouted, 3-pattern overlapping wave force. First overlapping wave, using 60% of my power. Second overlapping wave, again using 70% of my power. Xiao Mu continued to strike. The martial saint's eyes followed Xiao Mu's every move, thinking to himself, this kid, to find a chance to counterattack, he actually crippled one of his own arms. Xiao Mu unleashed a chain of blows. Second overlapping wave, 60% power. Second overlapping wave, 70% power. The martial saint dodged each blow, unable to help but admire him inwardly. Such a mentality, rare, truly rare. A heavy punch from Xiao Mu accurately struck the martial saint, pushing him back several steps. Qi Zheng, in the distance, shouted anxiously, Brother Qiao. The star profound emissary beside him spoke up. The martial saint is being suppressed again. Qi Zheng replied, I heard the Qiao family's technique is the 3-pattern overlapping wave force. Each time a punch is thrown, only 60 or 70% of the power is used, but in an extremely short moment, the force will erupt with a second layer of power. The 2 layers of force overlap, like a new wave crashing over the one before it, capable of creating a destructive force of over 100%. His face lit up with hope, and he loudly cheered for his brother Qiao. Go for it. Defeat the martial saint. Over here. The martial saint stood firm, taking each of Xiao Mu's blows, no longer dodging. He raised his head, a sinister smile on his face. Interesting, more interesting than I thought. Suddenly, he grabbed Xiao Mu's face forcefully, just as he had grabbed Wu Qingxin. Qi Zheng shouted in alarm. It's the same move he used to devour Wu Qingxin. Brother Qiao is in danger. Xiao Mu's neck was being squeezed, yet he still spoke to the martial saint with trembling contempt. What? You want to eat me now? I, Qiao Zhong, am the weakest of the Qiao family. There's still many senior experts and reclusive clan elders in my family. We are the generation that sacrifices for our ideals, for righteousness. And you, a man-eating martial saint, are fundamentally unworthy. Xiao Mu let out a cold laugh and mockingly asked the martial saint, I ask you, even if you devour the flesh and blood of our entire Qiao family, can you slaughter all the immortals? Qi Zheng and the star profound emissary watched helplessly as the martial saint grabbed Xiao Mu and lifted him high into the air. Qi Zheng whispered in astonishment. What is Brother Qiao doing? Betraying his family? No, he must have another purpose. For example, to issue a challenge to the martial saint in the name of the Qiao family? Isn't that seeking death? The martial saint laughed coldly, his voice ringing out. If you're in such a hurry to die, I will grant you your wish. Xiao Mu's neck was squeezed to the point of suffocation, and in just a moment, fresh blood spurted from his mouth, staining the ground red. The martial saint released his grip, and Xiao Mu's body fell heavily to the ground. Qi Zheng shouted, "Brother Qiao." The martial saint slowly turned his head, looked at Qi Zheng and the star-profound emissary, and said, "You too as well? Go on and fear me, hate me, then become stronger, and one day stand before me again, kill me. That is your only path to survival." Qi Zheng was held back by the star-profound emissary, his mind racing. He's not killing us? No, it's not that he won't kill us, but that the time isn't right. He's waiting for sweet fruits like us to ripen before he comes to harvest. He pointed at the martial saint, roaring in anger. "I won't let you get your way. I will spread what you've done today throughout the world." The martial saint, while casting a spell to heal Xiao Mu, said nonchalantly, "Then spread it throughout the world. I await all challengers." The moonlight had lost its bloody hue. Outwardly, Xiao Mu questioned the martial saint, "Why not kill me? Do you want to use me as bait to lure out the people of the Qiao family?" But inwardly he was screaming, "Why don't you just kill me? This broken body of mine is about to fall apart. Don't let my efforts be in vain." He raised his middle finger and cursed loudly. The martial saint sat leisurely, drinking water. "Say something, you old bastard. Don't you dare kill me? That's right. You must be afraid of my family's revenge." For all his might, the martial saint has the courage of a mouse. The martial saint raised the bowl to his lips and replied, "Whether you want to die is your business. Whether I let you die is mine." With that said, he quickly wiped his mouth, his gaze shifting to Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu lay sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down his mournful face. "I get it. You want to watch me drag this crippled body around for the rest of my life. A life worse than death. You're so cruel." The martial saint scooped up some more water, laughing heartily. "What's wrong? Giving up already?" Xiao Mu demanded irritably. "Get lost, or give me some kind of benefit." The martial saint promised. "Don't you want to practice a divine art? As long as you help me with one thing, I will give you the best." Xiao Mu took the bowl of water from him, smiling slyly. "We were just fighting to the death, and now you want me to work for you?" The martial saint pointed in another direction and replied calmly, "Don't be so quick to refuse. Look over there. That is a famous scenic spot in the southern continent, the Qingming mountain range. On the mountain is a Taoist temple called Qingyan Temple. The sect master of the Xiantian sect is there now. The path up the mountain is brightly lit with torches, bustling with pilgrims." He snorted and continued, "It's one thing for the common people to be ignorant, but recently even the emperor of Great Yan has gone there to worship." Xiao Mu asked doubtfully, "That dog of an emperor went to worship an immortal? Has he lost all his backbone?" The martial saint sneered, "Immortals are just aberrants. You should know what it means for an emperor to bow and worship. The son of heaven acts, and the myriad people follow. The whole country goes to worship immortals, and superstition spreads rampantly. If this continues, the backbone of the common folk will never be straightened again." Xiao Mu was startled, recalling Butcher Zhang's secret letter, which mentioned an assassination. So this was the reason. The martial saint smirked and made his demand. "Since you want to die, why not do something big before you go? Go assassinate the emperor of Great Yan. The emperor is currently with the aberrants of the Xiantian sect." Xiao Mu pressed his lips together, looking at him thoughtfully. The martial saint added, "If you succeed, I will naturally pass on a supreme technique to you. Once you've mastered the divine art, you can come challenge me again. If you die, your family will come to seek revenge on me. I'll take on as many as come, and I can also give those supreme techniques to them." Xiao Mu grinned widely, accepting the offer. "All right, kill the emperor, trade it for your technique, and then kill you. What's not to like?" He calculated inwardly. "My grand plan to assassinate the emperor of Great Yan can be carried out after all. Killing two birds with one stone. What reason is there to refuse?" Seeing this, the martial saint laughed heartily and praised. "Good. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you." Xiao Mu asked the martial saint, "Speaking of which, that old Huanhu city, was he a real person, or was he you?" He replied, "He was the 10th ranked master in the world at that time. I defeated him that year and took his identity." Xiao Mu was astonished. No wonder you could hide for so many years. Suddenly, something rushed in front of Xiao Mu and the martial saint. The martial saint, seeming to know someone was coming, spoke calmly, "You're finally here. It seems you've shaken off your tail. But the process doesn't seem to have been easy. Qizheng, a familiar scene from the martial saint's memory resurfaced. Until the battle with the Immortal was lost, her body still lay under the eaves. Qizheng, with his battered body, spoke up. If I die one day, it will absolutely not be for you, martial saint. The martial saint sneered mockingly. Sympathy for your own kind? You could try to devour me too. But forget it, your ambition doesn't lie here. How many of them came? Qizheng answered the martial saint, but his gaze was elsewhere, for at the Foundation establishment stage, as expected of the Xiantian sect, using Wu Qingxin as bait to lure you out. The martial saint scoffed, just a pawn that has served its purpose, merely to stage a final act before the emperor worships the Immortal. Xiao Mu's mind was full of questions. This person just fought an Immortal? A feint to the east, attacking the west? How was it a feint? Moreover, this person was clearly heavily injured, yet he recovered in an instant. The martial saint touched Xiao Mu and said to Qizheng, I almost forgot, heal him. He still has to go kill the emperor. Qizheng turned to Xiao Mu, asking the martial saint. Him? He suddenly rushed in front of Xiao Mu, bringing his face close. Qizheng examined Xiao Mu closely and said, so that's how it is. Blind in one eye, bones all over his body, nearly shattered, and a broken arm. Seeing this, Xiao Mu quickly cried out, stop looking. It's already like this. There's no way to save me. Qizheng said it was nothing, but his hand began to rummage inside his own body, as if wanting to pull something out. Immediately after, he held up an internal organ in front of Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu screamed in horror. No way, brother. What are you doing? Qizheng calmly reassured him. It's done. Xiao Mu didn't understand what was happening and just let out a cry. Huh? Xiao Mu's broken arm now looked like a piece of a Lego toy. Xiao Mu was flustered. No way. Are you treating me like a Lego? Suddenly, Xiao Mu felt an intense pain. In an instant, his lost arm grew back completely. A green light began to spread upwards. He vomited out what was just given to him, staring at his hand in amazement, filled with admiration. It really recovered. This medical skill is probably even more profound than Wang Song's. Another nemesis for me. The martial saint left without looking back, reminding Qizheng, Qizheng, he's in your hands. After you've healed him, set off early. Our target is already on the move. The scene shifts to a lush forest, with everything bathed in sunlight. The Emperor of Great Yin sat in his carriage, gently stroking his treasured sword, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at a tea house in whose city, a storyteller was recounting the battle between the martial saint and Wu Qingxin. The story I tell today comes from a handsome swordsman who wished to remain anonymous. It is rumored that a few days ago, the martial saint met with the Immortal sect's saintess Wu Qingxin in the wilderness outside the city. The two fought back and forth, clashing fiercely under the moon. The storyteller narrated as if he were an eyewitness at the scene. Afterward, the martial saint forced the saintess down, eventually crushing her into a human-shaped meat patty. The crowd below the stage shouted angrily, "Despicable! He didn't even spare his own adopted daughter. After raising her for so many years, he devoured her completely. Truly a demonic beast." A man with a scarred face and a top knot spoke up. "Listening pavilion, you're becoming more and more unreliable, daring to speak ill of the martial saint." Wu Qingxin was a traitor to our martial path. The martial saint was clearly cleansing his sect when he absorbed her internal energy. This is righteousness, a sacrifice for the martial path. A standing man with a scarred face pointed at the top-knotted man and retorted, "I spit on you. You're a fraud. We don't know how many people have been tricked by your martial extreme society into practicing evil arts. If the martial saint eats you tomorrow, will you also feel it's a sacrifice for the martial path?" The top-knotted man suddenly stood up and yelled, "What does that have to do with me? The martial saint only absorbs spirit-refining martial artists of the 3rd rank and above. I'm only at the 8th rank. The scarred man drew his sword, shouting, "Well said. After the martial saint eats all 3,000 of his disciples, you'll be next." The top-knotted man also drew his sword. "You're talking nonsense." The argument in the tea house raged on. The martial saint is the last hope of martial artists. If he can kill the immortals, what does it matter if this old man lets him absorb me? Are you the martial saint's dogs? Why are you so obedient? Outside, Taoist Qiang heard the argument and muttered, "A technique that absorbs internal energy. Over here." Xiao Mu, along with the star-profound emissary and Qi Zheng, spurred their horses onward. The star-profound emissary spoke, concerned for Qiao Mu. Qiao Zhong, how are your injuries? He replied, fully recovered. Mr. Qi's methods can truly bring the dead back to life, growing flesh from white bones. Qiao Mu turned to the star-profound emissary. This Mr. Qi, is he also one of the martial saint's 3,000 disciples? In the few days we've been in contact, he's been silent. The star-profound emissary replied, that's right. He is one of the 7 sages under the martial saint. Qiao Mu was curious. The 7 sages? They are the 7 with the strongest cultivation among the martial saint's 100 or so current disciples, each possessing at least one unique ultimate skill that surpasses even the martial saint himself. He thought to himself, eating 3,000 people down to just 100. How is this behavior of the martial saint any different from the heretical saintess Wu Qingxin? Qiao Mu continued to ask, so, is Mr. Qi's ultimate skill medical arts? The star-profound emissary hesitated. I'm not sure either. Qi Zheng, up ahead, suddenly answered for the star-profound emissary. Medical arts, I suppose. You've only just begun with the flesh and blood hunter transformations, so naturally, you can't sense it. Qiao Mu looked confused. Flesh and blood hunter transformations? Isn't that a technique created by the martial saint? Qi Zheng explained. The flesh and blood hunter transformations is actually a technique that only spirit-refining martial artists of the 3rd rank and above can use. What you have is just the basic version. Compared to the complete technique, it's merely a superficial disguise art. Qiao Mu's eyes lit up. So, do I still have a chance to get the real flesh and blood hunter transformations? Qi Zheng changed the subject, turning to the star-profound emissary. Is the news about the emperor being in whose city true? Qiao Mu, being ignored, complained unhappily. Hey, don't change the subject. The star-profound emissary said confidently, yes, this news comes from Emo Mingji. He is the sect master of the Bright Moon sect in whose city and a former star-profound emissary, so it should be accurate. He continued, besides, whose city is the closest to Qingming Mountain. It's not strange for Emperor Yonghe, escorted by Taoist Qiong, to stop in whose city. Qiao Mu pouted. The emperor is as slippery as an eel. This time, if the information is inaccurate, I'm afraid we'll have to attack Qingming Mountain directly. Qi Zheng, expressionless, said calmly, that's not bad either. Qiao Mu teased, you're really interesting. You treat a life-or-death assassination like this as some kind of fun job. Qi Zheng added, if I can go and never return, that will be even better. Qiao Mu grinned until his eyes crinkled, patting Qi Zheng's cheek. With a mentality like this, no wonder the martial saint didn't kill you. Qi Zheng said nothing, turning his head to look at him, smiling gently. Qi Zheng looked ahead and reassured him. Don't worry, brother. If anything happens, I'll cover our retreat. You just need to run. Qiao Mu said, oh. Qi Zheng said slowly, the martial saint dragged you into this. It's actually a test for you. If you pass, he will cultivate you as a future seed of the martial path. But if you fail, you can only become his food. Moreover, only if you survive will it count as passing his test. Qiao Mu was stunned. What? I have to survive? He shouted indignantly. Wait a minute. If I die, it doesn't count as passing? That's different from what was said before. Giving the technique to my Qiao family was also an option. I have no opinion. Qi Zheng answered evasively. Let's go to the Bright Moon sect and meet Emo Mingji first. Star-profound emissary, you go and inform the martial saint. The star-profound emissary acknowledged the order. Yes. Qiao Mu, being ignored again, flared up in anger. Don't you change the subject on me. At the foot of Qingming Mountain in whose city, the gate of the Bright Moon sect was silent. Qiao Mu spoke up. It's one of the major sects under the martial extreme society, after all. Why is there not a single soul at the gate? Qi Zheng nodded. No one to welcome us. It is indeed strange. A faint sound of crying echoed from within. Qi Zheng keenly noticed it's crying, and there's also the stench of blood. Qiao Mu grew worried. Something's happened. Could the immortal sects have known about our actions and set a trap in advance? Qi Zheng stepped forward, pushed the door open, and said to Qiao Mu, let's go in and see first. If it really is a trap, we can turn the tables on them, capture them for intelligence, which wouldn't be without its benefits. Qiao Mu was exasperated. Shouldn't those be my lines? You're a divine healer. How can you be more violent than me? The two stepped into the courtyard, where the wind rustled the leaves. The door before them was ajar, emitting an ominous aura. Qi Zheng pushed the large door open, and the two were stunned by the sight before them. Mo Mingji was tightly gripping the neck of the only surviving martial artist, lifting him high into the air. The man had no strength to resist, helplessly pleading for help. Before he could finish his words, he drew his last breath in Mo Mingji's hand. Mo Mingji seemed to have known Xiao Mu and Qi Zheng would come. Speaking up, "You're here." He threw the martial artist down, his body mixing with the other mangled corpses, making it impossible to tell one from another. He suddenly lunged forward, intending to grab Qi Zheng's face, roaring, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Mu rushed forward to block Qi Zheng, executing the three-pattern overlapping wave force. Second overlap. Xiao Mu smirked dangerously, grabbing Mo Mingji's wrist and provoking him. "Let go of the divine healer. Let me handle this." With that, Xiao Mu violently slammed him into the courtyard and charged in a fight. The two clashed with their martial arts, neither giving an inch. From the side, Qi Zheng reminded Xiao Mu, "Xiao Zheng, he is the sect master of the Bright Moon sect, Mo Mingji. At his peak, he was a 4th grade martial warrior, but now he's 70 and has fallen to the 6th grade. Xiao Mu said contemptuously, "A mere 6th grade. What's he being so arrogant for? Watch how I torture him to death." Qi Zheng added, "But Mo Mingji has absorbed the qi, blood, and power of many disciples in his sect. He may have recovered some of his strength by now, so it's very likely he's back to the 4th grade." Just as Qi Zheng finished speaking, Xiao Mu was blocked by Mo Mingji's iron cloth shirt and slammed hard against the wall. Qi Zheng asked nonchalantly, "Xiao Zheng, are you alright?" Xiao Mu's face was pale as he complained, "That was almost the end of me. Can you not leave your sentences half-finished?" Blood streamed down Xiao Mu's face as he wiped it with his hand. "I'll admit, this 4th grade is truly powerful. Is this old man really 70? Mo Mingji attacked again, twisting his body as he lunged forward. "Why resist? You are clearly weaker than me. Resistance is meaningless." Xiao Mu swiftly dodged his attack. He continued to shout madly, as if trying to persuade Xiao Mu, "Let me absorb your power. We can both save some face. Wouldn't that be better?" As Xiao Mu looked for an opportunity to counterattack, he thought to himself, as expected of an old man from the martial extreme society, this twisted logic is exactly like the martial saints. His internal energy is 50 or 60% stronger than mine, but using heavenly demon disintegration would be enough to suppress him. But Qi Zheng said, "I can't die in this trial, so I should save heavenly demon disintegration for next time." Xiao Mu moved around Mo Mingji, looking for a chance to use his shadow-seeking steps. Qi Zheng observed the situation, musing, using the advantage of his movement technique to constantly reposition, then waiting for the right moment to counterkill. Not a bad tactic. It would work against an ordinary enemy, but the current Mo Mingji is not someone who acts according to common sense. Mo Mingji had already seen through Xiao Mu's movement pattern. Xiao Mu sharply arched his back, dodging his ultimate move. He cursed inwardly. "This old geezer saw through my movement technique so quickly." He planted his hands on the ground, put strength into his legs, and kicked hard at his opponent's chest, unleashing the three-pattern overlapping wave force. Second overlap. Xiao Mu's last kick had shattered his sternum. Xiao Mu exposed. Mo Mingji, your sternum is broken. The advantage is mine. Mo Mingji stubbornly held onto Xiao Mu's leg, retorting, "No, I'm the one who's caught you." Xiao Mu couldn't believe it. Is this old man not afraid of death? Mo Mingji pulled Xiao Mu's leg, and Xiao Mu was yanked hard, his head slamming onto the stone floor. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his mind in turmoil. Damn it, how can he have no reaction to such a severe injury? Xiao Mu had realized something was wrong. This old man is trading injury for injury. As Mo Mingji pressed his head down to the ground, he struggled to kick him in the neck, sending him flying backward. Xiao Mu immediately scrambled back, trying to get up. A stream of thoughts raced through his mind. All offense, no defense. In the past, I couldn't have asked for a more desperate opponent. But now I have to stay alive, and this fighting style with my hands tied is so frustrating. He glanced at Qi Zheng, who was walking toward him. Qi Zheng spoke bluntly from the side. Still haven't realized it? Mo Mingji is not in his right mind right now. He won't reason with you at all. Every move he makes is all offense and no defense. He wants to kill you. If you have any other trump cards, I advise you to use them soon. Mo Mingji's muscles bulged, veins popped, his hands grew larger, and his fingernails lengthened, becoming incredibly sharp, no less so than a fox demon's. He executed the expansion art, his arms growing larger and larger, the lines of his muscles becoming distinct. He smiled smugly, his hands enlarged, his nails sharp. If you don't become a seed, you become food. Two giant hands reached out, trying to grab Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu frantically used his shadow-seeking steps, looking at him in horror, but was ultimately caught in Mo Mingji's grasp. Qi Zheng watched intently, thinking to himself, is this the end? Mo Mingji thought victory was certain. It's over. Be a good boy and become my food. Xiao Mu replied, why was I overthinking it? Mo Mingji was stunned. Xiao Mu's body was squeezed tight, but he had no major injuries. He remained defiant, provoking. If we're going to fight, let's fight to our heart's content. Xiao Mu erupted with immense power, causing his opponent to freeze on the spot, unable to react in time. He rained punches on Mo Mingji's face, leaving him with no strength to fight back. Finally, Xiao Mu unleashed his ultimate technique, Heavenly Demon Disintegration, sending Mo Mingji flying 10 meters with a single punch. He slid a long distance on the stone floor before stopping. Struggling to get back up, he had lost his earlier rage, stammering, like this. Xiao Mu didn't let him sit up, planting a foot on his body. But Qi Zheng quickly stopped him, spare his life. As Xiao Mu raised his hand to finish him, Qi Zheng suggested, the frenzied aura around him has disappeared. He must have regained his senses. Let's find out what happened here first. Xiao Mu pouted, discontentedly removing his foot from Mo Mingji's body. Consider yourself lucky. He clutched his chest, coughing incessantly, and spoke his mind. I originally intended to die at the hands of the martial saint, to let him absorb my power. For Lord Qi Zheng to take it now is not bad either. Qi Zheng told him, your qi and blood are abundant. Though you are severely injured, your life is not in danger. It's not time for last words. Besides, instead of last words, you might as well explain what happened. Mo Mingji looked thoughtful as he recalled. Yesterday, I happened to run into Taoist Qiyang of the Xiantian sect in Hu City. He was escorting the emperor's people, so I secretly followed them. Xiao Mu asked him, to prevent the emperor's whereabouts from being exposed, did Taoist Qiyang come to silence you? Mo Mingji explained, no. I tested him. He wasn't worried at all about us discovering the emperor's movements. He came here only to investigate the power of the martial saint's spirit sacrifice art. Mo Mingji trembled with anger. The scene of Taoist Qiyang crushing his son's neck replaying in his mind. Qiyang had said contemptuously, this internal energy absorption technique is nothing special. No matter how much you eat, you're still just a mortal martial warrior. Mo Mingji had pleaded helplessly, stop, I will be your opponent, spare my son. He had called out for his son with a hoarse voice. But in the end, what appeared before his eyes was the sight of his only son being burned to ashes, not even bones remaining. That sentence still echoed in Mo Mingji's trembling body. He not only killed many disciples of my sect, but even my only son died a tragic death at his hands. I want to fight him with my life on the line, but I couldn't even touch him. Qi Zheng analyzed. You lost your son and saw your life's work destroyed, so you lost your reason and absorbed the power of the surviving disciples. Mo Mingji denied it. It wasn't by mistake. I did it on purpose. A group of martial artists appeared, surrounding Xiao Mu and Qi Zheng. Xiao Mu calmly sneered. Interesting, there's an ambush. You want to devour us both. Qi Zheng stood in the middle, surrounded by the ambushing martial artists, without saying a word. The martial artists gradually closed in. Xiao Mu took a defensive stance, looking around and thinking to himself, these people are from different sects, and they are all masters. They can't be underestimated. Being surrounded is too disadvantageous. Breaking through the encirclement first is the best course of action. Mo Mingji ordered the martial artists, all of you kneel. The crowd immediately knelt before Qi Zheng and Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu's face was full of question marks, bewildered. What is this situation? Have they all acknowledged a master before even fighting? Is my charisma that powerful? Mo Mingji revealed his thoughts. Right now, I'm only a first-rate martial artist. If I didn't send false news, how could I lure the martial saint here? I'm already old. I might as well sacrifice this old body, invite the martial saint to kill me first, and then go kill that aberration. They're all martial artists whose homes were destroyed by aberrations, and their minds are still resolute. I have passed the martial saint's spirit sacrifice art to them. Plus, I have now recovered to the 4th grade. He puffed out his chest proudly. Now, am I qualified enough to become the martial saint's food? Qizheng couldn't comprehend his thinking and asked again, I don't understand. Why must you die for the martial saint? He shook his head and explained, we are not dying for the martial saint, but for the #1 martial artist in the world. Mo Mingji recalled the past, when everyone resisted the aberrations, facing oppression. Everyone bravely led the charge, united in their hatred. Now they bow and scrape before the aberrations, building holy temples, offering gifts, and begging the immortals to grant them peace and protection from natural disasters. However, the common people have no idea how many of these so-called natural disasters are created by the aberrations to win the hearts of the people. At that time, he had eavesdropped on a conversation between Taoist Qiyang and Qingyang. Qingyang asked Taoist Qiyang, Senior brother, Master told us to wait for the natural disaster to strike. So why did he send us to provide relief and distribute kanji? He laughed arrogantly. This is the way of incense faith that Master often speaks of. Taoist Qiyang cunningly explained, this great Yin dynasty must be in chaos. It cannot be without chaos, but it cannot be too chaotic either. When the mortal world is in misery and the common people suffer, only then will they burn incense and worship the gods, providing an endless source of incense faith power. Qingyang had a sudden realization. If war, natural disasters, and famine cause the population to drop sharply, that would also be bad. So when they're about to reach their limit, we must step in to help, saving the people from peril. Taoist Qiyang said smugly, Junior brother, you learn quickly. Qingyang said politely, it is because senior brother teaches well. Mo Mingji returned to his senses and slammed a fist hard onto the stone floor. He said with a tremor in his voice, if this goes on, sooner or later we will all become livestock raised by those aberrations. Xiao Mu glanced at him. He understood in his heart. No wonder Wang Songhe said that natural disasters have been occurring frequently lately. It was truly abnormal. Many common people in Yincheng who lost their homes had to become bandits. Could this also be the work of the immortals? Mo Mingji stood up and declared loudly, the immortal path is strong. The martial path is weak. The martial path lags behind the immortal path, perhaps due to the misfortune of the times. But there are also legends in the world of attaining the Tao through martial arts. The martial saint is the greatest hope for us martial artists. He and a group of disciples clasped their hands and pleaded, we are willing to be the vanguard for the martial path, to be the stepping stone to eliminate the aberrations. Even if we can only shorten the gap by 10 or 20%, we are willing. Xiao Mu slapped Mo Mingji across the face, cursing, will my ass. Mo Mingji was slapped until tears and snot streamed down his face. Clutching his face, he pointed at Xiao Mu and shouted, you ignorant fool. You don't understand anything at all. Xiao Mu swung his left and right hands, slapping him repeatedly across the face, teaching him a lesson. Shut your stinking mouth. If you can't save yourself, not even the heavens can save you. You're seeking death on your own. Yet you want to drag others down with you. Mo Mingji's eyes rolled back, and his whole body went rigid. Xiao Mu continued his lecture. You talk about saving the world, but it can't hide your self-righteousness. You claim it's for all living beings under heaven. So do those living beings not include your own disciples? Before you drain them dry, did you not hear their cries for help? What you've done, how is it any different from those aberrations? After finishing his lecture, Xiao Mu clutched his swollen red hand, whimpering in pain. Mo Mingji staggered, slowly backing away. No, it's all for us martial artists. Behind him, a tall, familiar figure appeared and spoke. Are these your last words? Mo Mingji turned his head in horror, seemingly recognizing the newcomer. Stammering, Martial Saint. The martial saint looked at him with a ferocious gaze, grabbing his face with one hand and pressing down. Mo Mingji let out an utterly wretched scream before turning into a withered skeleton, his mouth agape and tongue stiff, falling to the ground. It all happened right before the eyes of his disciples. The martial saint glared, looking contemptuously and threateningly at the remaining men. Finding yourselves powerless against the aberrations, you place your shattered hopes in the so-called leader of the martial path? A bunch of cowards. You want to be my stepping stones? You're not even qualified. Those martial artists were so scared they broke out in a cold sweat, their faces pale, not daring to look directly at the martial saint. The martial saint ordered, "A bunch of rats, get lost." The terrified cowards vanished in an instant, not daring to linger for a moment. Qi Zheng reported the situation to him. The news about the Bright Moon sect was false, so shall we continue searching for Emperor Yonghe's whereabouts? The martial saint raised a hand to interrupt. There's no need. The other branches have reported that Emperor Yonghe has already arrived in Qingming Town. Qi Zheng replied, "Qingming Town? Then the emperor must have already reached Qingyan Temple." At this moment, Xiao Mu spoke up confidently. The plan to assassinate the emperor on the road is no longer feasible. Now we only have one path left: storm Qingyan Temple and kill Emperor Yonghe. In Qingming Town, a waiter greeted them. "Esteemed guests, please come in." Qi Zheng and Xiao Mu followed the waiter into an inn to rest. Xiao Mu followed behind, wondering to himself, how strange. There are no farmers or fields along the road, only shops selling incense and paper. Do the people here only live by trade, renting out rooms to pilgrims from other places? The waiter chuckled, answering his question. "You two esteemed guests must be from out of town, right? Here, we don't need to toil in the fields." The immortal masters of the Xiantian sect took pity on our hard lives. As long as we chant scriptures and pray for blessings daily, and go up the mountain to worship the gods on time, we don't have to worry about food or clothing. Of course, this only applies to the locals. And getting a household registration in the town is no easy matter. The waiter held out a card, on which the words "second class" were carved in large characters, with the two words "town resident" below. He revealed the requirement for registration. One must pray sincerely day and night without rest, for 15 years without interruption. But compared to the imperial court's ever-increasing taxes, this is already a blessing from the heavens. Taxes in other towns have already been collected for the next 25 years. The common people don't even have enough to eat. That's why the gates of Qingming Town are about to be trampled down by displaced people from all over Nan Prefecture. After speaking, he put the card away, his expression arrogant, his nostrils nearly pointing to the sky. Xiao Mu sneered inwardly. "It's just a card. What's the big deal?" Xiao Mu asked again. "So without production, where do the immortal masters get the money and food needed for the townspeople's lives?" The waiter replied, "The immortal masters have vast divine powers. Perhaps they conjure it from thin air." The waiter announced, "Your room is here. Please rest well. If you need anything, just call for me anytime." Xiao Mu grunted in acknowledgement, dismissing the waiter. He put his hands on his hips and muttered, using the imperial court's peace settlement money to nurture their own followers, while letting the court take all the blame. These aberrations are truly cunning in their calculations. Qi Zheng ordered Xiao Mu, "Over there, take off your shirt." Xiao Mu clutched his chest in fear, covering himself. "Martial master, you don't have any strange hobbies, do you?" Qi Zheng explained helplessly. "You just used the heavenly demon disintegration. Your injuries are very severe. I'll help you heal." Xiao Mu took off his upper garment, revealing his rippling muscles, and teased with a flirtatious and seductive pose. "Stop pretending. I know you covet my body. Come on, take a good look." Qi Zheng angrily drew his saber and threatened, "Do you believe I'll kill you right now?" Xiao Mu quickly explained, "Just kidding. Don't take it to heart, martial master." Qi Zheng sheathed his saber, pouted, and called Xiao Mu tasteless. Xiao Mu rubbed his chin, looking at the stone-like flesh in his hand and marveling. "No matter how many times I see it, I'm still amazed. Flesh and blood hunter transformations is truly a miraculous technique." Qi Zheng looked at Xiao Mu coldly, his gaze sharp. "Is that so? You should try it too." He suddenly slashed his saber across Xiao Mu's chest. Xiao Mu was stunned, frozen in place. Then Qi Zheng placed a lump of something onto the wound he had just inflicted on Xiao Mu. The lump of flesh squirmed on the wound. Qi Zheng analyzed. "Your external wound is not a concern, but the internal injuries caused by the heavenly demon disintegration grand art are quite troublesome. Your meridians are damaged. After my flesh and blood enters your body, it can directly heal your internal damage." Xiao Mu looked at the healed wound and asked Qi Zheng with a grin, "So, can I use heavenly demon disintegration whenever I want from now on?" Qi Zheng, his face pale, dipped his hand in water and advised, "Don't be reckless. For your meridians to fully recover, it will take at least 3 days. Of course, This won't affect your plan to assassinate the emperor. Xiao Mu felt uneasy. 3 days? Do you know the exact time of the emperor's outing? Qi Zheng added. On the first day of next month, the emperor will hold a grand ceremony to offer incense and worship the gods at an auspicious hour. The operation is imminent. I will pass a technique on to you. He took something out from his robes. Xiao Mu jumped up like a cat, excitedly running behind Qi Zheng. Qi Zheng placed down a secret manual titled Flesh and Blood 100 Transformations. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, and he immediately recognized it. Flesh and Blood 100 Transformations. Is this the omnipotent technique you mentioned before? He excitedly picked up the manual and flipped through it. Are you really giving this to me? You can't go back on your word, Martial Master. Unlimited recovery plus heavenly demon disintegration. Doesn't that make me invincible? Qi Zheng said calmly. Of course. The system announced, Flesh and Blood 100 Transformations is now loading. Xiao Mu sensed something was wrong, turned around, and guessed apprehensively. To offer a gift for no reason is to be either a thief or a scoundrel. Is this the martial saint's intention? Qi Zheng replied, just consider it my intention. Xiao Mu was annoyed. What do you mean, just consider it? Don't be so cryptic. Qi Zheng turned around and called out, Xiao Zheng. The people of the Qiao family, yourself included, are all heroes who value righteousness over life and death. But I hope you can care more about your own life. The martial saint has always been arrogant, believing only in himself. In this operation, what trump cards and schemes he has, what his true strength is, even I do not know. Xiao Mu understood Qi Zheng's implication. You're afraid I'll trust the wrong person, sacrifice myself for the sake of righteousness, and end up dying in vain? Like Mingji? Qi Zheng turned his back and said nothing. Xiao Mu explained, a true sacrifice for righteousness is admirable. It's something I couldn't ask for more. But Mingji was not that. Qi Zheng pushed the door open, his voice drifting in. Many people like you have believed the martial saint's words, but they are all dead. Qi Zheng stepped outside, leaving Xiao Mu alone in the room. He scratched his head, his mind in turmoil. This Qi Zheng seems quite friendly to me. Is it because we're kindred spirits, or does he have other motives? I pursue a high-quality death, but I also have my own principles. The Martial Extreme Society and I were never on the same path, let alone allies. 3 days later, at the Xiantian sect, the people coming to offer incense and worship were endless. The temple was as crowded as a festival. The auspicious hour has arrived. The Emperor of Great Yin walked ahead of Chu Xing, entering the divine hall. Xiao Mu squeezed through the crowd, finding it difficult to move. He thought to himself, it's too crowded. I shouldn't have pretended to be a pilgrim coming up the mountain. Xiao Mu looked back and thought, the martial saint spirit rhino art has a resonance. Among the pilgrims, there must be people from the Martial Extreme Society. The martial saint must also be in this crowd. Chu Xing was stopped. Hold on. Daoist Qiang said to the Emperor of Great Yin, ahead is our Immortal Hall. Martial artists are not allowed inside. Qingyang invited on his behalf. Your Majesty, please proceed alone to offer incense. The Emperor of Great Yin frowned and ordered Chu Xing, you stay here. Chu Xing clasped his hands and obeyed. Yes. The Emperor of Great Yin stepped into the hall, which was filled with billowing incense smoke. He lit 3 incense sticks, his mind in turmoil. We naturally know that cooperating with the Xiantian sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. If today we were just an ordinary pilgrim coming to worship the heavens, perhaps there would still be a way out later. Daoist Qiyang and Qingyang stood behind the emperor. He smiled and nodded at Qingyang. A strong light immediately erupted in the divine hall, gradually enveloping the entire space. Before the Emperor of Great Yan's eyes, a voice called out from within the light, Emperor Yonghe. The Emperor of Great Yin stood stunned in astonishment. Illusions of immortal gates appeared one after another, sternly questioning. Seeing us immortals, why do you not bow? 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 The Emperor of Great Yan's face turned pale, his thoughts racing. It's a trap. They use treacherous flattery to lure us here to offer incense. But their real goal is to let the world see us kneel before them. The questioning echoed endlessly in his ears. He looked anxious, terrified in his heart. No, we cannot kneel. We absolutely cannot kneel. The Emperor of Great Yin took a step back, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into a bottomless abyss, giving him no chance to turn and leave. The Emperor looked down in horror. From the abyss, countless vengeful spirits with strange red eyes reached out, trying to grab him. We implore your majesty to bow to the immortals. We implore your majesty to bow to the immortals. The appearance of the vengeful spirits became more and more distorted, their faces ferocious, their echoing voices also becoming clearer. We implore your majesty to bow to the immortals. Outside the hall, Chu Xing had no idea what was happening. What's going on? All the pilgrims were prostrated before the hall's entrance, shouting incessantly, "We implore your majesty to bow to the immortals." Chu Xing was filled with confusion. A bell rang, and all the pilgrims seemed to be possessed. How did they know His Majesty was here today? Chu Xing shouted, "Your Majesty, there's something wrong with these pilgrims. Absolutely do not listen to them. Your Majesty, your Majesty." The Emperor of Great Yin thought dazedly. Even the common people are on the side of the immortal path. Things have come to this. Further resistance is futile. The Emperor's legs trembled as he slowly knelt down. Perhaps, completely submitting to the Xiantian sect is the righteous path. The martial artists of the martial extreme society outside, guarding their swords, whispered among themselves, "Is that dog emperor really going to kneel?" Another warned, "Endure it, don't ruin the grand plan." Just as he finished speaking, Daoist Qiang had already cut down those few martial artists. They didn't even have time to react. He swung his sword and arrogantly said to the other martial artists, "The pilgrims who came here today are all believers nurtured by Qingming Town. A seed was planted in their hearts long ago, just waiting for the right moment to sprout." Those pilgrims remained silent. At this moment, they were the assassins of the martial extreme society. He pointed his sword at them. "You foolish mortals. Did you think you could ruin my immortal sect's grand plan? I want you all to watch with your eyes wide open as Emperor Yonghe kneels before us. At that time, the Xiantian sect will be the sole power under heaven, ruling for eternity." A figure appeared beside the temple bell, and immediately after, the large bell was sent flying down by a powerful kick, hurtling towards the Emperor of Great Yin. Qingyang rushed forward, shouting, "Who dares to act so presumptuously?" He unleashed a sword strike, and the large bell split in two. The Emperor of Great Yin was startled, finally coming to his senses, and hastily retreated. Chu Xing anxiously ran to the Emperor's side. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The Emperor of Great Yin breathed a sigh of relief. "That was dangerous. My mind was just thrown into chaos by the immortal sect. Who was it that helped me?" Xiao Mu jumped down. "No one came to help you. I came to kill you. Where did this brute come from? Just charging in like that? Is he here to throw his life away?" The Emperor of Great Yin recognized Xiao Mu. Qingyang stood protectively in front of the Emperor of Great Yin, raised his sword, and shouted in anger, "You insignificant ant! How dare you ruin the Xiantian sect's grand affair?" He waved his hand, and a streak of green light tore through the sky. "I will chop you into 10,000 pieces." Qingyang fiercely slashed down. Xiao Mu looked up at the streak of light, not dodging at all. That slash caused a violent tremor, striking down from above, straight into the ground. The dazzling light formed a fissure, tearing space apart, and the ground was also split open into a bottomless chasm. The Emperor of Great Yin was so stunned by Qingyang's power that he could only stand there blinking. The martial artists were too scared to move. Qingyang coldly said to everyone, "Whoever offends the Xiantian sect, kill." Some petty individuals saw the aberrations fighting and called their friends to watch the commotion. A fight has broken out. Elder Qingyang is punishing a martial artist from the martial extreme society. Really? I'm gonna watch. Someone stopped him. Immortals are fighting, and you dare to watch? If you get caught in the crossfire, you'll die. Run. The ground trembled, and dust filled the air, obscuring the view. Chu Xing thought to himself, he hasn't reached the spirit refinement realm. He can't predict it. Under this one sword strike, he will surely die. Qingyang floated in the air, saying contemptuously, "Did you martial artists see that clearly? This is the gap between an immortal and a mortal. Today, none of you will leave here alive." Xiao Mu, brimming with spiritual energy, suddenly closed in from behind him. "It's so high up here. Aren't you cold?" Xiao Mu swung his saber down, but Qingyang blocked it with his sword. But his body was knocked back, landing unsteadily on the ground. He was astonished. Impossible. His life force clearly just vanished. Why is his life force even more terrifying now? Xiao Mu charged forward, taunting, "Great Immortal, are you scared?" Xiao Mu continuously attacked with his saber. Qingyang didn't fight back, only focusing on dodging. Xiao Mu calculated, "Although I can't win, I can take it. I was killed in an instant before, which was exactly what I wanted. Not only did I receive a generous reward, but even my corpse was obliterated by the sword Chi, saving me the trouble of cleaning up. System notification, death evaluation, A, aberrations coma sword. Skill points awarded this time, 56 points. Remaining skill points, 50 points. Usable life points, 54. Resurrections in 7 days, 4 out of 5. 72 points have been consumed to exchange for flesh and blood hunter transformations. Minor completion, 100%. This opportunity just happened to help me complete the minor stage of flesh and blood hunter transformations. With infinite recovery, now as long as I control it within a certain range, I can use Heavenly Demon Disintegration at will, plus the 4 remaining resurrections. Even if I'm exhausted, I can drag this out until you die of exhaustion. Xiao Mu relentlessly attacked the dodging Qingyang. The tip of his saber struck Qingyang's chest, but caused no damage. Xiao Mu was startled. Golden body protection? Just playing with you for a bit. You brat. Qingyang sneered, his hand preparing a move. Myriad Law's sword art. Xiao Mu was sent flying, his entire body pierced by sword Qi, covered in injuries, unable to move. The martial artist exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, is this the power of an immortal?" A martial artist nearing the 3rd grade is just a toy in their eyes. Qingyang snorted contemptuously. Your heart was pierced by the Qingming sword. Even an immortal couldn't survive that. The blade suddenly swung towards Qingyang, who turned his head in alarm. Xiao Mu's wounds from before were healing on their own. He spoke. It truly is a divine sword. Even a great immortal has to dodge it. It's a pity that while the sword is good, the swordsmanship is terrible. That last move was a little off. He thought smugly, how could it possibly hit me? I used flesh and blood hunter transformations to move my heart. Xiao Mu raised his sword. How about this martial artist teaches the great immortal how to use a sword? He used the pure Yang infinite sword. Xiao Mu leaped up and slashed down fiercely. Qingyang retreated to dodge. The sword in Xiao Mu's hand swung continuously, attacking. The people from the martial extreme society cheered from the sidelines. Go, kill him. Show him how formidable we martial artists are. So handsome. Junior brother, if you win, I'll praise you for a lifetime. The emperor thought to himself. He can actually fight back. Perhaps the martial path can truly contend with immortal cultivation. Qingyang was ashamed and furious, his thoughts churning. How can this be? How dare he act so presumptuously against me, using my own treasure? If I lose, what will become of the Xiantian sect's reputation? My senior brother and the elders will surely punish me severely. I cannot lose, even if it means expending my vital essence. I must kill him. He unleashed his ultimate move, 17 Dragon's Breath Axe. Xiao Mu was engulfed by his ultimate move, screaming in agony. Qingyang laughed triumphantly. My 17 Dragon Fire can turn you to ash. Even a spirit refinement martial artist would have their body and soul annihilated. Let's see you. The system notified again. Remaining resurrections in 7 days, 3 out of 5. Xiao Mu erupted with power, breaking free. Then I really must thank the great immortal for even sparing me the trouble of cleaning up the corpse. To show my gratitude, the great immortal has sent me on my way. In Qingyang's eyes, only the figure of Xiao Mu charging towards him remained. He couldn't believe his eyes. How? How is this possible? Taoist Qingyang made his move, suppressing Xiao Mu to the ground. He scolded, "Qingyang, you useless thing. You can't even deal with a nobody." Qingyang still hadn't recovered from the shock. Stammering, I was careless. Xiao Mu was suppressed and couldn't move, thinking to himself, I can't move. Is he Qiyang? He feels harder to deal with than Qingyang. Taoist Qiyang turned to the Emperor of Great Yin and said sternly, Emperor Yonghe, please rest assured. The Xintian sect will absolutely not let these assassins harm a single hair on your head. And you have always been a man of propriety, so you will surely kowtow and kneel to the Xintian sect to show your gratitude. Right? The Emperor of Great Yin was helpless and couldn't refute. This is too humiliating. This is a blatant threat to me. Today, I either kowtow to the immortal sect or die at the hands of assassins. Chu Xing stepped forward to reassure him. Your Majesty, with your subject here, there is no need for the Xiantian sect's protection. Taoist Qiyang sneered. Even if you are a martial artist at the spirit refinement realm, you can't stop so many assassins. Straight at Taoist Qiyang. He quickly dodged the attack and walked towards the Emperor of Great Yin. Chu Xing blocked the Emperor's path. Your Majesty, be careful. The Flying Star saber collided with that attack and immediately shattered. Chu Xing was astonished. A single cough can shatter my Flying Star saber? could it be, has finally shown itself. The martial saint approached step by step, waves of chi rising from beneath his feet. Xiao Mu sat to the side, thinking to himself. As expected, this assassination attempt is not simple. Assassinating Emperor Yonghe right under the nose of the Xian sect is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Someone like the martial saint couldn't possibly place all his hopes on me alone. It's best if someone stirs up the situation. He will take the opportunity to strike, and I am the vanguard. Taoist Qiyang shouted. Today is the day Emperor Yonghe pays homage to the Immortals, and it is also the time for the Immortal sect to eradicate its enemies. Junior brothers, follow me and kill the martial saint. Dozens of his disciples surrounded the martial saint tightly, leaving no gaps. Taoist Qiyang floated in the air, smugly saying, "You are the head of the mortal martial path, and you have indeed made progress over the past few decades. It's just a pity that you have fallen into the demonic path and deserve to be exterminated." The martial saint erupted with absolute power, his spiritual energy suffocatingly oppressive, and he laughed coldly. "I am the demonic path, so you are the immortal path?" A powerful spiritual energy spread out. Every inch of space seemed to be crushed by his power. Who is the demon, and who is the immortal? Taoist Qiang's previous arrogance vanished, his expression beginning to waver. Only the victor has the right to decide. The martial saint's voice rang out. Qiang made a move, requesting permission from Taoist Qiang to fight. "Senior brother, I was careless just now. Please give me another chance." Taoist Qiang sneered. "You plan to use that move?" Qiang took a stance, hundreds of swords forming a vortex. He sneered at the martial saint, head of the martial path. "This is the strongest sword move I have painstakingly practiced for 35 years. If you have the guts, then face it." Several disciples exclaimed in admiration, as expected of senior brother Qingyang. The power of this sword formation is terrifying. I was originally hoping to exchange a few moves with the head of the martial path, but it seems there's no chance now. The martial saint stood unharmed amidst the dust, saying contemptuously, "You cultivated for 35 years, just to sprinkle a little dust on me?" He beckoned to the disciples. "Oi, stop wasting time. Come meet together." Those people were furious. Such arrogant words. They immediately charged forward. One used a plant and fan, another used a universe gourd, and another shot out countless talismans. All the attacks struck the martial saint simultaneously, causing a massive explosion, with dust flying everywhere, obscuring the view. Yet, the martial saint stood tall amidst the dust, without a single injury on his body. Those disciples trembled with fear, unable to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? A body of flesh and blood. How could it withstand our immortal sect's magic treasures and remain completely unharmed? Is he even human? It seemed to be confirmed, and Chu Xing was filled with admiration, truly worthy of being the martial saint, to be able to predict the enemy's moves and utilize it so masterfully. In the instant he predicted the aberration's attacks, he moved with extremely small footwork, precisely dodging every move, making it look as if his body hadn't moved at all. This requires a divine level of coordination between body and mind. Otherwise, even the slightest mistake would lead to one's body and soul perishing. The martial saint's voice rang out. "Are you all done with your performance? It's my turn." The martial saint threw a punch towards Taoist Qiang's face. Fresh blood splattered in front of Taoist Qiang. But it wasn't his blood. Taoist Qiang looked to the side in astonishment. Qingyang's head had been severed from his neck, his body still trembling in place, unable to react. Qingyang's body then fell to the ground. A disciple shouted, "Senior brother Qingyang." Everyone was stunned, unable to react. The martial artists of the Martial Extreme Society raised their blades and swords, charging towards the Emperor of Great Yin, saying to each other, "The time has come, kill." Chu Xing took a defensive stance, protecting the Emperor of Great Yin. "Your Majesty, leave this place to me. You must quickly take shelter in the main hall." He used a flying star hand. The martial artists realized the situation was not good. It was difficult to kill the Emperor of Great Yin. "Damn it, we can't even get close. It's a master of the spirit refinement realm." Xiao Mu thought to himself, "There's a problem. Everything feels too smooth. The Xian sect's power shouldn't be just this." Moreover, Qiyang is still very calm, his expression confident. They must have an ace up their sleeve. He waved his hand, attacking them one by one. Those people couldn't resist at all. The martial saint sent the heads of the Xian sect disciples flying one by one. He laughed ferociously, once again affirming, "The strong are immortals, the weak are demons." Several disciples continuously attacked, but the martial saint blocked them all. The square in front of the hall had become a pile of rubble. The martial saint turned and charged towards the Emperor of Great Yin, intending to cut him down. Chu Xing hurriedly blocked the Emperor's path, letting him run into the hall. The martial saint shouted, "Emperor Yonghe, where do you think you're going?" Chu Xing used the flying star hand, trying to create an opportunity for the emperor to escape. The martial saint landed a devastating punch on Chu Xing, warning, "Those who block me must die." Chu Xing was slammed hard against the stone pillar behind him. The emperor shouted worriedly, "Chu Xing." He clutched his abdomen, struggling to say, "Your Majesty." "Run quickly." The martial saint rapidly closed in, about to catch the Emperor of Great Yin. Taunting, "Can you escape?" Suddenly, the hall became pitch black, then a blinding red light flashed. That beam of light shot out, blocking the path in front of the Emperor of Great Yin, stopping the martial saint. The martial saint was struck by the red light, his blood-curdling scream echoing across the heavens and earth, the pain suffocating. The martial saint raised his hand to shield his face, looking up to find the source of that light. A swirling, pitch-black vortex, like an abyss swallowing light, enveloped the entire space in a strange darkness. In the center of the vortex, a blinding red light appeared, glittering in the darkness. Countless fierce, orange-red lightning bolts intertwined. A giant face emerged from the darkness, looking gloomy and terrifying, like an ancient demon just awakened. The monster's horrifying voice echoed, "You mortal martial artists, you have made a grave mistake." The martial artists witnessed this terrifying scene. Their fighting spirit vanished, stammering incoherently. That's a human face, a monster like this. How can we fight it?" The voice from the pitch-black vortex continued to echo, "For mortals to kill immortals is a great transgression, deserving of punishment by the five thunders. Body and soul shall be annihilated. Mortals shall perish." That monster summoned frenzied bolts of lightning, intertwining like the claws of a malevolent god, bombarding the mortal realm. The lightning ravaged the martial saint's body, shattering his protective true chi as if he were being flayed alive. Right there in the mortal world, it incinerated the entire surrounding space. The roar shook the heavens and earth. Even Xiao Mu in the ninth heaven was shaken, his mind uneasy. This is their backup plan. No, this is just an appetizer. These powerful experts were just watching the show from the beginning. If it weren't for Qiyong being powerless, they wouldn't have bothered to act. A spell of this level, I wonder if the martial saint can withstand it. The martial saint's wounds tried to heal themselves, but in the next second, they were torn to a bloody mess by the monster's power. His body gradually disintegrated, each bolt of lightning slicing through him, leaving wounds so deep they reached the bone, impossible to close. In despair, the martial saint reached out towards the void, as if trying to grasp something distant. The martial saint reached out towards the Emperor of Great Yin, who was being shielded by Chu Xing from behind. The outcome was inevitable. Under the pressure of the lightning that seemed to collapse the heavens and earth, the martial saint's body began to melt, pieces of flesh and blood turning to ash, scattering with the wind, returning to nothingness. Only that hand remained intact, as if signaling to someone or wanting to record one last thing. Xiao Mu was rushing towards the back of the Emperor of Great Yin. An indescribable, vague frenzy rose in the Emperor of Great Yan's heart. He was looking at us. The martial saint was swallowed by the furious lightning, both his body and soul incinerated. In that sea of brilliant light, the tall figure gradually turned into a distorted, flickering shadow, as if about to be erased from the world. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, giving way to the dazzling sunlight. Where the martial saint had just stood, only a deep, pitch-black crater remained. Smoke billowing, his body's whereabouts unknown. Chu Xing clutched his chest in shock, unable to believe it. How could it be? The martial saint, The Emperor of Great Yin interjected, "He's dead." The martial path ultimately lost to the immortal path. Taoist Qiyong shouted triumphantly, "The leader of the martial path, who offended the heavens, deserved to be struck by the five thunders and turned to ash. Body and soul annihilated." The commoners below reacted enthusiastically. Good riddance. There's no more martial saint in the world. That kind of flesh-eating demon should have been struck by the five thunders long ago. In contrast to the commoner's joy, the martial artists of the Martial Extreme Society fell into despair, losing their last hope. Impossible. How could the martial saint die? He was our greatest hope as martial artists to fight against the aberrations. We've strived for so many years. With great difficulty, we entered the third grade. And it ends like this. Xiao Mu thought to himself, it's hard to believe someone as strong as the martial saint still fell at the hands of an immortal. To martial artists, the martial saint was the culmination of generations of powerful martial path experts. Like a brilliant sun, illuminating the path forward for martial artists. Now the sun has faded, the martial path has no hope, and in an instant, it has all turned to smoke. The heroic words in their hearts were now nothing. He sighed, recalling the martial saint's words. The victor becomes an immortal, the loser a demon. This retribution came too quickly. Suddenly, a person in front of Xiao Mu was engulfed in fierce flames, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Taoist Qiyang ordered his disciples, "What are you standing there for? Join me in killing all these disrespectful mortals who have offended us." The disciples responded, "With senior brother Qiyang here, kill." One by one, the martial artists were beaten until their flesh and blood splattered. A martial artist stood frozen in place, trembling and muttering. Even the martial saint died at the hands of the aberrations. What's the use of us practicing martial arts? The so-called punishing immortals with martial arts is nothing but the moon in the water, a flower in the mirror. The martial path is dead. Xiao Mu took a step forward, grabbing the sword that was stabbing towards that martial artist, and spoke. In this world, 8 or 9 out of 10 things don't go as planned. As people, are you just going to give up over a small setback and let them slaughter you? You all came here for a great cause. How can you give up so easily? So what if the martial saint is dead? Can't we accomplish things without him? Even if all of us have to die here today. So what? Before we die, we could take a few immortals down with us. Wouldn't that be more satisfying? The martial artist spirits were lifted, their will to fight rekindled, encouraging each other. We're all third-grade martial artists. If he can do it, why can't I? Heavenly demon disintegration. How can we let a junior look down on us? 8 gates open. Let's risk our lives against them. Even if we die, we'll die on our feet. For the martial path, kill. The two sides clashed in a chaotic battle, both fighting to the death to protect their honor. Chu Xing lamented. That fellow named Xiao. He has actually replaced the martial saint, once again igniting the fighting spirit of the martial artists. The emperor's heart was in turmoil. I never expected there to be such a brave warrior in the world, daring to face the immortal sect without fear of life or death. If the martial path in the world could unite as one, perhaps it could contend with the immortal path. Suddenly, the emperor's train of thought was interrupted by a force pulling him backward. He shouted, "Chu Xing." Chu Xing quickly turned and replied, "Your Majesty." The Emperor of Great Yin was pulled back forcefully. Chu Xing hurriedly supported him, blaming himself. "This servant deserves death for letting your Majesty be frightened." The Emperor comforted him. "We are fine. It was just a fall." The magnificent statue nearby called out, "Emperor Yonghe." The emperor was startled, realizing it was the divine statue that had appeared in his earlier illusion. And this time, it was real. The statue commanded, "Kneel." Immediately, his body involuntarily bent its knees. The Emperor of Great Yin was furious, thinking to himself, "So you finally stopped pretending? Forcing us to kneel before you. But why are they suddenly in such a hurry? The martial saint is dead. There should be no one left to stop them. No, I cannot kneel." Xiao Mu let out a loud shout and charged forward, a powerful spiritual energy surging. Chu Xing was horrified. "It's you. You're not dead?" Xiao Mu replied, "Want me dead? Is not that easy." Xiao Mu leaped high into the air, facing the giant divine statue. He had made up his mind. Even if they kill Emperor Yonghe, there will still be Emperor Yongzong, Emperor Yonggui. It's better to destroy the divine statue, so the emperor will have nothing to worship forever, and eradicate the root of the problem. With that, Xiao Mu threw a powerful punch at the top of the divine statue's head. Chu Xing was once again astonished, thinking to himself, "Is he really going to smash it? How can a mortal be so resolute? This is purely seeking death." Xiao Mu's skin cracked inch by inch as he attacked the divine statue, his body enduring immense pressure, yet it was constantly healing itself. Chu Xing watched Xiao Mu desperately trying to destroy the divine statue, horrified. Impossible. His meridians are constantly being damaged, but at the same time, they are self-repairing. Moreover, his realm is soaring. third grade, second grade, first grade. He's about to catch up to the martial saint. In contrast, the power of the immortal statue is rapidly weakening. Xiao Mu roared madly. It's just a broken piece of rock. What's so great about it? Break for me. The immortal statue immediately shattered under Xiao Mu's fist. The statue on the right collapsed accordingly. The one on the left suffered the same fate. The collapse of the immortal statues caused the entire divine hall to shake violently. Taoist Qiong rushed over. Who is it? Who dares to touch the main hall of my Xintian sect? He stared in horror, his eyes wide. Xiao Mu sneered back. Why did you only just arrive? Your house is an illegal construction. I helped you demolish it. Why don't you thank me? Taoist Qiong was furious, grinding his teeth. You ant. You dare to insult the immortal sect. I swear I will grind you to dust. Xiao Mu provoked. Come on, I just finished digesting the flesh and blood of Mr. Wu and was worried I had no outlet for my power. You're just in time to be my practice dummy. Spiritual energy surged from nowhere, instantly binding Xiao Mu's body. Xiao Mu felt something was wrong, thinking to himself, this is not good. This isn't Qiong's spell. Could it be from those small immortal statues? A voice echoed in the hall. For a mortal to scorn the gods and immortals is the height of disrespect. Entering the Nine Serenities underworld means eternally falling into the abyss of nothingness. Eternally falling into the abyss of nothingness. Xiao Mu gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Taoist Qiong arrogantly flew on his sword towards Xiao Mu. You're courting death. Xiao Mu, bound by spiritual energy, still stubbornly roared. Even if I die today, I will make you so-called immortals wish you were dead. Taoist Qiong retorted. Then this immortal will grant you your wish. The Emperor of Great Yin stepped forward to stop him. Immortal Master, please wait. Taoist Qiong growled. Emperor Yonghe, what is the meaning of this? The emperor proposed. Before paying homage to the immortals, esteemed immortals of the Xintian sect, would you permit us to ask a few questions? Taoist Qiong looked at the other immortals, and seeing the elders remain silent, took it as their consent. Xiao Mu thought in confusion. What trick is this damn emperor playing now? The Emperor of Great Yin turned to ask him, Xiao Zhong, you don't seem to be one of the martial saint's men. So what are you doing here? Xiao Mu smirked provocatively. I've already said it. I came to kill you. More importantly, it's for a bit of backbone. The Emperor of Great Yin asked, bewildered. Backbone? Xiao Mu's tongue was relentless. Speaking like a machine gun, the martial saint is dead. The people of the martial extreme society are all demoralized, as if they've lost everything and can't fight on. And you're the Emperor of Great Yin. The whole world is watching you. If you kneel too, the entire nation will follow suit, and eventually, the people's spirit will break. If you want to kneel, you might as well be dead. The Emperor of Great Yin gave a helpless smile and asked back, do you really want us to die? But even the martial saint, the master of the martial path, is dead. What use is this bit of hot-blooded backbone you rely on? Xiao Mu opened his mouth wide to retort. The dead are dead. Should the living just give up? The martial saint died, and by his own logic, it was because he was weak. No one else is to blame. If this generation's leader of the martial path fails, then the next generation will rise, and the generation after that. If the predecessors don't dare to sacrifice themselves, only knowing how to compromise and kneel, how can we expect future generations to have unyielding integrity? Xiao Mu took a deep breath and arrogantly declared, from now on, I will shoulder the martial path. I will be the leader of the martial path. I will be the leader of the martial path. The crowd outside stirred, and a few people laughed in praise. Well said, young man. Taoist Qiong sneered. You? The one who wants to shoulder the martial path has become a prisoner at the feet of the immortal sect. How fitting. But Xiao Mu remained resolute. One person cannot do it alone. If I can't succeed in 1,000 years, someone will surely follow in my footsteps. Sooner or later, the day will come when we can catch up to you freaks. The Emperor of Great Yin felt something appear in his hand. He thought to himself, this feeling, a brilliant treasured sword materialized in his hand. The Emperor drew the sword from its sheath, its dazzling light even illuminated the statues of the immortals. The Emperor of Great Yin raised the sword. It's the human king's sword. Taoist Qiong was shocked. Emperor Yonghe can actually wield the human king sword? He actually dared to bring the human king sword here. The spiritual energy binding Xiao Mu vanished along with it. Xiao Mu clicked his tongue in wonder. What the hell is this human king sword? It's that powerful? It can even affect immortal arts. The Emperor of Great Yin thought, the first emperor protects us. It was indeed the right choice. The emperor said, the first emperor of the Great Yin dynasty. conquered the world on horseback. Not only did he possess the strongest army of his time, but he himself was also the world's strongest martial artist. After the first emperor passed away, his personal sword became the human king's sword, enshrined in the ancestral temple, along with the imperial seal and the 9 province cauldrons, becoming a symbol of the human race's imperial power. It carries the national destiny of Great Yin. The Emperor of Great Yin said to himself, "If we could not awaken the human king's sword today, it would have been the end of the road with no other choice. But now, we wish to see just how much the immortal sects fear the destiny of an emperor." Elder Xing spoke up. "So this is Emperor Yonghe's backing? We have truly underestimated him." Elder Sun continued, "That sword was originally a mortal object. Only after years of being worshipped with incense did it absorb the imperial destiny of the mortal world." A green-haired elder interjected, "An emperor's destiny is ethereal and vague. Getting involved with it might not necessarily affect the lifespan of us cultivators." Elder Xing said to Elder Sun, "Then you give it a try." Elder Sun said decisively, "Emperor Yonghe paying homage to the immortals is a major event. It concerns the incense offerings and cannot be abandoned halfway. Qiyong, make your move." Taoist Qiyong hesitated. "Elder, a cultivator descended from the sky, interrupting, "Fellow Taoists of the Xiantian sect, have you been well?" Elder Sun was startled. Taoist Qingyi of the Central Continent's great Tao sect. He thought to himself, his arrival at this time is no coincidence. The matter of us having Emperor Yonghe join the immortal sect, and then building Taoist temples to collect incense from the common people of the provinces must have been exposed. And the great Tao sect is the one with the deepest foundation and the most prosperous incense offerings among the immortal sects in the Central Continent. Elder Sun was on guard, realizing their plan to deceive everyone had failed. In that case, the sect master in the Central Continent and the Heavenly Womb Mirror must also be in danger. No wonder that Brat was able to destroy the immortal statue carved with the sect master's name. The sect master must no longer be able to hold on. Qingyi clasped his hands in a salute and got straight to the point. "Fellow Taoists, this humble Taoist won't mince words. What your sect's master did in the Central Continent has been exposed, and the major immortal sects are all aware. As for Emperor Yonghe paying homage to the immortals, let it end here." Elder Sun hurriedly asked, "What is the situation with our sect master now?" Qingyi replied cryptically, "Let this matter drop, and your sect master will naturally return safely." Xiao Mu, with nothing better to do, asked the Emperor of Great Yin, who was staring at the treasured sword in his hand, "You never intended to pay homage from the start?" The Emperor replied, "As the ruler of a nation, I cannot kneel. It was just that there was no other choice." The Emperor of Great Yin had a serious, contemplative expression. "We were truly not certain. This time it was all down to luck. Was it really just luck?" Thinking of this, the Emperor looked towards Xiao Mu. The awakening of the human king's sword was perhaps related to this person. Several immortals descended, arriving before the Emperor of Great Yin. Qingyi conveyed to the Emperor, "Emperor Yonghe, the matter of paying homage ends here. This was an unauthorized action by the people of the Xiantian sect, and has nothing to do with our immortal sections." He proposed, "Emperor Yonghe, would you be willing to return to the imperial capital in the Central Continent with me?" The Emperor of Great Yin clasped his hands in thanks. "Then I shall trouble you, great immortal." The Emperor was secretly overjoyed. He didn't have to kneel after all. Elder Xing stared at the Emperor of Great Yin, analyzing in his mind. The Emperor had a backup plan. Could it be that he secretly notified the Great Tao sect and the other immortal sects? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Xiao Mu, running his mouth and waving his limbs, tried to get his attention. "Hey, did you all forget something? Hey, look over here." Elder Xing was filled with rage. Unable to bear it any longer, he turned and launched a palm strike at Xiao Mu. "This brat blasphemes gods and immortals. He deserves to be executed." Xiao Mu was secretly ecstatic. "Excellent. My heavenly punishment points are saved." The Emperor of Great Yin stepped in front of Xiao Mu to shield him. "Immortal masters, please wait." Xiao Mu looked surprised on the outside, but inside, he was like a wild beast wanting to bear its fangs at the Emperor. "You're ruining my good plan." Elder Xing frowned and questioned the Emperor of Great Yin. "You wish to protect this person? Mortal Emperor, don't think you're different just because you have destiny protecting you. Don't forget, the days ahead are long." Xiao Mu did his best to provoke. "I, Xiao Zhong, have long disregarded life and death. Why would I need the Emperor's protection? I only regret that I can't rip off the true faces of you freaks sooner." He shook the Emperor of Great Yin, cursing inwardly. "Say what you will, do what you must. Don't you dare joke about saving me. The Emperor of Great Yin said decisively, no, this man attempted regicide. According to the laws of Great Yin, he must be taken to the imperial prison and then beheaded for public display. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up, deeply moved, thinking to himself, I almost changed my opinion of Emperor Yonghe. Turns out the Emperor is a good man after all. I'm definitely going to die today. Elder Sun proposed. That is also good. Once in the imperial capital, we'll trouble Taoist Qing Yi to supervise on our behalf. It will also serve as a warning to the world that those who disrespect gods and immortals and commit insubordination and rebellion will find no escape. Qing Yi stroked his beard and mused, fellow Taoist, rest assured. The immortals below saw this and murmured amongst themselves, to be able to see so many immortals at once. Quick, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Everyone bowed their heads and kowtowed. We respectfully wish the immortals boundless fortune, eternal life, and longevity equal to heaven and earth. The Emperor of Great Yin couldn't help but feel a little smug since ascending the throne. This is the first time I've been able to bargain directly with people from the immortal sections. Xiao Mu, in shackles, was pelted with rotten vegetables and eggs by the immortals, who cursed, vile enemy of the immortal sex. Xiao Zhong dared to offend the immortals, and the immortals still spared his life. Such infinite mercy. Ling Ling urged her junior sisters. 2 of the 9 great immortal sects have arrived. This is surely nothing good. For cultivators like us who practice ancient methods, it's best not to get involved in these matters. Tan Shui walked past Xiao Mu. Her steps faltered as if she sensed something. She suddenly turned her head, as if by induction. Tan Shui lifted her eye covering, struggling to open her eyes, her turquoise eyes flashing with light. Xiao Mu. Tan Shui hurriedly grabbed her senior sister's hand and asked, Senior sister, that person just now, was he handsome? The senior sister looked at Xiao Mu, who was licking his hands and feet, and was momentarily speechless. She chose her words carefully. He's injured, I couldn't see clearly, but he has a handsome and tall figure, and his surname seems to be Qiao, just like you. What was his name? Xiao Zhong, I think. Do you know him? Tan Shui swayed, unable to stand steady. Her senior sister quickly supported her, reminding her, be careful. Your eyes are no ordinary thing. Even though you've entered the immortal path, the serene eye is still a great burden for you. This time you even fell while standing on flat ground. Tan Shui was worried in her heart. He's injured. What did he do again? What on earth is he? She looked through her eye covering, as if she felt something falling. Tan Shui recalled that day, a voice echoing in her mind. The ways of the world turn, ever-changing. His fate is not yet sealed. We will surely meet again. She smiled gently. The senior sister asked curiously, Junior sister, you still haven't answered my question. Do you know that person? Tan Shui replied, I don't. The scene shifts to a desolate mountain range, where a tall figure sits dejectedly before a grave. Wu Qingquan walked over and called out softly, adoptive father. The person replied, there's no need to call me adoptive father. In this world, there is no longer a martial saint. The martial saint sat before a tombstone engraved with the name Wu Qijing. The martial saint looked at the tombstone. I told you long ago. That sentiment is your most fatal weakness. Therefore, you would indeed use the flesh and blood hunter transformations to disguise yourself as me and die in my place. Even though in your heart, you did not die for me. The martial saint's adopted son, Wu Qingquan, asked in confusion, adoptive father, I don't understand. Was Qijing's sacrifice worth it? Why didn't you charge into the mountain gate yourself and kill that Emperor Yonghe? The martial saint answered slowly, kill this Emperor Yonghe, and another will take his place. Since it's like that, it's better to use the death of the martial saint to buy time for the martial path to find a way to defeat the freaks. First, it was an opportunity to probe the strength of the Xiantian sect's elders, making such a sacrifice worthwhile. Second, my martial saint spirit rhino art is at a bottleneck. Needed time to continue his deductions. Wu Qingquan grew even more confused. You only needed to go into hiding. Why did you have to fake your death? Those members of the Martial Extreme Society who participated in that assassination attempt. The martial saint interrupted. This martial world doesn't need any martial saint. I have led the martial world for 45 years, and more martial artists have followed my path, but no one has ever been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. The world only knows how to blindly worship the strong, seeing me as the banner of the martial path. However, once this banner falls, they will be like a snake without a head, like a dog that has lost its home. My existence has become an obstacle. What the world needs are masters who constantly emerge and surpass me. Only then can they resist the immortal path. Wu Qinquan asked again, Foster father, you want to use this method to encourage martial artists to strengthen themselves? But what if it backfires? The martial saint sighed. Who knows? Even if it gets worse. It can't be worse than the martial saints suppressing the martial world for 45 years. He asked about Xiao Mu's situation. By the way, regarding Xiao Zhong, is everything going smoothly? Wu Qinquan reported. The imperial capital's sky prison is heavily guarded. It's a bit troublesome to deliver the cultivation technique to him. The martial saint stroked his beard, his expression serious. I keep my word. This fist technique must be delivered, and it must be delivered in a suitable manner. Such a fearless seed of the martial path. Might be able to try other possibilities for entering the path. He suddenly thought of something. Wait, the sky prison. The martial saint instructed Wu Qinquan for a while. Wu Qinquan hurriedly said, like this, he'll die. The martial saint laughed heartily. Do you think that kid would be afraid? You've done well with recent matters, having the secret pawn of the great Tao sect act in time to lead Taoist Qingyi to the southern continent. When I'm not here, you will manage the martial extreme society. Wu Qinquan cupped his hands and accepted the order, as you command. After the martial saint left, Wu Qinquan finally raised his head. He looked at Qi Zheng's tombstone and said, Qi Zheng, you always said that foster father and I are very much alike, both little martial saints. But I can't guess foster father's thoughts. Dusk gradually fell. 2 days later, at the city lord's manor in Yancheng, Jiang Lang and a silver-haired man sat facing each other. The silver-haired man spoke. We're old acquaintances, after all. Not even a cup of tea. Jiang Lang replied with a cold laugh. You really aren't dead. Tea is for guests. Those who arrive uninvited are not considered guests. The silver-haired man said seriously. Back then, I resigned from my official post to practice martial arts, becoming Wang Shanhe. You also resigned to enter the immortal path. 45 years have passed. I am a true martial saint. You are a fake city lord. Where's your path? Like this. Can you achieve immortality? Jiang Lang retorted. What do I need immortality for? I only cultivate magical arts, not the immortal path. If the Taoist arts are strong, I'll cultivate immortality. If the martial path is strong, I'll practice martial arts. All I seek is a prosperous and peaceful era, a rich country with a strong populace. The silver-haired man sneered. Your martial talent is mediocre, and you don't know how to curry favor on the immortal path. You'll amount to nothing more than this in your entire life. Jiang Lang shot back, not to be outdone. It's true, I can't compare to your hands, which are stained with fresh blood, slaughtering nearly half the martial world, then using the excuse of assassinating the emperor to actually fake your death and eke out a miserable existence. The silver-haired man took out a pouch. In this world, the only thing harder than my fists is probably your glib tongue. Take it. Jiang Lang was puzzled. An immortal storage pouch? What's inside? The silver-haired man said succinctly, your fists. A few immortal treasures fell out of the pouch. Jiang Lang was a bit bewildered. The Xian Tian treasured scripture? This is the foundation establishment Taoist scripture of the Xian Tian sect's cultivators. There are also talismans and magical artifacts from immortal sects. Where did you get these? The silver-haired man boasted proudly. I haven't killed many immortal cultivators over the years, but I've managed to collect a few immortal path inheritances. These things are much stronger than those piddling Taoist arts of yours. Jiang Lang crossed his arms, feigning a noble refusal. Countless martial artists would willingly guard gates and run errands for immortal Taoist temples, just hoping to one day obtain these things. This gift is too precious. The silver-haired man rested his chin on his hand and said politely, don't misunderstand. Outsiders have what is called destiny, which is linked to the mortal dynasty. It is said that mortal emperors bear this destiny, so they cannot achieve immortality. Even if an emperor cultivates the Tao, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if you succeed in your cultivation and achieve great fame and success, you won't live for long. These things, just consider them as offerings for your future grave. Jiang Lang dropped his noble pretense and greedily hugged the pile of immortal treasures. If that's the case, then I'll accept your kind wishes. The silver-haired man scoffed. Foolish. Cultivating the immortal path to restrain the outsiders. This path requires a very long time. You bear a limited amount of destiny, so you probably can't walk this path. Jiang Lang retorted. If the people's minds can be enlightened, why worry about being led by the nose by outsiders? Your martial path is to trade lives for time. I cultivate the immortal path, to buy a brief moment of time for the common people. The silver-haired man said, "Our paths are different," Jiang Lang added, "so we cannot scheme together." Jiang Lang suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. "Oh, right. Who was the one who died in your place?" The silver-haired man looked into the distance, remaining silent. "An enemy. In a gloomy forest where rain poured down, before the tombstone engraved with the name Wu Qi Zheng. A person holding an umbrella spoke. As long as my death can help you reap benefits at the final moment, is that considered righteous? I said long ago, even if I die, I will absolutely not die for you, even if you're my biological father." Wu Qi Zheng stood in the rain, caressing the tombstone engraved with his own name. When the flesh and blood hunter transformations is deduced to its limit, one can separate flesh and blood, awaiting a chance to be reborn. Although not much strength remains, it was enough to deceive the intuitive senses of the martial saint's spirit rhino art. The complete flesh and blood hunter transformations I have already given to Qiao Zhong. I hope he can discover the extraordinariness of this secret technique, and I hope that one day, in the future, he will kill the martial saint. As for Qiao Mu, a pair of cat ears had sprouted at some point. Qiao Mu's feet were shackled, yet he was still beaming, exclaiming, "This cultivation technique from Wu Qi Zheng truly has miraculous effects." Yama supercut. A cat beside him looked at Qiao Mu with disgust, too lazy to even meow. Qiao Mu bared his teeth and yelled at the cat. "What's with that look? You think I'm something dirty? Don't run. I'm definitely going to pet you bald today." Suddenly, a voice came from the opposite cell. "The stray cat you're keeping is quite spiritual. I wonder how it managed to sneak into this sky prison." This voice was like a dangerous signal, foretelling that something was about to happen. Qiao Mu petted the cat in his arms and said cheerfully, "How else could it get in? Through the window, of course. Don't be fooled by its chubbiness. It's just fluff. It can squeeze through a window that small. How should I address you, old sir? Seeing you read so many books in prison, your identity must be extraordinary, right?" Hai Wuya, sitting in the opposite cell, picked up a book and smiled. Not to mention Hai Wuya's background. He had simply been here for 35 years and knew everyone. Hearing his reply, Qiao Mu frowned slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. "Is that so? Then you can be considered a senior here. I hope you'll look after this little brother in the future." Even so, he already had some answers in his heart, thinking to himself, the martial saint's spirit rhino art is sensing something. Is this old man from the martial extreme society? But his aura is only around the 9th rank. Strange. And he saw through my body's problem right away. This old man is not simple. The old man didn't pay much mind, setting aside the book in his hand and picking up another as he said, "Let's say we hit it off right away. I have a medical book. Although it can't save your damaged meridians, it can at least help alleviate some of your pain." Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. "Qiao Zhong, Lord Wei summons you." Hearing this, Qiao Mu slowly stood up, saying as he rose, "There's no need for any medical arts. This body of mine is beyond saving anyway." Hai Wuya, on the opposite side, was extremely puzzled after hearing this and asked, "The number 1 divine constable under heaven, Wei Yin, is personally summoning you. What crime did you commit?" Facing the old man's question, Qiao Mu turned his head back, his eyes somewhat bleak, and replied, "Regicide." His answer left Hai Wuya utterly astonished. The old man watched Qiao Mu slowly climb the lowered ladder, remaining silent, and continued to focus on his book. But after Qiao Mu left, the old man immediately put the book on the ground, thinking to himself, what on earth is this person's background? Wu Qingquan suddenly walked up to him and asked, "Hai Wuya, long time no see. Have you been well?" His sudden appearance startled Hai Wuya, who blurted out, "Wu Qingquan, why are you here?" He replied succinctly, "Your cultivation technique. Have you found a successor for it?" Hearing his question, Hai Wuya's eyes immediately darkened. The old man reached for the book beside him and asked, "What a strange question. If I had a suitable successor, would I still be here?" Wu Qingquan immediately continued, "If you haven't, the sword ghost wants you to pass on your cultivation technique to someone." Hearing this, Hai Wuya shot him a sideways glance, his eyes displeased, and asked impatiently, "Is that the sword ghost's wish? Who is it?" Facing the old man's question, he replied immediately, "Qiao Zhong." Elsewhere, in front of Qiao Mu was a man in black walking ahead, beside whom a subordinate bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Wei, the person has been brought." The man immediately said to the subordinate, "All right, you may leave." That subordinate turned and left. Qiao Mu sat down on the chair behind him without a trace of fear and said leisurely, "If you're going to torture me, Hurry up. If I so much as frown, I lose. Hearing this, the man immediately turned his head, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Xiao Mu and asked, "So it was you who plotted to assassinate His Majesty?" And that man was none other than the #1 divine constable under heaven, Wei Yin. Faced with this terrifying killing intent, Xiao Mu, on the contrary, found it very interesting, thinking to himself, this pressure, it's a spirit-refining realm martial artist. He feels even stronger than Chu Xing. Seeing his interested expression, Wei Yin became even more furious. He stepped closer and said sternly, "You got some nerve. I've long wanted to see what you look like." But, facing his anger, Xiao Mu was not only unafraid, but, on the contrary, looked extremely excited, thinking to himself, here it comes. The points are in the bag this time. Unexpectedly, as he got close to Xiao Mu, not only did his anger vanish, but his attitude did a 180. Wei Yin reached out, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "I heard you gave those outsiders at the Xiantian sect a thorough scolding. Truly impressive. Don't worry, His Majesty only sent me to inquire about the Qiao family's affairs." This action left Xiao Mu utterly astonished, and he asked, "Does this mean the Emperor doesn't plan to kill me anymore?" Hearing his question, he replied cheerfully, "How could that be? You're a death row prisoner, personally named, your crime determined without need for interrogation. They prepared a sumptuous feast over there. We can eat and talk." After hearing this, Xiao Mu felt a bit more at ease and continued with a smile. "A last meal? Huh? Then I'm relieved. Come on, I'll be sure to tell you everything I know, holding nothing back." 2 hours later, Wei Yin held a piece of paper and began to read. "Hero, Qiao's meaning is, the Qiao family is a great clan that has been in seclusion for many years, wandering all year round with no fixed abode. Your ancestors lived as hermits in deep mountains and remote valleys or on deserted islands at sea. The clansmen are few, but the family rules are very strict, with family teachings passed down, demanding strict self-discipline. The ancestors were not famous. All were martial path masters with pure hearts and few desires, indifferent to fame and fortune." As for Xiao Mu beside him, he was still calmly hugging a large wine jar, focused on drinking, and replied as he drank, "That's right." Hearing his reply, the man carefully folded the paper, tucked it into his robes, and said, "If I hadn't witnessed it myself, it would be hard to believe such a family exists, one that considers dying a worthy death as a family teaching. The Qiao family is truly a strange clan. Thank you for today, Hero Qiao. I will have someone escort you back to the Sky Prison." Xiao Mu, however, didn't pay much mind, just stared at the chicken on the table and asked, "Can I take this chicken with me?" Hearing his request, the man said enthusiastically, "Of course you can. I'll have someone wrap it up for you." Seeing his wish granted, Xiao Mu thanked him happily. "Divine Constable, you are truly generous." After eating and drinking his fill, he carried the carefully wrapped food and left cheerfully. Meanwhile, Wei Yin, sitting behind, his gaze gradually turned grim. He glanced at him unhappily, seemingly pondering something. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Grandmaster Qiao." He looked at Xiao Mu, extended his hand, and suggested with a smile, "I am Fong Yuan. I just overheard your family's story. Such a loyal and righteous family. Truly admirable. If Grandmaster Qiao has any requests in the future, just let me know." And he was none other than the Sky Prison's jailer, Fong Yuan. After speaking, without waiting for Xiao Mu's reply, he suddenly reached out and patted Xiao Mu's back firmly, then immediately offered, "Grandmaster Qiao, this chicken must be heavy. Let me carry it for you." This unexpected offer left Xiao Mu a bit surprised. This can't be right. A jailer treating a death row inmate like me so politely. Is this reasonable? Hearing this, Fong Yuan enthusiastically replied, "Of course it's reasonable. Since I was young, I've admired heroes like Grandmaster Qiao." After returning to his cell, he carefully placed the well-wrapped chicken in front of Hai Wuya, saying, "Old Hai, I brought you something delicious." Smelling the aroma wafting from the food package, the old man immediately asked, "This fragrance, could it be the capital's famous honey-roasted chicken?" Xiao Mu immediately returned to his own cell, and after sitting down, he said generously, "I don't accept rewards for no merit. I don't like owing favors." Hearing his words, Hai Wuya blurted out, "Is it because of that medical book? But you didn't even use it." Hearing this, Xiao Mu immediately smiled and extended his hand, saying, I'll accept the sentiment. That's enough. After hearing his words, Haiwia looked at him and chuckled to himself. What a straightforward man. This statement of his, perhaps. Right after, he recalled his conversation with Wu Qianquan. Haiwia looked at him and asked, Qiao Zhong, isn't he being executed for offending the Immortal sect? His life is forfeit. What's the use of practicing my techniques? Wu Qianquan turned to the old man and replied, You've been in the sky prison for 35 years. Isn't your life also forfeit? Were your 35 years all wasted? Faced with his question, Haiwia lowered his head slightly and said sorrowfully, But my technique is different from any martial art, past or present, and it's incomplete. Practicing it recklessly can lead to chi deviation at best or exploding into pieces at worst. After hearing this, Wu Qianquan immediately continued, As for whether to practice it or not, and how to practice it, that is entirely up to Qiao Zhong's own thoughts. Returning to the present, looking at Qiao Mu's carefree figure, sleeping soundly in the opposite cell, the old man couldn't help but fall into thought. I can't believe this kid, on the verge of death, can still be so nonchalant. As for Qiao Mu, he paid it no mind, lay down, crossed his legs, and said, A full belly, a good sleep, and then off to the execution ground to die. But after making up his mind, the old man thought to himself, while circulating his spiritual energy, perhaps this brat really can master my technique. Elsewhere, Wei Yin was engrossed in a book, reading aloud as he spoke. This Qiao Zhong has a resolute character, not unlike Haiwuya. Fang Yuan, holding a stack of books beside him, added, Yes, Your Excellency. Wei Yin frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Qiao Zhong's testimony about the Qiao family is full of holes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it fabricated. But the rumors in the Jianghu about the Qiao family aren't just smoke without fire. His Majesty wants to investigate the Qiao family's information. It's truly difficult. Suddenly, he turned to Fang Yuan and asked, By the way, how has Mr. Hai been recently? He immediately replied, Still reading books. It seems he recently broke through to the 8th rank. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and blurted out, Wasn't he 9th rank? He's over 80 and can still advance. Back with Qiao Mu, Haiwuya was demonstrating his spiritual energy martial arts, a powerful green energy enveloping his body. This made Qiao Mu, who was about to sleep, sit up and watch intently. Qiao Mu reached out his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment, and blurted out, What is happening? His realm is soaring. 8th rank, 7th rank, it's still rising continuously. Hearing his words, Haiwuya's eyes immediately lit up. He looked at him and replied, Qiao Zhong, someone wants me to pass on my life's entire learning to you. Hearing Haiwuya's words, Qiao Mu was instantly ecstatic. He approached Haiwuya's cell, his eyes shining brightly as he asked, In that case, I won't be polite. May I ask what peerless divine art it is? At the same time, he thought to himself, It seems the technique promised by the Martial Extreme Society has arrived. Facing his question, Haiwuya lowered his head slightly and replied, It's not exactly a peerless divine art, but it can be called a method of longevity. Hearing that, he was extremely shocked and blurted out, Huh? Qiao Mu gripped the prison bars, unable to contain his joy as he asked, The technique you want to teach me, could it be the longevity fist? The old man looked at Qiao Mu with satisfaction and asked with a smile, The Qiao family's longevity fist, speaking of which, your surname is also Qiao. Do you know where the longevity fist originated? Why does this fist technique alone have the characteristic of not having one's chi and blood decline with old age? After hearing this, Qiao Mu became a little pensive. He rested his chin on his hand and began to think. I've heard it was passed down by an enlightened immortal. Wait a minute, an immortal? Seeing that he still didn't seem to understand, Haiwuya immediately explained. Actually, among the 9 great immortal sects, there's one called the longevity sect. The cultivators of the longevity sect once researched the combination of the martial path and the immortal path, and they developed the longevity fist scripture. It's just that this path was never fully cleared, so the longevity fist scripture was abandoned, eventually falling into the hands of the Qiao family. After hearing the old man's explanation, Qiao Mu felt a little worried, and a sense of unease grew in his heart as he thought. The longevity fist is an unexplored path, and it was even abandoned by long-lived immortal cultivators. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his gaze gradually became serious. He looked at Haiwuya and asked, Wait, Mr. Hai just said you wanted to teach me a method of longevity. Could it be that the uncleared path of the longevity fist has now been cleared? Afterwards, Haiwia pressed his hand to the ground and began to channel his spiritual energy. A stream of green energy slowly spread out from his palm. For martial artists who cultivate, it's common for their qi and blood to decline in old age, leading to weakness. But what if one's qi and blood could remain constantly vigorous, breaking through without end? What happened then? After channeling his spiritual energy on the ground for a moment, vibrant flowers slowly bloomed from within his cell. Looking at the flowers formed by spiritual energy before him, Xiao Mu couldn't help but say in amazement, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is." The principle of the longevity fist is like a human-shaped balloon, storing all the qi and blood in the body, slowing down the process of decline and extending one's lifespan. However, once it deflates, the stored qi and blood will be rapidly lost, leading to a swift decline of the body. Although the risk is very high, but if one can bravely maintain it, one can extend their lifespan. The more Xiao Mu listened, the more interested he became, and he immediately rushed forward, pressing his face against the prison bars, and asked excitedly, "So, Mr. Hai, you don't actually need to suppress it. You can continuously strengthen your qi and blood, becoming stronger year after year. However much your qi and blood increase, that's how long you can live. This is truly a method of longevity." So what is this technique called? Faced with his reaction, Haiwia was a little surprised. He took out his secret manual, held it out in front of Xiao Mu, and said with a forced smile, "I call it the Human Tao Scripture. But the technique isn't fully developed, so for now, let's just call it the Mount Sumeru King Scripture." Seeing this, Xiao Mu asked with a somewhat suspicious gaze, "Old Hai, are you reliable? A technique with two names. Isn't this the type where to practice this art? One must first, you know?" The old man looked at his secret manual and replied, "I originally named this technique the Mount Sumeru King Scripture. But because Mount Sumeru is too small to contain my martial path and philosophy of humanity, I changed the name to the Human Tao Scripture. In my conception, this technique will be a martial art that anyone can cultivate. Even those with dull aptitude can practice it as long as they have enough willpower. It's just that the cultivation speed will be a bit slower. Therefore, this Human Tao Scripture is not only a method of longevity for martial artists, but also a method of longevity for the martial path itself." After hearing this, Xiao Mu immediately became flustered. He raised his hand to shield his face from the light radiating from Haiwia. So bright. Damn it, I've been tricked by this old man. Suddenly, Haiwia let out a sigh and said, "However, this technique is my own creation and is incomplete. Learning it could lead you astray, to die from qi deviation." Xiao Mu looked at the old man with a sharp gaze and continued, "So what? It's just death, something I, Xiao Zhong, can't even ask for." Hearing his firm reply, Haiwia's spirit immediately soared. He stood up, looked at Xiao Mu, and asked loudly, "Good. In that case, are you ready?" Xiao Mu was just as excited. He knelt on the ground, held out both hands, ready to receive the old man's secret manual. Everything is ready. But before he could take the manual, Haiwia's words struck him like a blow. "State your dream. No, your martial ideal. Why do you practice martial arts?" Faced with the old man's confirming question, Xiao Mu asked back with great dissatisfaction, "Why do you still need to confirm this?" Haiwia slowly stroked his long beard and answered seriously, "Of course. Because I truly do not understand you. You're a death row inmate for killing the king, yet you seek longevity. Isn't that a contradiction?" At this point, Xiao Mu didn't want to joke around anymore. He lowered his head and answered seriously, "Does longevity need a reason? Who doesn't want to live forever? To be able to witness a method of longevity before I die isn't bad." But even so, he was still a little unhappy in his heart, thinking, "What a hassle. I'll just make up a reason to fool this old man and get it over with." As soon as he finished speaking, they both looked at each other in silence, a rare quietness filling the prison cell. A few minutes later, Xiao Mu suddenly let out a sigh. He opened his eyes, looked at Haiwia, and said with a proud smile, "I practice martial arts to become stronger, to train my fists to be bigger and harder. That is my goal." Hearing his answer, Haiwia was extremely surprised, thinking to himself, could he be another sword ghost? Xiao Mu slowly stood up again, saying as he rose, "Because there is too much injustice in this world. Only with fists hard enough, when encountering injustice, can one step forward and use those fists to make it just. If your fists aren't hard enough, your ability insufficient, and you rush to act, not only might you bring disaster upon yourself, but you might also fail to save anyone and even implicate your loved ones. Why seek is merely a single, clear thought to grasp the principles of this mortal world. His determined gaze and resolve, combined with the aura on Xiao Mu, left Hai Wuya looking at him in astonishment. But it seemed the seriousness didn't last long. After finishing his answer, Xiao Mu immediately reverted to his old self. He scratched all over his body and looked at Hai Wuya, asking, I'm done talking. Does Mr. Hai have any more questions? How strange. I got goosebumps all over. Although Hai Wuya looked at him with an expression of utter helplessness, a few minutes later, he still willingly handed the secret manual to him. To follow one's heart and seek the truth is truly admirable. It's yours now. Xiao Mu took the secret manual, his gaze extremely resolute as he expressed his thanks. Many thanks, Mr. Hai. At the same time, he thought to himself, coming to this world, I've died so many times, and each death has taught me one thing. The people's lives are hard, their hearts are ignorant, and the world is unjust. If I don't rise up, anyone can cause my death. Some deaths are satisfying, but some are unwilling. This current of indignation has long built a solid wall in my heart. Sooner or later, I must break this wall. At this very solemn moment, suddenly, from above, Fang Yuan fell down hard. He struggled to his feet in pain, rubbing his bottom and crying out, "Ouch!" I was listening too intently and slipped. Facing the murderous gazes of the two men, Fang Yuan immediately explained, "Grandmaster Qiao only took a chicken. I was afraid you might choke, so I brought some wine. I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Hai Wuya, however, paid little attention to his explanation. The old man glanced at Xiao Mu and asked, "He knows about the human Tao scripture now. How do you plan to deal with him?" At the same time, he thought to himself, although Qiao Zhong's meridians are all severed, killing a mere jailer is still well within his power. Contrary to the old man's thoughts, Xiao Mu turned his head to look at Fang Yuan and replied nonchalantly, "Deal with it? Why should we deal with it? You and I are merely prisoners in the sky prison, and it's not like our family runs this place. It's only normal to have jailers guarding us. Besides, doesn't the old man want to spread the martial path of longevity?" As he spoke, he walked over and took Fang Yuan's wine jar, then brought the wine jar before Hai Wuya and asked, "Then it should be shared so that everyone can practice it. That's what the human Tao scripture is all about, isn't it?" Faced with his action, Hai Wuya smiled faintly, stroking his beard as he replied, "When wine meets a kindred spirit, 1,000 cups are not enough." At the same time, he thought to himself, I wasn't wrong about him. It's just a pity that both you and I are men about to die. The development of the human Tao scripture has consumed a great deal of time and effort. With each advancing layer, the required time multiplies. I have been in the sky prison for 35 years and have only reached the 4th layer. And from then on, everything is just deduction. Before my death, you have fulfilled my dream of passing on the path, so I can be considered to have no regrets. Afterward, the three of them poured wine and raised their cups together. In the imperial palace, the emperor stared pensively at the sword hanging before him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the scene of Xiao Mu's appearance, and thought to himself, the grand ancestor named this sword the Human King's Sword. What could be the meaning behind it? When Xiao Zhong appeared at that time, the Human King's Sword suddenly let out a buzzing sound. What on earth was the reason? Historical records state the Qiao family is a great reclusive clan. It seems there are quite a few old masters in the clan. It's a pity Xiao Zhong hasn't reached the 3rd grade of spirit refining. This reclusive clan, I'm afraid, will also have a hard time developing. Afterward, the emperor glanced again at the book and brush placed on the table. A subordinate entered, interrupting his train of thought, and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, a message from the Sky Prison. Hai Wuya recently had a breakthrough in the Sky Prison, reaching the 7th grade. He has been in frequent contact with Xiao Zhong lately. The two often whisper to each other." The emperor turned his head to look at him and ordered, "Hai Wu, they've been in the Sky Prison for nearly 35 years, haven't they? Originally the Minister of Rights. He is now over 80. If he isn't released, I'm afraid he'll die of old age in the Sky Prison." "Very well. Release him." The subordinate immediately bowed, then asked, "As you command." "Then how should Xiao Zhong be dealt with? The people from the Great Tao sect have been pressing again recently." His Majesty looked up, pondering for a moment in his heart, then gave the order, "Execute him." At this moment, Xiao Mu had already been escorted to the execution ground. Even so, there was not a trace of fear on his face. He held his head high, looking at the surrounding crowd. On the viewing stand, Fang Yuan watched him, his eyes moist, thinking with immense grief, "Senior Qiao, you will live forever in my heart." On the judgment platform, a jailer drew a tally from a bamboo tube, looked at him, and said, "Criminal Qiao Zhong, for assassinating His Majesty and insulting the immortal gods, your crimes are unforgivable, by order of His Majesty." And he was none other than the Sky Prison jailer, Qin Shiqing. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately threw the wooden tally towards Qiao Mu and loudly ordered, "Execute." A tall, muscular man pressed down on his shoulders, shoving and ordering, "Why aren't you kneeling?" Qiao Mu still refused to kneel, his body trembling slightly from the effort of standing firm. He looked at the large man behind him, his gaze resolute as he said, "Killing is nothing more than a head falling to the ground. You can take my life, but my knees are stiff. They cannot kneel." Hearing his declaration, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. This is the first time I've seen someone refuse to kneel at the execution ground. He's at death's door and still won't admit his wrongs. This fellow is truly stubborn. To die unyielding, he's a true hero. Hearing this, two other executioners became extremely annoyed. They grabbed his body together, forcing him to kneel, putting on airs when you're about to die. I've been working at this execution ground for so many years, and I can't handle a junior like you. Qin Shiqing left his position and approached him, saying, "Move aside, you useless bunch. Making such a fuss before death. What kind of hero are you pretending to be?" Xiao Mu looked up at him, his eyes full of arrogance as he replied, "Then I'll die and show you what a true hero looks like." His words made Qin Shiqing furious. He stepped forward, lifted his foot, and stomped hard on both his knees, forcing him to kneel. Because the stomp was so forceful, his kneecaps shattered instantly. After breaking his legs, Qin Shiqing glanced at him and said, "With your legs broken, you can only kneel." But the scene before him left him stunned. Xiao Mu's face darkened, filled with killing intent. Though his legs were broken, he still refused to kneel, standing tall like a pillar in the middle of the execution ground, unyielding. Xiao Mu gave a ferocious laugh. "You listen closely." Then he looked towards the crowd before him and declared loudly, "I am Qiao Zhong. I do not bow to heaven. I do not kneel to earth. And I certainly will not kowtow to you bastards, that dog emperor and those bastard freaks." Witnessing this scene, everyone was horrified and continued to buzz with discussion. Heavens, the bone is sticking out. To think there's someone in this world so unafraid of death. But to oppose the emperor and the freaks, even several lives wouldn't be enough. Hearing his words, Qin Shiqing could not contain his anger. He turned his head to look at the executioner and ordered, "What are you standing there gawking for? Execute him." Hearing his order, the executioner asked, somewhat flustered, "But he hasn't knelt down yet." He immediately replied, "Never mind that. Execute him." Following his order, the executioner mustered his courage, rushed towards Qiao Mu, and raised his greatsword. And with a single strike, his head was severed from his neck. Watching him being executed, Jiang Lang's eyes were filled with immense shock. Jiang Lang placed a hand on his left chest, looked up at Xiao Mu's corpse, and declared in his heart, "A tree that fills one's arms begins as a tiny sprout." Great hero Qiao's final words, Jiang Lang has understood. "I will definitely not fail your expectations and will carry on the cause of the Qiao family." Feng Yuan, who was nearby, mourned deeply for Qiao Mu, crying ceaselessly while calling out softly in his heart, "Senior Qiao." There, he recalled the memory of seeing him off to the execution ground. He had looked at Qiao Mu and said, "The great kindness of great hero Qiao teaching me martial arts has yet to be repaid, and my benefactor is already leaving. Feng Yuan is truly useless." Qiao Mu had smiled nonchalantly and replied, "If you truly wish to repay me, then leave some silver under the crooked-necked ancient tree in the graveyard. When the flowers wither, someone from the Qiao family will naturally come to collect it." Returning to the present, Feng Yuan rested his spear on the ground and declared silently, "Great hero Qiao, rest assured, what Feng Yuan has promised you, I will definitely accomplish." He raised his head high, looking straight at the execution ground. After he was beheaded, Dao Zhen appeared from out of nowhere. She sat up high, looking down with great interest, and said, "Interesting. A person of the Qiao family. I'll remember this." In Qiao Mu's sea of consciousness, before the longevity lock, Qiao Mu stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at the lock with great anticipation, and said, "I'm really looking forward to this. I wonder what the reward for this death will be." The system panel displayed a notification, Death Level Assessment, S rank. Wooden Dummy, Immortal Path. This time's reward, Grand Perfection. Bonus skill points, 200 points. Remaining skill points, 200 points. Resurrections within 7 days, 4 out of 5. Seeing the system panel's notification, he immediately urged excitedly, "It's S rank. Hurry and give me the reward." As soon as he finished speaking, a pile of rewards immediately fell from the sky, crushing him. Longevity Fist, 1,000 Refinements, Gene, perfected. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Grand Art, perfected. Flesh and Blood Hunter Transformations, 100% perfected. Shadow Seeking Steps, 100% perfected. This pile of rewards knocked Xiao Mu flat on the ground. Even so, he still exclaimed happily, S-rank rewards are truly something else. Suddenly, a new notification panel appeared out of thin air. 3-pattern wave folding gene, 3rd fold treading the void. Mount Sumeru King Scripture, 5th layer. Martial Saint's Spirit Rhino Art, minor completion. This left him utterly astonished, and he blurted out, aside from these 3 mysterious martial arts, are all the other cultivation methods perfected now? Chi and blood. Is this a refresh notification? And it even decreased. Xiao Mu slowly closed his eyes, silently recalling past memories. It felt as if his body had gone through 65 long years, and these 65 years of arduous martial arts training were equivalent to several lifetimes for other martial artists. So the decline in chi and blood is because this powerful skill adjustment exceeded the body's tolerance, right? Not entirely correct. It should be said that it dropped to its lowest point. But after cultivating the Mount Sumeru King Scripture to the 5th layer, chi and blood have recovered to 70% of their peak. Unexpectedly, a key approached him, then gradually grew larger. A chain on the key snapped, and at the same time, a notification appeared. After the first chain is broken, the skill points received after each death will be double what they were before. The system will no longer display the remaining lifespan. Life points will be randomly deducted based on the death assessment. Life points will be deducted with every death. If there are any objections, the host may use a one-time appeal opportunity. A successful appeal can refund the life points for that instance. After reading the notification panel, Xiao Mu was extremely confused, thinking to himself, what is this? Before, each death only cost 1 year. Now, couldn't my entire lifespan be wiped out at any moment? Risking my life for greater benefits. But it also brings greater risks, right? In response to his words, the notification panel immediately displayed a warning. Warning, host detected at risk of brain overload. Immediately initiating forced ejection from the sea of consciousness. After reading this line, Xiao Mu was extremely dissatisfied, roaring in anger. Hey, can't you give me some kind of hint? A few seconds later, he was transported to a forest by a lake. Xiao Mu propped himself up, looking at his reflection in the clear water, his eyes thoughtful as he murmured. Come to think of it, my Mount Sumeru King Scripture has already reached the 5th layer. Haiwia said he had only reached the 4th layer. I can't believe I've already surpassed Haiwia's 35 years of research just like that. But thinking of something, he suddenly burst out laughing. Moreover, my appearance has remained that of a man in his 20s. I used to think it was due to my chi and blood, but now it seems the system likely used the Longevity Fist and the Mount Sumeru King Scripture to adjust it for me, maximizing the anti-aging effect. Afterward, Xiao Mu clenched his fists, his gaze extremely resolute. What's more, Haiwia's Mount Sumeru King Scripture is still incomplete. If I continue to interpret and cultivate it, the effects will probably be even stronger. I'll study it slowly later. For now, I'll go collect the rest of the reward. At a nearby graveyard, a man was intently digging a grave. The man muttered as he dug, dig a little deeper. Great hero Xiao's life's work can't be carried off by wild dogs and stray cats. Just at this moment, Xiao Mu walked over, appearing behind the man, and asked, what are you doing? The moment he spoke, the other man was startled and let out a loud scream. Feng Yuan hurriedly turned around, kowtowing to him repeatedly, and said in a panic, my apologies, seniors, for the disturbance. I beg your forgiveness. Facing his terrified expression, Xiao Mu smiled and said, you really came? Such an honest kid. When he realized the person who had come was Xiao Mu, he couldn't help but exclaim with joy, great hero Xiao, seeing him so happy to see him. Xiao Mu then bent down to look at him and asked, so happy to see me. Aren't you afraid I'll harm you? Feng Yuan was not only unafraid, but on the contrary, looked at him with extremely excited eyes and replied, great hero Xiao was a man of valor in life and a heroic ghost in death. Why should I be afraid? Xiao Mu picked up his bundle, looked at Feng Yuan, and explained, unfortunately, I am not Xiao Zhong, but his clansman, named Xiao Songlin. Hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately clasped his hands, respectfully replying and introducing himself. So that's how it is. In any case, the dead cannot be revived. Senior Xiao, This junior is a jailer of the Sky Prison, Fang Yuan. When Xiao Mu opened the bundle and saw what was inside, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This much silver! And a human Tao scripture too? This isn't what we agreed upon." At his surprise, Fang Yuan placed a hand on his chest and proudly explained, "In the prison, Senior Qiao taught me martial arts. This silver is what I agreed with him to give to the Qiao family. As for the human Tao scripture, Old Hai hoped it could continue to be developed in the hands of the Qiao family." Qiao Mu looked at him, his eyes filled with satisfaction, and thought to himself, "This kid not only has money, but he's also honest. He's worth befriending." Suddenly remembering something, Qiao Mu held the manual and offered it to Fang Yuan, asking with a slightly teasing expression, "But such a precious martial arts manual, are you sure you don't want to keep it for yourself?" But as soon as he brought the manual forward, Fang Yuan immediately waved his hands in refusal. "How could I? That is Senior Qiao's relic." His eyes immediately turned sorrowful, saying, "Besides, having a loved one's relic taken away is truly the greatest pain in life." Hearing this, Qiao Mu was a little surprised and said, "Oh, something on your mind? Tell me about it." A few minutes later, the two sat together under a large, ancient tree in the moonlight. Fang Yuan confided sorrowfully in Qiao Mu. "My family was originally a merchant clan in the capital. Although I'm not my parents' biological son, our family still lived in harmony and happiness. My father, thanks to his discerning eyes, could identify true treasures and appraise items, becoming the richest man in the capital. But fortune and misfortune are unpredictable. A few years ago, my father chanced upon the Blood Sun diagram, a treasure that could help martial artists break through in spirit cultivation. Who would have thought this item would bring a fatal disaster upon my father? After my father passed away, our family's assets were carved up by the Wan family in the capital, and my younger sister, Fang Fang, also went missing. I became a jailer to use the government's connections to find my sister. I later found out that the martial artist was a henchman of the Wan family, named Jiangue. I originally intended to seek revenge, but then the head of the Wan family, Wan Ronghua, formed an alliance with a master from the Great Tao sect. Hearing this, Qiao Mu, who was beside him, patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Kid, with a grudge this deep, you can't do anything alone." Even so, Fang Yuan did not give up, replying, "The grudge for my father's murder must be avenged." Suddenly, Qiao Mu patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and declared, "In that case, let me make the first move." His declaration left Fang Yuan utterly astonished, his face pale, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Huh?" Meanwhile, Qiao Mu was incredibly excited, thinking to himself, Blood Sun diagram, martial arts masters, the Great Tao sect, all delicious bait for farming points. Fearing he would be in danger, Fang Yuan worriedly tried to dissuade him. "That's the Great Tao sect. Even His Majesty doesn't want to confront them directly. Senior, please reconsider." However, Qiao Mu was determined and unwilling to give up, replying, "Just thinking about it is exciting. My Great Tao is already starving." Fang Yuan, still in shock, said, "This is a personal matter of this junior. I dare not trouble Senior." Seeing this, Qiao Mu made a simple suggestion. "You could just take my surname, Qiao." Hearing his suggestion, Fang Yuan was also taken aback. "That's also an option?" Qiao Mu smiled with great interest and replied, "Be good. Don't worry. I will definitely help you deal with Wan Ronghua." Outside the city, Qing Yi descended slowly on a cloud. A subordinate, seeing him appear, immediately bowed respectfully in greeting. "Greetings, Immortal Qing Yi." Qing Yi hovered in midair. He gently stroked his long beard, looked down at Qin Shi, and asked, "Qin Shi, over the years you have worked for the Great Tao sect. We have all seen your devotion to the Tao." Qin Shi slowly raised his head, his expression slightly fearful as he replied, "Immortal Elder overpraises me. It was just a few small matters." From behind Qin Shi, Dao Zhen slowly stepped out of the void. "Small matters? You're truly humble. Killing one's wife to prove the Tao, that kind of enlightenment is indeed not something an ordinary person can achieve. It's a pity you still lack a spiritual root and fundamentally have no aptitude for the immortal Tao." Her appearance terrified Qin Shi, making him feel as if his everything had been exposed. He immediately bowed his head to admit his fault. "This lowly one knows his aptitude is dull, but my heart and soul are devoted to the Tao. I hope the Immortal Elder can show me a bright path." Daojin said nothing. She glanced at him silently, thinking to herself, "An extremist fanatic. One look is enough to see to the bottom of his heart. He's of no use to my enlightenment. How boring." After listening, Qing, he extended his hand, began to channel spiritual energy, and continued to ask him, although your aptitude prevents you from cultivating immortality, have you ever heard the rumor of entering the Tao through martial arts? Hearing this, Qin Shi couldn't help but be astonished, raising his head to look at him and ask, entering the Tao through martial arts? Qin Yi replied, that's right. After Jian Gui's death, the martial artists of the world are like a snake without a head. If you succeed, you can become the one to carry the martial Tao of the world. At that time, you can represent the immortal sect of the great Tao sect, dominate the world, and establish yourself as a king. Such an achievement is far more extraordinary than becoming an outer disciple of the great Tao sect. At this moment, his hand was enveloped in a stream of green spiritual energy, within which a line of text appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shi immediately kowtowed, pleading, thank you, Immortal Elder. From now on, I am at the Immortal Elder's command. Qing Yi did not reply. He frowned slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion as he thought to himself. Emperor Yonghe has drawn the human king's sword, but dealing with it is simple. As long as the great Yin dynasty is destroyed and its national fortune dissipates, the human king's sword will surely lose its radiance. At that time, this throne can be inherited by a puppet like you, building a immortal kingdom that belongs to the great Tao sect. After giving his instructions, he immediately turned to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a final sentence. There's one more thing that needs you to do now. Daozhen, I'll leave it to you to handle. The two clasped their hands towards the sky and respectfully bowed in succession. We respectfully see off the Immortal Elder. Yes, Master. After Qing Yi left, Daozhen raised her hand, looked towards him, and said cheerfully, the richest man in the capital, Wan Ronghua, is one of the important sources of incense for our sect. Master observed the celestial phenomena. It seems he is about to face a tribulation. This matter is neither big nor small. Hearing this, Qin Shi turned his head to look at her, bowing respectfully to accept the order. I am willing to go through fire and water for the Immortal Elder, without hesitation. After hearing this, Daozhen was very pleased. She raised her hand, placed it on his head, and praised, so obedient. Her action couldn't help but startle Qin Shi. Daozhen thought to herself, although he's just a boring mortal, if he's constantly stimulated, sooner or later he'll become interesting. For this period, you'll be my plaything. As for him, his whole body trembled, his eyes filled with resentment, as he thought to himself, endure. Only by rendering meritorious service can I have a place in the immortal sect. I must protect Wan Ronghua well. At the execution ground, as night fell, Hai Wuya stood alone, looking at the bloodstains left on the ground. He held a wine gourd and slowly poured the wine onto the ground. Little brother Qiao, you and I hit it off right away, but it's a pity we were fated to meet, but not to be together. The day you left, His Majesty reinstated me. Fate truly mocks us. At my age, I fear the days I have left are not enough to deduce the complete human Tao scripture. In the end, I won't be able to see the day the human Tao flourishes. But it's all right. The Mount Sumeru King Scripture has been entrusted to the Qiao family. Just as you said, as long as the flame is passed down, in 100,000 years, there will surely be a day it blazes across the land. At this moment, high above, Daozhen was looking down from above. She hovered in midair and began to write on her scroll. Haiwia, unlucky in examinations, was once guided by the martial saint to learn martial arts, seeing it as a shortcut to officialdom. As she wrote, she couldn't help but wonder. Later, for angering Emperor Yonghe, he spent 35 years in the sky prison, his life like a mayfly between heaven and earth, yet his will was incredibly firm. Wholeheartedly devoted to restoring the human Tao, is he a fool spouting nonsense? But does he have lofty ambitions? Not only that, this matter is much more interesting than the mortal martial artist my master assigned me. After writing, the scroll slowly closed. After Hai Wuya left, she approached the bloodstain and spoke, speaking of which, this Xiao Mu. Even Hai Wuya held him in such high regard. Who exactly are you, and what is your background? As soon as she finished speaking, Daozhen immediately took out a brush and dipped it into his blood. She used that brush to draw a talisman. Once the spell was complete, the talisman hovered in midair, and the remaining drops of his blood were drawn into the talisman one by one. After the talisman disappeared, it left a line of text hovering in midair. Daozhen looked at the text, her eyes filled with astonishment, and she asked with a somewhat puzzled expression, "No soul?" But immediately after, she clutched her stomach and burst into delighted laughter. How interesting. As if finding new inspiration, she immediately took out paper to prepare to write. There's a new character to write about. How fun. On a nearby rooftop, a dark figure was watching her intently. It was Wei Yan. He squatted, resting his chin on his hand, looking down and thinking to himself, Qing Yi Dao Zhan of the Great Dao Sect, Qin Shi Qing. The martial saint has just died, and all sorts of demons and monsters are crawling out of the woodwork. As for Qiao Mu, a man pointed to the house in front of them and said, Mr. Lurinjia, this is the old one family house you wanted to rent. Qiao Mu looked around the house and replied with satisfaction, very good, I'm very satisfied. At this time, he was using the alias Lurinjia. With his approval, the man immediately left. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. This is great. Someone is actually willing to rent this house, where someone died for the original price. Xiao Mu smiled in response to the man's farewell. All right. His eyes narrowed slightly, a smug look on his face, as he thought to himself, easily took over the old Wan family house. Next, it's my turn. At the same time, Xiao Mu also recalled his conversation with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said, You said your family still has a treasure map? Fang Yuan spoke. That's right. The treasure map is divided into the sun and moon diagrams. The sun and moon diagrams were hidden by my father. Jian Gui stays in the Wan residence all day. Only a spirit cultivation treasure can lure him out. The blood moon diagram is the best choice. Back in the present, in the study, Xiao Mu slowly took out a bamboo tube carefully tied with a rope, which was hidden in a dark compartment of the study. Having retrieved it, he was overjoyed, exclaiming to himself, Found it. Success. With the task done, Xiao Mu immediately tucked the bamboo tube into his clothes. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's words echoed in his mind. Besides, having a loved one's relic taken away is the greatest pain in life. Suddenly, Xiao Mu sat down on the floor. Since I'm already here, I might as well give that kid another gift. Then, he began to channel his spiritual energy, and the human Tao scripture began to be deduced. A brilliant golden energy radiated from his body. Xiao Mu closed his eyes slightly, slowly feeling that stream of energy. After a period of cultivation, unexpectedly, drops of dark red blood dripped onto the floor. At this moment, Xiao Mu's body was covered in wounds. He clutched his chest, exclaiming in pain, I almost suffered a cultivation deviation. Mr. Hai was right. Deducing this cultivation method is extremely dangerous. Even so, he didn't want to give up, determined to succeed in his cultivation. Xiao Mu began to circulate his breathing technique, thinking to himself, it's fine, it's just a little blood, right? Let's do it again. But just a few minutes later, his body immediately showed an abnormality. His face turned pale, his eyes filled with terror. Twists and turns are to be expected. It's all reasonable. He thought in a slight panic. It seems a little bit came out. When Xiao Mu moved from his original spot, a liver appeared on the floor. His eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed to himself, My liver exploded. Even so, Xiao Mu still didn't want to give up. At this point, his body was trembling uncontrollably from the severe injuries. But he still comforted himself. It's a top-tier martial art after all. This is very normal, perfectly reasonable. Let's continue. But just a few minutes later, 2 of his teeth fell out. It's just losing a few teeth, right? No problem. A moment later, he accidentally urinated blood. A common occurrence, just peeing blood. Next, his ribs also flew out of his body at the same time. Ouch! A rib accidentally flew out. After several such incidents, Xiao Mu's body was battered beyond imagination. He clutched his chest, trembling as he slowly stood up. It's fine. It's just that the power of this Mount Sumeru King scripture is a bit too strong. This time it's mainly because I'm too powerful. The internal energy in my body is too abundant, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Xiao Mu placed his foot on a small stool. Oh well, let's just treat this as a test of the newly upgraded system's rules. He stood up, grabbed the rope that was already tied to the ceiling, and said, Even if I unfortunately die on the path of reviving the human Tao, it won't be a wasted life. System, you'd better be reliable and help me regenerate properly. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Mu decided to hang himself. Half a month later, in front of the house, a crowd of people looked into the courtyard, exclaiming in horror, Is the Wan family's ancestral home King Yama's hall? A man in orange clothes slumped over the table, his eyes filled with tears, crying and wailing to the heavens. 8 deaths in half a month. 8 lives. The house price dropped to 1/10 of the original, and still no one will rent it. No one will buy it. My performance. My monthly salary. Seeing everyone looking over, A man in blue immediately raised his hand to calm them. Sorry, he's taken too big of a hit. However, after hearing the story, the man in blue was also a little scared, saying, but then again, it really is too strange. The tenants all died bizarrely. Do we really provoke something unclean? How about we invite a Taoist priest to take a look? The man in orange, his face pale, raised his hand and replied, aren't they all here already? Then, the man in orange grabbed the man in blue by the collar, shouting incessantly, I don't care. We've been good brothers for so many years. You have to take responsibility and help me sell it. Only a ghost would buy it. Hearing this, the man in blue was also extremely shocked and cursed back, sell my ass. Who doesn't know that people have died in that house? Suddenly, outside, Fang Yuan walked over and said, I'll buy it. Hearing this, the two who were arguing immediately stopped. The man in orange turned around, his eyes wide with surprise, and asked, really? How much will you pay? Fang Yuan immediately placed a banknote on the table and said, at the current price, 100 taels. Bring out the deed. At his offer, the man in blue gave a disdainful laugh and said, Fang Yuan, is that you? At the same time, the man in orange beside him also chimed in. Are you kidding? You can't even buy the house for 1,000 taels, and you want to get it with just 100. Besides, for the sake of my old friendship with your late father. Seeing their hesitation, Fang Yuan immediately turned, picked up the banknote, and prepared to leave. If you're not selling, then forget it. This time, the two didn't dare to haggle anymore, and immediately stopped him. Wait. The man in orange glanced at him, his eyes full of greed, and said, for the sake of my old friendship with your late father, I can't not sell this house to you. Deal. Fang Yuan put his hand behind his back, secretly signaling to Qiao Mu. At this moment, Fang Yuan thought smugly to himself, Senior Qiao truly predicts things with divine accuracy. He told me to bring money today, and I'd be able to get the old house back, and I really did. As for the man in orange, as if he'd found a treasure, he happily led the way. Come, I'll take you to get the house. Qiao Mu, in disguise, sat drinking tea nearby, looking at Fang Yuan with a very satisfied expression, thinking to himself, it wasn't in vain that I died at your house every day. In the past few days of testing, the deaths with low ratings didn't even touch the lifespan deduction limit, only costing me a few months. It seems that unless the death rating reaches A or S rank, the risk of lifespan deduction isn't high. At this moment, the system panel displayed a notification. Death rating D-, fuel for the human Tao. Skill points awarded this time, for points. Remaining skill points, for points. Usable lifespan, 54 years. Resurrections in 7 days, 1 out of 5. He glanced at it, his face a bit dejected, and at the same time recalled his failed breakthroughs, thinking to himself, I've used up all my skill points during this period and still haven't been able to deduce the 6th layer of the Mount Sumeru King Scripture. With no progress in the Mount Sumeru King Scripture, my vitality and blood keep declining with each resurrection. But at least I have a direction, which is faster than the decades of progress Hai Wuya had estimated. I'll keep trying and complete the Human Tao Scripture as soon as possible. Late at night, in front of the house, a figure was secretly observing. It was Fang Er. She looked towards the house, her eyes melancholic as she asked, Brother, now that you have money, you could buy back the Fang family's old house? Then, she sighed at the same time, talking to herself, thinking that your life is better than it was a few years ago, seeing that you're not living too badly. My heart aches as if it's being cut, even more uncomfortable than losing money. Just as she finished speaking, Wan Ronghua came up from behind and wrapped his arms tightly around her body. Fang Er, it's time to go home. He looked at Fang Er and asked, You're already at the door. Why not go in and visit your brother? Fang Er frowned slightly, looking at him with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Master, he just married in with his unlucky mother. How can he be considered part of the Fang family? Besides, that old father of ours left him a large inheritance before he died, completely disregarding our father-daughter bond. I don't want to have any relationship with the Fang family anymore. After a moment, Wan Ronghua slowly helped Fang Er up, and they left together. Fang Er, you've said it well. Being my Wan Ronghua's concubine is much more noble than being the young miss of the Fang family. Fang Er did not resist, obediently replying to him, Master is right. Inside the house, Fang Yuan spoke with some confusion. Senior Qiao, these 2 apple trees were specially found by my father back then, and he even made us plant them with our own hands, hoping that we siblings could rely on each other like them. Now that the house is back, I just hope to find my sister soon and bring her home. Hearing this, Qiao Mu was not surprised at all. He rested his chin on one hand, gnawing on an apple with the other, and replied, "Sooner or later. Next, it's time to deal with your two enemies." Fong Yuan held the bamboo scroll in his hand and asked, "Then what is Senior's plan? Secretly spread the news about the blood moon diagram?" Xiaomu asked back while chewing. "How can a businessman be so secretive?" Then he rested his chin on his hand, smiled at him, and continued to ask, "Where did your father usually sell antiques before?" His question made Fong Yuan a little surprised, and he blurted out, "Huh?" Xiaomu immediately explained, "The blood moon soaring in the sky diagram. An ancient painting from hundreds of years ago, 10,000 tales of pure silver, no bargaining. Come and see." Outside the city, Song Lin held a painting in his hand, glancing at the people around him. His appearance, coupled with his words, made the surrounding commoners suspicious, and they began to whisper among themselves. Where did this old swindler come from? How dare he pull such a ridiculous stunt in the capital? That's right. That painting's brushwork is so exaggerated. How could it be worth so much money? In a medicine shop, a man in brown clothes glanced at Song Lin. The scene shifts to a forest. Sword Demon split a large rock in two with a single slash. He tilted his head to look at the man in brown behind him and asked doubtfully, "Is this true?" The man in brown clasped his hands, bowed respectfully, and affirmed, "Absolutely correct," the old man said it himself. Moreover, when he opened the scroll, this subordinate saw that it was exactly as Your Excellency described. After hearing this, Sword Demon did not reply. He was silent, his eyes deep in thought. So the blood sun diagram is only one half. No wonder I've been studying it day and night with no progress. It seems only when the sun and moon are combined can the mystery within be seen. After thinking it through, he turned his head to look at the man in brown and asked, "Where is that old man?" The scene shifts back to Song Lin. At this moment, he was walking alone and quietly in a small alley, with a tall figure following behind him. Despite being followed, he walked very calmly. Sword Demon seized the opportunity, brandished his sword, and lunged forward to attack him. But as soon as the move was made, it left him utterly astonished. At this moment, Song Lin was 100 meters away from him, having moved there at some unknown point. Sword Demon seemed to have understood something. He looked at Song Lin and thought to himself, "So that's how it is. Why did my intuition tell me that if that last sword strike had landed, the one who died would have been myself?" Song Lin slowly turned his head, an incredibly powerful, murderous aura emanating from his body. Song Lin chuckled lightly, looked at Sword Demon, and said, anticipating the enemy, "A spirit refinement martial artist. It seems you're a Sword Demon." Sword Demon didn't answer. Faced with this terrifying power from him, he plunged his sword into the ground to stabilize himself. He struggled to hold his ground, not letting himself be pushed back, while thinking to himself, "He's targeting me? I've really seen a ghost in broad daylight. When did I provoke an old monster with such powerful vitality and blood? But he's clearly not a spirit refinement martial artist. Yet this feeling is somehow familiar." Sword Demon then spoke up. "Wait, I don't think we've ever met before." Song Lin replied, "I've long admired your great name. Besides the martial saint, this is my first time fighting a third-rank spirit refinement martial artist. Today is a good time to experience it. Don't disappoint me." Sword Demon clasped his hands, bowed respectfully to Song Lin, and said, "Farewell." Are you kidding me? From gene refinement to spirit refinement is a breakthrough from 0 to 1. The gap between you and me is too vast. How could I possibly bully an old man? Farewell. In his heart, he had already calculated. I can't face this old monster head on. I'll just flatter him a bit first. I was clearly trying to scare him. How did it turn out like this? As if seeing through his intentions, Song Lin suddenly rushed forward, laughing with interest. "Very good. Let me see just how big is this gap between 0 and 1. But just as Song Lin was about to charge, Sword Demon immediately raised his hand to stop him. No, in front of you, I am of course the 0, and you are the 1. Song Lin stared at him silently. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately turned and fled for his life. Why did he suddenly stop? Whatever, good chance, run. But before he could get far, Sword Demon was struck by Song Lin's kick, and his whole body was sent flying. Song Lin lifted his leg and looked at him, saying, "A third-rank spirit refinement is only this much. You don't even have the qualifications for me to use Heavenly Demon Disintegration." Blocked, he was immediately put in a difficult position, looking at Song Lin in panic and threatening. I am a member of the Martial Alliance. If you keep pushing me, the Martial Alliance will absolutely not let you off." Song Lin squatted down near him and asked with a sneer, "Oh, is the Martial Alliance that formidable? Cold sweat dripped incessantly down Sword Demon's face as he replied in terror. Of course it's formidable. At the same time, he thought to himself, he's scared. Good, there's still a chance to live. He began to explain. The Martial Alliance is an organization founded by the King of Qin, who entered the Tao through martial arts. After the martial saint died, the Martial Extreme Society fell silent and gradually declined. At that time, the only one who could support the pillar of the martial Tao was the King of Qin. What do you think, scared now? If you dare to touch me, the King of Qin will absolutely... Before he could finish his words, he was slapped by Song Lin. Cut the crap. What does it mean to enter the Tao through martial arts? Sword Demon still didn't give up. He rubbed the lump on his head and continued to answer. The so-called entering the Tao through martial arts is to take another step on the foundation of spirit refinement, cultivating a martial Tao golden body, breaking the limits of the physical body, becoming impervious to blades and spears, immune to water and fire, able to shatter all techniques with a single slash. In the Martial Extreme Society, there's no shortage of useless fakes. Our Martial Alliance is different. Only spirit refinement martial artists are qualified to join. All of them are top elites. Hearing him speak, Song Lin rubbed his chin and said, "So you guys are that formidable. If you're interested with your strength, you can also join, even if you're not at spirit refinement, it's fine." Hearing this, he immediately cut in. "Old man, you really dare to make a move? Aren't you afraid of the Martial Alliance's revenge?" But just as Sword Demon finished speaking, he was attacked countless times by Song Lin. The series of consecutive blows left him unable to react, retreating in pain again and again, then looking at Song Lin and screaming miserably. "If the Martial Alliance is full of useless trash like you, what do I have to fear?" For a long time, I've always had a question about the difference between spirit refinement and gene refinement. Song Lin calmly held out his blood-soaked hand, looked at his opponent, and said, "Today you must use all your skills, use the intuition of a spirit refinement martial artist, and let me see clearly." After speaking, Song Lin brought his bloody hand up before his face, his gaze filled with ferocity. Not only that, Song Lin immediately rushed forward, raising his hand to launch a blow. "Watch your left cheek." Sword Demon's eyes widened as he began to use his ability to anticipate the enemy. After clearly sensing his opponent's weak point, a flash of insight sparked in Sword Demon's mind, and he thought to himself, "I see it. The trajectory of his strike is very clear. This level can be easily dodged. No matter how strong your vitality and blood are, it's useless if you can't hit me." Just as Song Lin's palm was about to strike the opponent's face, the old man called out a reminder, right side. The opponent, however, had no strength to resist at all and could only let Song Lin unleash a storm-like barrage of slaps. Left, right? Left, right? Realizing he still couldn't dodge Song Lin's attacks, the Sword Demon was utterly horrified, thinking to himself, "How can this be? I can clearly sense the trajectory of his moves, but I can't dodge them no matter what. The speed of his attacks is even faster than the perception of spirit refinement." While he was lost in thought, Song Lin threw a final slap, sending him flying far away, sliding a long distance on the ground before landing face down. Feeling that he couldn't hold on any longer, the Sword Demon immediately reached out his hand towards Song Lin, begging, "Please, please spare me. We have no grudge or enmity. Why must you kill me?" Song Lin calmly walked over, placed his hand on the Sword Demon's head, and asked coldly, "Why?" "Fine, I'll let you die knowing why. You murdered the Fong couple for your own selfish gain. Did you ever think this day would come?" Hearing Song Lin's words, the Sword Demon instantly understood. So that's it. Only then did he feel true fear. And he pleaded in panic, "Please spare me this time. I could tell you more about entering the Tao through martial arts." Song Lin paid no mind to his offer, replying, "Forget it, Qiao Song Lin, am not interested." Seeing this, the Sword Demon immediately continued, "No, you will definitely need it. Entering the Tao through martial arts means spirit refinement first, then body tempering. The people of the Martial Alliance all cultivate the golden body art, which is divided into 3 realms: copper skin, iron bones, and golden body. The physical strength of one who has entered the Tao is closely related to their spirit refinement grade. A third-rank spirit refinement martial artist like me can at most reach the copper skin realm. To reach the next 2 realms, one needs..." Before he could finish his words, the Sword Demon coughed up blood, spitting out a large mouthful. Witnessing this scene, Song Lin couldn't help but be astonished. Seeing him die right before his eyes, the old man exclaimed inwardly, "He's dead? There's no pulse. How'd he die so suddenly? Was it a goo worm, a life-and-death talisman poison or a spell restriction of the immortal Tao. As he thought, he knelt down to examine the corpse. After checking, he immediately retrieved a secret manual from the opponent's body. Song Lin quickly made it his own, thinking to himself, regardless of which it was, it proves that the one who holds this secret art of entering the Tao through martial arts does not want too much to be revealed, and moreover, acts decisively with ruthless methods. Suddenly, Wei Yin's voice came from behind. I didn't expect what Xiao Zhong said was true. The Qiao family is indeed a great reclusive clan. Song Lin turned to glance at him and said, I sensed another presence here just now. So it was you? I have long heard of the divine skills of Lord Wei Yin of the Imperial Capital's Night Patrol. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Hearing the old man's words, Wei Yin smiled and clasped his hands in a salute. You flatter me, senior. The moment he finished speaking, Song Lin swung his hand to attack. The attack was so sudden that it caught him unprepared, and he was immediately sent flying. Wei Yin looked at Song Lin and asked, Elder Qiao, what is the meaning of this? Song Lin immediately flew forward to attack, replying at the same time, My nephew, Qiao Zhong, died unjustly at the hands of the Imperial Court. This grudge, Qiao Song Lin, will definitely avenge. Song Lin rushed forward and kicked towards Wei Yin, who quickly leaped up to dodge the kick. Seeing Wei Yin fly into the sky, intending to escape, Song Lin immediately gave chase. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he turned around, crossed his hands in front of his chest, gathered the surrounding energy, and then unleashed the Ice Soul Divine Claw, lunging towards Song Lin. Song Lin threw a punch that shattered his ice claw, his eyes suddenly filled with utter shock. After clashing in the air, both of them fell to the ground at the same time. Song Lin raised his trembling, frozen arm, thinking in astonishment. He shattered my inner energy in an instant. Is this the true strength of a first-rank spirit refinement martial artist? I can now easily defeat a third-rank martial artist. But this first-rank one possesses an intuition that anticipates the enemy, and his movement speed is also much higher than mine. Wei Yin looked at the old man and proposed, Elder Qiao, I mean no harm. I just wish to invite you to clarify some matters regarding the Qiao family. Song Lin looked at him with little trust and asked, A hound of the Imperial Court, how can you be trusted? Remember my name, Qiao Song Lin. I am here to seek justice for Qiao Zhong. He then prepared to leave, thinking to himself, the probing is about done. Let's stop here. Go ahead and report to the court. Help me draw a little more enmity. As Song Lin was leaving, Wei Yin shouted from below, The cold poison of the Ice Soul Divine Claw is difficult to dispel. Go to the Xinglin Clinic in the west of the city and find the divine Dr. Dong Xinglin. Song Lin replied, Thank you for your kind intentions, my lord. After the old man left, Wei Yin watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. The people of the Qiao family are truly extraordinary. Although my claw technique could tear his flesh, it could hardly advance any further. The profound inner energy in his body is terrifying, even surpassing his physical form. I know he just wants to use my mouth to spread the word, but facing the immortal sex and the Holy Emperor, isn't that like an egg hitting a rock? The people of the Qiao family sacrifice themselves for righteousness, and I am not one to kick a man when he's down. I absolutely will not let him die a tragic death. Suddenly, Wei Yin looked up at the highest roof nearby and shouted, Have you seen enough, Your Excellency? Why not come down and talk? A figure on the roof flickered and quickly departed. Seeing this, he immediately gave chase, shouting as he ran, Don't even think about running, you rats. At the same time, he thought to himself, what happened today must absolutely not be known by a third party. An incense stick's time later, blood from Wei Yin's body dripped onto the ground. He clutched his bleeding chest, leaned against a wall, and limped away, speaking with great difficulty. Qiao Song Lin, this time I was powerless to stop your name from spreading throughout the imperial capital. Entering the Tao through martial arts is even more terrifying than I imagined. On the other side, Fang Yuan knelt before Qiao Mu, his eyes filled with joy, and expressed his gratitude. Senior's great kindness, Fang Yuan will never forget for generations to come. Qiao Mu smiled and walked over to him, helping him up and saying, Just say what you need to, don't kneel like that. Fang Yuan smiled and replied, It's like this. Afterwards, Qiao Mu handed the painting to Fang Yuan, reminding him, The greedy sword demon brought the blood sun diagram to kill me, but ended up dying a miserable death. Now that this sun and moon twin diagram is returned to its rightful owner, your parents' grudge can be considered partially avenged. But unexpectedly, after receiving the painting, Fan Yuan did not put it away, but handed it back to Xiao Mu. Fan Yuan looked at Xiao Mu with bright eyes and said, "Although this sun and moon twin diagram brought ruin to my Fong family, it is also a treasure. Today, I'd like to offer this flower to the Buddha, presenting it to Senior Qiao. I hope you will accept it." This rather moved Xiao Mu, but he said aloud, "This isn't very appropriate." At the same time, Xiao Mu thought to himself, a diagram that can help break through the spirit refinement stage. To say I'm not moved would be a lie. Seeing his moved expression, Fan Yuan immediately waved the painting in front of him, pleading earnestly, "Besides, you were injured helping me. I really don't know how to thank you." Faced with his strange behavior, Xiao Mu glanced at him helplessly. After a moment of internal struggle, Xiao Mu decided to accept this martial arts manual. "From now on, let my Qiao family protect you." At his house, the two paintings were unrolled and laid flat on the table. I want to see what tricks this sun and moon twin diagram holds. It doesn't look like anything special. Suddenly, a red glow emanated from within the painting. Xiao Mu gently touched the two paintings, and at that moment, a red liquid flowed out from within the painting, pooling into a large puddle on the floor. That puddle immediately transported Xiao Mu to another space. The space before Xiao Mu's eyes was a forest shrouded in a brilliant, blood-like red. Looking at the scene before him, he asked in utter astonishment, "Is this the truth of the sun and moon twin diagram?" At this moment, his body was enveloped by a brilliant red power. It's the heavenly demon disintegration. What's happening? The heavenly demon disintegration is activating on its own? My blood and chi are surging. There's an abnormal flow in my 4 limbs and 100 vessels, and my meridians ache slightly. The aura emanating from the sun and moon twin diagram is constantly drawing my blood and chi into my body. From the moon above, a colossal power poured down, absorbed by Xiao Mu's body. Around the red forest, strong winds howled. Xiao Mu stood at the center, feeling the astonishing energy. At the same time, the system's notification panel appeared. Heavenly Demon Disintegration upgraded. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, Blazing Burn. After the upgrade was complete, Xiao Mu felt a colossal power surging through his body. He held out his hand, exclaiming with joy, "I never expected that the Heavenly Demon Disintegration could break through even after reaching perfection. I'll call this upgraded version the Red Moon Blood Burning Art." But just a moment later, fresh blood spurted from his arm. This scene threw Xiao Mu into a state of panic and confusion. Ugh, Wei Yin's Ice Soul Divine Claw is truly formidable. Even flesh and blood hunter transformations can't suppress the wound. Damn it, how do I stop the bleeding? It was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly, his eyes widened in utter surprise. His blood had now condensed into a long sword, carrying astonishing power. He immediately asked himself, blood condensing into a sword? Is this guiding me on how to use a sword technique? Without further hesitation, Xiao Mu immediately grasped the sword and slashed out a long stream of sword chi. Looking at the power generated by the sword, Xiao Mu couldn't help but say excitedly, "By merging inner energy with blood and releasing it as a blood mist, I can unleash a real blood sword." This blood sword is extremely difficult to defend against, and its area of damage is much larger than a normal sword technique. Red Moon Blood Burning Art, Blood Sword Art. This kind of blood-consuming technique is truly a perfect fit for me. The morning sun shone upon the Xinglin Clinic. Looking at the crowd pouring into the clinic, Song Lin couldn't help but complain. Is this the clinic Wei Yin mentioned? It's so crowded. It seems the divine Dr. Dong Xinglin really has some skill. Flesh and blood hunter transformations can't cure Wei Yin's cold poison. So it's a good time to come here and see what this divine doctor is capable of. Suddenly, a barrage of curses came from the direction of the Xinglin Clinic. What divine doctor? I've been queuing for days, and now you say you're not seeing patients? Isn't this deliberately trying to let me die? Making money by causing trouble. 3 men in ragged clothes shouted together. Come and see. The famous divine doctor watches people die and does nothing. I'm about to die. What divine doctor? He's just a fame seeker. At this moment, a voice came from inside the clinic. He only has a mild cold. Dong Xinglin held a prescription and said leisurely, "The prescription is written, just take the medicine on time, and you'll be cured in 3 days." Just then, the bald man who had been shouting earlier suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His companion exclaimed in horror, "He's already coughing up blood, and you still say it's a mild cold? You quack who harms people." A a murderer and a thief. Seeing this scene, many people present began to whisper among themselves. I think I heard that someone died in the Xinglin clinic before. Could it be that Dong Xinglin is really all talk and no substance? No wonder I've been here so many times and haven't been cured. It turns out he can't cure it. Before, he treated patients for free, but now that he's started charging money, he can't cure the illnesses anymore. Seeing the increasingly harsh words, a young man couldn't bear it and stood up to defend him. What you're saying is too unreasonable. Divine Dr. Dong provides free consultations and has saved countless lives. Without him, how could poor people like us afford to see a doctor? After that, the two sides began a war of words with no end in sight. Isn't he just deliberately putting on a show to become famous? Everyone comes here because of the divine doctor's reputation. This clinic must be making a fortune. If you think Dr. Dong is no good, then go somewhere else for treatment. Causing trouble here, aren't you just delaying our treatment? What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? So you want to kick me out? I think you're just a shill hired by this clinic to cheat us out of our money. Song Lin stood outside the crowd, seeing the young man rendered speechless with anger, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Then, he began to deduce like a detective. These three have abundant qi and blood. They are no ordinary people. Looking at the one who had just coughed up blood, he continued to speculate. That patient coughing up blood, it's clearly caused by the reverse flow of qi and blood. Are they deliberately here to cause trouble? Just then, another person ran over from out of nowhere, shouting urgently, "Make way, please let me through." That man, holding a child, knelt before the clinic's entrance, anxiously pleading with Dr. Dong. "Please see my child first. He's about to stop breathing." Xinglin immediately stepped forward. "Get up quickly. Let me check the child's condition first." Seeing that he was being ignored, the troublemaker angrily shouted, "We were here first," just as he was about to fly into a rage. His accomplice suddenly pulled his arm and shook his head. On this side, the worried man asked the doctor, "How is my child?" This is... Looking at the dense blood threads on the child's face, Xinglin's voice rang out, "Condensing kill ghost spider." After that, the two exchanged more detailed information. The cities in the central continent are all guarded by immortal sections. This kind of weak demonic creature only dares to hide in desolate mountains and wild fields. How did the child get afflicted by this? We are originally from Tan County. Half a month ago, a man-made disaster occurred there and countless people died. I just wanted to bring my son to the imperial capital to find a safe place. But I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Hearing this shocking story, the crowd buzzed like a marketplace again. It's a man-made disaster again. I heard that the demonic cultivators of the Blood Lotus sect massacred tens of thousands of people in Tan County to refine the so-called 10,000 Souls banner. It seems this is true. I also heard that the Taoist true disciples of the Great Tao sect went there to exorcise demons, but their battle affected 2 villages, causing countless casualties. Not only that, a month ago, when Immortal cultivators fought, half a city was destroyed by a lightning tribulation, with civilian casualties reaching hundreds of thousands. Song Lin, who had been standing aside like a cameraman for a while, couldn't help but feel indignant. It's these freaks again. No wonder people call them man-made calamities. Acting arrogantly and tyrannically just to fight for believers and territory. In the end, all the suffering is borne by the common people. On this side, the man, hugging his child tightly, asked Xinglin, "May I ask, how much will it cost to treat this illness?" To treat it, he must first drink me Fei San. Then a sharp knife must be used to cut open the nasal cavity to remove the ghost spider. And after that, careful recuperation is needed. At this point, he stated the total price with some difficulty. In total, it will cost at least 50 taels of silver. Hearing this number, the troublemaker from before naturally didn't miss the chance to add fuel to the fire. 50 taels? As expected, you'd watch someone die without saving them. You only care about money. For poor folks like us, how can we have that much money? He gestured towards the other man and began to manipulate him psychologically. "Brother, don't be fooled. He just wants to take your son hostage and take the opportunity to bleed you dry." As soon as he finished speaking, a money pouch was suddenly placed on the ground. At some point, Song Lin had stepped forward. He didn't say much, just spoke directly. "Here are 50 taels. Please treat the child, doctor." Seeing this unique way of handling things, Xinglin exclaimed in some surprise, "Sir." Song Lin saw he was still dazed and asked, "What? Is that not acceptable?" Fearing he would change his mind, Xinglin immediately rushed to seal the deal. Yes, that's very good." Achi, quickly carry the child to the inner hall for care." Yes. On one side, the fortunate man hurried forward to speak. Righteous old sir, may I know your esteemed name? In the future, I will definitely repay you with all my being. This old man is Chiao Songlin. It was just a casual act of help. On the other side, someone was fuming with anger. Another meddler. We can't let him ruin Boss Wan's good business. On this side, Xinglin also realized with surprise in his heart. You are the Chiao Songlin who has recently become famous throughout the imperial capital? Changing faces faster than flipping a book, the three who had been incessantly clamoring just moments ago now swarmed around him, fawning like puppies. Oh, so it's Great Hero Chiao. Your great name is like thunder to the ears. Great Hero Chiao is a role model for us to learn from. Just seeing you has lifted my spirits 100-fold. The entire Chiao family are great heroes, the backbone of us poor folks. One flattered, another echoed, making Song Lin grin from ear to ear. Not at all. Not at all. You flatter me. No, we all saw it just now. You paid out of your own pocket to save that child. Truly a great and righteous man, benevolent to the extreme. At this moment, Xinglin finally realized that these people were deliberately here to cause trouble. How did I not see it? They pretend to be weak to gain sympathy. If you help them, they will only demand more from you. And in the end, you'll just become the one who gathers firewood for everyone only to freeze to death yourself. At this moment, one of the swindlers made a request. We are also poor people and can't afford the medicine. Since you're doing a good deed, you might as well pay for our medicine too. His mouth was as sweet as honey, but in his heart, he was already sneering. Doesn't your Chiao family always proclaim that every man has a share of responsibility for the fate of the world? Being praised so highly, just you wait to fall to your death. But Song Lin calmly pulled off a world-shaking reversal. I won't. Hearing his reply, everyone's expression turned to stunned amazement. In disbelief, the swindlers, as if their tails had been stepped on, immediately began to mock him. This great hero Chiao, do you intend to watch people die without saving them? You're nothing but a hypocrite. Faced with these accusations, Song Lin's calm voice rang out. Don't get it twisted. I am completely different from Divine Dr. Dong. Filled with killing intent, he violently raised his fist. What this old man hates most in life is being morally blackmailed. Seeing Song Lin was about to make a move, one of them immediately retorted loudly. You want to get violent in broad daylight, under a clear sky? Everyone, come and see. A man from the Chiao family is bullying patients, using his strength to oppress the weak. But Song Lin unleashed a shocking move. He suddenly pulled the other person's hand and placed it on his own chest, saying one word, touch. Then, somehow, he himself was sent flying, even spitting out ketchup, after which he screamed tragically. Such powerful internal energy. The onlookers at the door saw this and immediately started to condemn him. The swindler hurriedly tried to defend himself. Hey, just because he won't pay for your medicine, you can't just hit people like that. That's right, you three are too shameless. I didn't. He's faking it. If you don't believe me, look, he's not even. The last two words seemed to be left unsaid out of shame, as he saw the opponent's unexpectedly miserable state. Next was the sound of Song Lin's heart pounding. Injured. A second later, the swindler was dumbfounded, his mouth agape. My God, my heart almost jumped out of my chest. Relying on acting skills more sophisticated than a Hollywood actor's, Song Lin coughed violently and continued his act. So you're a martial artist. You pretended to be a weak commoner to come here. What is your ultimate goal? Were you sent by someone to sabotage the Xinglin clinic? Hearing this, the crowd joined in the cursing. You animals. Great hero Chiao generously helped you. And when you couldn't get your way, you tried to kill him. Drag him to the authorities. To the authorities. Faced with this awkward situation of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Immediately, sounds of pursuit rose from behind. Quick, don't let them escape. After them. On this side, Xinglin and Song Lin, one acting and one genuinely believing, exchanged words. Great hero Chiao, hang in there. I will definitely find a way to save you. Quick, bring the hemostatic medicine, Dr. Dong. I'm not going to make it. After sprinkling the hemostatic powder, the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Facing Xinglin's stiff expression, a vibrant Song Lin said very showily, I'm healed. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he had just dealt with the troublemakers. And also praised Xinglin to dispel everyone's doubts. worthy of being divine, Dr. Dong. Truly a miraculous hand that brings back the spring. Huh, I didn't do anything. Seeing this, the crowd's attitude did a complete 180, and they began to shout in unison. Miraculous hand that brings back the spring. Divine Dr. Dong, we're sorry. We doubted you before. Having a divine doctor like you to treat us is truly a blessing from 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Xinglin looked at Song Lin with a fond gaze, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. It's the legendary secret technique of the Martial Extreme Society. That's right. Although this person acts somewhat on a whim, just as Wan wrote in his letter, he is indeed a heroic figure. This old man did not wait in vain. The afternoon passed peacefully, just like that. Afterward, a starry night fell, covering the entire sky. A voice echoed in the main courtyard. Regarding today's matter, many thanks, great hero Qiao. On the courtyard corridor, Song Lin and Xinglin chatted as they walked. After waiting for so many days, I ended up owing great hero Qiao a favor instead. You knew I was coming? Lord Wei informed me in advance. I will definitely do my utmost to remove the cold poison from your body. Something like today, it seems it's not the first time, is it? Does the master intend to keep enduring like this? In recent years, the world has been in chaos, with natural and man-made disasters everywhere. The number of sick people is countless, and the clinic has become increasingly busy. Originally, the practice of diagnosing and dispensing medicine already made it easy for some profit-seeking commoners to mix in. At first, I didn't pay it much mind, but now there are too many people even delaying the treatment of seriously ill patients. This truly corresponds to the saying, save the endangered, not the poor. Hearing this, Song Lin agreed and added, Master, you save the masses from dire straits. Even if the heavenly king himself came, this would still be an act of chivalry. As for those idle people with nothing to do, just leave them to people like me to handle. For those who gather firewood for everyone, we cannot let them freeze to death in the wind and snow. After hearing this, Xinglin couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. With these words from great hero Qiao, this old man is relieved. Upon entering the room, light immediately shone on both of them, and Xinglin spoke up. As it happens, a guest came to visit today who also has some connection with the Qiao family. Yo, didn't expect this, did you? The person in the room was Wu Yai. Seeing someone arrive, he spoke. You must be Qiao Song Lin, great hero Qiao. While Dr. Dong treats your injuries, would you care to play a game of chess with me? Hearing this, Song Lin replied politely, Of course, of course. Our Qiao Zhong has also been under your care. We can play and chat. After that, he let Xinglin treat his injuries while playing chess with Wu Yai. As he gently inserted silver needles into his body, Xinglin couldn't help but praise him. Great hero Qiao Song Lin, your body is truly extraordinary. To be able to take a direct blow from a first-rank spirit refinement expert with your physical body. Song Lin said with a faint smile, It's also thanks to Brother Hai's Summer Mountain King Sutra, which helped me strengthen my qi and blood. Hearing this, Wu Yai concealed his knowledge, changing the subject faster than flipping a book. Great hero Qiao is too modest. In your hands, this cultivation method will surely flourish. By the way, I heard you have a blood moon diagram that can assist with spirit refinement. I wonder if I could have a look at it? Realizing his intention, Song Lin's mind started racing. I'm afraid what you were waiting for wasn't me, but this blood moon diagram. As if seeing through Song Lin's thoughts, Xinglin smiled and said, Of course, we won't look for free. How about I trade a superior martial art for your ancient painting? What martial art? Xinglin took out the Shattered Void Finger manual and introduced it. This Shattered Void Finger is a technique that uses the finger as a sword, striking from a distance and injuring others invisibly. However, only a martial artist with profound internal energy can execute it. It also contains an acupoint striking method that can be used in medical arts. Seeing how attractive the Shattered Void Finger manual was, Song Lin's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, striking from a distance, injuring others invisibly. Isn't this a perfect match for my blood sword art? Song Lin immediately took out the blood moon diagram in front of the two and said, Too polite, you're too polite. It's just a painting, feel free to look. Many thanks. After that, Wu Yai and Xinglin stroked their beards and observed it intently. At this moment, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the painting. This startled Xinglin and Wu Yai, causing them to cry out. Immediately after, Xinglin quickly struck his own acupoints. Wu Yai did the same, exhaling a breath and beginning to calm his mind and focus his spirit. Seeing this exaggerated scene, Song Lin asked in confusion, "What suddenly happened to you two?" Xinglin spoke up to explain, "This painting is indeed a treasure, but one must absolutely not view it casually before reaching the spirit refinement realm. At best, you'll suffer from cultivation deviation. At worst, you'll die on the spot." Hearing this, Song Lin asked back curiously, "But after I finished watching it yesterday, nothing happened." Hearing this, the two immediately questioned him. Did the qi and blood in your body not surge relentlessly, wanting to break free from the body's restraints? It did. And then Song Lin scratched his head and said casually, "Then I just broke through. Is it that hard?" Hearing this answer, Xinglin and Wu Yai were utterly astonished and shouted, "You actually broke through just like that?" Then both of them spat blood and fell to the ground, continuing to shout, "This is outrageous." The next morning at Xinglin Clinic, Song Lin sat obediently while Xinglin took his pulse. His technique looked extremely professional. Just then, Xinglin's eyes suddenly filled with immense shock. Hearing this, Song Lin asked coldly like an overbearing CEO, "What is it?" Xinglin used his rich imagination. A scene of an erupting volcano appearing in his mind, and then explained, "Brother Qiao's qi and blood are abundant, and his internal energy is profound, like an erupting volcano. It has far surpassed all the third-rank spirit refinement martial artists I have ever met. But you haven't reached spirit refinement yet. It's truly strange." After hearing this, Song Lin looked as bewildered as a little fawn and asked, "So I haven't broken through yet?" Since ancient times, the exploration of the martial path has required passing through 3 stages. As Wu Yai spoke, a mannequin full of meridians and blood vessels, lifting weights, appeared. The traditional force refinement period is limited by the physical body. When one reaches middle age, their qi and blood decline, after which the growth of internal energy becomes extremely slow or even stops altogether. This is also the peak that today's 4th-rank martial artist can reach. Hearing this, Song Lin silently agreed in his heart. Before meeting the martial sage, it seems I was also like that. At this time, the mannequin was cultivating, accompanied by Wu Yai's narration. Later, the martial sage pioneered the path of spirit refinement, discovering the ability to control internal energy with the spiritual soul. Although the internal energy doesn't increase much, its release is more powerful, and a martial artist's combat style also becomes more varied. Song Lin was even more astonished. The most direct perception is that their reaction speed is faster, and they even have special effects. The final stage. The mannequin sat cross-legged in meditation, with Wu Yai's voice still narrating beside it. And now, it is the legendary entering the Tao through martial arts. But it is only a legend, and very few people know about it. Hearing this, Song Lin nodded silently. The Martial Alliance has mentioned this before. Then he said somewhat lazily, "In the end, spirit refinement is just a different path chosen when one can no longer progress in force refinement, but still wants to break through, relying on essence, qi, and spirit to achieve some special effects. It's very much like immortal arts." Wu Yai thought of an image of water flowing through a channel, then said, "A martial artist has 4 paths: strength, essence, qi, and spirit. The essence is to refine essence into qi, and then refine qi into spirit. The level of the martial arts realm does not depend on one's weaknesses, but on one's strengths." On the wooden plank were carved the 2 words spirit refinement, as Wu Yai's voice continued. But currently, the path of spirit refinement reigns supreme, and the martial sage also became a renowned expert through spirit refinement. But I believe this is not the true path. Then, the wooden plank carved with spirit refinement suddenly flew straight towards the immortal gate. Moreover, the birth of the martial artist path is indeed related to the high and mighty immortal sections. Xinglin, sitting beside them, also chimed in, "Your qi and blood are currently abundant, and you haven't reached the end of force refinement. Whether you can undergo spirit refinement or not, we also don't know. Furthermore, even if you don't undergo spirit refinement, you can still cultivate using the methods of spirit refinement. This truly exceeds my imagination." Speaking of which, his eyes suddenly shone like stars as he coaxed. "Could Brother Qiao stay for a few more days to allow me to conduct a deeper study?" Smelling danger, Song Lin's hackles immediately rose, and he shouted, "A deeper study of what? Do you take me for test subject?" "Not all. I'm just a little curious about your body." After one person finished asking, another started, as Wu Yi continued to question Song Lin. That's right. What level of the Summer Mountain King Sutra have you cultivated to? That thing? It's been torturing me terribly. That's very normal. After all, you haven't fully comprehended the martial art. Even reaching the third level would be astonishing enough. Ha! You didn't expect this, did you, old man? Song Lin calmly held up 5 fingers, making Wu Yi's jaw drop in astonishment. Oh, so I've reached the 5th level. A second later, he excitedly hugged Song Lin, speaking in a rapid-fire burst. The 5th level. In just a few short days, you've accomplished what others couldn't in half a lifetime. Truly a great treasure. This innate talent and constitution of yours is truly a once-in-100 years, no, a once-in-1,000 years find. Brother Qiao, you are truly a divine being. Song Lin was ecstatic inside, but still replied modestly. You flatter me. You flatter me. The Sumera Mountain King Sutra complements my Qiao family's ancestral martial arts, so I can be considered to have inferred other things from one point. At the same time, he thought to himself, this way, when we old monsters of the Qiao family appear later, it won't be strange for us to know this cultivation method. Good. Excellent. My path is not a lonely one. Although this cultivation method is just a small spark, given time, why worry that it won't spread like a wildfire across the plains? Why worry that the martial path won't flourish? Speaking with too much excitement, he coughed until he couldn't breathe, making the other two worry. Relax. 35 years in the celestial prison has taken a considerable toll on your body. Oh, hi, are you alright? After calming down, Wu Yi stroked his beard and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. It wasn't until I met Brother Qiao today that I knew what I should do from now on. I feel that my days are numbered. In the time I've left, I will definitely do my utmost to spread the Sumera Mountain King Sutra, to leave a burning flame for the future. The true path of the martial artist, the true path of humanity, needs to be pioneered by tens of thousands of martial artists together. I also hope that you people of the Qiao family can walk this path in the future. After hearing these words, Song Lin replied resolutely, what Brother Hai has entrusted, this Qiao will definitely do his utmost. Afterwards, he turned to chat with Xinglin again. All right, let's not be so serious. Let's talk about today's commotion. Who did Divine Dr. Dong offend? Who else could it be? It's definitely Wan Yonghua. Xinglin still clearly remembered the scene of Wan Yonghua bringing gold to his door. He recounted, a few months ago, Wan Yonghua came to my residence to negotiate the purchase of Xinglin Clinic. I know very well what kind of person he is. How could Xinglin Clinic fall into the hands of that profiteer and become a tool for his gain? So I refused. That's why these chaotic incidents have been happening at the clinic recently. Xinglin's voice continued. From then on, incidents like today's have happened one after another. After hearing the whole story, Song Lin couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed. Before the Fong Yuan family's incident, it seemed something similar also happened. This Wan Yonghua, to use such despicable tactics in business, he's truly vicious. But there was one thing he didn't understand. So he asked, but you've been doing good deeds and distributing medicine for many years. The common people should understand you well. Why would they believe these tricks? Xinglin sighed and explained the reason. In the face of disaster, when lives are at stake, not many people can remain rational. Relying on his 200 IQ, Wu Yi immediately deduced like Conan. There's someone else pulling the strings behind this. When the common people seek protection from others, they're even less likely to go to a clinic and naturally won't believe the words of a physician. They are erasing the individual consciousness of the common people to make it easier to absorb the power of faith. To completely change the current situation, one must either enlighten the people's minds or overthrow the deviants. Recalling the scene of Song, he tried to persuade everyone, wake up, everyone, don't believe the deviants' words anymore. Song Lin thought helplessly, laying out 800 plans to guide public opinion. Creating information cocoons, this bunch of deviants really has a lot of tricks up their sleeves. It seems Wang Songhe's path is still very long. Thinking of this, a cunning glint suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he continued to think. I can't enlighten the people's minds, but I can still contribute by clearing the obstacles for them. At the same time, in the main hall of Wan Yonghua's mansion, he was angrily cursing his useless servants. You can't even handle such a small matter. My lord, please calm your anger. Fonger hurriedly helped him sit down. My lord, getting too angry is bad for your health. With Dong Xinglin around, the Wan family can't possibly get a piece of the imperial capital's medicine market. After months of painstaking planning, just as I was about to see him ruined, it's all because of this bunch of useless fools. The duck that was already in my mouth flew away. At this moment, a servant sharply deflected all responsibility, saying, "My lord, it's all because that Xiao Song Lin suddenly appeared. We were really just a hair's breadth away from success, only to see a porcelain vase fly in this direction, accompanied by an angry curse. Get out." Hearing the three words Xiao Song Lin, Wan Yonghua's anger soared to the heavens, his killing intent surging, and he said through gritted teeth, "Xiao Songlin, first, you killed the sword demon I sponsor, cutting off my business path. New grudges and old hatreds. We'll settle them all at once." Fanger, like a venomous snake, stood beside him and also reminded him. And there's Fang Yuan. He must have helped Xiao Songlin too. "My lord, we absolutely cannot let him go." At this moment, Wan Yonghua's expression was extremely ferocious. He sneered, "You want to fight me? Just you wait and see." In the neighborhood, Song Lin muttered to himself as he walked. To keep stirring up trouble in the imperial capital, of course I have to start by dealing with this richest man. Who needs a scheme? I'll just go straight to the Wan mansion to find him. As if things weren't lively enough. As he laughed and said, "Wan Yonghua, I'm here," a dark shadow suddenly appeared. As expected, a girl suddenly rushed into Song Lin. Molester, in broad daylight. You old man, how could you take liberties with me?" Then the young lady started to cry. "I don't want to live anymore." At this time, the crowd of passers-by grew larger and larger, turning on their marketplace gossip mode. "Xiao Songlin, I remember now. He's the one who borrowed money to buy medicine to save someone at the entrance of Xinglin Clinic yesterday. Isn't he a good person? Why would he do something like this? Old man, you're so shameless. To do such a shameless thing and still be so calm. Surround him, don't let him run away. Quick, call the authorities." But Song Lin understood the situation with just a single glance. Yesterday's incident and today's, the style is exactly the same. Both involve hiding in the shadows to incite the populace. Song Lin's patience wore thin. He let out two cold laughs and said, "I molested you? Fine." Afterwards, his face turned cold, and he said word by word, "The one who makes the claim must provide the proof. Understand?" Song Lin pointed at the girl's face, provoking her. "You say I groped you. How do you prove it?" Hearing him say that, a voice rang out. "Damn, old man, don't go too far. Do you really want this young lady to undress in broad daylight to prove it?" But Song Lin just turned his head and calmly said, "Go back and tell Wan Yonghua his trick is too low class. Don't be in a hurry to cause trouble for me. I'll go find him." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Lin immediately sensed something. Looking towards Dao Su, who was casting an ice spell, which astonished him. Is this magic? After the ice and snow at Dao Su's feet gradually melted, she suddenly spoke. "Wan Yonghua does have some value, but for me to personally make a trip is beneath me." At this time, the clothes on her body had also changed. The noble hero, falsely accused on the street, suffers all kinds of criticism until his reputation is ruined, and can finally only atone with his death. Dao Su's demeanor at this moment was extremely arrogant. The script was originally like that, but great hero Qiao didn't seem to care at all, and was just about to leave. How unusual. No wonder Dao Zhan likes you. Surprised, Song Lin asked in confusion, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who are you? And who is Dao Zhan?" Dao Su stretched out her hand, and an ice spike instantly appeared. "I am the head disciple of the great Dao sect, Dao Su. Dao Zhan is my aloof junior brother. I specifically came out of seclusion to have a decisive battle with him, but as a result, he stood me up for a mortal plaything like you." Then, the two rushed at each other while taunting one another. "If that's the case, I'll destroy you. Blood sword art. Blood sword art my ass. Are all you cultivators sick in the head?" Before he could finish, Song Lin's blood sword art was frozen by Dao Su's sword. Not only the blood sword art, even Song Lin himself was being frozen, making him lament internally. Such overbearing cold chi. Even my burning blood true chi is being frozen. Am I going to die again this time? Without waiting for him to think further, Dao Su decisively flew over and thrust her sword. At this moment, Song Lin's eyes were filled with astonishment. But Dao Su suddenly smiled and said, "You're finally willing to show yourself, junior brother. Finding you is truly difficult." As she finished speaking, the sword embedded in Song Lin's chest suddenly glowed, and the ice all over his body gradually melted. Where the sword had pierced, a green space appeared. Dao Zhan, like a god descended to the mortal world, stepped out from the space with a majestic stance and spoke. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, senior sister." Glancing at Dao Zhan, Song Lin couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. He's Dao Zhan, Someone from the Immortal sect saved me? Could it be that he likes me? Wait, junior brother, he's a man. Dao Jun snapped his fingers, and the ice on Song Lin's body instantly melted away. Then he spoke mockingly. Senior sister's power of frigid ice is becoming purer and purer. You've reached the late-stage foundation establishment, haven't you? Hearing this, Dao Su immediately went mad and roared. Don't you mock me. You reached the late-stage foundation establishment long ago. Today, you and I must determine who is superior. Take my sword. With that said, she immediately rushed towards Dao Jun and Song Lin. Dao Jun kicked Song Lin behind him while executing a move, saying, "Stay away, I don't want to see you die in such a boring way." Song Lin was carried away at the speed of light, finally coming to a stop. In the sky, two stars were clashing, causing the crowd to flee in panic. Everyone be careful, the deviants are fighting again. Run. Witnessing this scene, Song Lin thought to himself, this is a true man-made disaster. On the other side, a mother and her 3 children were facing imminent danger. But Song Lin, of course, wouldn't let that happen. He flew forward, successfully playing the hero to save the beauty, saving 4 lives. Song Lin saw the power of the martial arts exchange up there and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, the area of effect is too large. The number of people I can save is limited. Over here, the Dao siblings fought while trading barbs. Junior brother, you're only defending and not attacking. What are you planning? In that case, I, your senior sister, won't be polite anymore. The imperial capital is the heartland of the Great Yin dynasty, and this is a crowded street. They are an important source of incense offerings. After all, if we go too far, Master will blame us. Hearing this, Dao Su snorted coldly and said loudly, "Don't use Master to pressure me. Have you also learned to use mortals as shields?" A clash between the two sent ice shards flying in all directions, injuring the common people. But Dao Su remained stubborn. Even if it's just 1 or 2 mortal lives, after a cycle of 60 years, they'll just become a pile of yellow earth. Even if I don't act today, mortals will eventually die from natural or man-made disasters. At this moment, the cold chi had gathered at the tip of her sword, as Dao Su's voice continued to ring out. I'm just making that disaster arrive a little earlier. She raised her sword, full of powerful cold chi, and said confidently, "Junior brother should focus on blocking my move." At this moment, the immense cold chi had formed a giant vortex. Facing the disaster created by Dao Su, the people on the street screamed in terror. "Help! Father, don't worry about me. You run first." Below, Immortal father and son were looking at the back of the figure, shielding them. Song Lin's appearance at this moment was extremely wretched. He roared angrily, "What are you standing there for? Run! Hero! Hero Qiao!" The man's trembling voice rang out. "Hero Qiao, you should run by yourself. Everything is destined by fate. Encountering this calamity is because my own fate is thin. For us mortals, to live peacefully to this age is already a mercy from the heavens. I dare not ask for more, right? But I, for one, have never believed in any of that damn fate." As he finished speaking, the countless ice shards around his body were shattered, startling the man. Heavenly demon disintegration. Facing the giant vortex, the demon within Song Lin's body seemed to awaken once more, and he spoke. "What is heaven? What is fate? I only see 2 beasts who treat human lives like grass, and a bloody mouth always ready to devour the mortal world right behind them." His gaze looked up at the pair of Dao Su and Dao Zhan in the sky, as Song Lin's voice continued to ring out. "If we don't resist, sooner or later we'll be devoured until not even our bones are left." With that said, Song Lin took a deep breath, then let out a roar that echoed with the intent to kill gods if they blocked his path and slay Buddhas if they stood in his way. Dao Jun heard Song Lin's voice, and both of them were stunned for 5 seconds. You don't want to push things to an irreversible point either, do you? I'll help you deal with this crazy woman. How about it? Hearing him call her a crazy woman, Dao Su's face turned purple with rage. She laughed maniacally. The lives of mortals are like grass, yet there are always some fools who think they've lived too long. You mortal who stands in the way. But Song Lin was already prepared. He immediately unleashed his strongest power, Red Moon Blood Refining Art. Then, 2 terrifying attacks with sky-high power were about to collide. Song Lin's eyes at this moment revealed an unparalleled determination. Facing the attack of the Mystic Ice Pearl, Song Lin used all the burning inner force in his body, attacking until the very last moment. As expected of the Halo of Justice, He successfully blocked Dao Su's mystic ice pearl. The scene unfolding before her eyes made her unable to believe it. What is this? How could he block my mystic ice pearl? Dao Jun, standing by the side watching this scene, almost burst out laughing, then said, "Interesting. In this state, how can you join forces with me?" Seeing him so distracted, she angrily shouted, "Junior brother, our contest is not over. Don't get distracted." After dealing with the attack, Song Lin, though wretched, was still full of fighting spirit as he laughed and said, "Who said I want to join forces? If you, Dao Jun, won't do it, then let me. You want me to step in to block the aftershocks and protect the people? So roundabout, you really think too much." As expected of the generation that likes to joke. Although Dao Jun had a sharp tongue, he still opened a barrier, agreeing, "Fine." In any case, protecting the people of the imperial capital from disaster can be considered the responsibility of my great Dao sect. It just so happens I don't want to fight anymore either. As he finished speaking, the jade-green barrier immediately opened, enveloping an area of the imperial capital's populace. A barrier? Then I no longer have to worry about what's behind me. Over here. After the barrier was established, the Dao siblings started arguing again. "Is this how you act as a junior brother?" "I'm doing this because I don't want senior sister to make a mistake and be punished by master," Dao Jun cleverly retorted. "Besides, there's a good show to watch. Why wouldn't I be happy?" As he finished speaking, Song Lin erupted with his full aura, rushing towards Dao Su. Dao Su, on the opposite side, immediately created a vortex of cold chi that shot straight into the sky, then confidently declared, "Ignorant fool, do you really think you can block the Mystic Ice Pearl? I wasn't using my full strength just now. This time I will definitely crush you." But Song Lin, of course, did not back down. He continued to charge in and attack. Unexpectedly, the cold chi once again enveloped Song Lin's face. Then his body went limp and he fell. Seeing this, Dao Su immediately mocked Dao Jun. "Junior brother, my apologies. I accidentally broke your little toy." But just then, Song Lin's blood-red eyes suddenly snapped open, and the magic on his body erupted again. The power was so great that even the surrounding earth and rocks couldn't bear it and shattered. A blood-red aura enveloped his entire body, forming a murderous aura that was both dangerous and powerful and incredibly cool. Then, Song Lin executed a spell, directly erupting with his aura, and flew towards Dao Su. Once again, just like that, he relentlessly charged into Dao Su's vortex of cold chi, each step creating a loud explosion. Time and time again, he continued and continued. At this moment, the most idle person was Dao Jun. He watched the show while calculating inwardly. An eruption of chi and blood, a martial artist can actually push their physical body to this extent. It's a pity that no matter how fast he is, in the end, it's still a body of flesh and blood, no match for Dao Su at all. At this time, within the vortex of cold chi, Dao Su and Song Lin began to trade barbs. "A mantis tried to stop a chariot. You dare to boast just now, but now you can't even get close to me. You're truly seeking death. Why must you do this? What do the lives and deaths of those people have to do with you? You people call yourselves geniuses. But who would have known, under that heavenly calamity, there was still a mortal who dared to use his own flesh and blood to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, to snatch life back from the hands of heaven. His eyes were as firm as steel, his voice incomparably heroic. You say I'm a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but I consider myself the Jingwei bird filling the sea. Today, saving 10,000 people is a rescue, and saving one person is also a rescue." Just as he finished speaking, Dao Su appeared in front of Song Lin, preparing to strike. "You martial artists, the hardest part of your whole body to refine is your mouth, because it's too tough." With that said, she landed a palm strike straight into his chest, causing Song Lin, who couldn't defend in time, to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, then fall powerlessly. This blow, for Song Lin's mortal body, was truly too heavy. Where his heavy, wound-covered body fell, the ground had already cracked open. The crowd outside could only watch ahead, their faces all heavy with sorrow and regret. "Hero Qiao, don't sleep anymore, wake up. Hero Qiao, please rest in peace." Dao Jun stood high above, watching silently, munching on a watermelon while thinking to himself. Senior sister's barrier clearly couldn't trap him. He could have escaped at any time, yet he insisted on fighting to the death. This Qiao Song Lin is truly becoming more and more interesting. Just then, Dao Su suddenly pointed at Dao Jun and shouted, "Junior brother, this man is dead. but the contest between you and me is not over yet. Seeing this, Dao Jun could only sigh and concede. I know, I just have to fight another round with senior sister, right? The match had not yet begun when a resonant voice tore through the silent atmosphere. Enough! A dark figure appeared in the sky, causing both siblings to exclaim in shock. Master, Tan Not appeared, saying angrily, Dao Su, have I been too indulgent with you? I didn't expect you to be so brazen this time. He continued, fortunately, you two haven't damaged his soul. You still showed some restraint. Come back with me. Hearing this, Dao Jun obediently clasped his hands and obeyed his master's command. But he couldn't stop a cunning glint from flashing in his eyes, thinking to himself, I thought he was heroic and unafraid of death, seeking his own demise. Could it be that he was trying to stall for time from the very beginning? He can count himself lucky, managing to drag it out until Master arrived. Tan Not pointed at the barrier and shouted, Dispel. The sparkling crystal fragments floated in midair and then gradually vanished. A few people looked up at the sky, and someone suddenly shouted, The snow has stopped. The ice has melted too. Another person called out, Hey, everyone come out. It's safe now. Seeing that everything was safe and sound, the crowd knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you for your grace, immortal masters. Amidst the rubble, a tender and mournful voice rang out. Bad people. They kill my mother, and Hero Qiao, too. Bad people. The woman beside her, seeing this, could only comfort her, trying to stop the child from speaking further. My child, hearing the child's words, Dao Su glanced over, a little wretch who doesn't know life from death. Tan Not didn't turn his head, only saying one sentence. Ignore it. He instructed his two disciples. Qin Shiqing is the pawn we arranged to deal with this matter. It's time for him to act. Besides, the fate of mortals is cheap. Just give them a small favor, and they'll forget everything. Dao Jin thought to himself, is that really so? Before the mountain gate of the great Dao sect, he looked down below, only to see that little girl still looking up hopefully. When I grow up, I'll become a martial artist too, and defeat you all. Dao Jun thought to himself, this mortal world, it seems something has begun to change. Elsewhere, Qin Shiqing looked pensively at the disappearing letter. Cover up today's massacre, protect the reputation of the Immortal sect, and go all out to slander Qiao Songlin. In the imperial court, a close minister reported to the emperor, Your Majesty, Qiao Songlin saved people from the swords of the deviants. He is truly a peerless hero. He continued, now there are people spreading false rumors about him, some even blaming Qiao Songlin. Such a righteous man should not die unjustly. The emperor wearily rubbed his forehead and said, we are a bit tired. If there is anything, report tomorrow. That High Minister continued. This time, the number of common people who met with disaster has exceeded 1,000. If not for Qiao Songlin, I fear the casualties would have reached 10,000. So many people have witnessed it with their own eyes. Your Majesty covers for the great Dao sect, but for how long can you cover it up? The deviants are rampant, causing disasters everywhere. This time, they have caused a disturbance right before Your Majesty's eyes. Is the imperial court still going to retreat as before? Your Majesty, this old servant dares to ask a question. If we keep retreating and retreating, when will we reach the point of no return? The emperor asked pensively. Minister Hai, do you still remember the battle 45 years ago? He continued in a low voice. The martial saint led 100,000 elite troops to quell the deviant rebellion. But before even leaving the central continent, the entire army was annihilated in Xi'an City. Xi'an City was also razed to the ground. Not even a single brick fragment was left. A glint flashed in his eyes as he said, we witnessed it with our own eyes. The saint died at the hands of an immortal. With such a great disparity, what can we do? That courtier thought to himself. So you actually have no grand strategy to turn the tide. Why put on act then? Completely relying on the human king's sword, with no foresight, you're gambling with the lives of the common people. Your Majesty, if the people's hearts are completely lost when the time comes to truly advance, I fear you will be willing but powerless. The emperor silently sighed at the two words people's hearts. He seemed to think of something. According to the last experience in the southern continent, the immortal sects are somewhat wary of the human king's sword. This might be a breakthrough point. Moreover, if the people's hearts are lost and the nation's fortune declines, then the human king's sword will also. Finally, he slowly called out, guards, transmit our decree. At the same time, in the heavenly Immortal residence tea house in the imperial capital, everyone was buzzing with discussion. News from the palace. As expected, Haiwia has already submitted his memorial. Not only that, people from the Sixth Fan Gate have personally gone to the Great Dao sect. You're a step too late. The authorities have already posted a notice, stating directly that this matter was caused by a Great Dao sect disciple accidentally causing injuries during a sparring match. That Taoist priest continued to ramble on. The cultivator who caused the trouble has been punished by the Immortal sect, sentenced to 15 years of secluded repentance. Qiao Songlin was a righteous man who sacrificed himself to save others. If no descendants of the Qiao family claim the body, the government will handle the burial. He continued, "This is not Emperor Yong's style. Could there be some other hidden story to this?" The imperial court is no longer covering it up as before, and the Great Dao sect has also stepped up to take responsibility. Jiang Lang chuckled and said, "How can there be so many conspiracies and schemes?" He said with a resolute expression, "As I see it, these matters are simply what the people wish for." The situation now is very different from the past. The scene changes to a space filled with sunshine and breeze. Qingyi said sternly to his young female disciple, "This matter is not your fault. Dao Su will return to the sect for 10 years of repentance. But during this time, you must also act more cautiously. Do not associate with mortals." He frowned and continued, "Regarding one Yonghua's matter, you will continue to assist Qin Shiqing." Daojin bowed to her master. "Yes, I saw Qiao Songlin die with my own eyes. Why did my soul summoning technique fail to retrieve his soul twice? I wonder how many people are left in this Qiao family." The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. If they're all characters like this, then there will be a good show to watch. Xiao Mu was flying over the rooftops in the dark night when suddenly, the system's ice-cold voice sounded again. "Evaluation of this death. A. Extraordinary significance. Deeply moving. Reward, 56 skill points. Remaining skill points, 60. Resurrections remaining this week, 4 out of 5. Chi and blood status, 66.6%. You didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Many thanks to Big Sister Dao Su for the points. Next time we meet, I will definitely send you to the Western Paradise soon." Looking at the scattered lights in the distance, Xiao Mu thought to himself, "But one must be consistent. I already said I would clear the way for Haiwuya." He lightly tapped his foot on the roof tiles, looking towards a few patrolling guards. "Big Sister Dao Su, you can get in line first." Xiao Mu held a pebble in his hand, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. "Wan Yonghua, your grandpa Qiao Songlin has come for you." A woman carefully reported, "Master, this disaster has caused us too great a loss." Wan Yonghua's face darkened. "What's ruined is ruined. What else can be done? That was an immortal from the Great Dao sect." He continued in a worried tone, "What you should be worried about is something else. It seems the Qiao family still has people hiding in the imperial capital. What if they find out that I was the one who invited the immortal elder of the Great Dao sect to act?" A pebble, at an astonishing speed, suddenly pierced through the roof tiles and flew straight at his face. But before Wan Yonghua could recover his senses, a hand had already caught the pebble. He immediately shouted, "How do you people do your jobs? An assassin has broken in." Seeing this, Xiao Mu was shocked. "A master." A guard spotted Xiao Mu and quickly pointed to the roof, shouting, "Over there, on the western rooftop." Xiao Mu, hiding on the roof, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "I've been exposed." Suddenly, a figure flashed past him. The newcomer was none other than Qin Shiqing. He merely glanced over and said, "Your appearance is identical to Qiao Zhong's. You must be from the Qiao family." His eyes suddenly turned fierce as he roared, "Perfect. Tonight, we'll eliminate this future trouble for good." Qiao Mu was not to be outdone, retorting, "I am Qiao Songlin, and I'd like to return that sentiment to Lord Qin." Xiao Mu laughed loudly. "I heard Wan Yonghua has the Great Dao sect protection. Lord Qin appearing here. Could it be that you are acting on the Great Dao sect's orders? As an official of the imperial court, instead of serving the people, you act as a hunting dog for the deviants. Don't you feel ashamed?" Qin Shiqing remained silent, his expression growing darker and darker. With a whoosh, the pebble shot toward his face like a flash of lightning, startling Xiao Mu for a moment. Watching the pebble fly towards him, he thought to himself, "Using the same old trick against me? You're underestimating me too much." Suddenly, the pebble changed direction, deviating from the trajectory he had predicted. Xiao Mu was hit in the eye by the pebble. He covered his eye with one hand and supported himself with the other to keep his balance. He laughed and said, "The spirit of a first-rank martial artist is strong enough to control object from a distance, almost like the sword control technique of a chi refinement stage cultivator." But infusing it with internal energy and then shooting it out, the power doesn't diminish at all. It's just a bit less flexible. Qin Shiqing looked up and replied faintly, 3,000 great Daos. All rivers flow to the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of guards appeared, all pointing their sharp blades at him. Seize him. Xiao Mu tried to dodge the swishing blades, shouting, Lord Qin, you have the advantage. Why are you holding back? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What's so great about killing mere soldiers? Watching him struggle amidst dozens of guards, Qin Shiqing sneered. When you can easily surround and kill someone, yet insist on acting like a master playing a one-on-one game based on status, that is the behavior of a fool. A surge of anger rose. Xiao Mu resisted with all his might, a spark igniting in his eyes. Fine, you want to play this game? Then I'll go straight to phase 2 as well. He seemed to transform into another person, his body moving with nimble and unpredictable grace, taking down the guards one by one. Xiao Mu threw the last subordinate towards Qin Shiqing, not forgetting to add, the men you called, I'm returning them to you. Qin Shiqing did not hesitate either, immediately drawing his sword, a halo of light surrounding the blade. A fourth-rank martial artist, with chi and blood boiling to this extent, has some skill. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards Xiao Mu. He stomped on the ground to gain momentum, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Shiqing's gleaming blade was about to touch Xiao Mu's arm. Overestimating your own strength, unable to see the gap between us. His eyes lit up with excitement. It seems he wants to slash my left shoulder, but my intuition warns me it's the right shoulder. He's going to switch moves. Xiao Mu retreated, a hint of vigilance in his eyes, but the blade was still as fast as lightning, managing to cut a gash on his shoulder. He took a step back, clutching his bleeding arm. My intuition was wrong. As expected, the speed of a first-rank martial artist far surpasses mine. Wei Yin's move last time was no accident. Now that I've used the healing liquid, my reaction speed has actually slowed down. Qin Shiqing's face darkened as he shouted, You haven't even surpassed the 4th rank, yet you dare to dream of controlling your intuition in front of me? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot forward again, each move, each strike, continuously slashing at Xiao Mu. Showing off in front of an expert, each wound left his body drenched in blood as he gritted his teeth and endured. No, I should say it's fortunate that I haven't practiced spirit refinement. If my spirit refinement level were insufficient, I would be suppressed by his mental power right now and be even more passive. Suddenly, Xiao Mu leaped down into the courtyard. He circulated his energy and gathered his power, his eyes spitting fire, his face full of determination. Where do you think you're going? With that, he took a stance, readying himself. Damn it, I can only risk it all. System. Exchange all skill points to upgrade Shattered Void Finger. The system displayed a notification. 60 points consumed. Exchange for Shattered Void Finger at the minor success stage. In that instant, he felt as if he had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and the power within his body surged. Xiao Mu showed a satisfied smile and launched a palm strike towards Qin Shiqing. The opponent was hit by the palm force and retreated several dozen meters. Xiao Mu looked down at his hand, his face full of astonishment. I didn't expect Shattered Void Finger to be this powerful. Qin Shiqing knelt on the ground. The internal energy was projected over 10 meters, and it still has such power. With this kind of strength, if he practices spirit refinement in the future, he will be a threat to me and even to the immortal sex. This person must absolutely not be allowed to live. He channeled all his internal energy, let out a roar, and a brilliant golden light enveloped Qin Shiqing's body. He clenched both fists, his entire body like a giant pillar of light. Xiao Mu took a stance and smiled. Your aura has increased several times in an instant. You have a second phase too? Qin Shiqing rushed forward at an astonishing speed, letting Xiao Mu unleash the strongest move he had just learned. A flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. It didn't penetrate? No, it feels like hitting steel. Could this be the golden body art that sword demon mentioned? Is he a member of the Martial Alliance? Suddenly, his hand was grabbed, and a heavy punch was thrown. Qin Shiqing landed a punch right on Xiao Mu's chest. This punch sent him flying 10 meters, crashing straight into a wall and creating a large hole. Qin Shiqing's face was as cold as ice. This is the consequence of messing with someone the immortal sex want. From within the rubble, A voice mixed with a hint of cheerful laughter echoed in the silent space. The golden body art is indeed formidable. His eyes lit up, and he gave a faint smile. But my goal for today has been achieved. In the study, a terrified scream suddenly rang out. Master! The close female attendant collapsed beside one Yonghua, screaming, "Guards!